Captain Hua, my sister-in-law is just pregnant and frightened. There's no big problem. Also, she is malnourished and weak. If she stays like this, it could be dangerous when she gives birth. Is it safe to terminate the pregnancy now? Captain Hua, are you saying you don't want this child? Although a miscarriage at 3 months isn't too risky, my sister-in-law is weak. If she loses this baby, it might be hard for her to get pregnant again. Understood. Thank you for your help. Su Suining lay on the hospital bed, listening to the conversation between the two men. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she dared not open her eyes. She never expected that after staying up late working, she would suddenly die, only to wake up in the body of a young wife named Su Suining in the 1970s. The original owner, at 20, married a secret agent leader named Hu Qingshan. Dissatisfied with the marriage, they slept in separate rooms after tying the knot. One day, an accident happened and they shared a bed again, resulting in a pregnancy. The original owner liked someone else but was forced into marriage with Hu Qingshan. Now pregnant again, she was even more depressed, mourning her lost love and feeling sad. She stopped talking and eating well, becoming so thin she looked like a skeleton. Just then, she received a letter from the person she liked, saying he would take her away from this prison. The original owner left a letter and left. When Hu Qingshan, on a mission, returned and saw the letter, he took leave and chased after her. He found her in a small inn on the outskirts of the city. At that time, she was lying alone on the ground, her clothes in disarray, with a large bump on the back of her head, in a deep coma. It was at this moment that Su Suining was transported into her body. During rescue, she had already woken up. She heard the doctors and nurses chatting nearby, saying they only found her after 3 days. What had happened during those days? They also mentioned that when Hu Qingshan carried her in, her clothes were torn. Listening to their conversation, she was processing the memories of the original owner. The more she understood, the more shocked she felt. The original owner had no memory of running away during those 3 days, nor whether anything happened with that man. She didn't know. If something had happened, Su Suining didn't dare to imagine what she would face if she opened her eyes again. This was 1974, a chaotic decade still not over. In this era, even if she had a bad reputation, it was better than being labeled a runaway. Her grandmother once told her that women caught running away would be shaved bald and paraded through the streets with shoes hanging around their necks. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining, whose face was deathly pale as she slept. Her long eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her eyes rolled slightly. He knew she was awake. He thanked Dr. Chen and asked him to go busy himself. After Dr. Chen left, Hu Qingshan pressed his lips and looked at Su Suining. Regarding this wife, he had no strong feelings of liking or disliking. When they met through an arranged date, he thought she was cultured, sensible, and capable of taking care of the family. But he didn't expect her to be so stubborn and lively. He frowned coldly and said, "I know you're awake. If you really don't want to go on, just recover your health first. After having the baby, I will apply for a divorce." Su Suining could no longer pretend. She blinked, woke up, and her eyes still shimmered with a little moisture. She weakly struggled to sit up, carefully looked at Hu Qingshan, and couldn't help but feel a bit amazed. He was truly the male lead from the book, dressed in a neat military uniform, tall and strong, with dark skin, deep-set eyes, a high nose bridge, and sharp features. He stood straight and tall, like a pine or cypress, with an extraordinary presence. His eyes were very beautiful, deep, cold, and dark as if they went to the bottom of the sea, yet they seemed to see through people's hearts. Su Suining felt inexplicably guilty, but based on her many years of experience serving the main party, showing weakness first could help soften the other person's sharpness. She slightly curved her lips into a faint smile, with a hint of friendliness. "I'm hungry." She was telling the truth. She was very hungry when she woke up in the operating room. She also needed some time to gather her thoughts and think carefully about how to communicate with Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan's eyes darkened as he looked at her smile, feeling a little surprised inside. She was naturally very beautiful, delicate, fair skin, refined features with a touch of classical beauty. But she usually didn't take care of herself, so she looked especially weak. Now, with her gentle smile, she seemed a bit pitiful and eager to please. "What do you want to eat?" Su Swaning wasn't sure what food was available in this era, so she didn't dare ask for much. "Dumplings? Noodles are fine too." Hu Qingshan looked at her deeply again. "Wait in the ward." After he left, Su Swaning let out a deep breath, nervously ran her fingers through her hair, and started thinking of a plan. She didn't want to be taken out to parade on the streets, assigned to the hardest work, or bullied by others. Without money, tickets, or proof of leaving the house, she couldn't go anywhere. The intense pain in her heart before her sudden death and her fear of death made her cherish this second chance at life. She wanted not only to survive, but to live well. So, she needed to build a good relationship with Hu Qingshan first. Thinking this, she touched her belly again, perhaps, because of the baby, Hu Qingshan might be more tolerant of her. Before she could figure out her next steps, Hu Qingshan returned with an aluminum lunchbox. He placed it on the bedside table, looked at her briefly without saying a word, then turned and left. Su Swaning was not quite sure what Hu Qingshan meant. Did he leave the food here for her to eat on her own? After hesitating a bit and preparing to get up to take the lunchbox, Hu Qingshan came in again, carrying a wash basin with a blue and white striped towel draped beside it. He looked at Su Swaning sitting by the bed, moved a small stool over, and placed the basin on it. "The water is warm, the towel is new. Wash your face first, then eat." His tone was cold and emotionless. Su Swaning understood why Hu Qingshan said this, because the original owner disliked his rural background and didn't want to share a room with him. She wrung out the damp towel and wiped her face, then washed her hands. She looked up sincerely at Hu Qingshan and said, "Thank you." Hu Qingshan heard her say a strange word and looked at her with more curiosity. Su Swaning didn't dare to say more, afraid of making mistakes by talking too much. She watched as Hu Qingshan picked up the lunchbox and opened the lid with his slender fingers. Inside was a half-cracked boiled dumpling, likely left for a long time. The dumplings looked a bit lumpy, but they were made of white flour. Hu Qingshan saw her staring at the dumplings, but didn't reach out to take them. Thinking about her picky personality, he explained, "It's past mealtime. These are leftover dumplings from noon, not sold anymore. If you don't like them, you'll have to wait until dinner." Su Swaning knew he misunderstood her and quickly reached out to take the lunchbox. "I don't dislike them, I'll eat." She was really hungry. She ate dumplings one after another, not caring about the taste, just swallowing quickly. Hu Qingshan frowned as he watched her eat with her head down. She had never eaten like this before. After finishing a full plate of dumplings, Su Swaning finally felt alive again. Her strength returned, and her mind became much clearer. She looked up and carefully smiled at Hu Qingshan. "Thank you." Hu Qingshan had no particular expression, pressed his thin lips, and his gaze fell on Su Swaning's stomach, but only for a few seconds before he deliberately looked away. When he spoke coldly, Su Swaning also responded at the same time. "Abort the baby and we'll just... I've lost my memory. But I want him. The doctor said if I terminate this pregnancy, I might never be able to have children again. If you really dislike me, we can wait until I have the baby, then get a divorce." Zhujuaning spoke with her eyes lowered, looking a bit pitiful and humble, with a faint redness at the corners of her eyes. Hu Qingshan was surprised that Zhujuaning was turning the blame around, as she had always disliked the pregnancy and wanted a divorce. Now, why was she willing again? Had she really forgotten everything? He and Zhujuaning had no real feelings for each other, mostly a sense of responsibility. When he found out she was pregnant, he thought since they already had a child, he should treat her well and raise the baby to create a complete family. But her firm decision to abort the baby and her willingness to run away made him reconsider. Perhaps bringing this child into the world wasn't the right choice. He had decided to let her go, but she had lost her memory. Hu Qingshan looked at Zhujuaning in silence for a long time. Just as she was about to avoid his gaze nervously, he finally spoke slowly. This marriage isn't what you want, and you don't want the baby either. Are you sure you won't regret it once you regain your memory? Zhuzhuaning nodded quickly, a little anxious. No, I want the baby. I like children. She was really afraid that Hu Qingshan wouldn't want her, thinking she had run away and been unfaithful. Hu Qingshan was silent again. I hope you won't regret it. Zhuzhuaning didn't expect him to agree so easily, and she couldn't help but smile, her eyes shining brightly. I won't regret it. Hu Qingshan looked at her smiling face and felt a bit distracted. In the 6 months of their marriage, Zhuzhuaning had never smiled. Her eyes always carried deep sadness, and her mouth was often downturned, not greeting anyone. She seemed very gloomy. But now, with a smile, her eyes brightened, her lips curved up, and she suddenly seemed full of life and energy. The hospital made Zhuzhuaning feel very insecure. Seeing that Hu Qingshan had agreed, she quickly asked again, I'm fine now, can we go home? She wanted to leave quickly, learn about this era, and settle down here properly. Hu Qingshan didn't believe she had truly lost her memory. He also knew what would happen if they divorced. All her current friendliness was probably an attempt to avoid trouble and also to protect the man who had hurt her and run away. His gaze flicked to her belly, suppressing his emotions. I'll ask the doctor. Zhuzhuaning immediately stood up. I'll go with you. Hu Qingshan glanced at her, said nothing, and turned around. Zhuzhuaning hurried to follow. Walking beside Hu Qingshan, Su Suining only then realized how tall he really was. The original owner is 1.65 meters tall, just reaching his shoulder. The room next door to the ward is the doctor's office. There are few patients inside. Dr. Chun, who is reading a newspaper, sees Hu Qingshan and Su Suining enter and stands up in surprise. Is your wife awake? Is she feeling unwell? Su Suining shakes her head. No, I just have a headache. I can't remember past things. When I think about them, my head hurts. She frowns and looks worried. Dr. Chun is a bit surprised. I can't remember? Sit down, let me check you. Su Suining obediently sits down and cooperates as Dr. Chun takes her pulse and looks at her eyes. After examining her, Dr. Chun touches the swelling on her back of the head and turns to look at Hu Qingshan. Captain Hua, this swelling might have blood clots pressing on the nerves, causing temporary memory loss. Hu Qingshan looks at Su Suining, who is cooperating well, with unclear emotions. Temporary? When will she recover? Dr. Chun is unsure. Once the blood is absorbed naturally, her memory might return. But there are exceptions. Nerve damage can be irreversible. Hu Qingshan understands that Su Suining might never regain her memory. He glances at her, head bowed, shoulders drooping, looking very sad. He makes a decision in his heart. He can't abandon her now. He'll wait until she recovers her memory before divorcing her. Su Suining lowers her head, afraid of the triumphant smile in her eyes. She can't deceive Hu Qingshan. Dr. Chen reminds Hu Qingshan again, Captain Hua, your wife's health is poor. You need to improve her nutrition at home. Despite the rumors outside, Dr. Chen thinks, they already have a child. Can they really divorce now? After leaving the doctor's office, Su Suining feels very happy and looks around. Now that she has proof of her amnesia, she can pretend for a long time. She notices a mirror hanging on the wall beside the office, with 2 lines of red paint. Pay attention to military discipline. Keep tidy. She stops and looks at her reflection in the mirror. Her slender figure, her pale but delicate face. She looks very pretty, but too fragile. She is satisfied and steps closer, but then she is shocked to see several suspicious red marks on both sides of her white neck. Blood purple, irregular spots that look like bite marks. Could they be left by her original lover, who ran away? Su Suining felt nervous. She was showing such marks and was swaying in front of Hu Qingshan. How did he tolerate it? Su Suining touched the red mark on her neck and quickly turned around in fear. She saw that Hu Qingshan was already standing at the door of the hospital room, backlit, looking at her with a mysterious expression. Su Suining felt even more guilty. She touched her neck and walked over, forcing a smile. What's wrong with my neck? Is it an allergy? He Qingshan only looked at her deeply and then turned to go inside to tidy up the bedding. Su Suining nervously approached him. Let me help you. He Qingshan ignored her, bending down to arrange the bedding, moving quickly. The bedding seemed to obey his hands, becoming neat and tidy. In no time, it was folded into a square shape. Su Suining stood nearby, watching and trying to think of a way to change the awkward situation. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Just as Su Suining was considering whether to speak, a girl suddenly ran in. Brother is sister-in-law okay? The girl was tall, with two thick black braids hanging in front of her chest. She wore a white shirt, loose black pants, and cloth shoes with square laces. Simple but healthy-looking. Su Suining looked at the girl and suddenly realized something even more frightening. Su Suining recognized the girl who rushed in. Actually, the original owner knew her. Her name was Feng Shunhua. She was the younger sister-in-law of Commissar Yan, who had just come from the countryside a few months ago. Because of her cheerful personality, hardworking nature, and competence, everyone in the family compound liked her. When Su Suining saw Feng Shunhua, she realized something even more terrifying. She was dressed like a character from a book set in the 1970s. This was a book she read in college called Rebirth in the 70s, spoiled by a two-time military husband. The male lead was He Qingshan, and the female lead was Feng Shunhua, who had been reborn. She was the original husband's first wife, who had died early. The book didn't focus much on her, only mentioning that she died of childbirth because she was too weak, leaving behind a newborn. He Qingshan was very busy with work, and since a man wouldn't take care of a baby, Feng Shunhua helped raise the child, making him plump and healthy. He Qingshan was very touched. With the help of the political commissar and his wife, they got married. Su Suining touched her belly, feeling complicated. If this was the world in the book, to avoid ruining the plot, did she really have to die after giving birth and make room for the female lead? Why should she? She also wanted to live. If necessary, she could even divorce, she didn't have to die. While Su Suining was busy thinking about the story in the book, Feng Shunhua had already come up to her and asked cheerfully, Sister-in-law, are you okay? When you left, everyone in the yard was worried, afraid something bad might happen to you. Su Suining snapped back to reality, smiled slightly, and looked at Feng Shunhua. What bad thing could happen? With just this sentence, Su Suining realized that Feng Shunhua was not a good person either. Feng Shunhua looked innocent and said, It's just. You suddenly left, and everyone in the yard thought you ran away with someone. I believe you're not that kind of person. Su Suining looked up at Feng Shunhua, who was a little taller than her. Her disdain was clear in her eyes. She smiled and asked who said that first. Tell me, so I can confront her. She wouldn't be foolish enough to admit anything now, especially since she had amnesia and wouldn't acknowledge anything. If they had proof, she would see it. Feng Shunhua was momentarily stunned. She had seen Su Suining at the family compound, an unwell, aloof woman who kept to herself. But now her reactions seemed quick. In her previous life, her sister said she introduced her to He Qingshan. She was only 18, and He Qingshan was already 28, with a newborn in tow. The military was stationed in a remote mountain area, and she became a military wife, working in the fields every day. She looked down on that life. She wanted to marry a worker in the city and eat city grain. In the end, she married a worker from the city's meat factory, ate city grain, but had to serve her in-law's family, taking care of their meals and daily needs. Because she had a daughter, her in-laws looked down on her even more, and her husband often didn't come home. One New Year, during a family meal, her brother-in-law mentioned that He Qingshan had become a high-ranking official and could only be seen on TV. Her sister regretfully said, if only Shunhua had married Qingshan back then, her life would have been so much better. A few years later, after losing her job in a wave of layoffs, her husband became irritable, often hitting or scolding her. At just over 40, she was diagnosed with cancer but had no money for treatment and eventually died tragically at home. Perhaps heaven saw her suffering in her previous life and granted her a second chance. Unfortunately, The timing of her rebirth wasn't ideal. He Qingshan was already married, and his first wife was pregnant and hadn't died yet. But she couldn't wait. She caused trouble to help her sister watch the children, hoping to get closer to He Qingshan and build a good impression in front of him. Once Su Suining died, she planned to marry He Qingshan and become a government official's wife. So, when she heard that Su Suining was pregnant and ran away with someone, and He Qingshan went to look for her, she was very excited. If that was the case, would Hu Qingshan no longer want Su Suining? They should quickly have the pregnancy terminated and get a divorce, so she wouldn't have to be a stepmother. Listening to her sister and brother-in-law talk, Hu Qingshan found Su Suining, who is now at the city hospital. She hurriedly lied to her sister, saying she took the early bus to the city to see how Hu Qingshan was handling Su Suining. But when she entered, she saw Su Suining standing nearby, and Hu Qingshan was packing up the bedding. It seemed they weren't arguing. Could it be that Su Suining didn't run away secretly? Seeing her staring blankly, Su Suining asked again, "Who said that?" "I'll go find her." Feng Shenhua quickly shook her head. "Forget it, sister-in-law. There were many people then. I just overheard something casually and don't remember who said it." Su Suining smiled, watching Hu Qingshan finish packing the bedding. The wash basin and lunchbox were packed into a net bag. She cheerfully called out, "Qingshan, Sister Shenhua cares about me. She even came to see me. Let's take her back with us later." Hu Qingshan was surprised again. Su Suining never spoke to him proactively. Even if she had something to say, she would just sigh, and she would never call his name so plainly. It seemed she had truly lost her memory. She nodded in response. Feng Shenhua saw that since she arrived, Hu Qingshan hadn't looked at her or paid her any attention. She suppressed her disappointment and smiled as she approached. "Big brother, let me help you carry things." Hu Qingshan avoided her hand. "No need. Let's go." Feng Shenhua's hand missed, and she felt a bit annoyed. She analyzed that she might have been too eager. She looked up and saw Su Suining, who was looking at her with a meaningful smile. The driver and the car were waiting at the hospital entrance. When they saw Hu Qingshan come out carrying luggage, they hurried over, took the items, and put them in the trunk. Su Suining naturally got into the back seat, sat down, and smiled at Feng Shenhua. "Get in the car." Feng Shenhua immediately felt like Su Suining was the host, and she was the guest. She didn't like this feeling. She should be the one who regularly entered and exited in her own car. She silently got into the car. After Hu Qingshan got in, he told the driver, Li Zhigua, stop by the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Zhigua responded, and the car drove quickly and steadily out of the hospital. Su Suining watched Hu Qingshan, who was silent in front, and Feng Shenhua, who looked gloomy beside him, then turned her head to seriously enjoy the street scenes from the 1970s. The city wasn't big, with many single-story houses and black slogans painted on the walls of the streets. When they reached the supply and marketing cooperative, the car stopped. Hu Qingshan got out and went inside. Feng Shenhua looked at Hong Qingshan's back, broad shoulders, straight posture, tall height, and long legs. How could she have thought in her past life that this man was too dark and too old? Soon after, Hong Qingshan came out of the supply and marketing cooperative, holding a mesh bag filled with rare malted milk, milk powder, and a few packs of egg cakes. Feng Shenhua felt jealous again. Were these bought for Su Suining, who usually buys such things? Even if sick, no one would be willing to buy so much. When Hong Qingshan got into the car, Feng Shenhua couldn't hold back and whispered, "Sister-in-law, do you know? Brother Hong is still hurt." Hong Qingshan turned around and gave Feng Shenhua a cold glance. The fact that he was injured was a secret and not to be shared publicly. How would Feng Shenhua know? It seemed that Commissar Yan Jianzhang told everything at home. Feng Shenhua met Hong Qingshan's gaze and felt nervous. How could she forget? This matter hadn't been made public yet. It was also something from her past life. After Su Suining died, she visited her sister's house, and her sister mentioned that Hong Qingshan's wife was really unreasonable. She ran away while Hong Qingshan was on a mission. Hong Qingshan, seriously injured, still went out to find her. She checked the time earlier and thought it was probably now. She felt upset that Hong Qingshan was so kind to Su Suining and blurted out her feelings. But she forgot that this was still a secret, and even her sister Feng Chunhua didn't know about it. Feng Chunhua hesitated and hadn't decided how to explain herself when Hong Qingshan turned back. However, Su Suining sensed something in that moment. This novel was one she read in college, mainly because her late wife had the same name as her. She had skimmed through it quickly and forgotten many details. She remembered that Hong Qingshan's Special Forces unit mainly carried out secret missions, especially those involving their commander, Hong Qingshan. These missions were highly confidential. Now, Hong Qingshan's injury was definitely still a secret. It seemed that Feng Shenhua, who had been reborn, wasn't very smart. She wasn't afraid to speak openly. Was she worried about being caught as a spy? Because of Feng Shenhua's words, no one spoke again on the way back. The car drove further into the wilderness, with many uncultivated lands on both sides of the road. Few people, and spring grass was spreading everywhere. After crossing a mountain ridge, she saw some scattered houses in the distance. The military base was a few miles from the village, located at the foot of the mountain. The base was large, housing a division. Since there hadn't been demobilization yet, it had the strength of about 3 or 4 divisions. Hu Qingshan and his Secret Service team were separated and stationed in the northwest corner of the camp. Their family housing was outside the camp in a small corner with several rows of simple houses. Each house had 2 rooms, with a small yard enclosed by wooden fences in front and a basic kitchen built outside. When the weather was warm, everyone could cook outside. As soon as they arrived at the family housing entrance, a few women were waiting there. Hu Qingshan got out of the car, and the women quickly gathered around. "Commander Hua, has Xiao Su been found? Don't be angry. Sister-in-law might have just gone out for a walk." They didn't look into the car at all. Su Suining got out of the car amid their chatter. Seeing Su Suining, the women's tone softened. "Oh, you found sister-in-law? That's good. As long as she's safe." They were much warmer to Feng Shenhua. "Shenhua also went to the city? I should have asked you to bring back some things." "Exactly. The town doesn't even sell sugar, and even with sugar coupons, they can't spend them." Feng Shenhua smiled warmly and called her sister-in-law, patiently responding to each person.
Su Suining stood quietly nearby, observing.
She knew all these people, and they knew her, even calling her by name. But because she looked down on them, she never interacted much. Feng Shenhua's older sister, Feng Chunhua, was talking to Hu Qingshan. She was in her 30s, with short hair that looked neat and capable. Perhaps because of the protagonist aura from the original story, Feng Chunhua looked plain, with darker skin. Her younger sister, Feng Shenhua, grew up in the countryside, working from a young age. She was rough, but grew up to be fair-skinned with rosy cheeks, with beautiful eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Feng Chunhua asked Hu Qingshan a few more questions, then suddenly seemed to realize Su Suining was there and looked over with a smile. "Little Su is back? Next time, you can't be so reckless. What if something happens, especially with the baby inside?" Su Suining could clearly hear the disdain and malice in Feng Chunhua's words. She smiled politely. "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I'll pay more attention next time." Her polite and friendly response surprised Feng Chunhua. She didn't expect Su Suining to be so courteous. Feng Chunhua didn't like Hu Qingshan marrying such a delicate and pretentious wife, who acted like a fragile girl all day, much like Lin Daiyu. She wondered what Hu Qingshan saw in her. Since Hu Qingshan was present, Feng Chunhua didn't say more. She smiled at him. "My husband said you came back today and asked me to prepare some food. You all should come to our house for dinner tonight." Hu Qingshan was also planning to talk to Yan Jianzhong, an old political worker, about a serious mistake he made. He wanted to go home and discuss everything. Feng Chunhua nodded and said, "Then it's trouble for my sister-in-law." Feng Chunhua smiled happily, no trouble at all. She then looked at Su Suining and said, "Little Su, come along too." Su Suining knew Feng Chunhua wasn't really inviting her willingly. When the original owner first arrived, Feng Chunhua had shown kindness, bringing her food twice. The original owner had politely thanked her, but then casually threw the food into the trash. Feng Chunhua had seen this happen. During a time when food was precious, she couldn't bear to eat plain flour every day. The white noodles she brought were discarded. After that, Feng Chunhua never interacted with the original owner again. The original owner didn't care about this. She looked down on everyone in the yard equally. Su Suining sighed inwardly. She definitely couldn't go to this meal. I don't feel well today, so I won't go. Feng Chunhua was eager for her not to come, with no extra politeness, smiling. Pregnancy is hard. You rest at home. When the food is ready, I'll ask Chunhua to bring some over. Su Suining smiled faintly. Thank you, sister-in-law. Hu Qingshan glanced at Su Suining. Although her attitude had improved a lot, she still looked down on these rural folks and naturally wouldn't go to Feng Chunhua's house for dinner. He turned silently and went to the trunk to get his luggage. The driver quickly took the bedding away, saying, Captain Hua, I'll take this home for you. Feng Chunhua also eagerly went to help, but when she walked over to Su Suining, she suddenly twisted her ankle and fell toward her. In the chaos, she pulled off the scarf around Su Suining's neck. Su Suining took a step back to prevent Feng Chunhua from falling and clinging to her, but she didn't expect her target was the scarf. She sneered inwardly. This Feng Chunhua was quite scheming. Feng Chunhua hurriedly steadied herself, holding the scarf awkwardly as she looked at Su Suining. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But her eyes flashed with malice. She had seen those shameful marks on Su Suining's neck at the hospital. Now, with many people in the family compound, if she exposed Su Suining's affair or her misconduct, how could she still stay here? Su Suining guessed what Feng Chunhua was planning and looked at her calmly. It's okay. Feng Chunhua smiled and was about to speak, but then stared at Su Suining's neck and suddenly screamed, Sister-in-law, what's wrong with your neck? Why are there so many red marks? Feng Chunhua's scream drew the attention of several sisters-in-law nearby. Feng Chunhua's face changed color as she pushed Feng Chunhua. You child, why are you overreacting?
She said.
She thought Feng Chunhua, only 18, didn't understand these things. The other sisters-in-law looked at her with meaningful eyes. After Su Suining and the others finished being surprised, she touched her neck and smiled casually. This, Qingshan knows. I was planning to go back to my hometown in the provincial city, but I was almost robbed in a hotel in the city. They almost strangled me. Luckily, Qingshan came to rescue me, so I have these marks on my neck. It still hurts when I touch it. She kept calling him Qingshan, speaking affectionately. Then she turned to look at Hu Qingshan. Qingshan, is that right? She was betting that Hu Qingshan would agree with her, since no man would openly admit he was wearing a green hat. Feng Chunhua thought it was a good thing that she was helping her clear her bad reputation for eloping with someone in the family compound. Hu Qingshan looked at her and then at Feng Chunhua. Sister-in-law, she's injured and needs to rest. I'll take her home first. Tell the political officer I'll come by later. Although he didn't directly say it, mentioning she was injured was an indirect way of admitting that Su Suining had indeed been robbed. Su Suining couldn't help but smile with her eyes. This man was really quite good. Feng Chunhua never expected Hu Qingshan to help Su Suining. Could it be that the mark on her neck wasn't from some messy affair after all? Not wanting to miss such a good opportunity, she clenched her teeth. So, it was a robbery? I thought it was some mark left by someone else. Feng Chunhua's face changed again, and she hadn't yet spoken to stop her. Su Suining smiled sweetly. What did you think it was? Chunhua, I remember you're only 18. You really know a lot. Feng Chunhua's face instantly darkened. She didn't know how to defend herself. Watching Su Suining sway her hips and leave with Hu Qingshan made her even angrier. Once Feng Chunhua and the others had walked away, she glared at Feng Chunhua. Chunhua, what are you saying as a young girl? Don't you care about your reputation? The other sisters-in-law saw Feng Chunhua was angry and quickly tried to comfort her. Chunhua didn't mean it on purpose. She's just a young girl. She doesn't understand anything. Although they said these words to comfort her, they didn't really believe it. With nothing else to do, they spent their days gossiping about men and women. As long as they had a story to start with, they could imagine a whole rural scandal. Su Suining couldn't keep up with Hu Qingshan's pace, so she slowed down. Looking at him entering the cleanest small courtyard, which had nothing inside except some wild grass growing in the damp area, created a sharp contrast with the lively courtyards on either side. The driver arrived at the door, handed the luggage to Hu Qingshan, and then left. Su Suining saw Hu Qingshan carrying the luggage in one hand and holding the keys to open the door with the other. She hurried over. "Let me help you open the door." Hu Qingshan didn't speak, but handed the keys to Su Suining. She unlocked the door and pushed it open to let Hu Qingshan in first. She quietly looked around at the place she would soon live in. It was very simple, with the ground made of packed earth. No matter how clean it was swept, it still looked dull and gray. Inside, there were 2 rooms. The outer room had a stove against the wall, next to a cupboard, and a single bed near the mountain wall, piled with some miscellaneous items. In the middle of the house, there was a small dining table with unwashed dishes from the previous owner. Su Suining felt guilty just looking at it, then followed Hu Qingshan into the inner room. Although the furniture was simple, it was tidy. Near the entrance, there was a firewall for heating with a fire inside the outer room. Inside, there was only a 1.5-meter wide double bed, a high and low cabinet, and a 3-legged table by the window with a wooden chair in front. Su Suining looked around and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was a tough era. Seeing Hu Qingshan place the bedding on the bed, she realized there was only one quilt and blurted out without thinking, "Hu Qingshan, where will you sleep tonight?" Then she remembered that 3 months ago, due to an accident, the original owner had cried and caused a fuss, claiming Hu Qingshan had forced her. She wanted to report this to the authorities. Hu Qingshan's face turned pale with anger. He moved to stay in the dormitory and never returned. Her comment clearly reminded Hu Qingshan of that incident. He frowned at Su Suining. "This child is not what you want in a marriage. Even if you've lost your memory, you should think about it carefully these days." He was already exhausted from her antics. That night, she had held his hand tightly, smiling happily and igniting sparks everywhere on him. But when he woke up, she denied everything, cried loudly, and caused trouble. He had already decided that even if Su Suining lost her memory, their marriage couldn't continue. He would let her recover physically and take this chance to think things over. Otherwise, once she regained her memory, she would cause more trouble. Su Suining looked seriously into Hu Qingshan's eyes and said, "I'm telling the truth. I really want this child. Even though I don't remember what happened before, just thinking about the baby in my belly makes me feel very happy." Hu Qingshan didn't believe Su Suining's words. "You rest first. Later, I will ask the kitchen staff to bring you some food." He then walked away, bypassing Su Suining. Su Suining sighed silently and followed Hu Qingshan outside, thinking he needed to explain himself better and improve their relationship quickly. He saw Hu Qingshan put the bowls and chopsticks from the dining table into a basin and then started a fire. Since he hadn't been home for a few days, the stove was cold. Even though the weather in the northwest was early April, without a fire, the house felt chillingly cold at night. Hu Qingshan used grass remnants to ignite small twigs. When the fire grew, he added a few pieces of coal. He covered the stove, placed a kettle on it, and turned to wash his hands at the basin near the door. Su Suining leaned against the doorframe, watching. He couldn't help but admire that tall, handsome Hu Qingshan, who moved with a strong, graceful action. Hu Qingshan rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing a sturdy, smooth forearm with a bronze skin tone, showing strength. Su Suining silently appreciated this before softly muttering, "You can't see me with the old eyes. I really will change. I don't know what I did before, but not having children is really too much." Hu Qingshan straightened up, took a towel to dry his hands, and, after thinking for a moment, was about to speak when outside, Feng Shenhua called out, "Brother Hu, my brother-in-law is back. He's calling you to come eat." Su Suining hurriedly urged, "Go eat first." When you come back, we can talk properly. Hua Qingshan grabbed his military uniform hanging by the door, opened the door to go out, but suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Su Suining. He said, "In the drawer of the three-bowl table, there are your diary and letters. You should take a look. Maybe you'll remember something." A few unsettling thoughts flashed through Su Suining's mind. After Hua Qingshan left, he quickly went back to his room to find the original owner's letters and diary. In the drawer of the three-bowl table, the letters were messy, and the red plastic-covered diary was clearly searched through. It seemed Hua Qingshan had looked here first for clues when searching for the original owner. Su Suining looked at the diary first, then grimaced as he read through the letters. Two of them were from the original owner's family, asking for money and tickets. The rest were from a man named Chen Jingchen. Although there were no obvious romantic words like "I love you," everything hinted that he was the soulmate, the one who haunted her thoughts. The original owner had also underlined and annotated some excellent phrases in the letters. Su Suining didn't quite understand this action. She looked over her diary again, feeling cold inside. If Hua Qingshan saw this diary, their relationship would be very complicated. The diary was full of resentment about being forced to marry Hua Qingshan and various complaints about him. She disliked that he was uneducated and rough. Every time he came back from training sweaty, the original owner wrote, "As soon as he returns, the air is filled with coarse, dirty smell, making it hard to breathe." Living in such an environment makes every day a struggle. If she could die, she really wanted to end it all, but she still loved someone in her heart. For him, she was willing to hold on a little longer. After reading, Su Suining felt a toothache. The original owner was a hopeless romantic. That man, Chen Jingchen, could only write some bitter words, but he had never done anything practical. The original owner was so moved she couldn't hold back. She sighed deeply, put the diary and letter into a drawer, planning to burn them later in front of Hua Qingshan to show her resolve. She opened another drawer, which contained a stack of money and various tickets, along with a note. It probably meant these money and tickets belonged to Hua Qingshan. She left without taking a single thing, full of pride. Su Suining counted the money, 135 yuan, 84 cents. That was a huge amount in this era. There were also some food stamps, oil stamps, meat stamps, cloth stamps, and sugar stamps. These were given monthly by Hua Qingshan to the original owner. Even if he didn't come back, the clerk would send them back. She organized the money and tickets carefully, feeling that Hua Qingshan still had a strong sense of responsibility. Despite her difficult attitude, he still took responsibility for supporting her. Because of this sense of duty, she decided to cling to Hua Qingshan and stay safe for these 2 years. The fire in the stove grew hotter, warming the room. Su Suining felt comfortable all over and started to feel sleepy. She hesitated whether to lie down and rest for a while, especially since she was pregnant now. Pregnant women should rest well. Someone knocked on the door. Su Suining rubbed her eyes and went to open it. It was a young soldier in uniform, carrying 2 lunchboxes, with a serious expression. He handed the lunchboxes to her and said, "Captain who asked me to deliver your meal." After saying that, he turned and ran away without saying anything extra, not even calling her sister-in-law. Su Suining could sense that the young soldier was quite displeased with her. She sighed inwardly. Given the original owner's attitude, no one would like her. She had taken over this body, and these were her just rewards. One box contained stir-fried potato slices, and the other held a multigrain bun and 2 eggs. Su Suining looked at the plain potato chips and once again felt the hardship of life. The army's meals were so simple. Eggs were rare, and being able to get 2 is already a luxury. Sitting by the stove, Su Suining ate her simple dinner and thought about how she should live in the future. In the evening, Feng Chunhua cooked millet porridge. Feng Chunhua volunteered to fry scallion pancakes, cut some pickled vegetables, added chili slices, and poured hot oil over them. The aroma quickly filled the small house. Feng Chunhua watched with a pained expression, saying, "Oh, look at how much oil you used for this meal." Just cutting the pickled vegetables is enough. No need to pour so much oil. And putting so much oil in the pancakes, that's not a good way to live. Feng Shenhua pinched a few strips of pickled vegetables and stuffed them into Feng Chunhua's mouth, saying, "Sister, just say if it smells good, okay?" Thinking that He Qingshan was sitting inside talking with her brother-in-law, she felt full of energy. Feng Chunhua nodded, saying, "It is tasty, but wasting so much oil is not good. Next time, I won't do it like this." Feng Shenhua smiled. "It won't happen again. Since brother He is coming to eat at our house, we should make the food tasty. It's also to show respect to my brother-in-law." Feng Chunhua agreed and urged Feng Shenhua to hurry up and fry the pancakes. Inside the house, He Qingshan was asking Yan Jianzhong if he had mentioned his injury when he returned. Yan Jianzhong looked surprised, saying, "How could I tell him about that? What happened? Did something go wrong?" He Qingshan didn't hide anything, saying, "Your little sister-in-law knows I was injured." "Who told her?" Yan Jianzhong was stunned. "Shenhua knows you're injured? How would she know?" "I'll ask her later." He Qingshan nodded slightly. "We still need to be careful. This mission was kept secret and sealed. It shouldn't be shared outside." Yan Jianzhong nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. I've been working in political work for nearly 20 years, so I have some awareness. But Shenhua just came from the countryside, didn't finish elementary school, and is simple and diligent. She probably has no ill intentions." He Qingshan considered this and said, "Still, be careful." While discussing this, Yan Jianzhong also asked about He Qingshan's injuries. "Are you okay? You should rest well these days. Since Xiao Su has returned, should I talk to her? The kids are here, so just live a good life." He Qingshan refused. "No need. If she wants a divorce, just wait until she recovers and then get rid of the pregnancy and divorce." Yan Jianzhong frowned. That Xiao Su really doesn't understand. Feng Shenhua brought in scallion pancakes and heard Hu Qingshan say the line about aborting the child and divorcing. She smiled slightly and walked more lightly. "Brother-in-law, brother Hu, dinner is ready." Yan Jianzhong, having 3 children, had a larger room in the house. The 3 kids slept there, and they also set up a special area for eating. Seeing Feng Shenhua come in, Yan Jianzhong stopped talking about the previous topic and told Hu Qingshan to wash his hands and eat. The meal was simple: millet porridge with scallion pancakes and pickled vegetables drizzled with oil, which made for a good meal. Feng Chunhua warmly invited Hu Qingshan, "Try Xunhua's cooking. I don't know where she learned it, but she poured hot oil over the pickled vegetables, and it changed the flavor completely." Feng Shenhua pretended to be shy, glancing at Hu Qingshan, hoping for praise. But he didn't look at her at all, which made her feel a little disappointed. She quietly ate her food, trying to leave a good impression on him. Feng Chunhua praised her for the scallion pancakes she made. "Looks like second sister is good at cooking, even though she works on the farm every day in the countryside." Shenhua felt frustrated inside. She hated that her unkind nickname and her rural farm work were mentioned. How could she be worthy of someone like Hu Qingshan, who was destined to be an official? Hu Qingshan didn't react much. After eating a pancake and drinking a bowl of porridge, he was about to leave when outside Su Suining called out, "Hu Qingshan? Have you finished eating? I'm here to take you home." Yan Jianzhong was surprised to hear Su Suining's voice. "Little Su is here to pick you up." "Chunhua, did you just send food to little Su?" Feng Chunhua patted her thigh and exclaimed, "Oh no. I forgot. I was worried you all might be hungry, so I quickly brought the food in. I forgot to send a portion to little Su. I'm just making a pancake now." Hu Qingshan stood up and stopped her. "No need. I asked the clerk to send her some food. You all can eat slowly. I'll go back first." She said no need, and Feng Chunhua immediately stopped. There wasn't much scallion pancake left, and her 3 sons hadn't finished eating yet. She wasn't sure if there would be enough later. Besides, Su Suining didn't like her family's food and would just waste it. Yan Jianzhong got up to see Hu Qingshan out. Outside, Su Suining stood charmingly at the small courtyard, cheerfully calling out, "Deputy Yan, why don't you come inside? Have some food?" Su Suining smiled brightly with narrowed eyes. "Commissioner Yan, I've just finished eating. I came out for a walk and happened to pass by your house, so I thought I'd take Hu Qingshan back with me. Yan Jianzhong was suddenly made a bit confused by Su Suining's polite attitude. He chuckled and said, all right, you all go back and rest. Hu Qingshan couldn't figure out Su Suining's intentions. He told Yan Jianzhong and then walked towards Su Suining. Su Suining waved to Yan Jianzhong again. Commissioner Yan, we're heading back now. Yan Jianzhong was even more puzzled. He answered mechanically, okay, take care. Watching Su Suining lightly follow Hu Qingshan as they left, he still felt curious. He turned around and saw Feng Chunhua and Feng Shunhua standing at the door, whispering, this little Su, she's like a different person. She's quite polite now. Feng Chunhua snorted coldly. Probably because she's been out for these 3 days and has suffered a bit. Now she sees how good Captain Hua is. People like her. Yan Jianzhong quickly interrupted, enough, don't spread rumors. We all live in the same yard, don't cause trouble. He then looked at Feng Shunhua, planning to observe more before speaking. Asking her directly might not get the truth. After eating and resting for a while, Su Suining felt very energetic. She followed Hu Qingshan with small steps. Walk slower, I can't keep up if you go too fast. My stomach hurts if I walk too quickly. Her voice sounded sweet, like she was acting cute. Hu Qingshan slowed down his pace, still silent. Su Suining was happy inside. It seemed that men in any era fell for this trick. She also slowed her steps deliberately, took a few quick breaths, and quickly said, Hu Qingshan, I've finished reading the trust and diary. I think I was really too much before. I will definitely change.
Please supervise me.
Hu Qingshan looked at her. First, get your health better. He still didn't trust her. Su Suining wasn't discouraged. She believed there was plenty of time ahead. Qingshan, bring your luggage home tonight and stay here. Didn't Feng Shunhua say you got hurt? I can take care of you at home. Hu Qingshan frowned and refused. No need. I still have to work tonight. Su Suining responded with an O, sounding a bit disappointed. You must take care of yourself. Also, I want to tidy up the yard tomorrow and set up a small kitchen. Hu Qingshan couldn't understand why her personality changed so much after losing her memory. She used to dislike certain things, now she liked them? He didn't react much to her suggestion, maybe just out of impulse. Whatever you want. Hu Qingshan took Su Suining home, looked at the fire in the stove, added a piece of coal, and left without saying a word. Su Suining thought that Hu Qingshan had already been very generous to do this much. If it had been another man, he might have long ago abandoned her and called her family to pick her up. In a strange environment with a sudden new identity, Su Suining felt a bit restless and couldn't sleep. But then she thought, at least she no longer had to please her boss or work from 9 to 10 every day, almost like a beast of burden all year round. She felt hopeful about her life. She thought carelessly until she was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open and fell asleep. When she woke up, she looked at the ceiling covered with a newspaper and felt confused for a moment before realizing she was living in the 1970s. The sun outside was shining brightly, its light filtering through the curtains onto the floor. The chirping of birds made her feel comfortable and safe. Su Suining didn't have a watch and there was no alarm clock in the house, so she didn't know what time it was. She heard voices outside and the sounds of children playing. Remembering that she planned to build a small kitchen today, she quickly sat up. Perhaps she moved too suddenly and her stomach twinged with pain, making her gasp. She was still getting used to the fact that she was pregnant. She took a deep breath, got out of bed, found a pair of black pants, put on a white shirt, and then layered a light green sweater over it. She looked in the mirror, turned up the collar, and braided her hair into 2 pigtails that rested on her shoulders, making her look much neater. She also adjusted her bangs in front of the mirror. Just then, she heard movement outside the door. Someone was coming in. She quickly pushed her bangs aside and went out. It was Hu Qingshan returning, carrying a lunchbox. The fire in the stove was burning brightly, but she didn't know when Hu Qingshan had come back and started the fire. Su Suining smiled happily at Hu Qingshan. You're back? No need to bring lunch later. I'll buy some vegetables and cook at home for lunch. Hu Qingshan placed the lunchbox on the table and thought for a moment. Are you really planning to build a small kitchen in the yard? Su Suining nodded with a smile. Yes, the weather is getting hot soon. Everyone cooks outside, so we'll do the same. It keeps the room cleaner. After saying that, she went to wash up, not noticing Hu Qingshan's curious gaze, which once again looked at her with interest. Usually, Su Suining liked to leave her hair down, soft and resting on her shoulders. But today, she had braided a fluffy pigtail and slanted it over her shoulder, making her look more energetic and neat. While talking, she looked lively, like a young poplar tree full of vitality. Hu Qingshan suppressed his doubts and looked away. Su Suining went to the yard to brush her teeth and wash her face. As soon as she stepped out, her sisters-in-law, who had been talking together, all turned their heads to look elsewhere. Su Suining smiled slightly and went back inside to wash up. Hu Qingshan brought breakfast, a steamed bun, some pickles, and an egg. She sat down, took out some malted milk powder, and placed it on the table in front of her. He said, "The rice porridge in the cafeteria is quite thin this morning. You should drink this instead." He added, "The hot water in the thermos was just boiled this morning, so it's a bit hot. Let it cool down a little before mixing with the malted milk." Su Suining took a bite of the bun, looked at Hu Qingshan, and wondered why such a caring and thoughtful man was not the one she was with. Just as she was about to swallow and say thank you, she heard someone outside crying out, "Help! Someone, please!
Help me!"
Before Su Suining could react, Hu Qingshan had already rushed outside. She quickly put down her bun and followed him. Outside, a woman was sitting on the ground, holding a blood-covered child and crying. Hu Qingshan went over and asked, "What happened?" The woman was crying so hard she couldn't speak clearly. Someone nearby explained, "The dog bit his face and thigh." Hu Qingshan looked at the child, who had obvious bite marks and swelling, with torn pants and a piece of flesh showing. Su Suining went over to look. The child was only about 3 or 4 years old. So frightened he had stopped crying and was trembling, leaning into the woman's arms. The woman was the wife of Captain Song Shuangxi, Lu Yechen, whom the original owner also knew. Hu Qingshan didn't hesitate and picked up the child. "Stop crying now. We need to take the child to the hospital." Lu Yechen also got up and ran with Hu Qingshan toward the health clinic. Su Suining felt a bad premonition and decided to follow. The child's injuries were serious, and since he was bitten by a wild dog, simply cleaning the wounds wouldn't be enough. He needed rabies vaccines and tetanus shots immediately. She moved slowly and arrived at the health clinic to see Feng Shenhua and Feng Chunhua waiting at the door. Inside, she could hear the child's heart-wrenching crying and Lu Yechen's choked sobs. At the entrance, she heard the doctor inside advising Hu Qingshan that they needed to go to the city to get rabies vaccinations. Hu Qingshan frowned and said, "Get the car ready quickly and take them to the city's epidemic prevention station." While waiting for the car, Lu Yechen came out holding the child. Seeing Feng Chunhua, tears fell again. "Sister-in-law, how could there be a wild dog in the yard when everything was fine?"
she asked.
Feng Chunhua was also puzzled. "It's really frightening. The dog went crazy this morning and rushed into the yard." Feng Shenhua let out a small sound of surprise. Sister Yu-chun, is this dog black and yellow?" Lu Yechen nodded. "Yes, it suddenly ran out." Feng Shenhua turned to look at Su Suining. "Sister-in-law, I saw you feed the dog a few times before. It was a black and yellow dog." At this moment, Su Suining finally understood where her unease was coming from. Good grief, after all this, they thought the aggressive dog was her fault? Hearing Feng Shenhua say this, she felt more at ease. She frowned seriously. "What are you talking about?" "I fed the dog." Seeing her deny it, Feng Shenhua looked at Feng Chunhua. "Sister, do you remember? You said you gave sister-in-law some cookies before, and she threw them to the stray dogs at the door. Is that true?" Feng Chunhua looked a little embarrassed. Does this sister really have no brains? Saying this now might offend Hu Qingshan. She was about to explain, but Su Swaning calmly said, I don't remember anything like that. Cookies to feed dogs? Sister-in-law, you should have stopped me then. That was a waste of food. Then she walked over to Hao Qingshan. Spring is here, the season when crops are scarce. Our place is near the mountains, so not only stray dogs but other wild animals might come down. We should quickly organize a hunt to prevent animals from hurting people again. After all, the family yard isn't inside the military area, and there's no fencing around. After speaking, she turned to Lu Yuchen, took 5 yuan from her pocket, and handed it to her. When you go to the city, you should get rabies vaccines and tetanus shots. These stray dogs might carry all kinds of viruses in their teeth. This money is a small token from me and Qingshan. After the shots, buy some eggs, cakes, or milk powder for the kids. She also held the child's small hand. After all the trouble you've been through, you should cheer up. She didn't want to get involved in these relationships, but if she wanted to have a good relationship with Hao Qingshan, she had to do something. Hao Qingshan was surprised by Su Swaining's behavior. She had really changed a lot. She was thinking so carefully now. When Lu Yuchen was about to refuse, she nodded in agreement. Take the money and buy some food for the kids. Buy some candy too. I'll arrange for people to go into the mountains to drive away those wild animals soon. Hearing Hao Qingshan say this, Lu Yuchen could only accept the money and tearfully thank her. Thank you, Captain Hao. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at Su Swaning.
Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Swaning smiled slightly.
You're welcome. It's best if the children stay healthy and happy. While speaking, Song Shuangxi also hurried over and sat in the ambulance with Lu Yuchen to go to the city. Su Swaning watched the car leave and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, she followed along. Otherwise, Feng Shenhua might have exaggerated in front of Hu Qingshan, saying she fed stray dogs, which caused them to run into the yard and bite the children. Then she looked at Hu Qingshan beside her. Shall we go home? Hu Qingshan glanced at her. You go back first. I need to organize some tasks at the team. Su Swaning was right. The mountains had many stray dogs and wild boars. Right now, it was a lean season. Today, only a stray dog bit someone, but if these wild animals came down from the mountain, the danger would be greater. Although it hadn't happened before, it might happen in the future. Just like today's incident with the aggressive dog, something that had never happened before. Su Swaning watched happily as Hu Qingshan left. This man was willing to accept advice, which meant they could communicate. Feng Shenhua was furious. She missed a good opportunity, and Su Swaning escaped again. And Lu Yuchen, who only gave 5 yuan and then became silent. Why wasn't she bothering Su Swaning? Usually she also disliked Su Swaning, right? Feng Shenhua was also unhappy with Su Swaning. What did she mean just now? What does she mean by not stopping her? Su Swaning was feeding the dogs with a biscuit. She saw this through the window and was just sulking, not thinking about stopping her. Was she supposed to the biscuit from the dog's mouth? Su Swaning turned to look at the two sisters and could tell they were both in a bad mood. She smiled and said, Shanghua's sister-in-law, Shenhua, I'll go back first. Then she touched her flat stomach and supported her waist as she slowly left. Feng Shenhua was so angry her teeth almost ground together. Watching her walk away, she dared to mutter to Feng Shenhua, Sister, look at her. What is she so proud of? That shameless trash ran off with someone, and now she has the nerve to come back? Feng Shenhua was shocked and turned around. Seeing no one nearby, she pinched Feng Shenhua's arm. What nonsense are you talking? Watch your mouth in the courtyard. This isn't our village. You can't just say whatever you want. Feng Shenhua felt the pain and was very unconvinced. Did I say something wrong? Don't you think the same? Such a person doesn't deserve Brother Hua. Feng Shenhua, experienced and wise, suddenly sensed something from her sister's words and became more serious. Shenhua, stop having these inappropriate thoughts. You're a young girl, do you want people to poke your back? Feng Shenhua chuckled. Sister, I bet you that Su Swaning and Brother Hu won't last long. Feng Shenhua didn't understand what was wrong with her younger sister, but she cared about her reputation. Can you grow up? It doesn't matter to me and your brother. If you develop unwanted thoughts, I'll send you back home.
Shanhua didn't want to go back.
It was a time of communal meals, and she had to earn work points to get by. She worked tirelessly, but the points she earned were never enough for a year's worth of food and drinks. Life in the family compound was not better. Seeing her sister silent, Feng Chanhua finally couldn't bear it anymore. This sister had always been pretty, never darkened by the sun, fair and delicate, like a city girl. Neighbors said that Shanhua would definitely marry a city man and live a good life someday. After thinking for a moment, she said, "You're already 18. Your brother-in-law's team has many good unmarried young men. Do you want to meet them?" Shanhua, who had been reborn, was focused on Huiqingshan. How could she like anyone else? She shook her head. "Sister, I don't want to marry yet. Maybe in a couple of years." She didn't believe she couldn't outlast Su Suining. After breakfast, Su Suining started tidying up the small yard. Her body was quite weak, especially since she was pregnant. She only cleared the weeds, picked up the stones and bricks, and swept the yard clean. She was exhausted. She quickly sat on a small stool to rest, taking 2 pieces of old bread bought by Huiqingshan to eat. She needed to eat more quickly and strengthen her body so that she wouldn't suffer malnutrition in later pregnancy, which could make childbirth difficult. It was hard to believe. She had originally planned to stay single and childless, save 500,000 yuan, and move to the countryside to retire in a small yard. But fate had other plans, bringing her straight to the countryside and making her a surrogate mother. Su Suining couldn't help but smile with narrowed eyes. Luckily, she had studied hard since childhood and loved learning as she grew up. Even in the 1970s, she believed she could live well. Biting her bread, she looked at the small yard of just a few square meters. She planned to plant flowers outside the fence, build a shed, fix a stove, make a dining table, and even add a water tank for washing things. She already envisioned a clean, rustic outdoor kitchen. But it wouldn't be easy. Building a shed required wood, and she didn't know how to build a stove. She would need Huiqingshan's help for those. Thinking of this, her eyes lit up. She decided to cook something delicious at noon to please Huiqingshan. After finishing the last bite of bread, she got up, went back inside, took some money and food coupons, and also grabbed a small sickle from the corner of the wall to put in her basket. She carried everything and headed out. Military family members can go to the service center near the division headquarters to buy things. Inside, there are rice, flour, grains, oils, and various foods, all available. Even needles and thread are there. Su Suining carries a basket of vegetables as she leaves the family residence. She encounters Feng Shanhua and a military wife named Li Qin, who are chatting. Each of them is holding a basket of vegetables, as if waiting for someone. Li Qin sees Su Suining but acts as if she doesn't notice her and turns away. Feng Shanhua cheerfully greets her sister-in-law. "Are you here to buy vegetables too? Isn't Brother Hua bringing you meals?" Su Suining is annoyed by Feng Shanhua's overly sweet attitude. She seems much older inside, like someone in their 50s or 60s, still pretending to be innocent and young. She stops and smiles at her. "Didn't you say Huiqingshan was hurt? I'm here to buy some meat to help him recover." Once she speaks, Feng Shanhua becomes nervous. Yesterday, she made a slip-up, feeling anxious all day. When Huiqingshan came home for dinner, she worried he might tell her brother-in-law something. She doesn't want to explain, fearing she might be labeled a spy if she can't clarify. This matter could be big or small. Her brother-in-law didn't ask her about it last night, so she thought it was over. But now, Su Suining brings it up again, mentioning it in front of Li Qin, who is well known in the courtyard. Later, Li Qin says, "Isn't it causing trouble for the whole family if everyone finds out?" Seeing Feng Shanhua silent and looking innocent, Su Suining reminds her, "You said my Qingshan was hurt. How could you forget?" Feng Shanhua can only grit her teeth and nod. "Yes, sister-in-law. Please go ahead." She feels something is wrong. Every time she meets Su Suining, even though she usually has the advantage, she ends up being led astray. After Su Suining walks away, Li Qin leans over and asks, "Shanhua, you said Commander who was hurt? Where exactly? Is it serious?" Feng Shenhua hesitates. I don't know. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I'll see if my sister has arrived yet. The service center usually gets fresh vegetables from the city in the morning and only returns around noon, so there are many people buying vegetables now. Because the previous owner had poor relationships, it saved Su Suining some trouble. She doesn't need to greet everyone. Just wait in line. When it's her turn, only half a pig and 2 pigs trotters are left. Seeing others rush to buy fatty meat, she guesses they are making lard, which lasts a long time. She also buys 2 jin of thick pork belly and a pig's trotters. She plans to cook the pig's trotters for Hui Qingshan to help his health, and then render the fat into oil. On the way here, I saw many wild vegetables in the fields and woods. I could dig some to take home and make dumplings with pork fat and wild vegetables. This is healthier than the wild vegetables later dug from the roadside green belts. Su Suining felt very happy thinking about it. She carried the meat and bought some condiments, including a bottle of soy sauce, then turned around to go back. She also met Feng Shenhua, and Li Qin, who had just arrived. Su Suining didn't plan to greet them. She carried her basket past them and overheard Feng Shenhua deliberately ask Li Qin, sister-in-law, is it true that the cultural troupe is coming to perform? Brother Hu personally went to pick them up. There were rumors that Brother Hu has a girlfriend in the troupe. Is that true? She wasn't interested in listening to the rest. One thing she couldn't understand was, since she was the heroine, why was Feng Shenhua so unrefined? She didn't care whether Hui Qingshan had a girlfriend before. Based on Hui Qingshan's sense of responsibility now, he wouldn't be a man who cheats while married. Even if she couldn't change the story in the book and eventually divorced Hui Qingshan, with the policy relaxing, she could live well. She cheered herself up and hummed a song as she walked back happily. Passing by the fields, she saw the wild vegetables on the shady side of the embankment still tender. She squatted down and dug some up. Li Zigua drove Hui Qingshan out of the military office. Seeing a woman squatting by the field, dressed quite nicely, he couldn't help but look twice in surprise. "Commander, that looks like sister-in-law," he said. Hui Qingshan also saw Su Suining, who was still wearing the light green sweater from this morning. She was actually squatting by the ground digging wild vegetables. Her behavior made him even more confused. Seeing the commander turn to look, Li Zigua smartly stepped on the brake and slowed down the car. Hui Qingshan was about to scold Li Zigua when suddenly, a black and yellow dog appeared in the field and rushed quickly towards Su Suining. Hui Qingshan shouted for the car to stop and drew his pistol, shooting at the approaching wild dog. The gunshot hit the dog, which fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Su Suining, who had been squatting by the embankment, rolled into a small ditch nearby when the dog charged at her, still holding a small sickle in her hand. She saw the wild dog rushing toward her and knew she couldn't outrun it. She decided to hold onto her sickle and fight the dog to the death. A gunshot rang out. The dog lay about 3 or 4 meters away, but the sound of the gunshot startled her so much she was knocked into the ditch. Su Suining took a deep breath. As she stood up from the ditch with her small sickle, Hu Qingshan and Li Zigua had already arrived nearby. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining, who was covered in grass debris. "Are you okay?" Su Suining touched her stomach and smiled at Hu Qingshan. "I'm fine. I was just startled when the gunshot rang out." Hu Qingshan followed her gaze and saw her stomach, his eyes showing some concern. He then turned to Li Zigua, who was watching the stray dog. "What happened?" Li Zigua kicked the dead dog and looked puzzled. "Captain, it looks like a jackal dog. Its tail is quite large." Hu Qingshan crouched down to examine it carefully, frowning. "Later, when we go back, have the team bring 2 military dogs to the residential area." Su Suining, curious about the jackal dog, also went to look. It looked similar to a dog, but its ears weren't big, and its tail was fluffy with a black tip. She asked with some doubt, "Are there jackal dogs in the mountains?" Hu Qingshan didn't answer. Instead, Li Zigua quickly explained, "There are wolves and wild boars in these mountains. Deeper in the forest, there are bears and other wild animals. But these animals usually don't come down the mountain." Su Suining shrank her neck, thinking that perhaps the environment was better now, with fewer people, so more wild animals might be around. Hu Qingshan stood up and called to Li Zigua, "Get a pioneer shovel from the car and bury the jackal dog in the woods." Li Zigua responded and ran to the car to fetch a shovel. As Hu Qingshan turned around, Su Suining noticed a blood stain on his shoulder, staining his military uniform red. She exclaimed, "Hu Qingshan, your shoulder wound is bleeding." Hu Qingshan also felt his shoulder wound reopen. He had been too anxious during the gunfire and hadn't paid attention to his stance. The recoil from the gun had reopened his wound. Concerned, Su Suining hurriedly moved in front of Hu Qingshan. "Is the wound open again?" "It's bleeding now. You need to get it treated quickly." She had noticed before that the wound was on his shoulder. "Doesn't he feel pain?" He was so tough. Hu Qingshan replied coldly, "It's nothing, a small injury." Seeing Li Zigua coming over with a shovel, digging a hole in the woods to bury the jackal dog, she also reminded him, "Later, when we go back, bring some lime to sprinkle on it, to prevent bacteria." Li Zigua nodded and stepped on the loose soil, then looked up at Hu Qingshan's blood-stained shoulder. "Captain, should I take you to the medical team?" This time, Hu Qingshan didn't refuse and followed Li Zigua to the vehicle. Su Suining quickly grabbed her vegetable basket and followed to the back seat. "I'm coming too." She wanted to check how serious Hu Qingshan's injury was, then go back and think of some nutritious food to help him recover. During the dressing change at the health station, Hu Qingshan told Li Zigua to go back first and follow up on the two things he just mentioned. Seeing Su Suining standing at the door not leaving, he pursed his lips and gave up on asking her to go home first. He realized that Su Suining now had a skill to filter his words automatically. She only listened to what she wanted to hear and did what she wanted to do. Hu Qingshan turned around, facing away from the door, letting the doctor change his dressing. Su Suining was first frightened by the fierce wound on Hu Qingshan's shoulder blade. Looking at the irregular shape of the wound, it seemed to be a gunshot passing through his chest. Such wounds are the hardest to heal. The doctor treated the wound and started wrapping it with gauze. At that moment, Su Suining was again attracted by Hu Qingshan's physique. His bronze-colored skin, broad shoulders, narrow waist, and smooth back muscles all radiated strong vitality. Su Suining, who had been single until she was 26 and suddenly died, had never seen such a good physique up close before. She even wanted to reach out and touch if his abdominal muscles were really as hard as chocolate. The doctor finished wrapping Hu Qingshan's wound and helped him put on his clothes, saying, "Captain Hu, you can't exert yourself too much." Luckily, this time it only opened slightly. Then he looked at Su Suining standing at the door and said, "Sister-in-law, go home and prepare some nutritious meals for the captain, so his wound can heal faster." Su Suining's eyes sparkled as she lifted the basket in her hand. "Don't worry, I've already bought everything. I'll start cooking when I get home." The doctor was a bit surprised. He had seen Su Suining a few times before but had never seen her so kind and cheerful. He nodded and said, "Yes, eat more nutritious food. It will help the wound heal faster." Hu Qingshan buttoned up his military uniform, turned around, and looked at Su Suining with a frown. Her previous careless and unhidden gaze seemed as if she wanted to burn a hole in his back. But now, her eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Su Suining raised the basket again. "Shall we go home?" This time, Hu Qingshan didn't refuse and followed her out of the health station together. Su Suining suddenly remembered something. "Wait for me a moment. I want to ask the doctor if there are any foods I should avoid." Hu Qingshan wanted to refuse, but before he could, Su Suining had already grabbed her basket and jogged back. After a while, she came out with a bright smile. The basket now contained more gauze, cotton swabs, and Yunnan baiyao. She squinted and smiled at Hu Qingshan. "From now on, I won't bother Dr. Chen to change your dressing all the time. I can do it at home." Hu Qingshan ignored her radiant smile and slightly frowned. "Let's go." On the way back, Hu Qingshan slowed his steps to make sure Su Suining could keep up without getting tired. Su Suining noticed that Hu Qingshan not only didn't like talking to her, but he was also a serious and quiet person. But that's okay. She preferred talking. As they walked, she asked, "Can we dig up wild vegetables from the orchard across from the health team?" Hu Qingshan didn't understand why Su Suining suddenly became interested in digging wild vegetables. Usually, people only do that when there's nothing else to eat because wild vegetables are dry and sometimes a bit bitter, not very tasty. He replied, yes, as long as you don't damage the fruit trees. She had just seen that the orchard still had plenty of wild chives, shepherd's purse, and purslane. People aren't very interested in wild vegetables now because they've eaten enough, and eating wild vegetables is a symbol of hard times. But she really loved these wild vegetables. When they reached the gate of the residential compound, a guard dog was already chained there, and soldiers were on duty. Hu Qingshan told Su Suining to go back first. He stopped to talk to the guard. After Su Suining left, Hu Qingshan reminded the guard to be alert for wild animals and to shoot if necessary. Then, as he saluted the guard and was about to enter the gate, Feng Shenhua called out cheerfully from behind, "Brother, wait a minute. I have something to tell you." Seeing Hu Qingshan stop, Feng Shenhua quickly walked a few steps to his side, avoiding the guard, and whispered, "Brother Hu, don't you think sister-in-law is acting strange?" Hu Qingshan just frowned slightly, then entered the yard and looked at Feng Shenhua. "What do you want to say?" Feng Shenhua glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then nervously pinched her sleeve. "I know this might not sound right, but brother Hu, you're such a good person. I really can't bear to see you being fooled." She was over 50 years old, reborn, and knew how to talk to get others curious. She paused, seeing that Hu Qingshan didn't speak, and continued, "I heard some things in the city. Sister-in-law liked that man before, and asked her for a lot of money. Sister-in-law promised she would give him the money. When I went to the hospital to visit my sister-in-law, I saw that man at the gate. He was talking to the security guard. I overheard and confirmed that he is the man my sister-in-law likes. Anyway, rumors spread easily, and once spoken, people believe them." Hu Qingshan frowned. "Are you sure what you said is true?" Feng Shenhua quickly raised her hand and swore, "Yes, I heard that man ask the guard about my sister-in-law. I also heard him say that he and my sister-in-law are truly in love, but some reasons prevent them from being together. I don't dare tell others these things, not even my sister. Brother Hua, I'm just worried you might be fooled. My sister-in-law has changed so much. She must have her own thoughts. You must be careful." Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I understand." He turned and walked away quickly. Feng Shenhua was stunned. She had made up all that, but did Hu Qingshan really listen? It seemed like he didn't care much. Which man would tolerate his wife looking for another man and even spending money on him? When Hu Qingshan got home, Su Suining was already wearing a light red jacket. She was squatting in the yard, washing wild vegetables with her sleeves rolled up. The tender green vegetables fluttered in her delicate, fair fingers, water shining and sparkling, surprisingly beautiful. Hu Qingshan paused for 2 seconds, then Su Suining looked up suddenly and smiled at him. "You're back? I just started the fire. We'll make dumplings for lunch." She learned how to start a fire after watching Hu Qingshan do it twice. She tried it and found that as long as she had some fire starters, it wasn't so hard. Hu Qingshan went inside to check the stove. Su Suining couldn't really start a fire. She just threw coal directly on top without removing the ashes. She squatted down to tidy up and relit the fire. She carried the washed vegetables in and looked a bit surprised. "Did I do it wrong?" Hu Qingshan rarely spoke more. "Before starting a fire, you need to clean out the ashes from the stove, then add the coal." Su Suining responded, "Oh, I'll pay attention next time. I didn't realize there were so many skills involved in starting a fire." Afterward, she hurried to cut meat, preparing to cook the fat into lard. Hu Qingshan saw her struggling with the knife. "Let me do it." Su Suining stopped him. "No need. Your shoulder is injured, so don't move around.
Sit and rest.
I'll recover soon." Hu Qingshan didn't sit down. Instead, he found a whetstone. "I'll help you sharpen the knife." Su Suining did not refuse and handed over the kitchen knife. She watched Hu Qingshan sitting at the small table, sharpening the knife. His long fingers pressed on the side of the blade, rubbing back and forth on the whetstone. Every was firm, but looked very pleasing to watch. This made her feel a bit dreamy. Usually simple days like this should be like this. Su Suining is good at doing chores, working quickly and neatly. She melted pig fat and set it aside. When the pig fat residue cooled, she started making dough. Hu Qingshan went out for a walk and came back. By then, Su Suining had already wrapped the dumplings, which looked round and plump, arranged neatly. She smiled at Hu Qingshan entering the house. Perfect timing. I'm just about to cook the dumplings.
Dinner will be ready soon.
She casually added, it's too hot inside. Please open the door for some air, and also open the window. We really shouldn't be cooking indoors today. Hu Qingshan didn't reply, but obediently followed her instructions. After she finished the dumplings, she watched the white, chubby dumplings float to the surface. She felt her mouth watering and couldn't help but think about eating white noodles with Hu Qingshan. If she had traveled to the countryside, could she have lived such a good life? Thinking of this, she smiled even sweeter at Hu Qingshan. Want some smashed garlic? No? Well, in the afternoon, you're going to the community group. Since garlic has a strong smell, let's add some chili and vinegar instead. Hu Qingshan was almost dazzled by her bright smile. Only then did he notice a bowl of chili oil on the table. It used quite a bit of oil, making the bowl look shiny and red, very tempting. Who would normally use so much oil? Usually, chili oil isn't made for festivals. At most, they mix soy sauce with a little water.
But he didn't say anything.
He was just thinking about whether the oil coupons she had would be enough. Su Suining scooped out the dumplings and cheerfully called, dinner's ready. She placed 3 large plates of dumplings on the table. While she went to get chopsticks and bowls, Hu Qingshan brought over the pot, covered the stove, and casually placed a kettle of water on the stove. Su Suining was momentarily stunned. Hu Qingshan was really thoughtful. After washing his hands and sitting down, Su Suining quickly handed him the vinegar bottle. Add some chili and vinegar. Dipping dumplings in them tastes great. She had already poured half a bowl herself. Hu Qingshan took the vinegar bottle, looked at the steaming dumplings on the table, then at Su Suining's beaming face. For the first time in half a year of marriage, he felt a bit of a homely feeling here. Su Suining was good at mixing fillings. The dumplings were tender and juicy, the best he had ever eaten in his life. Because she was willing to add plenty of oil, pig fat residue, and meat, how could the dumplings not taste delicious? Su Suining saw that Hu Qingshan kept calling dumplings jiaozi, which was quick and polite. She felt happy because it showed he appreciated her cooking skills. There are some pig fat scraps left. Later, I'll dig up some wild vegetables and make buns. Hu Qingshan rarely responded directly. Be careful when you go. The peach blossoms are blooming, and there are many mountain peaks. Su Suining's smile grew brighter. Hu Qingshan reminding her meant their relationship was getting closer. She nodded happily. I will be careful. Also, about the shed outside, can you find some soldiers to help? I can't move it myself. Hu Qingshan nodded.
Sure.
I'll call people this afternoon. Just tell them what kind of help you need. Su Suining was satisfied. She liked having someone to respond to her and always willing to help. They made 3 plates of dumplings. She ate 1, and the remaining 2 were all eaten by Hu Qingshan. Su Suining felt her stomach had grown round. Her appetite was more than double that of the original owner. If she kept eating like this, she probably wouldn't have trouble giving birth and dying during labor. While she was distracted, someone outside called out, Su Suining, telegram. Request failed. Hu Qingshan was about to refuse when Su Suining said, last night, I felt a bit sick in my stomach in the middle of the night. This morning I woke up and still had stomach pain. If something happens, there's no one around to help. Her words were half true, half false, but Hu Qingshan believed her. He paused and nodded. Later, I'll bring the bedding back, tidy up the outer room, and we'll sleep outside. Su Suining thought that was good. Moving back was a big step, and she would take things slowly from there. Looking at the new stove built with mud, it looked a bit dirty. She worried that placing a plate or something underneath might make it dirtier. She looked at Hu Qingshan. Do you have a large enough blue stone slab? Putting one on top might keep it cleaner. Hui Qingshan looked at her serious face and nodded again. I'll go to the river later to find one. The stove will need 2 days to be ready. Su Suining was happy.
No rules.
I'll cook. You can rest in the yard. They probably couldn't cook pig's feet tonight, as she had already salted them, planning to eat them tomorrow noon. Tonight, she would make flatbreads, cook some porridge, and toss wild vegetables for a healthy and tasty meal. Yesterday, Hui Qingshan had eaten scallion pancakes at Yan Jianjiang's house and thought they were delicious. But Su Suining's pancakes were even more fragrant, with some pig fat scraps inside, making them crispy and tasty. She also mixed in some wild shepherd's purse, which made them even better. I was still a bit surprised. How good is Su Suining at cooking? I haven't tried her food before, so I didn't know. Su Suining made 3 pancakes, filled with crispy oil and pork fat bits. They were fragrant and chewy, but they shouldn't be left out to cool, or they wouldn't taste good. She ate one, and Hu Qingshan ate 2. They also had a small plate of cold dishes, just enough for one meal. After eating well for 2 days, Su Suining felt energized, and her mind became sharper. While watching Hu Qingshan wash the dishes, she went to tidy up the small bed against the wall, clearing away the clutter. Neither of them spoke, but the atmosphere was surprisingly peaceful. At the Yan family, Yan Jianzhang was on duty at the group tonight and didn't come back. Feng Chunhua made some corn cakes and cooked a pot of plain dumpling soup. During dinner, she looked at the silent Feng Shunhua and couldn't help but give her a stern talk. Shunhua, I understand your little plans. I can see it, and so can the people in the yard. If they find out, they might ruin your chances.
How will you marry then?
Feng Shunhua mumbled softly. I don't want to marry anyone else. Feng Chunhua glared and asked, What did you say? Are you crazy? How dare you say that? If you're not marrying someone else, who do you want to marry? Hu Qingshan? Feng Shunhua was annoyed and blurted out, Sis, believe it or not, before I came here, I had a dream. I dreamed that I would marry Hu Qingshan in the future. Feng Chunhua immediately thought Feng Shunhua was seriously ill. Such a ridiculous thing to dream about. You're really crazy. Even if Su Suining and Hu Qingshan divorced, you're only 18. Are you willing to marry a man twice your age with a second marriage? Feng Shunhua frowned. Sis, if you don't believe me, that's fine. Hu Qingshan might become a high-ranking official someday. If I marry him, I could become a government wife. Feng Chunhua still didn't believe her, and thought Feng Shunhua was just talking nonsense. Do you think it's easy to become a high official? Hu Qingshan, like us, came from the mountains. Reaching the group leader position is already rare. Without connections or background, how can you keep climbing? Look at your brother-in-law. He's been a political commissar for years, but he's too old to get promoted anymore. If he can't move up, he'll have to transfer back home. She had been in the family compound for so many years and understood one thing. Either you're educated and have strong military skills, or you have a good family background. You come to tough places to train for a couple of years, earn some experience, and then leave. Although Hu Qingshan was a famous soldier in the Northwest Military District, he lacked higher education, which was a disadvantage. It's hard to move up, and how can he become a very high-ranking official? Feng Shunhua was also unsure how Qingshan became a high-ranking official in his previous life. She remembered clearly that she wouldn't make mistakes about that. She had seen him on TV before. Also, the people in the family compound hadn't changed since her past life. Feng Chunhua found it hard to explain, then said, still the same. If you develop any inappropriate thoughts, I will definitely send you back. I think Su Suining's suggestion is good. Finding a young man around your age in the group. Feng Shunhua looked at her sister in surprise. Su Suining gave you that advice? Feng Chunhua nodded. Yes, she probably saw something. I tell you, Su Suining is educated and clever. Don't try to outsmart her. Feng Shunhua felt frustrated again. At worst, she would stay quiet for a few months. She didn't believe that Su Suining was different from her past life and that she wouldn't die. Su Suining still wanted to take a bath. She had eaten a lot today and the room was hot, so she was sweating a lot as her body recovered. She thought that only the military office had a bathhouse, and in cold weather, Everyone went there. When it was hot, they washed with water at home. The original owner had never gone to a bathhouse before. She always washed at home with boiled water. She found a large iron basin under the bed, took it outside to wash, and while Qingshan went to the dormitory to get bedding, she planned to take a quick bath. She brought the basin into the room, filled it with water, washed her hair first, then poured out the water and refilled it to wash her body. After a quick rinse, she was sweaty again. Su Suining hurriedly finished her bath, feeling exhausted. She heard movement outside. Qingshan had returned. She dried herself, changed into clean clothes, and wrapped her wet hair with a towel. She wanted to ask Qingshan to help pour out the water, but remembered his shoulder injury. So, she decided to carry the basin out herself. She carried the basin to the door and pushed it open just as Qingshan was arriving, nearly bumping into him. He took a step back, looked at Su Suining with her hair wrapped in a towel, her small, white face showing, her eyes moist and clear. She was wearing a floral nightgown, the collar slightly wet, clinging to her fair skin, revealing a hint of a porcelain-like collarbone. Qingshan paused, then quickly looked away. "Should I help you pour out the water?" he asked. Su Suining smiled. "No need, no need. Your shoulder is injured, so don't move around. Rest quickly. I'll finish pouring the water in a few minutes." She carried the basin outside and passed by Qingshan. She caught a faint scent of fresh fragrance, so she turned toward the bed by the mountain wall. As she bent to tidy the bed, her mind felt a little chaotic. She realized she was influenced by Su Suining. Su Suining finished pouring water and washed the basin again, then put it back under the bed. She came out, wiping her hair, and asked Hao Qingshan, "Do you have time tomorrow morning?" Hao Qingshan turned to look at her, about to ask what she needed. When he saw her stretching her arms to wipe her hair, he noticed her arms pressing against certain areas. She wasn't wearing anything inside her clothes. Su Suining didn't realize that the underwear she was wearing felt uncomfortable, probably because she was pregnant, and her chest was also tender and swollen. Not wearing it now felt much better. Seeing Hao Qingshan silent, she asked again, "Do you have time tomorrow?" Hao Qingshan turned his face away and swallowed, feeling dry. "What do you need?" Su Suining smiled and said, "I want to go to the town to buy some things."
Can you take me?
She wanted to see if there were jars for lard in the town. She saw some at the service station during the day, but none suited her. She also wanted to buy a few other things. She'd decide once she got there. Hao Qingshan didn't refuse. "After breakfast tomorrow, I'll ask Li Jigua to drive us." When Su Suining was about to go inside, she remembered something else. "Is the bookstore in town open?" Hao Qingshan shook his head. "No, it's closed." "What book do you want to buy?" Su Suining squinted her eyes and smiled. "Of course, a book to help me think better." She happily went back inside, not expecting Hao Qingshan to be so easy to talk to. After Hao Qingshan lay down, he still couldn't sleep. The room was a bit hot. He pulled the quilt off and threw it aside, but still couldn't fall asleep. There was the smell of food and a faint scent left by Su Suining. In the dark night, it became more noticeable, making the house feel more like a home. The next morning, Su Suining got up. Hao Qingshan had already come back from the dining hall with breakfast, steamed buns, pickles, and eggs. Feeling cheerful, Su Suining went to wash up. When she sat down again, she saw Hao Qingshan take out some malted milk and quickly said, "Let me make you a cup too. You need nutrition." She brought 2 bowls over. Hao Qingshan obediently poured 2 bowls and pushed the extra one towards Su Suining. She didn't refuse and happily picked up a steamed bun. "Is this what you eat every morning at the dining hall?" Hao Qingshan nodded. "Almost. On Fridays, we have vegetarian buns. Other days, it's mixed flour buns. Eggs are also 1 per person, served in limited amounts." Su Suining was curious. "What about meat?" "Once a week, there's a big piece of meat. Usually, they add some mincemeat, just enough to give a meaty flavor." Considering the intense training, the food in the army was already quite good. Su Suining asked questions, and Hao Qingshan answered briefly. Their conversation was simple and polite, and they finished breakfast peacefully. Just as they finished, Li Jigua arrived to pick them up in his car. Su Suining still felt a bit excited. The town was 3 or 4 kilometers away, and many people walked there, but she couldn't walk that far. On the way, they saw Feng Shenhua carrying a child on her back and holding the hand of a 4 or 5-year-old, walking toward the town with Li Qin. They probably went shopping. When Feng Shenhua heard the car, she stopped and looked back. A jeep approached, and she clearly saw Hu Qingshan sitting in the front passenger seat and Su Suining in the back. Hu Qingshan was actually out with Su Suining. Li Qin also saw Hu Qingshan and Su Suining in the car. She whispered, gossiping, "Is Captain Hua and Su Suining back together? They're going out together. I've noticed Su Suining has changed a lot these days. She looks even prettier." Feng Shenhua was feeling upset. She was carrying a small child and holding a big one, trying to show she was a responsible and capable housewife at home, hoping Hu Qingshan would hear about it. But he didn't even look her way. She frowned and kept walking forward. Li Qin didn't notice Feng Shenhua's bad mood and kept talking to herself. Captain Hua is such a good person. Marrying Su Suining was a waste. But his mother is not easy to deal with. She's not a kind person. Feng Shenhua was curious. Did Captain Hua's mother come here? Li Qin, known for being very talkative and not keeping secrets, gossiped with Feng Shenhua. She came 2 years ago, trying to get Captain Hua to marry the village secretary's daughter. He didn't agree, and she caused a big fuss and left. That old lady, she's not easy. She smokes dried tobacco, and her eyes are sharp. She's always scheming. In the end, the leaders convinced her to leave. Because of her, Captain Hua's promotions have been difficult. Feng Shenhua frowned. Didn't his mother come to his wedding? Li Qin shook her head. No, she didn't come. No one knows why. Maybe she wasn't notified. Anyway, Captain Hua's wedding was rushed. Some say he liked a girl before and married her, so he just found someone else to marry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have married someone as difficult as Su Suining. Feng Shenhua hadn't expected this. Who did Captain Hua like before? Li Qin looked around to make sure no one was listening and whispered, "A female doctor at the health team." Otherwise, how could Hu Qingshan be 28 and still unmarried? I don't know if it's true, so don't spread it around. Feng Shenhua nodded. Don't worry, I won't say anything. She felt a heavy, uncomfortable feeling inside her. She seemed to have heard before that Qingshan had a past relationship with a female doctor from the health team. The town is called Hongqi Town, even smaller than Su Suining thought. It has only 2 main streets, with the supply and marketing cooperative, the grocery store, and the commune all together, plus a small state-run cafeteria. The walls are covered with slogans and posters. It was the busy spring season, so there weren't many people on the streets. Qingshan accompanied Su Suining to the supply store. She looked around and chose a medium-sized pig fat jar, similar to the one used for canned cakes she later ate, with a lid. She also bought Sichuan pepper, star anise, and a basin. Their current home didn't have many cooking tools. The basin was used for washing vegetables and kneading dough. In the end, she bought a few plates, bowls, and a pair of chopsticks. As she picked out the dishes, she told Qingshan, "The last time you ate at Commissar Yan's house, we should invite them over too. Since we all live in the same courtyard, we need to build good relations." She knew that Yan Jianzhong worked in political affairs, so she wanted to keep him quiet. Her marriage to Qingshan depended on this. Qingshan looked at her serious expression, worried he might get a broken bowl with A. Suddenly, he felt that living like this might be quite good. After choosing the items, Qingshan carried some, and Su Suining held the basin and went to the car. When Li Jigua started the car, he suddenly exclaimed, "Commander, isn't that Dr. Zhu Hong?" In the back seat, Su Suining saw Qingshan suddenly straighten his back, as if stiffening. He then looked ahead, where a woman in a white shirt and black long skirt was standing by the roadside. From a distance, she was hard to see clearly, but her slender figure and good posture were obvious. Li Jigua asked again, "Commander, should we go over and ask Dr. Zhu Hong if she needs a ride?" Qingshan's voice turned a bit colder. "No need." Su Suining immediately sensed some gossip. What was the connection between Qingshan and that Zhu Hong? The car drove past the woman. Qingshan looked straight ahead with a blank expression. Su Suining couldn't help but glance, and was surprised to find that the woman's demeanor seemed somewhat similar to the original owner, with delicate features and a hint of sadness. Su Suining thought, could it be that Qingshan married the original owner because she looked like that woman? Is she a stand-in? Su Suining wanted to take a closer look at the woman, but the car had already turned a corner and she couldn't see her anymore. However, Su Suining's mind was very quick. If Hu Qingshan married the original owner to be a substitute, then she would just be a good substitute and work hard to please him. When Hu Qingshan was happy, they could divorce later, and she might get more things. Or maybe Hu Qingshan could help her get a college spot. This way, she could go to university, secure a stable job, and after many years, while young people worry about delayed retirement, she could be enjoying her retirement pension by dancing in the park. Life would be so comfortable and happy. Plus, Hu Qingshan has a secret love, and the original owner has an ex-boyfriend.
Isn't that equal?
She wouldn't have to feel guilty anymore. Thinking about this, Su Suining couldn't help but smile happily. Hu Qingshan calmed his emotions, turned to look at Su Suining, and was about to ask if she wanted to buy anything when he saw her staring blankly ahead, smiling strangely with her teeth showing. Hu Qingshan cleared his throat. There's a farm tool shop ahead. Do you want to buy anything? Su Suining snapped out of her thoughts and quickly nodded. Yes. I want to buy a small shovel. A small shovel is more convenient for digging wild vegetables. Hu Qingshan nodded and asked Li Zigua to park the car in front. Su Suining bought a small shovel but found that the only had a head and no long wooden handle, which made her hesitant. She wouldn't know how to fix it back home. Hu Qingshan seemed to notice her dilemma. When we go back, I'll find a wooden handle and attach it. Her eyes lit up immediately. Okay, let's buy that. After buying everything and preparing to go home, Su Suining thought to herself that some items needed tickets, while others didn't. If no ticket was needed, the price would be higher. She spent less than 10 yuan on all these things, which was very worthwhile. They returned home. Feng Shenhua and Li Qin had just taken the children to the town, walked around but bought nothing, and were heading back. Su Suining thought it was still early, so she took the clothes she changed yesterday and soaked them in the yard. She also checked the stove. The mud had dried a bit and looked decent. While washing clothes, a soldier ran over and called for Hu Qingshan, saying someone from the group was looking for him. Su Suining vaguely heard the name Dr. Zhu Hong. It seemed the woman from the town had come looking for him earlier. She didn't mind and stood up, smiling sweetly at Hu Qingshan, who was about to leave, and said, "Come back for lunch? I'll make noodles." Hu Qingshan paused, nodded, and said goodbye before leaving with the soldier. Su Suining watched Hu Qingshan walk away with a smile, then sat down to continue washing clothes. Hu Qingshan could feel Su Suining's gaze always on him. Although he didn't understand why she was doing this, he felt a little touched inside. He thought that when he returned later, he would give her the food supply book and the oil book. Su Suining washed the clothes, then cooked pig's trotters and kneaded dough to make noodles. She also took some time to dig up some wild vegetables. She already enjoyed cooking delicious food, but before, she was too tired from work to do anything at home, and she was too lazy to cook when takeout was bad. Now, finally having time to do what she loved, although her conditions were limited, she was happy. When Hu Qingshan returned, Su Suining was sitting by the water tap, picking wild vegetables. She had a smile on her face and looked full of energy, glowing from inside out. She looked healthier than before, when she seemed tired and weak. Su Suining looked up and saw Hu Qingshan. She threw the wild vegetables into the sink and said, "I'm just waiting for you to come back and cook noodles. Today, we're having pig's trotters with noodles. You can wash your hands in the yard. It's very convenient here." After saying that, she went inside to cook. Hu Qingshan had never heard of pig's trotters with noodles before. Based on Su Suining's words, he washed his hands in the yard and went inside. At the dining table, there was a small basin of braised pig's trotters, shiny and oily, with thick sauce, and a plate of blanched wild vegetables. Su Suining finished cooking the noodles and brought back 2 large bowls. She served more to Hu Qingshan and less for herself. She also divided the braised pig's trotters, giving Hu Qingshan most of it. She kept 2 small pieces and some broth. Hu Qingshan looked at her serving food, paused, then picked up his chopsticks and tried to take a pig's trotters from his bowl to give to Su Suining. Su Suining stopped him. "That's enough for me. You're injured, so you should eat more. Also, you're the main support of the family, and your training is tough. You need to eat nutritious food." Hu Qingshan felt a bit moved. He looked at her deeply, didn't refuse anymore, and mixed the noodles in his bowl. Su Suining pushed the mixed wild vegetables toward him. "This is cold-braised wild vegetables, good for fighting bacteria and reducing inflammation. It's good for your health." Hu Qingshan noticed that the wild vegetables, which could be found everywhere, tasted quite special when prepared by Su Suining. As she watched him almost finish eating, Su Suining smiled and said, "I also want to plant some flowers near the yard. Can you help me get some flower seeds?" The family members in the yard might have some, but considering her relationship with everyone, Su Suining didn't want to bother them. Hu Qingshan nodded. "Okay, I'll ask around the team. The cook squad should have some." Su Suining's smile became even brighter. "Thank you. I want to plant a row of flowers outside the fence, preferably ones that repel mosquitoes. That way, in the summer evenings, we can sit in the yard for dinner without many bugs." Hu Qingshan had a strange feeling. This time, Su Suining really seemed serious about living a good life. After dinner, Hu Qingshan voluntarily took the bowls and chopsticks to wash in the yard. Su Suining didn't stop him. She was tired after working all morning and planned to go back inside for a nap, then come out in the afternoon to pick some wild vegetables. She ate a lot and exercised enough. Lying down, she quickly fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, the sun was leaning west, probably around 3 or 4 o'clock. Su Suining got up, washed her face, and discovered that Hu Qingshan not only washed the dishes, but also cleaned the wild vegetables she left in the sink, arranging them neatly. She couldn't help but smile. Does everyone in the army have OCD? They even keep wild vegetables so tidy. After washing her face, she put on a straw hat, carried a basket, and went to dig wild vegetables. She planned to dry some, so if winter came and there was no food, she could eat dried vegetables. Since she was free anyway, she went to the orchard opposite the health team to dig a bunch of wild vegetables. She didn't care if she could finish them all. She just dug first. She filled her basket with wild vegetables and was leaving the orchard when she saw Hu Qingshan talking to a girl. It was the girl she saw in town that morning, a white shirt and a long black skirt, slender and delicate, standing opposite Hu Qingshan. Even though they were more than 2 meters apart, Su Suining sensed some entanglement and flirtation. And from this distance, she could feel that Hu Qingshan was angry, radiating a cold aura. Zhu Hong said something, then lowered her head, wiping tears with a handkerchief, looking fragile and broken. Hu Qingshan took a step back, looked at her coldly, but didn't speak. Su Suining stayed where she was, unsure whether to go forward and let them see her. Would that make things awkward? Just as she hesitated, Hu Qingshan suddenly looked over at her and then walked toward her. Su Suining realized that Hu Qingshan was truly the male lead from the book. His emotions were very well hidden. In just a moment, he calmly approached her, reaching out to take the basket from her hand. "Why are you collecting so much again?" Su Suining waved her sore arm. "Thinking about winter when there's nothing to eat in the cold snow, so I want to dry some now to eat later." Hu Qingshan didn't argue. Who knew if Su Suining would still be here in winter? "Are we going home now?" Su Suining nodded and said, "Go home, sort out the wild vegetables, then we can have dinner." She spoke while walking forward, and when passing by Zhu Hong, she secretly slowed her pace to take a few quiet glances at her. Zhu Hong looked delicate and sickly, with a hint of sadness in her eyes and brows, just like the original owner, but her features were different, and she was taller than Zhu Hong. Su Suining felt a bit relieved. At least her features didn't match, which eased her mental pressure. Hu Qingshan didn't look at Zhu Hong at all and simply walked past her with Su Suining. Zhu Hong was a little unwilling and hesitated before calling out, Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan stopped cold and turned back with a cold look. I told you not to come to the special agent group again. If you come back and get caught as a spy, don't blame anyone. After saying that, he turned around and glanced at Su Suining. Let's go home. Su Suining had many questions but didn't know how to ask, and even if she asked Hu Qingshan, he probably wouldn't answer. So she kept quiet and said nothing, just chatting about trivial things. Hu Qingshan was good at controlling his emotions. Although he was clearly angry earlier, he remained calm when facing her now. At the entrance of the residential compound, they met Yan Jianzhong. Seeing that the two wanted to talk, Su Suining greeted them and then went home. Yan Jianzhong watched Su Suining walk away before turning to look at the vegetable basket in Hu Qingshan's hand. Why are you still out digging wild vegetables? The service cooperative has chives and bok choy now. Aren't they tastier than wild vegetables? The only reason to go digging was if there was nothing to eat. Hu Qingshan didn't explain that the wild vegetables Su Suining made were delicious. He simply replied, Mother-in-law dandelion has anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties. Eating more is good for health. Yan Jianzhong was a bit surprised. Did Hu Qingshan also know about this? But he was more concerned about another topic. Why did Zhu Hong come again? Hu Qingshan frowned. I don't know. I already told her to leave. Yan Jianzhong sighed. Really? If it's that bad, just call her father and ask him to bring her back. Hu Qingshan had no objection. You can arrange it as you see fit. They walked back while talking. Suddenly, Yan Jianzhong spoke. Want to come over for dinner tonight? My sister-in-law is a good cook. Maybe she can make chive and egg dumplings for us? Hu Qingshan refused without hesitation. No need. I'll eat at home. Yesterday's pork fat and vegetable dumplings were much tastier than chive and egg dumplings. Yan Jianzhong made a surprised sound. You won't eat dumplings? Then maybe next time. They parted at a fork in the road. Yan Jianzhong watched Hu Qingshan stride home and felt a bit puzzled. Seeing him walking with Su Suining earlier, he felt they looked quite a good match. Are they really getting along now? Thinking about it, couples often argue at night and make up by morning. They have a child now, so it's unlikely they are truly apart. Feeling happy, I went home and saw my wife picking chives in the yard. I mentioned Hu Qingshan and Su Suining are really back together. They even went to dig wild vegetables this afternoon. Feng Chunhua wasn't surprised. Over the past few days, Su Suining had changed a lot. It's good they're back together. What's there to argue about now that they have a child? Su Suining used to be too naive. Yan Jianzhong nodded in agreement. That's good. Captain Hu doesn't have to worry about family matters anymore.
My work is easier too.
Captain Hu even moved back home last night. Feng Shunhua was inside feeding the youngest, Huzi, when she overheard Yan Jianzhong and her sister talking outside. She felt so angry her teeth hurt. Hu Qingshan moved back. Does that mean they'll be sleeping in the same bed? Jealousy made her feel like she had poured a jar of old vinegar into her heart, sour and a little fierce. 2 days later, Hu Qingshan somehow got 2 flat, smooth green stone slabs and laid them on the stove. The stove suddenly looked very clean and neat. Su Suining felt happy just looking at it. Over the past few days, she had planted flower seeds around the fence, tidied up the uneven parts of the yard, and even set aside a small patch to plant scallions, so they'd have plenty to eat later. The yard looked a bit more like a proper place now, and Su Suining was very satisfied. Let's make some chive pockets for lunch and cook some millet porridge? Hu Qingshan had no objections. Over the past few days, she had gotten used to eating her cooking. No matter how simple the food was, she made it taste very good. Seeing that Hu Qingshan was silent but already starting to chop firewood, Su Suining couldn't help but smile. In these days, she noticed that Hu Qingshan didn't talk much or say sweet words. He was a bit reserved and straightforward. But he was very thoughtful and had a bit of a macho attitude inside. Still, he believed that all the hard work should be done by men. Providing for the family was also a man's duty. Especially that day when he handed her the grain and oil books, Su Suining felt a strong sense of responsibility, like she was taking on the main role in managing the household. She looked at the grain book. Every month, Huiqingshan's allowance included 25 jin of white flour, and she, as his family member, had 20 jin of white flour and 10 jin of cornmeal. They had 5 jin of oil each month. For just the two of them, that was enough, and they could eat very well. So, these past days, she carefully managed their expenses and ate well while saving money. Su Suining made semi-steamed chive pockets with thin, see-through skin. You could see the bright green chives, tender yellow eggs, and brown vermicelli inside. The skin was soft, thin, and chewy, once again impressing Huiqingshan. These past few days, Su Suining has been eating well, sleeping well, and feeling good. She has gained a few pounds, her face has become rounder, and her skin is whiter with a hint of pink. Huiqingshan couldn't help but keep looking at Su Suining's face. If she doesn't regain her memory, that might be better. Su Suining has figured out Huiqingshan's eating habits. She makes just enough food each time, slightly more, but Huiqingshan always finishes everything, making sure there's no leftover. While eating, she asked Huiqingshan, "Shouldn't your wound be changed now? Would you like me to help you change the dressing later?" Huiqingshan shook his head, "No need. I went to the health station to get it changed yesterday." Su Suining exclaimed, "Is your wound healing well?" Huiqingshan nodded, "Yes, it's fine. I can go back to the team next Monday." Su Suining knew that if Huiqingshan returned to the team, he could only eat dinner at home. She had more free time now and wondered if she could prepare some clothes for the children. Suddenly, a soldier ran to the gate and called out through the fence, "Sister-in-law, there's a comrade named Qin Jingchen looking for you." Su Suining was so startled that her chive pocket fell onto the table. Su Suining didn't understand why Qin Jingchen suddenly came here, especially so boldly to find her. Did he not know that breaking military marriage is a crime? When Huiqingshan heard Qin Jingchen's name, his eyes sharpened. He silently watched Su Suining, noticing her panicked movements, and began to suspect her amnesia again. Does she remember Qin Jingchen? Su Suining reacted quickly. She didn't want the trust they had built to be destroyed by this reckless man. Her little face changed, and she looked at Huiqingshan with a pitiful expression. "I've seen those letters. It's this man named Qin Jingchen who wrote them. I don't want to be involved with him. I don't know why he's here. Please come with me and see." Huiqingshan hesitated for a moment, looked into her eyes, and saw her panic and fear. He stood up, "Let's go." Su Suining told the little soldier to go back first and ask Qin Jingchen to wait. She would go out soon. Then she looked at Huiqingshan, who was about to stand up, and said, "Let's finish eating first. It'll get cold if we wait." After saying that, she picked up the chive pocket that had fallen on the table and slowly started eating. Huiqingshan saw she wasn't in a rush and sat down to eat steadily. Over the years in the army, he was good at understanding people, but he still couldn't figure out Su Suining's thoughts. After finishing her meal, Su Suining soaked her dishes in the pot before calmly heading to meet Qin Jingchen with Huiqingshan. As they stepped out of the gate, she saw a bespectacled man squatting by the roadside. When he saw them come out, he quickly stood up. He was about 1.7 meters tall, thin and fair, wearing glasses and a Zhongshan suit. A pen was tucked into the pocket of his jacket, a sign of a cultured person. Su Suining didn't understand why the original owner liked such a delicate, weak-looking young man. Qin Jingchen looked excited when he saw Su Suining, but when he saw Huiqingshan behind her, his face stiffened and he didn't dare to act too arrogant. "Suining, I've gone to work as a young intellectual in Tianjin village. Your parents asked me to stop by and see you," he said hurriedly. Su Suining was momentarily stunned. Tianjin village was just next to the army base, about 4 or 5 miles away. Seeing her silent, Qin Jingchen quickly added, "I grew up with you. If you need anything, you can find me at the Young Intellectual Station in Tianjin village." In her heart, she sneered. This man was really fearless, openly telling her to go find him in Tianjin village.
What good could come from that?
She looked at Chen Jingchun with a cold face. If you're a young intellectual, you should accept labor training properly. Even though we grew up together, men and women are different. Besides, I'm already married. It's not appropriate for me to find you. You're a man, so you don't care about your reputation, but I'm a woman and I care about mine, she said plainly. Chen Jingchun was a bit surprised. Su Suining had never spoken to him like that before. Was it because Hu Qingshan was nearby? After thinking for a moment, he forced a smile and looked at Hu Qingshan. Captain Hua, Suining, and I grew up together like siblings. Please don't think too much, he said. Su Suining cut him off immediately. We're not even from the same parents. How could we be siblings? We're going back to rest now. She noticed Chen Jingchun didn't seem to understand her words. If it weren't for Hu Qingshan standing there, she would have beaten him up. They couldn't stay at the gate for long. If someone saw them, there would be gossip. Hu Qingshan frowned coldly and looked at Chen Jingchun. Tianjin village? Those 3 words made Chen Jingchun nervous. Military and civilian areas were jointly built, and many farms were managed by the army. If Hu Qingshan went to see the village secretary, he might never return to the city. He quickly smiled. All right, I won't bother your rest. Suining, your parents miss you very much. If you have time, come home to visit. After saying that, he turned around and jogged away. Su Suining snorted coldly. My parents miss me? They just want to drain my blood. No, I mean they want to drain your blood. The sound was not loud, but Hu Qingshan heard it clearly. He didn't expect that Su Suining, who had lost her memory, was much more perceptive about her family. Su Suining was sure that Hu Qingshan could hear her decision, then smiled and said, Let's go back and take a nap. If Chen Jingchun comes again, can you tell him to stop ruining the military marriage and arrest him? Hu Qingshan hesitated for a moment. If he does something inappropriate, then yes.
Su Suining nodded.
All right, if he comes again, just arrest him. Hu Qingshan wasn't sure if Su Suining heard him. Arresting Chen Jingchun depended on him doing something wrong, like having physical contact with Su Suining. Chen Jingchun couldn't understand why, after not seeing Su Suining for a few days, she had changed so much. Could it be that she was angry because he tried to force himself on her at the small guest house? He also wrote a letter to explain that he was angry and had grabbed her neck, but he didn't expect her to fall. He was scared something would go wrong, so he ran out to call for help. When he returned, Hu Qingshan had already taken her away. So, Su Suining was angry because he didn't take responsibility and ran off, and because Hu Qingshan saved her, she was now willing to live a good life with Hu Qingshan? Then, what was his proactive visit to the village as a young intellectual supposed to mean? Chen Jingchun also noticed that Su Suining looked much prettier just now. Maybe because she had gained a little weight. Her features looked more delicate and lively. The more he thought about it, the more he felt frustrated. He believed that if he carefully persuaded Su Suining, she would surely change her mind. After all, Su Suining liked talented and cultured people, not rough soldiers with little education. Su Suining couldn't sleep peacefully after returning from her nap. She didn't know whether the original owner and Chen Jingchun had really been involved, and she was still worried about the red mark on her neck that had disappeared. After all, she had run away with a man for 3 days, her favorite man, so something might have happened? If that was the case.
Su Suining sighed inwardly.
She wanted to ask Hu Qingshan but was afraid that doing so might ruin the fragile relationship they had built. Forget it, she thought. If Chen Jingchun dares to come again, she would definitely teach him a lesson. At dinner, Su Suining noticed that Hu Qingshan still looked calm and unaffected, as if the noon incident hadn't bothered him at all, which made her breathe a little easier. She served him a bowl of rice and then asked, I heard from the people in the courtyard that there will be a movie in the team. Can I go watch it? Hu Qingshan looked at her. Yes, but it will be shown at the threshing ground on the way to the military office. Villagers nearby can also come to watch. Su Suining forgot about this. There are no entertainment options now. If she hears that a movie is playing somewhere, people from 10 or even 20 miles away will come, even standing on trees to watch. In front of Chen Jingchun's village, which is only 4 or 5 miles away, People will definitely come to watch the movie. Is Hu Qingshan's last remark a reminder to her? Thinking about it, she realized she needed to deal with this issue quickly. The longer she delayed, the more trouble she would cause herself. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, I want to go see it too. Su Suining decided to go see the movie. Maybe she would run into Qin Jingchen and could settle things with him, so he wouldn't keep bothering her like a fly. She then asked Hu Qingshan, do you want to go? Hu Qingshan shook his head. The movie is just for the nearby villagers and the soldiers' families. We won't go. Su Suining slightly smiled, thinking it was better if Hu Qingshan didn't go. That way, she wouldn't have to hold back her actions. But her small expression seemed to mean something else to Hu Qingshan, who didn't ask any questions. After dinner, Hu Qingshan washed the dishes and tidied up the table. Su Suining asked Hu Qingshan for the time, then went back to her room to change into a different outfit. She even deliberately put on a pair of pointed-toe, small-heeled leather shoes. This old-fashioned style was uncomfortable, and she didn't like it, but it was sturdy and protective. When she came out dressed, her neighbors on both sides had already taken their children out to watch the movie, bringing small stools with them. She had never spoken to them before, but seeing them carry stools, she also grabbed one, adding another tool for defense. She smiled and said goodbye to Hu Qingshan. I'm going now. I'll come back after the movie. Hu Qingshan nodded, watching Su Suining leave happily. His gaze then fell on her feet, noticing she had deliberately changed into a pair of leather shoes. She had been wearing cloth shoes these days. Why change into leather shoes just to watch a movie? Hu Qingshan felt a tightness in his chest, like he was holding back a breath, and a strange sourness. A faint, unexplainable emotion made him feel uncomfortable. Even when he knew Su Suining had run off with someone before, he had never felt this way. He took a deep breath, silently cleaned up the dishes and swept the floor, then carried his military coat to the team office. On her way, Su Suining also met Feng Chunhua and Feng Shunhua. Feng Chunhua was with her 8-year-old son and holding her 5-year-old son. Feng Shunhua was carrying her 2-year-old, Huzi. She didn't plan to greet them, but Feng Chunhua took the initiative to speak to her. Little Su, going to see the movie too? Su Suining smiled and said, Yes, I heard today's movie is very good. Actually, she didn't know what movie it was and didn't ask about it. Feng Chunhua nodded and said, Yes, Double Gun, Li Xiangyang. The kids all like to watch it. She was still puzzled because, in the past, Su Suining never went to the monthly movie screenings. Feng Shunhua carried the child, leaning forward slightly. She was wearing her sister's outdated gray jacket and ill-fitting pants, which were too loose and tied with a cloth. She looked plain and a bit messy. Meanwhile, Su Suining was wearing a bright green sweater, with the collar of her white shirt folded out. The sweater fit her well, making her look slim and neat. She was also wearing a pair of black leather shoes. Feng Shunhua took a half step back and secretly looked at Su Suining. The more she looked, the angrier she became. She felt that in just 4 or 5 days, Su Suining looked even more beautiful. She seemed to have gained a little weight, and her skin looked fresh and smooth, glowing with a healthy pink hue. She was so angry she almost wanted to scream. How could she have lived into her 50s in her previous life, had children, and still be so clueless? Seeing Su Suining's good complexion, she was sure it was because of He Qingshan's nourishing care. After all, Su Suining was already 3 months pregnant, so they could be intimate. He Qingshan was young and vigorous, and their relationship had become closer. It was impossible that they weren't doing anything. Thinking this made her even more furious. Today, Feng Chunhua seemed to have even more to say to Su Suining. Your small kitchen in the yard is really well built. It looks clean and tidy. I heard from Colonel Ge next door that your cooking is delicious. Su Suining modestly smiled and said, I just cook casually. It's enough to eat. Feng Chunhua praised her. Now that you're close to Captain He, your family life must be very enviable. She was actually saying this on purpose to Feng Shunhua, worried that the stubborn girl still had feelings for He Qingshan. She wanted to send her back to the countryside, but also felt a bit reluctant. Feng Shenhua had helped her a lot, and she could finally relax and sleep in. Feng Shenhua didn't pay much attention to this. She was just thinking about how good Su Suining's cooking must be. She was raised in the capital city. Over the years, life had been tough everywhere. What good food had she ever tasted? She had seen prosperity later on, experienced layoffs, and even ran a small snack stall. Thinking about it, she felt a sense of superiority. She could wait until everyone recognized her good qualities. When Su Suining arrived at the threshing ground, the movie screen was already hanging up. The projectionists from both units were busy adjusting the equipment, surrounded by a circle of children. The middle of the threshing ground was full of people. A clear space had been set aside just for the families of the soldiers. People coming to watch the movie included not only the family members of the Secret Service group, but also those from other groups. There were many people, and Su Suining didn't recognize most of them. She found a corner to sit in, not caring whether she could see the movie, just wanting to be more noticeable. Sister Feng Chenhua and her children sat at the front, surrounded by family members of the Secret Service group. Su Suining looked around but didn't see Chen Jingchen. She was quite happy with her spot. A few steps behind were many grain heaps, and further back was a small grove. Now, she was just waiting. When Chen Jingchen heard the movie was about to start, he didn't miss the chance. He wanted to find a way to talk privately with Su Suining and explain everything clearly. He came with some young workers from the youth camp. They arrived a bit late, and the movie had already begun. The light in the grain yard was dim. He looked around and quickly spotted Su Suining, dressed in a light green sweater, among a dull gray crowd. Feeling a bit excited, he crouched down and squeezed through the crowd to get next to her. Suining, you're here to watch the movie too? Su Suining frowned, trying to ignore Chen Jingchen, who was very close. She reached out and pushed him gently. Keep your distance. There are so many people. Do you want everyone to see, and then have Hu Qingshan come after you? Hearing this, Chen Jingchen immediately stepped back a bit. He wanted to speak again, but someone behind them scolded, "Are you here to watch the movie? If not, get out and don't disturb others." Chen Jingchen could only lower his voice. Suining, come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. Su Suining hesitated for a moment, then stood up, took her stool, and followed Chen Jingchen away. Chen Jingchen felt secretly happy. He knew Su Suining was angry with him, but he was sure she still liked him. They went near a pile of wheat straw, where they saw others also watching the movie from the straw pile. Chen Jingchen hesitated. Shall we go to the small grove in front?
Su Suining frowned.
To the small grove? What do you want to do? Just say what you have to say here. Chen Jingchen reached out and grabbed her arm. Come with me. I won't hurt you. I just want to explain everything clearly. Su Suining struggled a little but followed Chen Jingchen toward the small grove. Unbeknownst to them, Hu Qingshan was hiding in the shadows, his face cold and eyes deep, watching the two people. His hand, resting on his leg, clenched into a fist. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow them. Chen Jingchen made sure no one was around before stopping. He immediately let go of Su Suining's hand and hurriedly explained, Suining, are you angry with me? I really haven't done anything wrong to you.
There was also that day.
I shouldn't have done such things to you. Hearing this, Su Suining was so angry she didn't want to listen anymore, afraid of hearing anything inappropriate. She raised her foot and kicked between Chen Jingchen's legs. Have I ever told you not to bother me? And you're still looking for me. She moved so quickly that Chen Jingchen had no time to react. She kicked again and then grabbed a stool to smash it on Chen Jingchen's back. If you don't want a future, I'll shout out loud and let everyone see what you're doing. Chen Jingchen definitely wanted a future. All along, he had been writing ambiguous words to attract Su Suining's attention. When something went wrong, he could just blame her. He quickly hugged his head and whispered, Please, Suining, I won't look for you anymore. I won't bother you again. Don't shout. Su Suining stomped Chen Jingchen's middle leg with her heel. Chen Jingchen couldn't hold back and let out a loud cry, feeling like his life was about to be broken by her. The loud movie sounds and cheers drowned out Chen Jingchen's cries. Su Suining stomped on Chen Jingchen's face, smashing his glasses. This time I gave you some face. If you come to find me again, or spread rumors, next time I might send you to jail. Chen Jingchen didn't even know where it hurt. He whimpered, I won't look for you anymore, I swear. Is Su Suining crazy? Why did she suddenly change like this? She used to be so timid she wouldn't even kill a chicken. How could she be so fierce now? Satisfied, Su Suining decided she wouldn't kill anyone. Looking at Chen Jingchen, he was just a cowardly loser who only wanted to take advantage, without taking responsibility. He could only talk big but had no real skills. The original owner lost her life because she liked someone like him. It's really sad. She kicked Chen Jingchen again. If I hear any bad rumors about me, I'll go to the rural youth station and beat you up. Just wait and see. You'll never get back to the city in this life. After saying that, she quickly grabbed a small stool and left. The woods were a bit dark. Without the moonlight, she was a little scared. Hui Qingshan stood in the shadows, watching Su Suining's actions clearly. He didn't expect her to beat Chen Jingchen up. Seeing how weak and fragile Su Suining looked, yet so violent, no wonder she wore a pair of leather shoes. Shoes like that hurt when they hit people. So, she had planned this long ago. When Su Suining returned, her previous spot was taken. She found a random empty place to sit down. She couldn't see anything, but could hear the movie's sounds. The lines were clear and powerful, full of energy. It gave her a strong feeling of strength. Su Suining felt very happy after watching the movie. Once everyone had made a lot of noise and scattered away, she carried her bench and started walking back. As she reached the main road, she saw Hui Qingshan standing by the roadside, looking in her direction. Her eyes lit up, and she cheerfully approached him, asking, Why are you here? Hui Qingshan was also in a good mood and replied, It's a bit dark on this road, so I came to pick you up. Su Suining was about to mention that the moon was very round and bright tonight, but she quickly changed her mind and smiled, saying, That's great. I was worried when I watched the movie because the road back was dark, and I was a little scared. Hui Qingshan didn't expose her lie and took the bench from her hand, then handed her a flashlight. Let's go home. Su Suining happily took the flashlight, pressed close to Hui Qingshan's arm, and whispered, The movie was so good. I was so excited. By the way, are you hungry? The potatoes I buried in the stove should be cooked. We can eat them when we get back. Hui Qingshan didn't reveal that she hadn't watched the movie tonight, and just responded softly. On the way back, they met Sister Feng Chunhua and her companion. Feng Chunhua greeted Hui Qingshan warmly, Captain Hui, coming to pick up Xiao Su? Hui Qingshan nodded in response. Feng Chunhua smiled and said, It's time to pick her up. She's pregnant, and the road isn't smooth, and it's dark. You need to be more careful. Su Suining was pleased with this and smiled a little slyly. I told you I didn't need to be picked up, but you insisted. The moon is so beautiful, and with your company, what's there to worry about? Hui Qingshan hesitated. Feng Chunhua chuckled. If he's here to pick you up, it shows Captain Hui cares about you. Su Suining blushed shyly and said, Sister-in-law, we'll go now. Feng Chunhua nodded. All right, you go ahead. My kid is sleepy and can't walk anymore. After Hui Qingshan and Su Suining walked away, Feng Chunhua looked at Feng Chunhua and said, Did you see that? Still not giving up? He came to pick her up just for a movie. Who else is there in the family compound? Feng Chunhua pursed her lips and said nothing. She was carrying a sleeping child on her back, feeling tired and annoyed. But she firmly believed one thing. Su Suining would definitely die. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Feng Chunhua knew she still hadn't given up hope and was too angry to say anything. When Hui Qingshan and Su Suining reached home, they hurried to the stove, pulled out the potatoes buried inside, which were blackened on the outside. Su Suining used a small broom to sweep away the ash on top, muttering regretfully, if they were sweet potatoes, they would taste even better. Gansu province is a big potato area. The dry, sandy soil is very suitable for growing potatoes, so winter vegetables here are mainly potatoes. Hui Qingshan handed a stool to Su Suining and heard her muttering. He replied, "There are sweet potatoes in the vegetable cellar. If you want to eat some, you can go and get a few." Su Suining's eyes lit up. "Can I go get some? Would that break the rules?" "It's fine to take a few. It won't break the rules." Hu Qingshan felt that his mood was increasingly influenced by Su Suining. When she was happy, his mood also became light and joyful. Su Suining divided a peeled potato and gave one to Hu Qingshan, then peeled another and started eating. The cooked potatoes were very tasty, soft, sticky, and fragrant. Sitting in the small yard under the moonlight, eating potatoes and breathing in the fresh, cool air, with occasional insect and bird sounds, life felt very good. Su Suining was really enjoying herself. If only she had a lounge chair, it would be even more comfortable. Thinking of that, she immediately suggested to Hu Qingshan, "I want a lounge chair. When it's hot, I can relax in the yard. Do we have a carpenter who can make one?" Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. "I'll look for one later. There should be one in the warehouse." Su Suining instantly felt satisfied. She turned to look at Hu Qingshan. The moonlight shone on him, making his features look more defined in the shadows, deep eyebrows and eyes. Suddenly, she had an idea. She pulled a stool closer to Hu Qingshan, her shoulder pressed against his arm, and whispered softly, "Hu Qingshan, can we just keep like this?" Hu Qingshan's body stiffened slightly. He didn't move or respond. After saying that, Su Suining didn't think much more about it. She washed up and went to bed, sleeping very well, especially after dealing with Chen Jingchen's problem. She felt relaxed and happy, so she slept soundly. But Hu Qingshan was disturbed by her words and couldn't sleep all night. Su Suining slept peacefully through the night. When she woke up, she felt refreshed all over. She got up, changed her clothes, and went out. Hu Qingshan was no longer in the room. He must have gone to the team headquarters. The fire was still burning in the house. She took off the kettle lid and saw a lunchbox on top, containing 2 buns and an egg. Su Suining remembered that Hu Qingshan said they eat buns every Friday morning, and he would bring breakfast early. She couldn't help but smile at this thought. Such a good man. She was a little reluctant to let him go. She went to the yard to wash her face and found 5 or 6 sweet potatoes near the stove, which made her even happier. It seemed Hu Qingshan listened to her. "After happily washing my face, I went back inside to have breakfast. The buns were filled with potatoes and meat. There was little meat, but the oil soaked into the potatoes, making the buns very fragrant. I ate 2 buns, then had an egg and a glass of malted milk, feeling very happy. I sat down to rest, tidied up the house, and washed the dirty clothes that Hu Qingshan had left on the bed. When Hu Qingshan returned and saw the clothes hanging in the yard, he would surely be touched." Su Suining didn't miss any chance to get along well with Hu Qingshan. She washed the clothes and tidied the yard. It was already noon. Hu Qingshan hadn't come back yet, and she wasn't sure if he would come for lunch. She decided to wait a bit longer and cook after Hu Qingshan returned. After waiting for about half an hour, Hu Qingshan came back, followed by a woman in a rough cloth coat, in her 50s, with her hair and holding a pipe. Su Suining stood in the yard, stunned. Hu Qingshan's mother was here? Hu Qingshan's mother, Zhang Guilin, looked at her with a critical eye, lifting her eyelids and saying, "Can't you even call me mom after seeing me? You city folks have no manners at all." Su Suining kept a calm face and said, "Mom, I'm a bit surprised. Why did you come so suddenly?" Zhang Guilin snorted coldly and said, "I came to see my son. Do I need to pick a good day? I've been busy planting in spring, so I just came to take a look." Su Suining didn't want to argue with her in the yard and embarrass herself. Since she was busy planting, why did she come again? Hu Qingshan spoke coldly, "All right, go inside first and we'll talk." Zhang Guilin went into the house, sat heavily on Hu Qingshan's bed, and started giving orders. "I've been on the road for 2 days and haven't eaten much. Hurry and make me something to eat." She was talking to Su Suining, but Su Suining didn't move. Hu Qingshan frowned first and said, "Suining is pregnant. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Hearing this, Zhang Guilin almost exploded. Pregnant? How did she get pregnant so fast? Thinking quickly, she had a bad idea. Second child, I've calculated for you. It's not a good time for you to have a child this year. You must abort this one. If you keep this child, it will be bad for you. If you really want a child, your eldest sister-in-law is about to give birth. You can adopt her child. Su Sui-ning chuckled softly and said, "What kind of logic is that? We can't keep our own child but want someone else's? So, other people's children can bring us prosperity?" Zhang Guilin tapped the bed with her pipe and said, "Do you have a say? I tell you, this child must not be kept." Su Sui-ning chuckled. "I think our marriage is fake, but it's true that we want to adopt the older brother's child, right? So, they can't even raise a kid? If they can't, then don't have children." She didn't indulge this elderly lady and, even if she made a move, she wouldn't necessarily suffer. Dealing with her mother-in-law's anger? That was impossible for her. Zhang Guilin, feeling exposed and angry, was about to lose her temper, but Hu Qingshan calmly stopped her, saying, "This is the family compound. If you want to cause trouble like last time, be prepared to be called in for a talk and be forced to go back. Just go ahead." His words made Zhang Guilin shut up. She dared to show off in front of Hu Qingshan and Su Sui-ning but didn't dare to cause trouble in front of a leader. She clicked her tongue, took out her dry tobacco pipe, and reached for matches to light it. Su Sui-ning coldly stopped her. "If you want to smoke, go to the yard. I can't stand the smell while I'm pregnant." She also saw that Zhang Guilin was just a bully at home. The only way to deal with such a person was to teach her a lesson once and make her obedient. Otherwise, she would get cocky and not know who she was. Zhang Guilin refused to listen. Just as she was about to light her pipe, Su Sui-ning snatched it away. "Fine, you don't listen? I'll report you to the authorities now, accusing you of superstitious practices." Zhang Guilin was stunned for a moment and whispered, "What's superstitions? Don't talk nonsense." Su Sui-ning smiled. "Didn't you just say that the baby in my belly would harm Hu Qingshan and that I should abort? Isn't that superstitious? Can you say that in front of the leader?" Zhang Guilin immediately lost her arrogance. The consequences of superstitions were serious. She could only look at Hu Qingshan unhappily. "Are you just going to watch her bully your mother?" Hu Qingshan frowned. "Sui-ning is right.
You really did say that."
Zhang Guilin didn't reply and mumbled after a while, all right, I won't say anything. Just give me some food. I'm starving." Hu Qingshan was about to go cook, but Su Sui-ning stopped him, smiling slightly. "I'll do it. Mom is here. You talk to her." Zhang Guilin felt a bit better. This daughter-in-law still needed to serve her, the old lady. She'd see how she would deal with Su Sui-ning in the future. Although she hadn't met this daughter-in-law before, she had only glanced once. She was so small and fragile. What could she do? With such a tiny backside, she would definitely give birth to a useless child. Su Sui-ning took some flour and started working on something. Hu Qingshan sat on the bench, patiently advising Zhang Guilin to go back. 2 years ago, you forced me to cut ties with my family. What are you trying to do now?" Zhang Guilin was anxious. "That was when I was angry. When you asked the soldiers to send me back, I couldn't help but be upset. Also, I suggested you marry the village branch secretary's daughter, just for your good." Hu Qingshan remained silent, unmoved. "For cutting ties, you asked me for 1,000 yuan, and I am still paying it back." Zhang Guilin was angry. "Old second, you can't be so unkind. Without us raising you, you would have starved in the mountains long ago." Su Sui-ning was in the yard, cooking a rough bowl of dough soup, secretly listening to the conversation inside. She was shocked to learn that Hu Qingshan might not be her biological brother. Hu Qingshan stopped talking. Seeing his silence, Zhang Guilin knew his decision wouldn't change. But she didn't want to go back just like that. The older family already had 3 daughters, and this new pregnancy would be seen as another girl. The village wouldn't want another girl, so she thought about giving her to Hu Qingshan. Otherwise, how would the older family have boys? She clicked her tongue and softened her tone. "Qingshan, there's a saying, birth grace is greater than nurturing grace. I found you when you were a month old. We are a family. Families don't hold grudges overnight. Don't you agree?" Hu Qingshan remained silent. Zhang Guilin was furious inside. Hu Qingshan had never been likable since he was a child, and as he grew up, he became even more difficult, like a sawed-off gourd with a sharp mouth. She wanted to speak again, but Su Suining came in with a bowl of wild vegetable dough soup, without a drop of oil or fat. "Dinner's ready. Eat quickly." Zhang Guilin was indeed hungry. She had been on the road for 2 days, eating only a steamed bun and drinking water when hungry. Seeing the bowl of white flour dough soup, she secretly rejoiced. She sat down without washing her hands, picked up chopsticks, and scooped some. The soup was clear enough to see her reflection, with only a few wild vegetables and a small lump of dough on top. She paused, somewhat dissatisfied, and looked at Su Suining. "Will this fill me? Can't there be more flour?" Su Suining sighed, went out, and brought back a bag of flour, shaking it. "Look, is there still flour?" Hu Qingshan has to pay back debts every month, and his food rations are also used for repayment. Before the end of the month, the flour will run out. "Didn't you see? The wild vegetables drying in the yard. I plan to get some cornmeal to make porridge. In the next few days, we'll eat wild vegetable dumplings." Zhang Guilin didn't believe it. She didn't know how much Hu Qingshan earned as a company commander each month, nor how much food he received, but she doubted life was that hard. Su Suining sat across from Zhang Guilin and said, "You know, Hu Qingshan is the head of a group. He can't just leave debts unpaid, right? Our lives are tight, and I'm 3 months pregnant with little to eat. I've lost so much weight." Zhang Guilin looked at Su Suining's thin body and started to believe her. She looked like someone lacking nutrition. Could it be that Hu Qingshan is really living such a hard life? But then she had an idea. "You're 3 months pregnant? Your sister-in-law is 6 months pregnant. When she gives birth, if she has a girl and brings her over, you can say you had twins. That would be pretty good, too." Seeing how clever Zhang Guilin's plan was, Su Suining suddenly had a mischievous thought. She smiled and nodded. "Good idea, Mom. That's really a great plan." Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining in surprise. She actually agreed? He frowned and said, "I don't agree." Su Suining reached out and placed her hand on his arm, smiling softly. "Qingshan, Mom means well. We only have one child, and it's lonely. If we bring over your older brother's child, they can keep each other company." While speaking, she gently stroked Hu Qingshan's arm with her finger, signaling him not to worry. Su Suining's words made Zhang Guilin feel at ease. "Yes, you're right. Your wife is right. The 2 children can keep each other company, and when they grow up, they will be filial to you." Su Suining nodded repeatedly. "Mom is thinking of us. I think this idea is very good." She then looked at Zhang Guilin and said, "Mom, don't be picky. Eat quickly. Let Hu Qingshan take you to the guest house to rest." Zhang Guilin was stunned for a moment. "I stay at the guest house? But I have a small bed there, so I'll just sleep on the small bed." Su Suining frowned, looking troubled. "It's not that I don't want you to stay. My pregnancy has some serious symptoms. Qingshan and I sleep together, but it affects his rest. I have to let him sleep here. He also needs to get up at night to take care of me. Qingshan's work is also very important now. If he doesn't rest well, it will affect his work. How can we raise 2 children?" When she mentioned children, Zhang Guilin immediately stopped talking, feeling that Su Suining was right. Without another word, she drank a bowl of plain wild vegetable soup. No oil, no fat, but made from white flour, still quite fragrant. Su Suining smiled and nudged Hu Qingshan's arm. "You take Mom to the guest house to rest first, then come back and accompany me to the service station. See if you can buy some pork, then borrow some white flour. At noon, I'll make dumplings for Mom." When Zhang Guilin heard about dumplings, her eyes lit up. She had no complaints and followed Hu Qingshan to leave happily. Even if Hu Qingshan ignores her all the way, she doesn't mind. She is still thinking that she didn't realize Su Suining is quite capable, able to manage the household. Su Suining watches Hu Qingshan and Zhang Guilin walk away quickly, then hurriedly hides the malted milk and milk powder in the inner room cupboard, along with the pig fat jar. She also puts some flour that was poured into a basin back into the bag and hides the rest. The cupboard has a lock, but she deliberately leaves it unlocked, placing a few cotton clothes on top and locking the door where the clothes are stored nearby. After tidying up, Xu Suning happily claps her hands, thinking about how to take advantage of her. Dream on. Huo Qingsan arranges things for Dong Guilan's return and sees Xu Suning sitting inside, fiddling with an empty pig fat jar. He thinks for a moment and asks her, "Are you really going to adopt the big brother's child?" Xu Suning puts the pig fat jar aside, pats the stool next to her, and says, "Sit first." Do you understand manipulation? Huo Qingsan frowns, unfamiliar with the term. Xu Suning looks a little proud and says, "Was she especially mean to you when you were young?" Huo Qingsan falls silent. He knew from a young age that he was not biologically related. Zhang Guilan always used her kindness as a cover for her true intentions. Xu Suning reaches out and pats his arm, saying, "Don't worry, I'll get back at her. You can't confront someone like Zhang Guilan directly. She's cunning and tricky. So, don't let her cause trouble at the family compound or your workplace. Spoil her, let her lose her way, and she might end up being a human trafficker." Huo Qingshan is stunned. What trafficker? Xu Suning raises her chin slightly, a bit proud, and says, "Anyway, you've cut ties with them. You're not related anymore, so whatever she does in the future has nothing to do with you. If she wants to hold her eldest son's child, then just wait and see her become a trafficker. Don't worry about this. I have a plan. I guarantee she'll be convinced and happily leave within 3 days." Huo Qingshan is surprised. Zhang Guilan's temper and unruly behavior are well known in the entire production team, and everyone avoids her, afraid of being caught in her trouble.
Could Xu Suning really make Zhang Guilan leave?
Huo Qingsan thinks for a moment and then reminds Xu Suning her temper is notoriously difficult. Be careful. Xu Suning smiles confidently and says, "Don't worry, I have plenty of ways. But tonight, you have to sleep in the same bed with me." Huo Qingsan is momentarily stunned, looks at Xu Suning, and notices she is serious, without any shyness. Instead, her words make his heart skip a beat, and he can't help but blush at his ears. Su Suining didn't notice He Qingshan and said, "She will definitely stay at home tonight, so you can't leave." He Qingshan's nervous mood suddenly eased, and he gave a soft hum. Su Suining then suggested, "Let's go to the service station to buy some meat. We promised to make dumplings, but we don't have to make them if you don't want to." He Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "I'll ride my bike from the group office and bring you there." Su Suining's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Walking there is a bit far. Besides, sitting behind He Qingshan on his bike, everyone in the family courtyard can see, so who would still look at her with a cold face? He Qingshan looked at Su Suining's bright little face, feeling a bit puzzled. "Are you so happy just riding a bike?" He Qingshan rode his bike back from the group office, and Su Suining was already waiting at the door with a basket of vegetables. Not far behind, a few other family members were also waiting to go to the service station, keeping some distance from Su Suining, ignoring each other. Su Suining smiled gently as she watched He Qingshan stop his bike. "Take your time, I'm not in a hurry." Those family members didn't pay attention to Su Suining but greeted He Qingshan because their husbands were all soldiers under his command. After few people finished greeting, Su Suining smiled and said, "Let's go. We need to buy some meat quickly, so we can make dumplings for Mom." She spoke clearly and loudly, so everyone could hear. He Qingshan couldn't figure out what Su Suining was up to, but nodded cooperatively. "Let's go." He was tall with long legs, riding a sturdy bicycle. He sat still, with his feet on the ground, steady and unmoving. Su Suining reached out, hugged He Qingshan's waist, and lightly jumped onto the bike, taking the chance to press her hand on his abdomen. As she expected, it was firm and strong. "I'm ready, let's go." When she pressed him, a surge of blood rushed through him. He never expected Su Suining to make this small move. Calming his breath, he silently pedaled away. Su Suining didn't dare to be too bold, especially since the atmosphere was still conservative. She gently tugged at He Qingshan's waist-side clothing, still thinking about the feeling of his touch just now. If she could touch him directly without clothes, the feeling would be even better. Among the family members was Li Qin, who watched Su Suining sitting on the bike, hugging He Qingshan's waist. She found it incredible, but also wondered if their relationship had really improved. Everyone started whispering. It seems that Captain He really wants to settle down with Su Suining. There were rumors that Su Suining ran away with someone, but they probably were true. Which man would want a wife who wears a metaphorical green hat? I think so too. I don't know how the rumors became so unpleasant. This morning, Captain Hu's mother came over. I wonder if there will be trouble this time. This time, Li Qin didn't join the gossip, but listened nearby. She's better at summarizing and spreading news. In mid-April, the weather was sunny and bright, but not too hot. Riding a bike along the forest trail, the tender leaves stretched out happily. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on my face. A gentle breeze blew, making me feel very comfortable. Suddenly, Su Suining understood the romantic scene in Sweet Honey, where the male lead bikes around with the female lead. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hu Qingshan had never felt this way before. He felt like a young man in his 20s, with his heart pounding faster. When he heard the clear, cheerful laughter, he pedaled harder, eager to catch up. The wind blew up Hu Qingshan's coat, brushing against Su Suining's face, making her smile with narrowed eyes all along the way. It was lunchtime, so few people were shopping for meat. Only a few were in line ahead. Su Suining bought a piece of pork fat with no lean meat and also asked for a cheap pork lung. Most people didn't like buying pork lungs. They were cheap, but had a bad taste and little fat, wasting money. Su Suining was satisfied as she placed the items in her basket and urged Hu Qingshan, "Let's go home." Just as they were about to leave, Feng Shenhua and Feng Chenhua arrived. Chenhua hadn't planned to buy anything. She was trying to save money. It was Shenhua who encouraged her to buy some pork fat to make oil, then some white sugar to make lard candy, which they could secretly sell to the residents' compound later. She thought they needed something special to attract Hu Qingshan's attention. Chenhua hesitated because buying and selling was illegal and could have serious consequences. Shenhua kept insisting, promising there would be no problems and that they could make some extra money. Moved by her, Chenhua decided to buy some pork fat to try making it at home. As Su Suining turned around, she heard Shenhua confidently tell the clerk, "Give me 5 gin of pork fat, the fattest you have." She was surprised and wondered if someone else nearby asked, "Chenhua, are guests coming over? Why buy so much pork fat?" Chenhua didn't want to be talked about, so she quickly explained, No, I just want to make some lard. We ran out of oil at home." Su Suining was quite observant. She glanced at Shenhua, noticing the excitement in her eyes as she stared intently at the pork fat on the counter. She knew it wasn't just for making lard at home. Although she doesn't know much about this era, she can guess that Feng Shenhua, who has been reborn, probably wants to achieve something great. On the way back, Su Suining asked Hu Qingshan, "Is it allowed to do small businesses in the family compound?" Hu Qingshan frowned. "Absolutely not. Are you running out of money?" He thought Su Suining might have some other plan. She quickly denied, "No, I'm just curious. What are the consequences of secretly doing business?" Hu Qingshan was worried she might really have that idea, so he patiently explained, "If they find out, you'll be taken away, and it could affect your future." Su Suining nodded. "That is indeed serious. Feng Chenhua probably wouldn't be foolish enough to let Feng Shenhua do that, right?" When they got home, Zhang Guilin was already there. Since she couldn't get inside, she sat in the yard smoking dried tobacco, waiting. When she saw the young couple return, she quickly stood up. "You're back." Su Suining got out of the car with a warm smile. "Yes, I went to buy pork fat. We were out of oil, so I thought I'd make some oil and also prepare some cornmeal buns with pork fat scraps inside. They'll be really tasty." Zhang Guilin looked a little disappointed. "Didn't you say we'd eat dumplings?" Su Suining sighed. "We don't have enough white flour at home. Do you think it's embarrassing for Qingshan, the company commander, to go out and borrow flour? If people find out our family is having a hard time because we gave all our money to relatives, it wouldn't look good for your reputation." Zhang Guilin opened her mouth but couldn't argue with her. Wild vegetable buns are just that. Wild vegetables, but with pork fat scraps inside. They smell very good. Su Suining urged Hu Qingshan to return the bicycle. After he left, she carried a basket of vegetables in one hand and took Zhang Guilan's arm with the other. Mom, raising Qingshan wasn't easy. I don't know what his biological parents were thinking, just abandoning him like that. Su Suining watched Zhang Guilan's expression carefully, noticing she was someone who couldn't hide her feelings. Her eyes flickered with panic, and her tone was a bit sharp, who knows. Back then, before liberation, there was fighting everywhere. Many children were abandoned. I was kind-hearted and took him in. Su Suining could sense Zhang Guilan's guilt. She knew it wasn't quite right. Perhaps she had secretly taken the child back. When Zhang Guilan was led inside, she also took the initiative to brew tea for her and told her to rest inside while she went outside to cook. At home, Zhang Guilan was used to being served by her daughter-in-law and couldn't help with cooking. Now, seeing Su Suining say this, she was eager to please. All right, go ahead and do your work. Put in extra oil. I like my food oily. Su Suining was busy outside, while Zhang Guilan looked around the house inside, sneaking to open the cupboard. It was empty, even the flour bags were gone, and the big pig fat jar was cleaner than her face. Zhang Guilan looked around again. There was nothing in the house. She then focused on the inner room. Thinking for a moment, she went to the window to see Su Suining just finished frying pig fat scraps, busy washing vegetables. She probably wouldn't come inside for a while, so she quietly slipped into the inner room. She looked enviously at the bed, with its new bedding, free of patches. Zhang Guilan glanced a few times, then looked at the wardrobe with double doors. She opened the unlocked side, seeing some cotton-padded clothes and sweaters. After closing it, she looked at the locked side, where valuables should be kept. She reached out to touch the lock, about to try pulling it, when she heard Su Suining's voice from the yard. You're back? Help me get an apron from the house. Zhang Guilan quickly went outside, sat down heavily at the dining table, and picked up her teacup to drink tea. When Hu Qingshan came in, she acted as if nothing had happened. Her tone was unusually gentle. Qingshan is back. Suining told me to sit inside. She's cooking, and I must say, your wife is quite sensible. At least she always smiled at her and spoke kindly. Unlike Hu Qingshan, who always had a dark face and couldn't say a word. Hu Qingshan ignored her, took the small floral apron sewn by Su Suining, and went out. Zhang Guilan also wanted to follow and see, but just at the door, she heard Su Suining sweetly say to Hu Qingshan, I have cornmeal on my hands. Help me tie the apron. She quickly retreated inside, thinking, are city folks so shameless? Asking a man to tie her apron? Bah! Shameless. Hu Qingshan was surprised, not expecting Su Suining to make such a request. Her hands were indeed covered in cornmeal, making it inconvenient to wear the apron. The apron looked like a child's reverse wear, with straps that go over the shoulders from the front and tie at the back. Su Suining smiled with her eyes, looking at Hu Qingshan and urged him, hurry up, I want to finish cooking soon. Hu Qingshan swallowed hard, first helping her put on the apron from the front, then walking around to tie it at the back. They were close. When he looked down, he could see her fair neck, with a few mischievous strands of hair sticking to it. His gaze flickered, and Su Suining softly called out, be gentle, it's too tight, it's squeezing my stomach. Hu Qingshan suddenly felt a fire ignite in his heart, burning through his insides. He held his breath, carefully tied the straps, then quickly moved to wash his hands at the sink, pretending nothing had happened. Su Suining clearly saw that Hu Qingshan's ears turned red, and she was very happy inside. They had already dated once, so why did a little teasing make him blush? Feeling cheerful, she continued cooking. Zhang Guilan came out of the house after smelling the aroma and wrinkled her nose. She thought, my daughter-in-law's cooking smells so good. Seeing her come out, Su Suining smiled and said, Mom, wash your hands quickly and come eat. When Zhang Guilan sat down, she first served a plate and placed it in front of her. Mom, eat first. I'll go get some wild vegetables. Zhang Guilin wasn't interested in wild vegetables. She had been eating them since they sprouted, from early spring until the new greens appeared. They were bitter and astringent, and she was tired of them. She couldn't wait and took a bite. The dry, hard cornmeal was a bit rough and scratchy in her throat, but the pork fat mixed with pig lung inside smelled so good. She had never tasted such rich, oily delicacies in spring before. She didn't know what kind of wild vegetables Su Suining had put in, but she didn't taste any bitterness. She took a few more bites, stretching her neck and swallowing eagerly, afraid she wouldn't have enough. Su Suining leisurely mixed some shepherd's purse and then served a plate of vegetable dumplings for Hui Qingshan. She also filled her own bowl with 3 dumplings, leaving 4 or 5 in the pot. Hui Qingshan took a bite, surprised. The dumpling wrapper was softer and slightly sweet, not as rough or hard to swallow as he expected. He looked at Su Suining with some surprise. She winked playfully at him. He lowered his gaze, a smile flashing in his eyes. He didn't notice that Su Suining had secretly made 2 types of vegetable dumplings under Zhang Guilin's nose. The colors looked similar, and in the dim evening light, Zhang Guilin didn't realize. Zhang Guilin ate 5 dumplings in a row. When she held her porcelain bowl and drank some hot water, she finally looked at Su Suining, who was calmly eating her dumplings, looking like she was having a hard time swallowing each bite and frowning slightly with each swallow. It seemed their life really wasn't that easy. Su Suining felt very happy inside. She didn't expect that these vegetable dumplings made with pumpkin, a bit of cornmeal, and white flour could taste so good. Although the cornmeal was a little coarse, the pumpkin and white flour balanced the flavor, making it much tastier. Since they were all plain dough with similar colors, Zhang Guilin couldn't tell the difference. Also, the dumplings with pork fat and pork liver filling they ate were even richer, with the pork fat soaking into the dough, making it incredibly fragrant. Zhang Guilin got up to check the pot. There are a few left. I'll eat them tonight when I'm hungry.
You don't need to worry about me.
She was determined to enjoy these pork fat dumplings. Su Suining looked up at her and obediently nodded. Okay, I'll save some for you. If I get hungry in the middle of the night, I'll make some noodle soup. Zhang Guilin heard lump soup and thought of the wild vegetable lump soup she had at noon, which made her even less interested. But she also worried that Su Suining might sneak food at night, so she thought, I still need to stay here. You and Qingshan should just get through this difficulty. After all, my own mother is here, and there's no reason to go stay at the guest house. Su Suining nodded repeatedly. Mom, you're right. I'll stay at home tonight. By the way, how long are you planning to stay this time? Zhang Guilin hesitated. What? Are you trying to chase me away? Su Suining quickly shook her head. No.
I just wanted to ask.
If you're staying for a long time, I plan to buy some cotton and make some clothes for the kids. My sewing isn't great, so I thought you could teach me. When Zhang Guilin heard about buying cotton, her eyes lit up. She and her husband had worn their cotton clothes for many years. It was time for new cotton. She pretended to hesitate. It's spring busy season now. I was planning to go back in a couple of days, but since you said that, I'll stay and teach you. Su Suining looked very happy. That's great, Mom. I was worried about what to do. Hui Qingshan watched Su Suining's seemingly sincere smile, feeling amused. He suspected she might have some tricky idea again. Zhang Guilin watched Su Suining enthusiastically make her bed, take Hui Qingshan's quilt away, and replace it with a new one. She couldn't help feeling proud. She pretended to be polite. I can do it myself. You two should go to bed early. After making the bed, Su Suining smiled sweetly. Mom, you should sleep early too. After 10 o'clock, there will be a power outage. If you wake up at night to go to the bathroom, be careful. There's no light there. Zhang Guilin was surprised. What? Power outage?
Su Suining nodded. Yes.
The family compound gets electricity from the generator the group provides. When the group's blackout signal sounds, the power goes out in the compound too. So you must be careful. Zhang Guilin didn't mind much. Power outage is no big deal. We're still without electricity in the countryside. We've managed for decades. Su Suining smiled again and reminded her, recently, There's been a shortage of food, and wild animals are coming down from the mountains looking for food. If you hear any noise, don't run around. Come back quickly. Zhang Guilin was a bit impatient. All right, I'm old enough to know this. You and Qing Shan should go rest now. Su Suining was satisfied. As she turned around, her smile couldn't hide. She called out to Hui Qingshan, who was tidying up the stove, "Let's wash up and go to sleep. We need to buy cotton early tomorrow." Zhang Guilin perked up her ears, hearing that Su Suining was going to buy cotton tomorrow, and she felt very happy. Su Suining washed herself briefly in a basin of water before going to the room. When she went to pour water, she didn't see Hui Qingshan. Meanwhile, Zhang Guilin didn't even change her clothes and just lay down like that. Su Suining glanced at her, then went into the inner room. After changing into pajamas and lying down, she finally realized that she was really going to sleep on the same bed as Hui Qingshan. The bed was quite narrow, only about 1.5 meters wide. Any movement could touch the person beside her. Su Suining felt rare shyness and a faint sense of anticipation, wanting to see how Hui Qingshan would react. Half an hour later, Hui Qingshan entered the room. He sat by the bed with a cold expression, his hair still damp, probably just back from the group's bath. Su Suining quickly sat up and said, "Why didn't you dry your hair? Sleeping with wet hair must be uncomfortable." She then lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and took a towel hanging by the door to help dry his hair. Hui Qingshan frowned as he looked at her back. She was wearing a sleeveless floral cotton top and matching shorts that reached just above her thighs, revealing her slender, fair arms and legs. Was she cold? When she reached for the towel, her top shifted slightly upward, revealing a small section of her fair waist. Hui Qingshan's heart was about to race again. He turned his head to the side. Su Suining turned back and saw Hui Qingshan staring at the bed. His neck and ears were slightly red. She looked down at her pajamas and felt amused. Hui Qingshan was not only innocent but also very conservative. Even this normal sleepwear made him blush. Feeling amused, she deliberately moved closer. "Let me help you dry your hair?" She stopped less than half a meter from him, holding the towel and ready to start. Hui Qingshan hurriedly snatched the towel, stood up quickly, and moved aside to dry his hair. His voice was a little hoarse. "I can do it myself. You should go to sleep now." Su Suining chuckled softly, but quickly climbed into bed and snuggled under the blanket. The room was not heated, so it was a bit chilly at night. Hui Qingshan, with his back to her, dried his hair until the lights went out and the room suddenly went dark. Su Suining felt like Hui Qingshan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. After hesitating a moment, he moved closer and lay down near the edge of the bed, turning onto his side and giving her his back. She blinked, turned over, and looked at his back. She reached out and poked his shoulder with her finger. "If you sleep like this, will you hurt your wound?" Hui Qingshan didn't move. "It's fine. The wound has healed quite a bit." Su Suining, still not giving up, poked again. "Turn around, I have something to tell you." Hui Qingshan's shoulders stiffened, but he had to obey and turned over to lie flat. He knew if he didn't move, Su Suining would keep poking. Su Suining sat up a little, propped herself on her elbow, and looked at Hui Qingshan in the dark. She could only see a blurry outline, but could feel that he was uncomfortable. Hui Qingshan looked at her helplessly and asked, "What do you want to say?" Su Suining moved closer to him. "Your mom is outside. I'm whispering to you. I need your help." Then she leaned in, almost close to his ear, and quietly shared her plan. Hui Qingshan closed his eyes, ignoring the softness at his shoulders and the tingling feeling in his ear. His warm breath brushed against his cheek and neck, making it hard to ignore. After she finished speaking, Su Suining didn't leave. She looked into his eyes, trying to see his reaction, but it was too dark in the room, so she was a little disappointed. Seeing that Hui Qingshan didn't respond, she softly asked again, "Is that okay?" Hui Qingshan felt his throat go dry and tight. He paused for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll make arrangements." Su Suining felt relieved and happily lay down. "I'm a bit excited." As she left, Hui Qingshan let out a breath. Why was she so teasing? Su Suining wanted to say more, but then she heard some rustling sounds from the other room, followed by the sound of Zhang Guilin hitting a bench, probably getting up to eat the dumplings she was craving. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile quietly and asked Hu Qingshan, "Are the dumplings at noon delicious?" Hu Qingshan thought about how Su Suining had secretly swapped dishes in front of Zhang Guilin, making two kinds of food. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, very tasty." Su Suining giggled, "From now on, I'll make you delicious food." Her casual words touched Hu Qingshan's heart. Su Suining thought for a moment and then reminded him, "You don't need to worry about breakfast tomorrow. I'll just make something simple. You go to the team and come back to pick us up to buy cotton candy." Hu Qingshan nodded again, thinking about her plan. Although it seemed a bit childish, it could really make Zhang Guilin leave overnight and not dare to come back soon. After a few more words, Su Suining felt her eyelids grow heavy. She mumbled, "I'm going to sleep," turned over, pulled the blanket over herself, and really fell asleep. Hu Qingshan couldn't fall asleep no matter what. He wanted to turn over but was afraid of making noise and waking Su Suining. Su Suining slept very well. When Zhang Guilin called her from the other room, she lazily opened her eyes. Hu Qingshan left without saying when. His quilt was already folded neatly and placed at the foot of the bed. Su Suining rubbed her eyes and looked at the army green quilt. She couldn't help but smile. The neatness of the quilt matched Hu Qingshan's personality. Very orderly. Zhang Guilin urged again, "Suining, are you up?" "I'm hungry." Su Suining responded lazily and changed her clothes before going out. When Zhang Guilin saw her come out, she hurriedly asked, "What time is it? Aren't you eating breakfast? By the way, is that girl Feng Shenhua the one you don't get along with?" Su Suining blinked and said, "How could that be? She's Yan Jingwei's sister-in-law, an unmarried young woman. How could we have any issues?" Zhang Guilin tugged at the corner of her mouth. "She's not a good person. She talks more than the village women, even more than the wives here." Su Suining thought to herself that she wasn't really a young girl anymore. Her soul was as old as Zhang Guilin's. How pure could she be? She took a basin and a toothbrush to wash up, and Zhang Guilin followed her out. "I met her in the bathroom. She told me you had run off with someone before?" Su Suining was surprised and spat water onto Zhang Guilin's face.
"What?
She really said that? Come on, let's go find her and settle this." Zhang Guilin wiped her face and, seeing Su Suining about to drag her to confront Feng Shenhua, quickly stopped her. "I know you're innocent. Just hurry and make breakfast." After all, Feng Shenhua had said that Su Suining was very good, but people in the village always misunderstood her. She had even been gone for 3 days, and everyone said she ran off with someone. She knew Feng Shenhua meant that Su Suining had run away with someone, but people spread rumors. If she proved herself clean and clear, how could she benefit from arguing with Su Suining?
Su Suining glared angrily.
"Wait and see. If I hear anything, I'll tear her mouth apart." Zhang Guilin dared not continue this topic. "All right, go make breakfast. After eating, we need to buy cotton." She knew Su Suining wasn't a pushover. Yesterday, she almost broke her cigarette holder. After washing up, Su Suining made some cornmeal, fried a few pancakes, boiled 2 potatoes, and prepared some pickled vegetables. Pouring boiling water, breakfast was ready. Zhang Guilin didn't mind. At home, they usually ate these simple foods. Now she was more worried about getting cotton. If she could get cotton, she would leave tonight. After many years, Su Suining ate pure cornmeal pancakes for the first time. With each bite, her mouth was full of crumbs, and she had to stretch her neck to swallow, feeling a bit sore in her throat. Zhang Guilin didn't mind and ate 2 more pancakes, then a potato, wiping her mouth. "When will Qingshan come back?" she asked. Su Suining looked at the sky.
"It should be soon, I guess."
Zhang Guilin tentatively asked, "How much cotton do you plan to buy?" Su Suining frowned and carefully calculated. "Probably over 10 jin, right? Small quilts, small blankets, and the kids' cotton clothes and pants. When children are young, they often wet their clothes, so 1 set isn't enough." I need to prepare 2 sets. Hearing about over 10 jean of cotton, Zhang Guilan's face lit up with excitement, and she nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's definitely needed. Seeing how obvious her purpose was on her face, Su Suining couldn't help but smile inside. She knew Zhang Guilan's simple mind was quite straightforward. While they talked, Hu Qingshan returned to pick them up, this time driving himself. The supply station didn't have cotton, so they went straight to the local cooperative store in town. There was some leftover cotton from winter, about 15 or 16 jean. Su Suining took all of it. Zhang Guilan watched with her mouth almost hanging open and asked, "Is there fabric too? Should we buy some together?" Su Suining sighed softly and whispered, "The fabric will be available in a couple of days. They will return my fabric tickets first, then I can buy fabric." This made Zhang Guilan even happier. If she bought fabric and started making things, she wouldn't have a chance to take the cotton. They happily headed home. Su Suining asked Hu Qingshan to place the cotton on the bedside cabinet next to Zhang Guilan's bed. "Put it here first. We'll need it soon." Zhang Guilan felt a little secret joy. At noon, Su Suining casually made some noodle soup with a few potatoes and preserved vegetables. Zhang Guilan didn't complain. She had already searched the corner of the outdoor room in the morning and found nothing to eat. Hu Qingshan was never picky about food. During the hardest times, he even ate steamed buns made from tree bark powder. He ate lunch without changing his expression. When Su Suining went inside to rest, Hu Qingshan followed, closed the door, and handed her something wrapped in oil paper. Su Suining was a bit surprised and asked silently with her mouth, "What is it?" She opened it and her eyes widened. It was 3 peach cookies. She couldn't help but smile happily. "When did you buy these?" Seeing Su Suining smile like a flower, Hu Qingshan also felt very happy. "You bought them when you went to the storeroom to find cotton." Su Suining smiled and gently patted his arm. "That's great. I like it very much." "Thank you." Then she happily sat on the bed, picked up a piece of peach pastry, and started eating. The peach pastry wasn't too sweet now, with a strong peanut aroma, and tasted fragrant in her mouth. Hu Qingshan went out and brought back a cup of hot water for Su Suining. "Eat quickly and take a nap. If you don't want to cook tonight, I'll bring back some food." Su Suining stopped him. "No, this is the last meal. I want to hold on a bit longer." She didn't want Zhang Guilan to eat even a small bite of good food, not a single bite. Outside, Zhang Guilan couldn't hear what the young couple was saying and wasn't interested. She lay on the bed, looking at the cotton on the ceiling, already planning how many new winter clothes she could make with it. That night, Su Suining casually made some wild vegetable and potato soup, adding a few drops of oil on top after it was cooked. Zhang Guilan wasn't paying attention to the soup. She was thinking about the long journey ahead and drank 2 large bowls quickly. Su Suining watched her and felt happy. Before sleeping, she reminded Zhang Guilan, "Mom, rest early. Be careful if you get up at night." Zhang Guilan waved her hand.
All right.
"I'm grown up. I'm not afraid of that." Su Suining thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy. "Qingshan is on duty at the team tonight. If anything happens, just call me. I can go out with you." Once again, Zhang Guilan refused. "Okay, you go to bed now."
Don't worry about me.
After Su Suining returned to her room, Zhang Guilan stood in front of the cabinet, pinched the cotton bag in her hand, feeling very excited. Soon it would be hers. As long as she took it home, she wouldn't need to visit Hu Qingshan anymore. They wouldn't have any way to control her. When her eldest daughter-in-law gave birth, she would just bring the baby to Su Suining, and she had already agreed to this. Worried about making a mistake, Zhang Guilan carefully took down the cotton bag, opened it to check, and confirmed it was cotton. Then she tightened the bag again. When the power went out and the lights were turned off, Zhang Guilan listened at the door for a while. There was no sound inside. She quietly opened the door, carrying the cotton bag, and left carefully. Su Suining heard the noise of Zhang Guilan leaving and couldn't help but smile happily. Let Zhang Guilan suffer a little loss first. If she caused too much trouble in the family compound, it would definitely affect Hu Qingshan. Su Suining also lost her sleep, tossing and turning, waiting for Hu Qingshan to come back. It wasn't until late at night that Hu Qingshan returned, carrying the chill of a spring night. Su Suining felt a bit excited. How is it? Did Zhang Guilin fall for it? Hu Qingshan lit a candle and pointed to the cotton bag at the door. She has no idea. She's going to town with a bag of straw on her back. Su Suining was very pleased. She asked Hu Qingshan to prepare an identical bag, filled with the same weight of straw. The cotton was packed tightly and heavy, so you wouldn't notice it without careful feeling. Then she followed Zhang Guilin. Once Zhang Guilin ran far enough, she released a guard dog to scare her. The dog would pounce on her bag, and she would likely be frightened and drop the bag and run. After a while, once she was away from the dog, she would come back for her cotton. Taking advantage of this, Hu Qingshan swapped her bag. Su Suining knew Zhang Guilin wouldn't check her bag again during the journey, since she understood the importance of keeping her belongings secret. What if someone was watching her? When she hurried home and saw a bag of straw, she couldn't even imagine the scene. Just thinking about it made Su Suining laugh. She was especially happy after working with Hu Qingshan to do something sneaky. When she gets back, even if she finds out the cotton has been replaced with straw, she won't suspect us. She didn't see anyone when she encountered the dog. She probably thinks it was swapped on the train. Hu Qingshan remembered how panicked Zhang Guilin looked and how she didn't dare look back. The whole thing was quick, so she wouldn't suspect them. Where did Su Suining learn these wicked ideas? Thinking of the past, she hugged her quilt. It's getting late. You should go to sleep. After finally tricking Hu Qingshan into the house, she wouldn't let him leave. She quickly reached out and covered his quilt. Don't go. From now on, you'll sleep here at night. I'm going to dismantle the outside room's bed and use the space for storage. Hu Qingshan stiffened slightly, struggling internally, but finally he remained silent and agreed. Su Suining was very tired. After lying down, she wanted to chat a little with Hu Qingshan, but her eyelids grew heavy and she couldn't keep them open. Even when Hu Qingshan went out to wash up and came back to lie down, she didn't notice. The next morning, she woke up to a warm breakfast. Hu Qingshan had returned to the military unit to start work and training. After breakfast, Su Suining tidied up the house and washed the bedding that Zhang Guilin had slept on. The small green onions she planted had sprouted, and the flowers and grass around the fence showed tender new shoots. She also tidied up the shed, hanging some corn and red chili peppers at the corners, giving a rustic, countryside feel. Her only regret was that the yard was too small. She wished she had a little garden of her own. After washing the clothes, I didn't feel hungry. Instead, my stomach kept tightening. I lay down in the house for a while and, surprisingly, fell asleep. When I woke up, I heard movement outside in the yard. Su Suining was feeling a bit dazed, unsure whether it was noon or afternoon. She took a moment to gather herself and went outside. It was Hu Qingshan in the yard. He was about to put a large aluminum lunchbox into the pot, which already had firewood burning inside the stove. Seeing her come out, Hu Qingshan took the lunchbox out again. I saw you sleeping when I came back, so I thought I'd heat the food first. Su Suining smiled happily and went over. Perfect, I was hungry and thinking about what to cook. After washing her hands, she came over. Hu Qingshan had already opened the lid of the lunchbox and placed it on the table. It was half a box of rice, with 5 or 6 pieces of braised meat, along with scrambled eggs with chives and cabbage with vermicelli. The lunchbox was full. Su Suining exclaimed, "Are you having a feast today? The food looks so good." Hu Qingshan nodded. "Eat quickly. I'm going back to the team now. I'll come back for dinner tonight."
Su Suining nodded repeatedly.
Okay, we'll have noodles tonight. She noticed that although Hu Qingshan wasn't picky about food, he preferred eating noodles. Hu Qingshan left happily, already looking forward to dinner. After Hu Qingshan left, Su Suining slowly started eating her lunch. The braised meat was a bit fatty, but very fragrant. Its soft, sticky texture made her feel very satisfied. Originally, she didn't like fatty meat, but since coming here, she felt her stomach was lacking oil and water, so eating fatty meat felt especially delicious. Just as she was eating, Feng Shenhua passed by holding Huzi. Seeing Su Suining still sitting in the yard eating, she paused and greeted her. "Sister-in-law, why are you eating so late?" Su Suining looked up at Feng Shenhua. Though they were talking, her eyes kept glancing at her lunchbox. She smiled and said, "I made some food myself, but Hu Qingshan didn't want it. He insisted on bringing back rice from the canteen, so it's a bit late." Feng Shenhua also saw the white rice and braised meat in the lunchbox. She knew there was a group meal at the unit today, but the braised meat was divided by person. Hu Qingshan had saved his portion to bring back for Su Suining. Are their feelings really that good? Her smile stiffened a little. "Brother, who is really kind to sister-in-law." Su Suining smiled, took a piece of braised meat and put it in her mouth, her face covered in oil. "He's my man. Who else would I want him to treat well?" Seeing Feng Shenhua's face change, Su Suining felt very happy. She thought today's food tasted even better. Feng Shenhua clenched her teeth and, with a difficult expression, turned away with the child. She and Feng Shenhua made 50 sweet pork fat cakes, which were fragrant and tasty. She secretly took some to give to a few friends in the courtyard who were close to Feng Shenhua. Each family received 5, and everyone was happy when they received them. When they heard that 5 pork fat cakes cost only 1 yuan, they felt a little stingy. But out of respect for Commissar Yan's face, they still paid, though they felt a bit annoyed inside. 50 cakes brought in 10 yuan. Feng Shenhua, carrying Tiger, went back and gave the money to Feng Shenhua. Feng Shenhua looked at the scattered 10 yuan and felt tempted, but still kept some sense of reason. "No, Shenhua, we can't do this again. If the family members in the courtyard report us, it will be considered private business, and even your brother-in-law could be harmed." Feng Shenhua thought her sister was too timid. "Sister, right now, only the timid die of hunger, and the brave survive. They all say these are delicious. Look, we bought 5 yuan worth of pork lard and we only used a little before earning 10 yuan back." Feng Shenhua shook her head repeatedly. "No, just this once. We can eat the remaining pork fat slowly. We should keep a low profile and live peacefully. Making even a small mistake could lead to big trouble, especially with such a serious crime as running a private business." Feng Shenhua felt her sister lacked courage and vision. If they were in the city, she could take the pork fat to the black market and make good money, becoming one of the first female entrepreneurs. That would truly make her efforts in rebirth worthwhile. However, Feng Shenhua disagreed. She had her own ways, and her only current thought was that Su Suining should die quickly. In the afternoon, Su Suining went to the public toilet. Just outside the door, she overheard 2 women inside discussing Feng Shenhua forcing Feng Shenhua to sell their pork fat cakes. She deliberately walked a bit heavier, and immediately, the voices inside stopped. Su Suining was a bit surprised. She guessed Feng Shenhua bought so much pork fat for business, but she didn't expect her to take such big risks in the courtyard. She was really brave. She decided to report her. If she doesn't find a partner here, after Feng Shenhua goes back, she will probably marry the son of the village party secretary. In the end, she will still be a farmer, dealing with soil all her life. Thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do you really think that way?" Feng Shenhua nodded. "Yes, I know it was wrong to like Hu Qingshan before, but I don't want to go back." Feng Shenhua sighed. "All right, I'll talk to your brother-in-law later. You wash the dishes first, I'll go settle today's money." Feng Shenhua, with red eyes, said, "Sister, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. I just want to earn some money for the family." Feng Shenhua waved her hand. "It's okay, you're kind. You're young and naive. We won't do this anymore." After saying that, she took the money and went door to door to repay others. Feng Shenhua clenched her teeth, angrily washing the dishes. She was so mad. She had already told Zhang Guilan so many bad things about Su Suining. Zhang Guilan didn't argue with Su Suining, and today she even seemed to have left. Isn't it said that Zhang Guilan is hard to deal with? Why didn't she make things difficult for Su Suining? While Hu Qingshan was on duty at the team, Su Suining took a shower at home and then studied the cotton fabric she bought earlier. She couldn't make children's clothes. If her stomach didn't sometimes feel tight, she wouldn't even realize she was going to be a mother. She sighed inwardly, wishing she had traveled back when the original owner had her baby, so she could become a mother painlessly. She examined the cotton fabric, but had no idea what to do, so she put it away. Then she took out a stack of paper, drew some designs, and wrote notes beside them: front, back, collar, etc. After a while, she was so sleepy she yawned nonstop, so she simply put everything down and went to sleep, planning to study more tomorrow. Su Sui-ning loved her current life so much. When she was tired, she just slept. She didn't need to drink cow or horse water to stay alert. Her routine was regular, her diet healthy, and her skin looked exceptionally good. Lying in bed, she happily touched her face and then fell asleep peacefully. After lights out, Hu Qingshan finished his patrol, took a shower, and returned home. Seeing the room dark, he tiptoed inside. In the quiet, he could hear Su Sui-ning's light breathing. He slowed down, placed his flashlight on the table. The flashlight was old and sometimes didn't work well. When he set it down, it suddenly flickered back on. Hu Qingshan quickly pointed the flashlight outside, preparing to turn it off. When he saw the drawing on the table, along with some writing, he paused. Last time, Su Sui-ning drew a blueprint for a shed, which only had numbers. This time, there were a few words, but Hu Qingshan immediately recognized that it wasn't her handwriting. He has strong observation skills and can remember things after just one look. Last time, he saw Su Sui-ning's diary, and the handwriting was not this free and bold style. It had a resilient spirit. Can someone's handwriting change so much after losing memory? Hu Qingshan looked at it a few more times, turned off the flashlight, and lay down on the bed. Because Su Sui-ning was pregnant and had a high body temperature, she felt hot after sleeping with the quilt on, so she tossed it aside. Then she felt cold and moved closer to the warm side. Hu Qingshan gently turned over and helped her pull the quilt over her belly, watching her outline in the dark. A voice in his heart told him she was not the same Su Sui-ning as before, but he pushed this feeling down hard. Su Sui-ning slept very well. The only problem was that every morning she woke up and looked at the shadow of the sun outside to guess the time, or listened to the loudspeaker in the village to judge the time. She turned her head and looked at the small cabinet by the bed, then asked Hu Qingshan if he could buy a small metal alarm clock. After lying there lazily for a while, Su Sui-ning finally got up slowly. The stove in the yard was warm, and breakfast was heating in the pot: some mixed grain buns, an egg, and a bowl of porridge. After washing up, she carried her breakfast and sat in the yard to eat. The sunlight was slanting in, falling by her feet, making her feel comfortable. While eating, the wife of Commander Gung from next door, Miao Ermiai, came out to pour water. She rarely looked at Su Sui-ning and greeted her. "Sister-in-law, you're only eating breakfast now?" Su Sui-ning looked up at Miao Ermiai and smiled slightly. "Yes, I got up late." Miao Ermiai didn't leave, but seemed to want to keep talking. "Sister-in-law, the village committee has assigned us a vegetable plot. We're going to choose the land today. Are you going?" Su Sui-ning was surprised. There's such a thing? Hu Qingshan hadn't told her either. If each family was given a piece of land to grow vegetables, it would be wonderful, something to do every day. Miao Ermiai was surprised that Su Sui-ning didn't know and asked, "Do you want to go? We can go together later. The land is reallocated every year, and it's about 2 plots, enough to grow vegetables for the whole summer." Su Sui-ning nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I want to. Wait for me, I'll finish this meal first." Miao Ermiai smiled and said, "No rush. I'll go back now to dress the kids, and we'll go together." Last night, Gung Shigue came back and did some mental work on her, saying that Hu Qingshan was now very good to Su Sui-ning, and she seemed ready to settle down. She told her to get along well with Su Sui-ning. She had been worried all night, afraid that Su Sui-ning wouldn't talk to her, but to her surprise, Su Sui-ning was quite easy to get along with. After breakfast, Su Sui-ning soaked her lunchbox in the water basin. She then went to the vegetable field with Sister Miao Er. Sister Miao Er was holding her 3-year-old daughter, Jingjing, a very quiet little girl who rarely cried or fussed. Sister Miao Er was also very clean and kept her child tidy. Su Suining liked well-behaved and clean children. She smiled and played with Jingjing. Sister Miao Er secretly watched Su Suining. She noticed that Su Suining was different from before. When she first arrived, Jingjing would call her auntie through the fence, but she didn't even lift her eyelids and just went back inside. She quickly picked up Jingjing and went back inside. Since then, she repeatedly told Jingjing to stay away from that auntie and not to talk to her. Unexpectedly, today she even played with Jingjing, smiling and asking sister-in-law, "How many months are you pregnant?" This question really surprised Su Suining. After thinking carefully, she said almost 3.5 months. Sister Miao Er looked at Su Suining's slim waist and said, "Sister-in-law, you should eat more. When you give birth, you'll need strength." Su Suining nodded with a smile. "Yes, I feel I've been too thin. I've been trying to eat more recently." Turning a corner, they met Feng Chunhua and Feng Shunhua. To Su Suining's surprise, Feng Shunhua was wearing a short-sleeved dress, and her hair was carefully styled. With this outfit, she looked quite like a city girl. Sister Miao Er looked a bit surprised at Feng Shunhua. "Shunhua, why are you dressed so nicely today?" Feng Chunhua chuckled. "We're not going to the vegetable plot. We just came to see. It's warm today, and Shunhua didn't bring a thin coat, so I let her wear my dress first." Su Suining was wearing a coat over her shirt, so how could it be warm? She saw the goosebumps on Feng Shunhua's arms. The two sisters probably had other plans. The vegetable plot was inside the military compound, where many single officers could be seen. Could it be that Feng Chunhua wanted to find a partner for Feng Shunhua? And indeed, Su Suining guessed correctly. Feng Chunhua knew that some officers from the logistics department, all single, would be there today to distribute the vegetable plots. She wanted everyone to meet Feng Shunhua and told Feng Shunhua to observe carefully. If she liked someone, she could tell her, and she would ask Yan Jianzhong to set up a match. Feng Shunhua felt a bit cold. When she saw Su Suining, she straightened her back. She was a bit taller than Su Suining, with a larger frame. Wearing the dress, her waist looked slim and hips broad, a healthy figure that is popular nowadays. Su Suining didn't notice Feng Shunhua's small actions at all. She greeted Feng Chunhua, and the group entered through the main gate. The vegetable field was behind the troops, passing the training ground, the regiment headquarters, and the company. This was Su Suining's first time inside the army. The original owner never cared to come in before, refusing to join the New Year celebrations, thinking it was just a bunch of rough soldiers. So she looked around curiously. When soldiers ran on the training ground, dust rose from the land, showing how tough the conditions were. Despite that, their spirits were high. They ran and shouted fiercely, full of fighting spirit that could excite anyone. Su Suining quietly looked away. She heard Sister Miao whispering, "Only the Special Forces training is the hardest, with the most intensity. The other units, when they're not working, just farm the land. The Special Forces train every day." She smiled and said, "Different roles, of course. They have more tasks normally, so their training is tougher to reduce injuries and sacrifices." Sister Miao's eyes brightened. "Sister-in-law, you're educated, so your words are different from ours." Feng Shunhua, walking ahead, heard this and felt disdain. She thought it's just showing off her little bit of knowledge. What else does she have? Hu Qingshan finished a meeting at the regiment headquarters and was about to go see the training ground when he saw Su Suining and the others heading toward the vegetable garden. He paused, knowing today they were dividing the garden plots for the families, so everyone could participate in the work. He didn't tell Su Suining because he thought once the land was divided, he'd dig it up first and then ask her what to plant. Unexpectedly, Su Suining came over again, looked around a few more times, and went with some officers to the training ground, planning to check the situation later. He himself didn't realize that seeing Su Suining made his mood better, and his face was no longer as serious as before. When Su Suining and the others arrived, some logistics officers were already there, measuring the land with fine rope and dividing it into sections of similar size, all near the roadside. The land near the woods or the city wall was reserved for the regiment's kitchen staff. Two young officers, unmarried and in their early 20s, saw the female comrades and blushed. When they learned Feng Shenhua was unmarried, they showed much more enthusiasm toward her. The other two married officers also knew who was related to whom and were very polite to Su Suining, letting her choose a plot first. She waved her hand and said, "No need. Any plot is fine." Then she looked at Feng Shenhua and said, "Sister-in-law, you choose. After you pick, I'll just take the one next to your families." Feng Shenhua paused for a moment. She didn't expect Su Suining to do this. She pointed to a piece of land near the embankment and said, "I want this one." Su Suining nodded and replied, "All right, I want the one next to yours." She wouldn't take any special privileges just because of He Qingshan's position. She didn't want him to be criticized. As for being next to Feng Shenhua, she had her own plans. Everyone saw that Su Suining and Feng Shenhua didn't choose, so they lined up to pick a piece of land one by one. No one hesitated or picked unfairly, which surprised the officials, especially since there had been a fight over a vegetable patch nearby before. After dividing the land, the officials smiled and told everyone, "Ladies, if you want to plant something, you can ask the kitchen staff for seeds or come to our logistics team. As for fertilizer, when the pigs are fed and manure is produced, the kitchen will give each family a little at the edge of your land." Miao Ermiai's vegetable patch was next to Su Suining's other side. She was happily planning, "I plan to plant some chili peppers, tomatoes, eggplants, and cucumbers." Su Suining didn't really know about farming. She planned to ask He Qingshan later, so she wouldn't ruin the land. Just then, He Qingshan and Yan Jianzhong came over. Yan Jianzhong looked at his sister-in-law in her floral dress and frowned. When no one was paying attention, he shot a glare at Feng Shenhua. He Qingshan walked straight to Su Suining and asked, "Which piece of land?" Su Suining smiled and pointed, "This one, next to Chuanhua's house. I don't know how to farm, so when the time comes, you can see what to plant and teach me if you have time." He Qingshan was not used to so many people around. The couple talked too much and seemed too close. He nodded and said, "Okay." Su Suining also noticed that He Qingshan was standing about a meter away, speaking politely. She chuckled inwardly. He was quite traditional. After dividing the land, everyone knew what they wanted to plant and went with the officials to get seeds from the logistics team. Su Suining didn't go because she didn't know what to plant. She decided to go home first and think about it. He Qingshan looked at the time and asked, "Will you wait for me in the office? Shall we eat lunch in the cafeteria?" His tone was tentative, and his gaze at Su Suining was a bit deep. She didn't think much and asked, "Is that okay? Won't it cause any trouble?" He Qingshan was a bit surprised by her caution. "It's fine, no problem. You can rest in the office for a while." Su Suining felt happy inside. Could this be considered as integrating into He Qingshan's work? Their relationship seemed to have taken a step further. They walked side by side, keeping some distance, heading toward the team headquarters, but halfway there, a car stopped them. Su Suining followed He Qingshan and stopped. She watched Zhu Hong get out of the car, then a man in military uniform with a serious face also stepped down. He Qingshan saw Zhu Hong frown, hiding his dislike in his eyes, and saluted the man who just got out. "Hello, Commander." Zhu Hong's father, Zhu Yaoguang, looked at He Qingshan with a cold, serious face. "You're quite capable now. Zhu Hong is a doctor in your team's health unit. Why don't you accept her transfer back?" He Qingshan stood straight, calm and respectful. Dr. Zhu made a serious medical mistake. Zhu Yaoguang's face darkened. "It's already investigated. Zhu Hong was used by someone with bad intentions. She is innocent. Your actions will affect her reputation and future." Su Suining was stunned. Could it be that He Qingshan is her true love? Zhu Hong looked at He Qingshan with tears in her eyes. "Qingshan, I didn't think it would lead to someone's death." He Qingshan kept a serious face, unaffected. Zhu Yaoguang really had no way with him. "All right, let's go to your office to talk." He Qingshan refused. "Commander, there's no room for discussion on this matter. If Dr. Zhu is innocent, She can go to another hospital. Zhu Yaoguang pointed at Hu Qingshan, suppressing his anger. Enough. Don't talk about her. I have other work to discuss with you. Hu Qingshan finally relented and took Zhu Yaoguang to his office. When they reached the entrance of the team's department, he turned around and looked at Su Suining. You go to the pavilion nearby and wait for me. Su Suining smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay. Go ahead and do your work. Zhu Yaoguang seemed to have just noticed Su Suining and gave her a cold glance before walking into the department. Su Suining didn't mind. She didn't like this old man at first sight. He didn't seem kind at all. She sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, feeling the breeze, and looked at a magnolia flower next to the camp that was just blooming. It looked pretty. She didn't notice when Zhu Hong came over. When she felt someone beside her, she turned her head and gave her a sharp look, then looked back at the magnolia flower. Zhu Hong sat opposite Su Suining. Are you close with Qingshan? Su Suining looked back and gave a faint glance. Sleeping in the same bed every day, does it matter if we're close or not? Zhu Hong was stunned. She didn't expect Su Suining to be so direct. I've known Qingshan for almost 10 years. He's married and happy. I'm really happy for him. Su Suining frowned a little, feeling a bit interested. Since she was bored sitting here and she wanted to talk, she listened to her nonsense. That long? How did you meet him? Zhu Hong frowned slightly, as if lost in thought. Back then, he was on the border. I saw him when I went with my dad to visit the troops. Later, I graduated in medical care and was assigned to their unit. It feels like fate. I watched him go from a soldier to an officer, earning many military honors along the way. He participated in many dangerous missions and almost lost his life several times. Su Suining listened with interest as Zhu Hong described how Hu Qingshan was injured, nearly meeting his end a few times but holding on. Then she reached the main point. Zhu Hong's eyes turned sad. 3 years ago, there was a flood. We were all fighting the disaster on the front lines. To save a wounded soldier, I was swept into the floodwaters. Hu Qingshan saved me. If it weren't for him, I might have died that day. She smiled a little. I still remember how nervous he looked when he was holding me.
Su Suining.
Is she subtly showing off? She slightly squinted her eyes. Saving people is Hu Qingshan's duty. He would be nervous for anyone. Also, why did you leave the medical team? She looked at Zhu Hong with curiosity. I overheard your dad and Hu Qingshan talking earlier. Did you make a mistake? What mistake did you make? Zhu Hong was stunned, looking innocent and curious. She felt a bit annoyed and paused before replying. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't make a mistake.
Su Suining nodded.
Then, why do you still want to return to the medical team? Isn't it better somewhere else? By the way, Hu Qingshan is already married now. Some things can't be forced.
Zhu blushed.
She didn't expect Su Suining to be so blunt and say whatever came to mind. You're talking nonsense. I don't have feelings for him. Su Suining waved her hand. It's fine. You don't need to explain to me. How you think doesn't matter. As long as Hu Qingshan only has me in his heart. She smiled with a slight squint, thinking she was some impressive figure. But this? Just that? Hu Qingshan and Zhu Yaoguang left the regiment headquarters, greeted Zhu Yaoguang, and then called Su Suining to go to the canteen together. Zhu Hong naturally followed. The regiment's canteen food was better than at the battalion, with fewer people. Only the regiment officers ate there. No meat at lunch, just 2 dishes, stir-fried chives and radish strips fried with pork fat. The staple was a hard bun made from sorghum and wheat flour. The soup was rice porridge. Su Suining sat next to Hu Qingshan, with Zhu Hong sitting opposite. Zhu Hong no longer seemed as talkative as before, quietly eating with her head down. Yan Jianzhong warmly greeted Zhu Yaoguang, saying, Commander, would you like me to cook you 2 eggs? Zhu Yaoguang waved his hand and replied, No need, no special treatment. This is fine. Su Suining thought Zhu Yaoguang seemed a bit fake, but she found that stir-fried radish with pork fat and a little dried chili was surprisingly fragrant. She had thought the radish stored all winter would lose water and not taste good in spring, but it still had plenty of moisture. After soaking in pork fat, it became soft and tasty. Hu Qingshan quietly added a few more bites of radish to Su Suining's bowl, making her even happier. She looked at Zhu Hong, who had a bad expression on her face. Even the dry, hard-steamed buns seemed a bit sweet, and the vegetables tasted better. After lunch, Zhu Yaguang called Hu Qingshan and Yan Jianzhong to the office. This time, Zhu Hong also went along. Su Suining greeted Hu Qingshan and planned to go home for a nap. When she arrived home, Miao Ermiai was still busy in the yard, using an old basin filled with soil. Curious, Su Suining asked, "What are you doing?" Miao Ermiai smiled and said, "I went to logistics to get chili and tomato seeds. I'm growing the seedlings in this basin first. When they grow bigger, I'll plant them in the ground." Su Suining was surprised. She hadn't known tomatoes and chili could be grown this way. Miao Ermiai looked at her and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, if you don't have any, I can give you some later. I grow a lot. A few days ago, I also planted some cucumber seedlings, and they already have 2 leaves." Su Suining responded without hesitation, "That's great. Do you need any help?" Miao Ermiai quickly shook her head. No, I've finished everything. It's not hard." Then she hesitated and asked curiously, "Sister-in-law, did you see Dr. Zhu just now?"
Su Suining nodded. "Yes."
"Do you know her too?" Miao Ermiai stood up, crossed the fence, and came over to Su Suining, whispering, "When I came with the army, Dr. Zhu was still a medical team doctor." Su Suining was worried. She couldn't satisfy her curiosity and asked, "Why isn't she now?" Miao Ermiai looked a bit uncomfortable and hesitated before shaking her head. "I'm not sure. It seems there was an accident.
She caused someone to die."
Back then, people said Captain was talking to her about a relationship, but I don't think so. Su Suining raised her eyebrows. "Why not?" Miao Ermiai shook her head. "I can't say exactly. It just doesn't feel right. Also, I've never seen Captain Hu care about anyone like that. He always brings breakfast back and even helps with chores." This made her very jealous. Whenever Geng Shiguai comes back, he just lies in bed like a boss, waiting to be served. Su Suining was also very pleased with Hu Qingshan's behavior and smiled. "It's because he's so good that I want to have children with him and live a good life." Miao Ermiai was about to speak when she suddenly looked behind Su Suining and called out, "Captain Hu, you're back?" Su Suining didn't expect that just casually mentioning something to Miao Ermiai would be overheard by Hu Qingshan. She turned around awkwardly and looked at Hu Qingshan with a gentle smile to ease the awkwardness. "Why did you come back?" Hu Qingshan has always had good hearing, and he could tell that Su Suining's voice was loud just now. She had become very different. She openly expressed herself without feeling embarrassed. He nodded at Miao Ermiai and then replied to Su Suining, "I just want to get some seeds and brought them back. I'll plant them in pots first." Su Suining immediately forgot her earlier embarrassment and happily said, "I was just talking about this with Ermiai." Then they went back to the house. Hu Qingshan brought back several types of seeds, including beans and loofah. Su Suining suggested, "Let's plant some different kinds from Ermiai's family, so we can exchange seedlings later." Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining and didn't expect her to suddenly get along well with Miao Ermiai, whom she usually disliked. Su Suining felt hopeful about life. "Plant more tomatoes and peppers. Later, we can make tomato sauce and dry some chili peppers. We'll have enough for winter." Hu Qingshan looked at her and asked, "What other vegetables do you like?" Su Suining couldn't think of anything and said, "It feels like we have everything already. Let's leave it at that." Watching Hu Qingshan find a piece of gauze, soak the seeds in water, then take them out and wrap them in the damp gauze, she found it a bit magical. "Will this make them sprout?" Hu Qingshan nodded. "Plant them in pots early tomorrow morning. They will sprout faster. I'll come back a little later tonight and turn the vegetable patch." Su Suining looked at Hu Qingshan busy and leaned in a little closer. "Isn't the vegetable patch for family members to work on? You finished, so what am I supposed to do?" She leaned very close, and when Hu Qingshan looked up, he almost bumped into her face. He hurriedly took a step back, sounding a bit uncomfortable and tense. Just plant the seedlings when you get back. Turning the soil is hard work. You're pregnant, so you should do less. Seeing Hu Qingshan looking uncomfortable, Su Suining couldn't help but smile even more. All right, then I'll make you something delicious. Hu Qingshan responded with a and quickly went to do something else. He felt that now he couldn't look at Su Suining too much, or he would become anxious and thirsty. Seeing Hu Qingshan go to pour water, Su Suining held back her laughter and decided not to tease him. That day, Zhang Guilin told me you're not their biological child. Over the years, have you ever thought about finding them? Hu Qingshan paused while pouring water and shook his head. No. Whether they deliberately abandoned me or not, over these years, we've all gotten used to living without each other. If I go to find them, it might only make things difficult for them. Su Suining thought about it too. If the other family had poor conditions, they might accept Hu Qingshan as their son. But if they had good conditions and other children, returning to share resources could be awkward. She walked over to Hu Qingshan and placed her hand on his arm. It's okay. Once the baby is born, our family of 3 will live happily together. Hu Qingshan was momentarily stunned. He looked down at her delicate face with serious eyes. The gentle touch on his arm made him feel unreal, and his throat seemed even drier. Still, he responded to Su Suining, okay. After Feng Chunhua returned home, she also asked about Feng Shunhua. The logistics staff, Xiao Zhang and Xiao Sun, are both good. They look decent and they're about your age. Which one do you like better? Feng Shunhua didn't answer. These 2 might seem quite good to others, young, officers, and able to follow their spouses when they marry. But she knew that these people wouldn't go far in the army. When they reached retirement age or were discharged, they would return to their hometowns in the mountains. How much potential could they really have? She had seen the city's prosperity and knew how capable Hu Qingshan could become in the future. So, how could she be willing? Marrying these men would be no different from her previous life, where she married a young person from the countryside. Things looked good at first, but the days were hard and miserable in the end. Seeing Feng Shunhua like this, Feng Chunhua knew she hadn't given up hope. Shunhua, what are you really thinking? If you still can't forget Hu Qingshan, I really have no choice but to send you back to your hometown. Feng Shunhua was determined. She reached out and grabbed Feng Chunhua. Sister, I told you before, Hu Qingshan could become a great leader in the future. I'm not lying to you. These past 2 years, I've been having the same dream, dreaming that Hu Qingshan became a high-ranking official. Feng Chunhua almost covered her mouth. Stop talking nonsense. Feng Shunhua looked serious. Just wait and see if what I say is true. When Su Suining gave birth in the fall, she died during childbirth, leaving a boy. Hu Qingshan raised the child himself and never remarried. My brother-in-law will transfer back home next winter. Feng Chunhua paused and looked at Feng Shunhua with wide eyes. Are you saying that Su Suining might have a difficult labor? Feng Shunhua nodded. Yes, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. She wanted to talk about recent events at the family compound, but in her previous life, she only arrived after Su Suining had passed away, so she didn't know what was happening now. Feng Chunhua frowned and worried about another matter. Your brother-in-law is transferring next year? Although they would arrange a job back home, who wouldn't prefer the army? They get seasonal clothes, more care for the family, and life in the family compound is much calmer compared to the tense outside world. She naturally didn't want to go back. No way, your brother-in-law said he might stay for another 3 or 5 years. Feng Shunhua was very confident about this. In a few days, someone named Luo Zhendong, a deputy political commissar, will be transferred in. He will take over your brother-in-law's position then. Feng Chunhua felt uneasy. If Feng Shunhua could even name him, was it really true? Still unwilling to believe, she said, let's wait and see. Don't tell anyone what you've said. If others hear, it could cause big trouble. Feng Shunhua nodded. Don't worry, I'm not that naive. I just want to marry someone with good conditions, which will also help our family. Now, Feng Chunhua felt a bit confused and had no mood to care about Feng Shunhua. All right, you watch the kids take their nap. I'll lie down for a bit too. Feng Shunhua sighed in relief. Once Luo Zhendong is transferred over, Feng Chunhua will believe her, and she won't be troubled anymore. Her only hope now is that September would come quickly, and Su Suining would pass away soon. Time has never felt as long as it does now. Su Suining has been busy these past 2 days. Every morning, she walks around the vegetable field, tidies up a small patch, sows some spinach seeds, and learned from Sister Meow to enclose the large field with ridges, dividing it into small plots for different vegetables. By noon, she and Sister Meow carry hoes back home, enjoying a peaceful rural life. At the entrance of the army base, she encounters Hu Qingshan and a group of people coming in from outside, accompanied by a new officer she doesn't recognize. Su Suining stands by the roadside, initially planning not to greet Hu Qingshan, but unexpectedly, he stops and walks toward her. Su Suining didn't expect Hu Qingshan to approach her willingly, especially in front of so many people. Outside, Hu Qingshan always keeps his distance, acting familiar yet distant. Smiling, she nodded to everyone and then looked at Hu Qingshan. "Is there something you need?" Hu Qingshan told someone nearby to let everyone go back first, then turned to Su Suining. "Shall we eat in the cafeteria at noon? There will be a group meal." Su Suining stifled a laugh. "I'm going to eat meat. Will that be a problem?" Hu Qingshan shook his head. "No, it won't." As he spoke, he took the from Su Suining's hand. "Let's go. After we eat, I'll go back with you." Su Suining looked back. Miao Ermiai had already left with her child, showing she was perceptive. She wasn't polite and went with Hu Qingshan to the group department cafeteria. The group ahead had already walked far away. Curious, Su Suining asked Hu Qingshan, "Who is that person with you?" "I've never seen him before." Hu Qingshan always answered questions directly. "He's the political commissar transferred from Jing City, Luo Zhendong." Su Suining exclaimed, "From Jing City? A high-ranking official's child?" Hu Qingshan was unsure. "I don't know. He just arrived today. I took him to the division headquarters for a meeting, and tonight there will be overtime and another meeting. We won't be eating dinner at home. Rest early."
Su Suining responded crisply, "Okay."
After washing her hands in the yard, she went into the cafeteria, where everyone was already seated. She followed Hu Qingshan to Yan Jianzhang's table. The new deputy political commissar smiled and greeted Su Suining.
"So you're the sister-in-law."
"I'm Luo Zhendong, the new one. You might be seeing some trouble for me in the future."
Su Suining smiled.
"I don't understand your work, so what trouble could you cause me? If you have free time, you can come to my house for a meal." Luo Zhendong, looking fair and gentle, seemed suited for political work. He smiled kindly. "Since I have the sister-in-law's words, I will definitely come to eat." Hu Qingshan took a rice bowl for Su Suining and handed her chopsticks, taking care of her carefully. She felt a bit embarrassed, but also noticed Yan Jianzhang looked a bit down, as if he had worries. Not long after sitting down, soldiers brought 4 bowls of dishes, 2 vegetarian and 2 meat dishes, braised pork with radish and yellow braised carp. The carp was cut into pieces, coated with flour, fried in oil, then simmered in yellow braised style with tofu inside, making it very flavorful. They probably added rice wine to remove the fishy smell, giving it a slight wine aroma. It was very delicious. Su Suining served herself a piece of fish. Before she finished, Hu Qingshan helped her by adding 2 more pieces of meat from the fish's belly, which had fewer bones. She felt a little shy, secretly tugging at Hu Qingshan's clothes, signaling him not to add more, pretending she hadn't eaten anything. Hu Qingshan then casually added 2 lean pieces of braised pork to her plate before focusing on his own meal. Su Suining eats slowly, but compared to the men at the table, she is still much slower. No one talks while eating. After finishing, she puts down her chopsticks and begins to chat. While eating, Su Suining listens to Luo Zhendong ask a few questions to the nearby officer, who answers with some difficulty. Luo Zhendong casually says, "It's important for soldiers to focus on their cultural classes. Having knowledge is always beneficial." Su Suining notices Yan Jianzhang's expression change slightly, but he remains polite, We have cultural classes every day, but many soldiers haven't attended school before joining the army, so their progress is a bit slow. Hu Qingshan agrees, saying, if someone falls behind, we need to find a way. Learning is ultimately good for everyone. Yan Jianzhong nods without speaking. Luo Zhendong suddenly laughs and looks at Hu Qingshan. I saw your report in the newspaper before. There was no photo, so I wondered what kind of person you are. I'm really happy to be your partner this time. However, you look very much like my former company commander, who unfortunately sacrificed himself 3 years ago during a mission. His tone becomes somber, and his expression turns serious. Su Suining glances at Hu Qingshan. Since they look alike and the former commander died young, it's really a pity. Luo Zhendong was shocked when he first saw Hu Qingshan. He didn't expect someone in the world to look so similar. However, the late company commander was much more refined and fair-skinned than Hu Qingshan. He couldn't hold back and spoke his thoughts aloud, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, I'll go check our study room later to see if the learning materials need any corrections. Hu Qingshan agrees, sure. Chui officer can go with you. I have a meeting at the division headquarters this afternoon. Luo Zhendong nods, no problem. If I have questions, I can ask Commissar Yan. During the chat, Su Suining manages to finish half her bowl of rice. The rice that Hu Qingshan scooped for her is all eaten. She can't leave any. After finishing, she feels a happiness like being stuffed to her throat. That evening, Yan Jianzhong returns and mutters that a new deputy political commissar has arrived, and new officials tend to be very eager. Feng Chunhua hears about the new deputy political commissar and asks, what's his name? Yan Jianzhong doesn't think much and replies, Luo Zhendong, from Beijing City. He's 30 years old, well-educated, and capable. Feng Chunhua's heart tightens. Will that affect you? Yan Jianzhong frowns. Probably not. But since he's well-educated, he will likely be promoted quickly. Feng Chunhua remembers what Feng Shenhua said and feels a burning pain inside, as if her heart is being poured with oil. Feng Shenhua listened nearby and was not too surprised. After Luo Zhendong arrived, many things indeed changed. In the past, Yan Jianzhong, who had transferred back home, would often complain during New Year's dinner that Luo Zhendong had ruined his future. He said Luo Zhendong, being educated, was very cunning and scheming. But she didn't know exactly what Luo Zhendong had done, so she couldn't help Yan Jianzhong. After dinner, before the meeting, Hu Qingshan returned from the camp headquarters. Luo Zhendong was standing at the company's entrance, smoking. Seeing Hu Qingshan approach, Luo Zhendong quickly took out a cigarette and offered it. De Qianmen, I brought this from Beijing. Want to try? Hu Qingshan refused. I don't smoke. Our Special Forces group bans smoking. Luo Zhendong was surprised. Why? Hu Qingshan looked at him and said, when we go on missions, we often stay hidden for dozens of hours. If we get addicted to anything, how can we endure it? Luo Zhendong paused and nodded. Indeed, what the newspapers say is true. Your rules are strict. Hu Qingshan was not good at chatting casually or boasting about his achievements. Luo Zhendong asked curiously after a few words, do you have relatives in Beijing? Wokinsan Fronet, no. It's time. Let's go in for the meeting. Luo Zhendong was surprised and looked at Hu Qingshan's back. He looked so much like someone. At first, he thought it was Captain Liu Beifeng, who sacrificed himself. But now, looking again, Hu Qingshan still carried the dignified aura of the Liu family's elder. The more Luo Zhendong thought about it, the stranger he felt. How could there be someone who looked so much like him? Old Master Liu had served in the military his whole life. None of his son or 3 daughters inherited his demeanor. Only in the grandchildren, there was Liu Beifeng, a soldier, who unfortunately also sacrificed himself. Because of his grief, old Master Liu's health worsened year by year. If Luo Zhendong had a bold idea, if Hu Qingshan was a child of the Liu family, then maybe old Master Liu would feel happy and get better. Hu Qingshan didn't take Luo Zhendong's words seriously. It was just that they looked alike. Many people looked alike. Did that mean they all had relatives? He was also thinking about how the seeds had already sprouted. When he had free time in the evenings, He planned to plant the seedlings in the vegetable garden. He now enjoyed going home, listening to Su Suining talk about small things like the seeds sprouting and growing leaves, or how he went shopping for meat late and only bought large beef bones. This made him happy but also a little worried that Su Suining might regain her memory. Such warm, simple days might not last forever. Every day on the way home, I feel a little nervous. But when I see Su Suining smile at him, I finally feel at ease. Su Suining doesn't know that Hu Qingshan, who is shy and not good at expressing himself, has such a lively mind. These days, she has been living quite leisurely, learning how to sew children's clothes with Sister Miao Air. Sister Miao Air sits under the shade with her child, watching Su Suining carefully sew and smiles. Sister-in-law, I really can't imagine that one day I could sit here and teach you things. Su Suining responds cheerfully. It's nothing. We learn from each other to improve together. Since they are more familiar, Sister Miao Air no longer holds back. When you first came, I admired you a lot because you are educated. I even hoped I could learn to read from you. Su Suining is a bit surprised. You can't read? Sister Miao Air doesn't feel embarrassed. I learned some from the literacy class. I can recognize a few simple characters, but I can't write. Many people in our community are from the countryside, and their situation is similar to mine. Su Suining knows education has been stagnant lately, but she didn't expect the gap to be so big. She thinks for a moment. I'll teach you the characters from the quotes later. Learn a little every day, and you'll get the hang of it over time. Sister Miao Air is excited. That would be great. I just hope that in the future, Jing Jing won't be like me, blind to everything. I want her to study hard and become a cultured person. Su Suining nods. Yes, learning more is always good. By noon, Sister Miao Air takes her child and leaves. Su Suining also tidies up to prepare dinner. She thinks Sister Miao Air is doing very well. She has good boundaries. They get along nicely, but at mealtime, she always takes her child away. The child is well behaved and won't come over when she eats. Sometimes, Su Suining gives Jing Jing a piece of bread, but she keeps a respectful distance to avoid any future trouble. She enjoys this simple, respectful neighbor relationship. At noon, Hu Qingshan doesn't come home for dinner. Su Suining makes a simple meal and then takes a nap. After waking up, she dismantles the small bed in the outer room, planning to build a cabinet there to store some and use jars later. She also wants to get 2 flower pots and grow some flowers inside, so that even in winter, the house has a bit of greenery, which makes her feel good. After finishing her chores, she prepares to cook when Hu Qingshan's guard runs over to tell her. Sister-in-law, the commander said he won't be back for dinner tonight. He has a mission. Su Suining responds with a simple okay and wants to ask if there is any danger, but the guard has already run away. Next, the loudspeaker in the group announced an urgent call to action, different from the usual wake-up or meal calls. Su Suining felt her heart race with a tense rhythm. The girl next door, Miao Ermei, came out and saw Su Suining standing blankly in the yard. She came over to comfort her. Sister-in-law, are you scared? Don't worry, it's okay. They often have urgent missions. Su Suining still felt uneasy. Could their missions be dangerous?
Miao Ermei frowned slightly.
Any mission can be dangerous, but they will definitely come back safe. She had been with the army for 4 years and still hadn't adapted. Every time they went on a mission, she couldn't sleep well at night. Any small noise would wake her up, and only when her husband returned safely could she relax completely. The feelings of the families were the same. As long as the men came back alive, that was enough. Miao Air didn't dare to tell Su Suining her true thoughts, so she just comforted her. Captain Hogg is very capable.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
Su Suining smiled and looked at the seedlings in the basin. Hu Qingshan said he would plant the seedlings after dinner. Looks like I have to go. Miao Ermei knew Su Suining wouldn't farm. Sister-in-law, after we eat, I'll go with you. Hu Qingshan was on a mission and had been gone for a week without returning. The group was led by Yan Jianzhong and Luo Zhendong. Yan Jianzhong was very dissatisfied with Luo Zhendong. He felt that as a city soldier, Luo didn't understand the local conditions at all and wanted to make big reforms right away. Most importantly, Hu Qingshan supported Luo Zhendong's ideas. He believed in adapting to change and learning new things during their free time. In recent days, Yan Jianzhong had been gloomy at home. Feng Chunhua knew he was in a bad mood and told the children to go outside and play so they wouldn't bother him. From Yan Jianzhong's complaints, it was clear that the new Luo Zhendong was not easy to get along with. Pulling Feng Chunhua aside to a quiet place, he asked, "Does Luo Zhendong really affect your brother-in-law?" Feng Chunhua frowned. "Sister, you saw it too. Ever since Luo Zhendong arrived, my brother-in-law has been frowning all the time. He must be affected. Luo Zhendong is educated and from a big city, so he has a different perspective." Feng Chunhua was even more worried. "What should we do?" Feng Chunhua held her sister's hand. "Sis, do you believe me now? Everything I said is true. Hu Qingshan really could become a high-ranking official in the future." Inside, she was secretly happy. It seemed that things were unfolding as they had in her previous life, and Su Suining would definitely die. Feng Chunhua was not in the mood to worry about whether Hu Qingshan would become an official. "We need to find a way to make Luo Zhen feel uncomfortable staying here." Feng Chunhua looked at Feng Chunhua in surprise. "Sister, what can we do? You better not interfere recklessly, or you might ruin everything, and in the end, brother-in-law might not even be able to transfer normally." Feng Chunhua wanted to speak, but saw Su Suining coming over with A. She pursed her lips and swallowed her words. Waiting for Su Suining to approach with a smile, she asked, "Going to the vegetable field again? I see your seedlings are growing well. You don't need to go every day." Su Suining glanced at the two sisters, especially at Feng Chunhua, who looked forced to smile. She chuckled, "When I have nothing to do, I just go for a walk. Staying at home all the time, I'm worried it might be hard to give birth when the time comes." While saying this, she looked at Feng Chunhua and saw her face look as uncomfortable as someone with stomach issues. Su Suining knew that the original heroine was secretly waiting for her to die, but she refused to die. Feng Chunhua wasn't in much mood to chat and replied perfunctorily, "Yes, pregnant women should move around more. It will make childbirth easier." Su Suining responded with a smile, "I'm leaving now. You guys can chat slowly." Feng Chunhua watched Su Suining leave and thought things might not be so bad. "I think Su Suining has gained a lot of weight. She looks healthier than before, with a rosy, healthy face. How could she have a difficult labor?" Feng Chunhua was firm. "That's not necessarily true. Sister, we'll just wait and see." Feng Chunhua's mind was still troubled. What's the point of waiting? The young couple is very happy together. Besides, are you really willing to be a stepmother? Feng Chunhua was confident. As long as Hu Qingshan's future looks good, what's wrong with being a stepmother? Later that evening, Su Suining baked thin pancakes and rolled them with fried potato strips. They still smelled very good. Although she was worried about Hu Qingshan's safety these days, it didn't affect her appetite. She wanted to eat well and take care of her health so that she and the baby would be healthy. After dinner, she tidied up, then sat in the yard to rest for a while. When she went inside to shower and lay on the bed, she carefully counted in her mind. Hu Qingshan had been gone for 7 days. 7 days without seeing him, and she had already started to miss him. She placed her hand on her belly, which was slightly protruding, feeling a strange sensation. After nearly a month together, she had accepted the existence of the baby and was beginning to look forward to his arrival. Suddenly, she felt her stomach gurgle as if a small fish was swimming by. Su Suining was feeling curious. She touched her belly again and the baby moved. She couldn't help but sit up, feeling surprised. Could this be the famous fetal movement? Because she was excited, Su Suining rarely had trouble sleeping. Late at night, outside, it started to rain, gradually getting heavier, with loud thunder and lightning that seemed to want to break the roof. She couldn't sleep anymore. The power was out, and everything was dark. She just lay there feeling bored. She heard footsteps and voices outside in the yard. Soon, the footsteps got closer and stopped at the door of the small room. Someone pushed the door, but didn't open it. Su Suining was a little excited. When she heard the footsteps start to leave, she quickly called out, "Hua Qingshan, are you back?" Outside, Hua Qingshan responded. Su Suining happily took out a flashlight. "Wait a moment, I'll open the door for you." Hua Qingshan listened to the faint sounds inside and reminded her, "Go slowly." Su Suining went to open the door. Hua Qingshan didn't come in right away. "You go inside first. I'm just shaking off the rain from my coat outside." Su Suining stepped back to the inner room door, still holding the flashlight to watch him take off his long raincoat, shake off the water, and hang it on the door. She asked with concern, "Everyone safe? Are you hurt?" Hua Qingshan replied quietly, "Nothing's wrong. I'm not hurt." Su Suining felt relieved. "That's good. Have you eaten? Are you hungry?" Seeing that Su Suining was about to get busy, Hua Qingshan reached out to stop her. "No need. We already ate. You should rest. I'll wash up quickly." They had planned to rest at the team's place for the night and come back in the morning. But when passing by the family compound gate, he couldn't help but want to come back and check. Su Suining was even more restless. After lying down, she listened to Hua Qingshan go to wash up under the shelter in the rain. She felt very at ease. When Hua Qingshan returned and lay down, Su Suining moved closer to him and whispered softly, "Today's rain is so heavy. The vegetable seedlings will probably grow a whole new leaf by tomorrow. The spinach seedlings can even be cooked into noodles. I'll make noodles for you tomorrow night." Hua Qingshan's eyes shone with gentle warmth. He looked at the dark roof and listened to Su Suining's murmuring, feeling very content. Suddenly, Su Suining let out a small gasp, startling Hua Qingshan, who turned to face her. "What's wrong?" Su Suining chuckled softly. "This evening, the baby moved. It was like a little fish swimming. Maybe it's already starting to look like a little person?" She knew nothing about this, and was just guessing. Hua Qingshan paused for a moment. He didn't have high expectations for this child, even now. Although Su Suining was different from before, he couldn't feel the child's presence, since the baby was still inside her belly. Su Suining suddenly grabbed his hand, lying flat and lifting her shirt. She forcefully pulled his hand onto her stomach, which was slightly bulging, pressing his palm against it. The soft, smooth feeling penetrated his hand, burning like a small flame. Hua Qingshan wanted to pull his hand back, but Su Suining held it tightly, not letting go. She softly said, "Feel it, see if the baby moves." The little one inside also responded, moving again with a gulp, then swimming back. Su Suining was happy. She thought her child was very lively. She wanted Hua Qingshan to feel the child's presence, so he wouldn't think about harming the baby after recovering his health. She wanted him to participate early in prenatal education, to truly feel the baby's existence, which would also help her. Hua Qingshan was stunned. He didn't dare move his hand, feeling the real touch, which made him a little unbelieving and curious. How big is he now? This question also puzzled Su Suining. For months. Is it as big as your thumb? I'm not sure. But isn't it amazing? Hua Qingshan felt a bit excited but didn't say anything sentimental or moving. He just responded with an Su Suining smiled and released his hand. "All right, let's sleep well. The baby should rest too, so he can grow quickly." Hua Qingshan lay back down, excited but unable to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Suining simply turned over, mumbling something before falling asleep. After confirming Su Suining was deeply asleep, Hua Qingshan turned to lie on his side facing her. He reached out to touch her belly, but withdrew his hand before touching her clothes, afraid of waking her. In the dark night, he gazed at her face and couldn't resist reaching out to touch her with his finger. If she could stay like this forever, their family of 3 would be very happy. Su Suining didn't know if it was because of a healthy lifestyle, regular routines, or pregnancy, but she slept very well. Often, she didn't hear the morning call, and by the time she opened her eyes, breakfast had already been announced. Hua Qingshan still didn't know when he left, but the bed was neatly made. Su Suining was a little dazed, looking at the bright sunshine outside. She decided to go and air out the quilt. After changing clothes and casually tying her hair back, she went out. Surprisingly, Hu Qingshan hadn't left yet. He had already cleaned up the fallen branches and leaves from last night's wind and rain in the yard. Bending over the sink to wash clothes, Su Suining paused and looked carefully at the clothes in He Qingshan's hand. Her face turned bright red as she hurried over and said This doesn't need to be washed by you. Last night, it rained. After taking a shower, Su Suining put her underwear into her jacket, planning to wash it together this morning. Unexpectedly, He Qingshan was already washing clothes, and he was holding a small piece of cloth. Blushing, Su Suining quickly pushed him aside and said, I'll wash it. I can do it myself. She made this underwear herself a few days ago, using less fabric, different from the loose shorts everyone wears now. He Qingshan didn't expect her underwear to be inside her jacket. When he washed it, he noticed it. Although he looked calm, he was actually a bit flustered inside. Seeing Su Suining's face turn red, he took a step back and cleared his throat. Breakfast is in the pot. Luo Shindong said he'll come over for dinner tonight. Su Suining put her underwear into the water basin, then looked up and smiled at He Qingshan.
Okay.
We also said we'd invite Deputy Yen to eat at our house. We haven't had a good chance. Maybe we can call him over too? He Qingshan thought it was fine.
Sure.
I'll go to the team first, then come back to take you to the service station to buy some meat.
Su Suining nodded.
All right, you go ahead and do your work. Her shyness faded, and when she looked at He Qingshan with a smile, she found him quite adorable. After He Qingshan left, Su Suining quickly finished washing her clothes, cleaned up, and sat down to eat breakfast. The breakfast was the usual: mixed flour buns, eggs, and porridge. While eating, Miao Ermei came out of the house holding her child. Seeing Su Suining eating, she smiled and said, Sister-in-law, just having breakfast? Last night, the wind and rain were strong, and a lot of branches fell. Captain, he got up early and tidied everything. Su Suining appreciated hearing her family and her words, and smiled. I didn't hear the wind so hard. Are our vegetables okay?
Miao Ermei shook her head.
No problem. I checked early this morning. The rain made a big difference. The vegetable seedlings grew a lot overnight. Su Suining felt a bit happy. I'll go see later if the spinach is ready to eat. Miao Ermei gestured with her hand. It's still a little short. If you eat it now, it might be a waste. Su Suining smiled without saying anything. She loved eating tender little vegetable seedlings. In a few decades, these delicate seedlings, placed in beautiful boxes with green organic vegetable labels, could sell for dozens of yuan each. But it's still uncertain if they are truly organic. Now she has such a good opportunity, she definitely won't let it go. Just finished breakfast, Hu Qingshan rode his bike to pick her up to go to the service station. Su Suining carried her shopping basket, skillfully supported Hu Qingshan's waist, and sat on the back seat. They drove out of the residential area amid the envy of the residents. Among them was Feng Shunhua. Seeing Feng Shunhua's gloomy expression, Su Suining secretly chuckled and quietly asked Hu Qingshan, What do you think of Feng Shunhua? Hu Qingshan was a bit surprised. Feng Shunhua? That's Yan Jingwei's sister-in-law. What's her situation got to do with us? Hearing Hu Qingshan's puzzled tone, Su Suining smiled and said, I think sister-in-law wants to find Feng Shunhua a match in the group, but she probably hasn't found anyone suitable. Hu Qingshan frowned. He really didn't like Feng Shunhua, especially since she was doing business in the residential area. She's too scheming. No one is suitable for her.
Su Suining laughed.
Hu Qingshan could tell Feng Shunhua was scheming, which showed how obvious her behavior was. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Suining waited for Hu Qingshan to park his bike before going inside. They arrived early, and, surprisingly, there were 2 live chickens for sale. Su Suining nudged Hu Qingshan's arm. Just buy a rooster. Oh, and a block of tofu. Cooking a chicken, stir-frying 2 vegetable dishes, and preparing a cold dish makes 4 dishes, which is now the highest standard for entertaining guests. Hu Qingshan had no objection. A large rooster weighing about 7 or 8 jin costs 1 yuan 50. Su Suining thought that was quite reasonable, but many people preferred to buy 2 jean of meat to make pork lard, as chicken meat with half the bones is tough and not very tasty. Although Su Suining didn't know the exact age of chickens, she felt roosters might be better than hens. Nowadays, hens are mainly for laying eggs, and only when they can no longer lay eggs are they sold in markets. That chicken would definitely be old and tough, making it hard to cook. After buying a rooster, she also bought 3 jean of tofu. Finally, Su Suining went to look at the fabric counter, where a few new silk cotton fabrics suitable for making skirts had just arrived. However, because these fabrics are not very durable and are inexpensive, not many people buy them. Su Suining liked them. She thought skirts made from these fabrics would be very cool. She touched a light green piece and a floral one, then turned to Hu Qingshan and asked, "Do you think they look good?" Hu Qingshan couldn't tell the difference between these fancy patterns and just nodded. "They look good." Su Suining was happy. "I'll take these 2. Each needs 3 meters. Another advantage of these fabrics is that they don't require fabric tickets. Many people buy them to make vests or underwear. Hu Qingshan had no objections. He watched Su Suining happily holding the cut fabric, gesturing with it, then carefully putting it away into the vegetable basket. Feeling a bit touched, he asked, "Is there anything else you want to buy?" Su Suining suddenly remembered. "Oh, we don't have a clock at home. I usually guess the time by the sun's shadow. Can I buy a clock?" Hu Qingshan was momentarily surprised, then remembered that there used to be a clock at home. The morning they shared a room, Su Suining got angry and broke the clock by throwing it. He had kept it in his office drawer. "There's a clock in the office. I'll bring it back later." Su Suining was satisfied. "That's settled. Let's go home quickly. You can help me kill the chicken, then go about your work. We'll bring them back for dinner this afternoon." Hu Qingshan tied the rooster's legs and hung it on the handlebar of his bike, carrying Su Suining home. She leaned on his waist, crossed her legs, humming a song about returning to her parents' house. She only remembered a few lines from childhood, the melody, and felt it suited the scene. She couldn't help but hum along. Hu Qingshan had never heard it, but he found the tune cheerful and felt happy listening to it, his lips curling into a smile. Foam Shenhua hadn't yet arrived at the service station when she saw Hu Qingshan riding his bike with Su Suining, a big rooster, hanging on the handlebar. How could she not feel jealous? She had just seen Hu Qingshan smiling. This man, who usually kept a cold face and said nothing, was actually riding with a smile. Jealousy drove her crazy. Why was time passing so slowly? When they got home, Hu Qingshan killed the chicken, and Su Suining prepared hot water to scald the feathers. She was grateful for her cooking skills, which she learned after her parents divorced, and she grew up with her grandmother. Hu Qingshan didn't leave after killing the chicken. He squatted down to help her pluck the feathers. Neither of them spoke, heads close together, hurriedly pulling the feathers while the hot water was still warm. Su Suining's feet went numb. She moved her foot, but unexpectedly lost her balance and accidentally bumped into Hu Qingshan. Hu Qingshan quickly reached out to support her shoulder, but he was a moment too late. Su Suining's forehead hit his lips. He could have dodged, but worried she might fall, so he let her bump into him. She felt a sharp pain in her forehead, took a deep breath of cool air, and Hu Qingshan helped her stand up. "Move around a bit. I'll get a stool for you." Hu Qingshan moved over a stool. Su Suining rubbed her aching forehead. When she saw that Hu Qingshan's lower lip was swollen and even had a little blood, she chuckled softly, asking, "Does your mouth hurt?" "It's okay." Hu Qingshan handed the stool to Su Suining and wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand.
"You sit and rest.
I'll handle the chores." Su Suining rubbed her forehead and obediently sat down on the side, watching Hu Qingshan's swollen lips and the bright red color, feeling amused. She thought that if she went out like this, others might misunderstand. Hu Qingshan acted quickly. He plucked the chicken feathers, opened the chicken to remove the internal organs, then lit a fire to burn the feathers. Su Suining stood nearby with her hands behind her back, watching sincerely. She praised, "You're so efficient here. If I did it, I'd probably be busy until noon." Hu Qingshan was pleased by the compliment. His expression softened visibly. How big should I cut the chicken into pieces? Su Suining hurriedly stopped him. No need. I'll chop it myself this afternoon. I haven't decided how to cook it yet. Hu Qingshan checked the time and went to wash his hands. If you're too busy, just call second sister from next door to help. He also wanted to remind her to rest and not tire herself out, but he hesitated, feeling it might sound too nagging. In the end, he paused, then left the room carrying his military uniform. On his way back to the group, everyone he met greeted him, but they all paused and looked at him strangely. He was a bit confused, but didn't think much of it. He first attended a meeting at the camp headquarters, then returned to the group to meet with Luo Zhendong and others. Luo Zhendong looked at the new wound on Hu Qingshan's lower lip, which was swollen, with fresh scabs of blood. He sighed inwardly, thinking that Hu Qingshan didn't seem as dull and unromantic as rumors suggested. Besides training, he seemed to have nothing else on his mind. He returned home late last night and left early this morning after a quick breakfast. He disappeared for half the morning. It seemed the young couple was quite passionate. Others didn't dare to think as much as Luo Zhendong, but they all misunderstood the injury on Hu Qingshan's lip as caused by Su Suining biting him. They believed it firmly and secretly discussed it among themselves. By lunchtime, all the leaders in the group knew that Hu Qingshan had been bitten on the lip during a week-long mission when he was close to Su Suining. Hu Qingshan still didn't feel much. After all, no one dared to tease him openly. After lunch, Hu Qingshan returned to his office, took out the broken alarm clock from the drawer, and carefully started repairing it with a screwdriver. Luo Zhendong carried a teacup and strolled over, watching Hu Qingshan fix the clock. He sat across from him and asked, "You still know how to fix this?" As expected, what's said about you in the group is true. Once you've seen something, there's nothing you can't do. Hu Qingshan glanced at him, lips pressed into a thin line, and continued repairing the clock. Luo Zhendong has recently figured out Hu Qingshan's personality. He is not good at chatting but has a very quick understanding and excellent professionalism. The only weakness is that his education level is a bit low. He thought for a moment and asked, "Do you usually study your cultural lessons on your own?" Hu Qingshan was interested and replied, "I just read some newspapers and books about current events." Luo Zhendong shook his head and said, "That's not enough. I have some military books I can lend you. They include analyses of major battles. A good commander needs not only great military skills but also a sharp mind." Hu Qingshan has always been respectful of learning. Since he hasn't read much, he tries to read whenever he gets the chance. He also married Su Suining because he valued her education. He paused his work, looked at Luo Zhendong, and said, "All right, thanks." Luo Zhendong smiled and replied, "You're welcome. I think your abilities shouldn't stop here. You can go further in the future. So, try to improve both your education and physical strength. By the way, the books will have many English words. If you don't understand, you can ask me." Hu Qingshan nodded and then said, "Tonight, remember to come to my house for dinner. My wife has cooked chicken." Luo Zhendong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Sure, I didn't expect that even a hero can struggle with a beauty." Hu Qingshan ignored Luo Zhendong's teasing and continued fixing his alarm clock. He planned to check if the logistics team had red paint to repaint the outside of the clock, making it look new. Su Suining had no experience hosting guests, but knew that people nowadays ate a lot, so she prepared extra food. At noon, she made noodles, and in the afternoon, she steamed 2 baskets of flour buns, filled with oil and sesame salt, which smelled very good. Because the flour wasn't top grade, it contained more bran, so the buns turned slightly dark after steaming, but it didn't affect their fragrant smell. Su Suining was satisfied. She picked out the buns, put 4 on a plate, and took them to Miao Ermei next door. Miao Ermei was a bit surprised and shyly refused, saying, "Sister-in-law, you have guests tonight. Better to keep the food for yourself." Seeing her reluctance, Su Suining smiled, squatted down, picked up 1 bun to cool, and handed it to Jing Jing, saying, "I made plenty. You and Jing Jing should try my cooking." Jing Jing looked at her mother. Seeing her mother smiling and nodding, She reached out and took the bun, loudly thanking her aunt. Su Suining was happy and gently rubbed Jing Jing's little head. Look at how polite Jing Jing is. When she likes the food, tell auntie. Next time I'll make more. Sister Miao Er kept thanking everyone. Actually, her family of 3 could live well on Geng Shigue's salary, but because both sets of elders were in poor health and Geng Shigue had many younger siblings, they had to save some money and ration tickets each month to send back home. Most people in the big courtyard were in similar situations. When someone had the ability, they tried to help the whole family. Life was very tight, and people like Su Suining hardly ever spared anything to eat. In the end, Su Suining decided to make potato stew with chicken, cabbage, and tofu with vermicelli, and a simple cold dish of spinach and carrot strips with vermicelli, plus a wild vegetable salad. Although the 4 dishes looked simple, they were full of color, aroma, and flavor. Waiting happily for the chicken and potatoes to be ready, Su Suining saw Hu Qingshan, Luo Zhendong, Yan Jianzhong, Deputy Commander Chen Gaifa, and Chief of Staff Song Dongpeng walking over together. Luo Zhendong entered the yard and greeted Su Suining. Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you making? I smelled the aroma just around the corner. Su Suining smiled. Since you all came by, I had to cook a good meal. Sit down quickly, dinner is almost ready. She moved the small table inside out to join with a yard table, borrowed some stools from Sister Miao Er's house, and set enough seats. Hu Qingshan followed her inside to get bowls and chopsticks and took the opportunity to give her a small alarm clock that looked like a shiny red apple. Su Suining was momentarily stunned. Hu Qingshan had already taken the bowls and chopsticks outside. Su Suining looked at the delicate little alarm clock in her hand, which still smelled strongly of fresh paint, probably a thin coat applied just at noon. She couldn't help but laugh, placing it on the windowsill to air out the smell. But recalling how Hu Qingshan had handed her the clock earlier, it looked just like a little kid being praised. She decided to praise him properly tonight. She carried a teacup outside to serve tea to everyone. After tasting Su Suining's cooking, Luo Zhendong was a bit surprised. Her skills were surprisingly good. He had heard some rumors before, but seeing her now, she was completely different from what he'd heard. It seemed rumors couldn't always be trusted. Calling out to Su Suining, who was busy boiling water. Sister-in-law, come eat quickly. I'll boil some water in a moment. Su Suining smiled and responded, pouring hot water, and found that Hu Qingshan had already saved her a seat and even put some chicken drumsticks and wings into her bowl. Was he afraid she wouldn't get enough to eat? The others didn't react much to Su Suining not sitting at the table to eat because, at home, it was normal for the wife to serve and for the family to eat separately when guests arrived. Zhendong Luo and Su Suining sat down praising, Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. You're better than the chefs at the state-run restaurant in Beijing. Su Suining modestly smiled. You're too kind. I don't really know how to cook. I just thought since you all came, I should add a bit more oil. As long as there's enough oil, the food will smell good. She was quite clever and wouldn't bother to be humble or boastful, pretending it was just everyday cooking. She wanted everyone to think that she put in her best effort because she was hosting a special meal. Zhendong Luo smiled, thinking that Hu Qingshan's wife was much smarter than him in social matters. Apart from holidays when drinking was allowed, the dinner didn't last long. Luo Zhendong's presence made the atmosphere a little strange. Even an outsider like Su Suining could notice, especially Yan Jianzhong. Although he was smiling and chatting, the loneliness in his eyes was obvious. After dinner, others gradually went home, but Luo Zhendong insisted on staying to help Su Suining clean up. Sister-in-law, I can go back now. You've had a busy day. Rest, I'll do the cleaning. Hu Qingshan glanced at him and stopped him. No need, I can handle it. He started cleaning the dishes. Luo Zhendong was surprised. They say Northwest men are very macho. Won't help even if the oil bottle falls at home. I didn't expect you to do household chores. Su Suining smiled and defended Hu Qingshan. That rumor isn't entirely accurate. We do chores together at home. Luo Zhendong nodded repeatedly, watching Hu Qingshan put the dishes into the sink. Su Suining stood smiling nearby, watching him work, feeling a bit unnecessary. He cleared his throat. I'll head back now. Oh, I left your book on the windowsill. Take some time to look at it. The section about weapons has a lot of English. You can write it down and ask me. Hu Qingshan nodded but didn't see him off. Tonight's cultural class, discuss it with old Yen. Don't let it cause any bad feelings. Luo Zhendong waved his hand. Don't worry. He's the boss, I'm the deputy. My job is to support him. Old Yen is overthinking. After Luo Zhendong left, Su Suining curiously picked up the two thick military theory books on the windowsill. She flipped through them. They were full of theoretical knowledge with some English words mixed in. In this era of scarce books, it was good enough to read this. After reading a few pages, she leaned close to Hu Qingshan and handed him an open page. Do you recognize these? He looked at it briefly and shook his head. I can recognize most Chinese characters, but I don't know any English. Su Suining thought for a moment and smiled. You don't need to ask Deputy Political Commissar Luo. I can teach you myself. I know all these things. Hu Qingshan was surprised and sat up straighter. He knew Su Suining was educated, but he didn't expect her to know English too. How do you know all this? Su Suining squinted her eyes. I learned in the city. Look, this means left-turning trajectory, and here is the barrel of the gun. The title is about firearm basics. Hu Qingshan looked at her in shock. He wasn't sure if she was always correct, but these technical words already impressed him. Su Suining closed her book, smiled, and took his arm. From now on, after dinner, we'll spend an hour studying. I want to surprise them quietly. She knew that if Hu Qingshan wanted to advance, his academic skills still needed improvement. Luckily, the overall level nationwide wasn't very high now. She just needed to help him catch up, so in the future he could move upward. Because of this favor, Hu Qingshan couldn't treat her badly. Hu Qingshan was dazzled by Su Suining's smile and couldn't look away. He nodded gently. Her hand, resting on his arm, also started to move slightly, rubbing up and down. Her fingertips brushed over his skin, sending a jolt of electricity through his heart, making his heart beat faster. But Su Suining acted as if nothing was happening and said casually, "Your veins are so clear and elastic." She pressed again and added, "Nurses probably like that." Hu Qingshan sighed inwardly and turned to wash the dishes, avoiding her touch. Su Suining didn't mind. She twirled her fingers, feeling the texture. Smiling with her book, she said, "I'll go back to my room now. You should go inside early too." Hu Qingshan didn't even reply this time. Her words were too easy to misunderstand, and her voice was loud enough that the neighbors probably heard everything. Feng Shenhua listened as Yan Jianzhong talked about how virtuous Su Suining was and how good her cooking was. He then sighed, "This Su Suining, why did she suddenly change? And become so caring? She's so meticulous in her words and actions." Feng Shenhua was indifferent. Maybe she just wants to have a good life with Hu Qingshan. By the way, Commander Hor already invited Luo Zhendong to his house for dinner. Should we also show some hospitality? Invite him over. Yan Jianzhong's face suddenly changed. Why invite him? He's just a deputy. Why do we need to support such a high-ranking official? Feng Shenhua frowned. I just thought it would help you build a good relationship. It might make your work easier. You wouldn't have to come home every day with a worried look. Yan Jianzhong remained silent, then finally let out a heavy sigh, but Luo Zhendong sometimes makes sense. Feng Shenhua felt a surge of anger inside her. She picked up the playful tiger boy in the yard and headed outside. Unconsciously, she walked toward He Qingshan's house. From afar, she saw Su Suining talking to He Qingshan, her hand resting on his arm, teasing and touching him. She finally told him to go inside early, then turned and went into the house. What was she doing inside? Feng Shenhua's face twisted with frustration. She really hated that her second chance at life was at the wrong time. Why couldn't it be half a year earlier or a few months later? Holding the child, she pretended to pass by. When He Qingshan heard the noise, he turned to look. Under the light, Feng Shenhua clearly saw his lips were cut and bleeding. As someone experienced, she knew what that meant. Blushing, she greeted him. Brother He. Qingshan ignored her and lowered his head to continue washing dishes, but his movements were a bit faster. Su Suining lay on the bed, probably flipping through the 2 books Luo Zhendong brought. They were very technical, full of English words, which might be difficult for Qingshan to read. But with her there, it wasn't a problem. When Qingshan finished washing up and came into the room, Su Suining sat on the bed and patted the space beside her. Come here quickly. I've looked at this book, and it's pretty good. It seems Luo Zhendong really wants to help you improve. This book should only be available in Jing City. Qingshan sat down. Su Suining shot him a glance. Why sit so far away?
Can I eat you?
Come closer. Qingshan didn't move. He moved a little closer so their arms could touch. Su Suining chuckled and moved slightly toward him, pressing tightly against his arm. She then brought the book close to his face. Look, this is very technical. You can read it. In the future, you can use it for writing summaries and reports. Qingshan was surprised. Writing summaries and reports always gave him a headache. When talking about leading troops on missions, he was confident. But when it came to writing, he felt like he had no words and didn't know where to start. Su Suining handed him the book. You really need to read more of these. Mark the parts you don't understand, and we'll study them together. Qingshan looked down at her small, bright face, his eyes shining with sincerity. His throat moved involuntarily, and he took the book. Su Suining reached out and linked her arm with his, feeling his stiff body. She secretly smiled. Whether our family can have a good life in the future all depends on you. She wasn't sure if Qingshan still cared or not. She ran away with someone and had some things happen, so she didn't dare to be too openly affectionate. She could only gradually get closer to him, hoping he would value her and the baby. Qingshan felt a sudden electric-like tingle down his spine, his back muscles stiffening. He swallowed hard and let out a soft sound. After lying down, Su Suining touched her belly. Today, the baby only moved a little while she was cooking. Since there was no movement now, she didn't call Qingshan over to feel the baby. She was a bit tired today and turned over, falling asleep without a care. Qingshan watched her touch her belly, feeling a faint hope. He didn't expect that the next moment she would actually fall asleep. These past few nights, there has been light rain. For the drought-stricken northern Gansheng, this is a very good sign. The vegetables Su Suining planted grew noticeably each day. In just a few days, the seedlings had grown tall. The spinach was dark green and lush, growing into a sturdy big bunch. Su Suining took some home, mashed the spinach into juice, and mixed it into dough, making a green spinach noodle. Qingshan was surprised. He didn't know you could eat it like that. While eating, Su Suining talked to Qingshan about her small vegetable garden. The cucumbers have also grown taller and started to flower. I see that the second sister and sister Chunhua are building trellises. Should we also set up a trellis for our cucumbers? Qingshan thought for a moment. I'll rest on Sunday. I'll find some sticks to set up. Su Suining was eager to learn. I'll learn then. Next year, I can grow vegetables by myself. Qingshan looked at her silently. By next year, the child would be crawling all over the ground. He was probably going to be busy taking care of the baby. But thinking about next year, with her and another child by his side, he suddenly felt a hope he'd never experienced before. Luo Zhendong was a stubborn person. Whenever he doubted something, he had to find out the truth clearly. He had been in the area for over half a month and learned that Qingshan didn't get along well with his family. His mother had even caused trouble at the military camp. This made Luo Zhendong suspicious. If he was the biological son and had such achievements, wouldn't he try to lighten his burden? He also wrote to his family, asking if the Lu family had ever abandoned a child. His mother's reply told him to focus on training in the Northwest and not think about complicated things. The Lu family had 4 children, never abandoned any. The eldest had sacrificed himself, the second was a daughter, the third was a son, and the youngest was another daughter. All of them were outstanding. How could they have abandoned a child? Luo Zhendong looked at his mother's letter, feeling confused. His mother and Aunt Lu were good friends, so she should know about their family situation. Since she said she never lost the child, she definitely didn't lose him. But why does Hu Qingshan look so much like him? Luo Zhendong still couldn't give up and calculated the ages of the 4 children in the Lu family. If they were switched at birth, the ages wouldn't match. The second son in the Lu family is 27 years old, the third 25, and the fourth 22. None of these ages match, and Mr. Lu only has one son. Could it be that he is the youngest son? Luo Zhendong was frightened by his own wild thoughts and quickly put the letter away. He decided to go see Hu Qingshan and ask him directly. At Hu Qingshan's office, Luo Zhendong saw him sitting at his desk. Hu Qingshan was reading a book he lent him, with a notebook beside him, taking notes while reading. Luo Zhendong sighed. You have such good energy. You just finished a 10-kilometer run, and now you're sitting here reading. Aren't you tired? He leaned in to look at Hu Qingshan's notes. Although Hu Qingshan wasn't very educated, his handwriting was very good, strong and powerful, like him, with firm strokes and sharp lines. Luo was surprised when Hu Qingshan knew the meanings of some words. Do you know English? Hu Qingshan closed the book, capped his pen, and said with a hint of pride, My wife can. I've been learning some from her recently. Luo Zhendong was even more surprised. He knew Su Suining was from the city, but she was just a girl from a small city, only educated up to middle school. Knowing English was quite unexpected. He learned from teachers in the courtyard, so he could recognize some words, but his pronunciation wasn't standard. Your sister-in-law can speak English? That means she's quite educated. Hu Qingshan gave a vague answer. It's okay. Luo Zhendong sighed. It's a pity. In our remote mountain area, there's no chance to find her a job. If she were in the city with her education, she could definitely get a good position. Hu Qingshan didn't reply, but knew Luo Zhendong only spoke half the truth. Without protection, someone like Su Suining, an educated woman, might face a different fate. Luo Zhendong thought for a moment. There aren't many opportunities each year to recommend someone to college. If we could recommend her, such a talented person. Hu Qingshan frowned. She's pregnant. How can she go to college? Luo Zhendong was surprised. Pregnant? Why can't she go to college? Many women go to college with their children. I have to tell you, you can't let personal feelings delay her future. He believes that such an outstanding woman should shine and make a difference, rather than be stuck in daily routines. Hu Qingshan frowned as he looked at Luo Zhendong and fell silent for a moment. Since you're free, write down your 3-month study plan, he said. Su Suining's vegetable garden is growing very well. Tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants are already flowering. Cucumbers, unknown when, started to produce small fruits after flowering. If you're not paying close attention, you might not notice. At dinner, Su Suining happily shared with Hu Qingshan, I didn't expect cucumbers to grow so fast. Yesterday, they still looked like small flowers. Today, I checked again, and there's a tiny fruit about the size of a caterpillar. How did it grow so quickly overnight? While eating, Hu Qingshan listened to her chatter and watched her happy face. Even simple dishes tasted especially delicious. Su Suining couldn't help but mutter, the growth of these small cucumbers is faster than your son. Hu Qingshan had just taken a sip of porridge. Hearing her words, he almost choked. He didn't know how to respond to that. While he was still thinking, Su Suining asked again, do you prefer sons or daughters? Hu Qingshan was momentarily surprised and honestly replied, sons. Su Suining was surprised. Are you still biased towards boys? Hu Qingshan felt he wasn't really biased. Having a son means he can join the army when he grows up, continue to carry a gun, and protect the country. Su Suining was silent. Well, Hu Qingshan's thoughts were simple and straightforward. Seeing that Su Suining didn't speak, Hu Qingshan wondered if she was angry. He decided to change the subject. We have a day off tomorrow. I'll take you to the town for a walk. Su Suining wasn't very interested. There's nothing I need to buy, and now it's busy farming season. The town isn't lively, and there aren't many people. Suddenly, she had an idea. How about visiting the nearby village? I heard from second sister that some families have extra eggs and can exchange them for things. Currently, each household is only allowed to keep 2 chickens. Having more is considered a mistake. So, villagers prefer to raise hens, and when they lay eggs, they save them to exchange for salt or sewing supplies. The quantity isn't large, so it doesn't count as a mistake. Hu Qingshan thought that since Su Suining was pregnant, she needed more eggs to ensure proper nutrition. He nodded. Okay, let's go to Qianjin village tomorrow. It's closer. Su Suining was indifferent about where to go. Sure, shall we ride bikes? Hu Qingshan nodded. He now really enjoyed riding his bike, with Su Suining going out. He didn't understand what kind of feelings this was, but he felt very happy. After dinner, they cleaned up the dishes and went inside. Su Suining started tutoring Hu Qingshan again. She was glad she was a top student back then. Even after many years, her knowledge was still in her mind. When she explained English words to Hu Qingshan, she would occasionally add some thoughts about world changes. Hu Qingshan was naturally a smart person and eager to learn. Although he was sometimes confused by what Su Suining said, he listened carefully and remembered everything, planning to digest it slowly later. Recently, there was quiet talk in the family compound. People said that Commander Hua and Su Suining had a very good relationship. After dinner, as long as Commander Hua didn't have duty at the unit, they would close the door and do who knows what inside. They wouldn't go out for walks even in the bright daylight. Meanwhile, Su Suining was becoming more beautiful and lively, with skin so tender it seemed to shine. While others who were pregnant looked dull and yellowish, with worse and worse skin color, she looked like a blooming flower, more charming than ever. People started analyzing this, and some even made inappropriate guesses, thinking that Commander Hua was very well taken care of. Recently, Commander Hua also seemed to become more friendly and approachable. Feng Shenhua held her son Huzi in the yard, listening to these women gossip. The more she listened, the more uncomfortable she felt, like ants biting her heart.
How could this be?
How could their relationship be so good? Feng Chunhua looked at Feng Shenhua. After everyone left, she glared at her. You better behave. Do you want everyone in the family compound to know about your little thoughts? If you're shameless, we still have some dignity. Feng Shenhua looked angry. Sister, are you saying that Su Suining has someone she likes? Did she run away with someone before? Feng Chunhua frowned. Why is it always about this? Hu Qingshan hasn't said anything. Do you have a say in this? No matter what Su Suining was like before, now she wants to live a proper life with Hu Qingshan. They are a married couple. Feng Shenhua was silent. She felt she really wasn't doing anything. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea. What if her rebirth changed Su Suining's fate? Before lights out at night, Hu Qingshan needed to go to the unit. He would check on duty and then come back to rest. After Su Suining finished her shower and lay down, she felt the baby was especially active tonight, swimming around like a little fish. She could even feel the gentle tremor of her belly. It was a lively and strong baby. Su Suining touched her belly and sighed to herself. Giving birth now was like opening a blind box. There was no prenatal checkup at all. Hu Qingshan checked the guard post and took a shower in the group before returning. As soon as he lay down, Su Suining reached out and pulled his hand, pressing it on her belly. She whispered with a smile, "Today the baby is especially lively. It must be a mischievous child." Hu Qingshan was momentarily stunned. His soft, warm palm trembled, making his heart feel tense. These days, Su Suining had been sleeping early. After turning off the lights and returning, she was already asleep. Su Suining smiled and asked, "Can you feel it?" Hu Qingshan turned over and faced her, lying on his side. His hand slowly felt the baby inside her. He felt satisfied inside but couldn't find the words, only responding with a heavy breath and a muffled Su Suining deliberately moved closer into his arms, half of her body under the blanket. "Lately, you often think about it. We should come up with a nice name for the baby." Hu Qingshan was surprised. Her legs were pressed tightly against him, separated only by a thin cloth, feeling the softness through it. His mind was unable to think clearly. He blurted out casually, "If it's a boy, let's name him Weiguo." As soon as he finished, Su Suining suddenly turned around and covered his mouth with her hand. "Stop, don't say that. I should think of the name. You can just choose when the time comes." With this movement, they drew even closer. Su Suining pressed tightly against his chest, feeling his strong, firm body. He was momentarily stunned, then heard his breathing grow heavier. Su Suining had a mischievous idea and pressed her hand on his chest. Hu Qingshan's body stiffened further. His throat felt like it was on fire, but he dared not move, afraid that Su Suining wouldn't like it. Su Suining chuckled softly, withdrew her hand, and lay back in her blanket. Some things couldn't be rushed. She was waiting for Hu Qingshan to realize. She yawned, rubbed her eyes, and tears welled up.
I'm sleepy.
"I'm going to sleep now. Remember to wake me up in the morning." Hu Qingshan looked at her, turned over, and sleepily fell asleep without a care. But he couldn't sleep at all. Listening to her steady, long breathing, he couldn't help but lean over and secretly kiss her cheek. Just a gentle kiss, then he quickly lay back down. Seeing that Su Suining showed no reaction, he reached out and held her hand. Su Suining was the type to fall into deep sleep immediately after lying down. Once asleep, she couldn't wake up, so she naturally didn't know what Hu Qingshan was secretly doing. In the morning, Hu Qingshan had already gone to the group to prepare breakfast and returned on his bicycle. That morning's breakfast did not include eggs but added a dish of stir-fried chives with vegetables. Su Suining knew that having eggs for breakfast was already a luxury, especially now that it was May, and eggs would become even scarcer. During breakfast, Hu Qingshan handed Su Suining some ration tickets and various vouchers for this month. "Keep these. When you want to eat something, just exchange them." Su Suining looked through them and saw several industrial tickets. Curious, she asked, "So many industrial tickets? What can I buy with these?" For some reason, her memory of the original owner was fading more and more. She couldn't even remember basic common knowledge like this. Hu Qingshan patiently explained, "You can use industrial tickets to buy things made in factories, like soap." Su Suining thought for a moment. "Can I buy a sewing machine with them?" Hu Qingshan nodded. "Yes, but sewing machines are in high demand. You'd have to go to the city to buy one, and there's no guarantee they'll have it in stock." Her eyes lit up. "Then let's save money and buy a sewing machine. It would be much easier to make clothes with one." Although she didn't know how to use it, she was willing to learn. She didn't believe it would be harder than solving math problems. Hu Qingshan remembered that Su Suining wanted a sewing machine. After breakfast, Hu Qingshan took her out. Coincidentally, Li Qin saw them. Before noon, everyone knew that whenever Hu Qingshan was free, he would take Su Suining out to play. Unluckily, they happened to pass by the Chunjingchen's youth worker station in Qianjin village. On Sundays, the youth worker station also took a half-day break. Idle youth workers often went out for a walk. Chun Jingchen and a male youth worker were planning to visit the village secretary to discuss the leaking roof at the youth station. They carried satchels and walked along the dirt road, chatting as they went. Suddenly, they heard a bicycle approaching from behind. They stepped aside to let it pass. When Chun Jingchen saw it was Hu Qingshan, he froze for a moment. Then, seeing that Su Suining was sitting behind him, hugging Hu Qingshan's waist without any hesitation, he was stunned. He was even more shocked. How could Su Suining act like that? Until the bicycle disappeared into the distance, she hadn't looked at him. He wasn't sure if she had seen him, but a few days ago, he clearly remembered her hitting him. It felt like she was a different person now. He knew Su Suining as a gentle, delicate girl who liked elegance. She wouldn't be so violent. But if she wasn't her, then who was she? Chun Jingchen felt angry and dizzy. Zhao Jiming, a fellow youth worker, sighed nearby. "Life as a soldier is better. If only I could have joined the army back then." He sighed again. Look at his wife. She clearly comes from the city. Chun Jingchen's face was grim. "Let's go quickly." Zhao Jiming couldn't tell that Chun Jingchen was in a bad mood and was still daydreaming. Listen, I heard this village gives out one spot each year for college admission. If your grades are good, you should try for it. Chun Jingchen didn't reply. He naturally wanted to fight for the college spot. He would work hard to stand out and make Su Suining regret her choice today. Tianjin village was small, with only a few dozen households. The walls and houses were dull gray, low, and old. A few white poplar trees at the village entrance looked thick and lush. Su Suining walked alongside Hu Qingshan toward the village. It was work time and most people were busy in the fields. Only a few dirty children played outside the village. Su Suining felt a bit touched. Is this village really so poor? Hu Qingshan thought that was normal. That's typical for rural areas here. Drought and water shortages are common. The army is near the river, so they have running water. The army's living conditions were much better than the local ones. Su Suining immediately felt the gap in living standards. Luckily, she had traveled into Su Suining's body. Staying with Hu Qingshan, she could live a good life with enough food and warmth. Passing the big locust tree at the village entrance, Su Suining saw a girl about 4 or 5, or maybe 6, years old. She was carrying a small child about 1 year old. Both looked dirty. The girl's hair was a bit long and a bit short, messy and unkempt. Her face was also dirty. She stood outside a group of children, looking shyly at Su Suining and Hu Qingshan. Su Suining glanced at her. The girl's eyes were clear and dark, with long eyelashes, very pretty. She felt she recognized her but looked again, then turned to Hu Qingshan and studied her carefully for a few moments. Hu Qingshan looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Su Suining moved closer and whispered, Look at that girl's eyes. They look just like yours. Hu Qingshan frowned and looked serious. Don't talk nonsense. Su Suining looked at the girl again. Her eye shape was very similar to Hu Qingshan's, an elegant, slightly upward tilted eye, but the girl's eyes were rounder. Hu Qingshan's eye shape made him look serious and cold. When he raised his eyebrows and looked at people, he seemed naturally intimidating. The girl saw Su Suining looking at her and shyly took a step back, lowering her head and not daring to look again. Su Suining looked at the small child the girl was carrying. The child's features were very ordinary and didn't resemble the girl at all. She used to think she liked children, but now she realized she only liked cute children. As Hu Qingshan continued walking forward, some people who couldn't work in the fields due to health reasons saw Hu Qingshan and Su Suining. They clearly understood what they wanted to do. They secretly called out to them, offering 5 eggs in exchange for half a gene of grain coupons. Su Suining wasn't sure if it was appropriate, but seeing that Hu Qingshan didn't object, she agreed to the exchange. After walking around again and seeing no one else, she prepared to go home with the 5 eggs. Although she didn't gain much, Su Suining was still happy because walking out with Hu Qingshan made her realize he's a good companion who listens to her opinions. He doesn't say much, but is very reliable. Feeling in a good mood, she left the village and then saw a young girl at the village entrance. This time, the girl wasn't carrying a child but was being scolded by a woman in her 30s who was grabbing her ear and shouting, You naughty girl! You made your brother fall. Do you want to die? Watch me teach you a lesson today. The woman released her grip and kicked the girl several meters away. The girl fell heavily but quickly got up, not daring to cry, and stood with her shoulders hunched. The woman was about to hit her again when Hu Qingshan frowned and called out, What are you doing? Hearing someone intervene, the woman turned around with a dark face. Seeing Hu Qingshan in military uniform, she hesitated, holding back some rude words and forced a smile, saying, Comrade, this child of mine needs discipline. She's not well behaved and not very clean. I can't just ignore it. Su Suining looked at the woman's face. Her features were plain, but her cheekbones were prominent and somewhat sharp, making her look a bit harsh. She didn't seem like a mother and daughter at all. Hu Qingshan wanted to speak but was quickly stopped by Su Suining, who held his hand tightly, not letting him say anything. She looked at the woman with a gentle smile and soft voice. Children misbehave. They need proper discipline. By the way, we are from a nearby military unit, just here to take a look. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this man was going to interfere with her hitting the girl. She frowned and muttered quietly, "Nothing good about rural life." Then she turned to the girl and said, "You bad girl, go home quickly." She pulled the girl by the arm and led her away. He Qingshan kept his brows furrowed as he watched the woman walk away with the girl. Su Suining still held his hand, not letting go. If you had spoken up for the girl earlier, she might have been punished even more at home. It looks like she's used to being beaten. Calling her bad girl. With a name like that, she probably won't have a good life at home. Hu Qingshan also felt helpless. Here, valuing boys over girls has always been serious. They are especially harsh on girls. Su Suining shook her head. It's not just that she's a girl. She might not even be her biological child. Have you noticed that the little girl shows no signs of being a girl at all? Besides feeling sorry, neither of them could help much. As Su Suining let go and prepared to leave, an old lady who had just exchanged eggs with them hurried over. "Comrades, wait a moment." They turned around. The old lady, leaning on a wooden stick, came over and shook her head with a sigh. "Did you see Lu Gaihua hitting the child just now? If you have a way, take this child away from here. Otherwise, she might be beaten to death someday." Su Suining was stunned. "Isn't she not her child? How can we take her?" The old lady shook her head, speaking with regret and helplessness. That poor girl was left by Lu Gaihua's husband's previous wife. When that wife married in, she was already pregnant. She was pretty, but not very smart. She refused to let In Zhen touch her. Later, she gave birth to a daughter. When the girl was 2, she suddenly fell ill after hearing a broadcast and jumped into the river and drowned, leaving only this pitiful girl. In Zhen married Lu Gaihua 2 years ago, and the girl has been beaten every day. Su Suining didn't know what to say. The child's life was truly hard. Hu Qingshan frowned. "Does the village not intervene?" The old lady sighed. "How can they? That's family matters. As long as no one dies, no one wants to get involved. And if they do, Lu Gaihua will say she's annoyed and take the girl away to raise herself. Who wants more trouble?" Hu Qingshan frowned. This was not something he could easily interfere with. The old lady looked at Su Suining with hope. "Can you save this child?" Su Suining refused firmly. "No, we are also struggling to get by. We have our own children now, and can't help. Maybe you should go to the local women's federation. They should be able to help." The old lady was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "It's really hard to handle. I was just talking, not trying to trouble you." After saying that, she leaned on her stick and left trembling. Su Suining felt uncomfortable but helpless. She truly had no ability to help others right now. She whispered to Hu Qingshan, "Do you think we can ask the group to step in and talk to the village? Maybe they can stop this kind of child abuse?" Hu Qingshan didn't answer and remained especially silent on the way. Su Suining didn't think much about it, since Hu Qingshan is a quiet person. She was also upset about the little girl's situation. As some online comments said later, "I read wise books but couldn't change what was outside the window. I felt pity, but could only watch from afar." She tilted her head, leaning on Hu Qingshan's back, feeling safe from his strong and solid back. When they reached the residential area, Hu Qingshan finally spoke. "Later, I'll go to the team to return the bicycle and pick up some branches. When I rest, we can set up the tomato and cucumber trellises." Hearing this, Su Suining became interested. "Okay, I'll go home and cook. Cold noodles for lunch sound good." Hu Qingshan had no objection. He liked whatever Su Suining made. He first took her home, then returned to the team. While holding a sickle, ready to cut some branches, Luo Zhendong came from the dormitory. Bored, he decided to join Hu Qingshan to cut branches. Luo Zhendong was eager to find out something and insisted on clarifying it. Hu Qingshan, aside from work matters, didn't bother with him. As he continued cutting branches, Luo Zhendong naturally picked up the branches and cleaned the leaves. While working, he said, "If you meet old Master Lu, you two could become good friends. He likes people who do things silently, not talk too much, unlike me." Hu Qingshan glanced at him and switched to another tree to cut branches. Luo Zhendong was a talkative person and just kept talking, When Liu Beifeng sacrificed, the whole country broadcasted it. The entire army learned from him. He was really a good person, but unfortunately, he looked sad, having followed Liu Beifeng for 5 years and learned a lot from him. Hu Qingshan, annoyed by his rambling, frowned and looked at him. There's a girl called Jianjia in Qianjin village who's often abused by her stepmother. Can you see if you can handle it? Luo Zhendong was stunned, looking incredulous. No, I'm deputy political commissar, not a women's affairs officer. Going to the village to deal with a child being abused? Under what excuse? Hu Qingshan looked at him. Find a way. You can't just watch a child be abused and die. Luo Zhendong had nothing to say. Did sister-in-law ask you to do this? If you can't handle it, just leave it to me. And you'll buy my lunch. Hu Qingshan frowned. No, she didn't cook for you. Luo Zhendong was amused by Hu Qingshan's serious attitude. All right, maybe another day. I'm free anyway, I'll go check it out this afternoon. However, these are other people's family matters. As long as hitting children doesn't cause serious harm, who would care? And what exactly is considered abuse? When I was young, my father would hang me from the ceiling beam and hit me with a belt. Many times I thought I was going to die, but I survived. Hu Qingshan ignored him and kept working. He didn't know why, but seeing the little girl reminded him of his own childhood. His mother, Zhang Guolan, also used to hit him like that. But he was a boy, and when he grew older, he could protect himself. The little girl wouldn't have that luck. Luo Zhendong was free anyway. Whose family is in Qianjin village? Hu Qingshan remembered the names. The man is called Yin Zhen, the woman Lu Gaihua, and the child is Jianya. Luo Zhendong nodded. Okay, I'll remember. I'll go talk to them. If it doesn't work, I don't know what else to do. Hu Qingshan knew Luo Zhendong was clever and adaptable. Whatever method he used, he would get the job done. But he never expected that after an afternoon out, by evening, Luo Zhendong had brought the little girl back. After resting, Su Suining and Hu Qingshan set up a trellis for the tomatoes and cucumbers. They also learned from Hu Qingshan that trimming the tops of tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants helps them grow sideways and produce more fruit. After tidying up the small vegetable garden and pulling some spinach, they went home together, feeling a peaceful rural life. Su Suining suggested to Hu Qingshan, let's have pancakes tonight, with some shredded potatoes and spinach inside. It's really tasty. Hu Qingshan agreed. Sounds good. Simple is better. He didn't want to make things complicated or tire Su Suining out. When they got home, Su Suining washed her hands and went inside to prepare the dough, while Hu Qingshan sat in the yard picking spinach. During this time, Luo Zhendong led Jianya over. Luo Zhendong looked angry and upset, unlike his usual gentle demeanor. Hu Qingshan looked surprised at Jianya and then at Luo Zhendong. What happened? Su Suining heard the noise, came outside, and saw Luo Zhendong leading Jianya. She was also shocked. What's going on? Luo Zhendong took a deep breath. When I went there, the family had tied this child's wrists and hung her from the ceiling beam. I couldn't stand it and brought her here. Hu Qingshan frowned. How could you be so impulsive? Su Suining also thought this wasn't right, unless Luo Zhendong planned to adopt the child. Are you going to raise this child? Zhendong was momentarily stunned and looked at Su Suining. Sister-in-law, can we have this child stay at your house first? I'll cover the costs and the grain coupons. It's inconvenient for me to carry them around. He quickly added to Hu Qingshan, I talked to the village secretary and the Women's Federation. Everyone agreed before I brought the child back. Hu Qingshan still felt that Zhendong was acting impulsively. Can you guarantee that those two won't change their minds? Zhendong clenched his teeth. They won't. They won't dare to bring it up again in the future. Su Suining was surprised. She didn't know what method Zhendong used, but from his angry expression, it seemed there was more than just concern about the poor girl being mistreated. Seeing the timid and shy look of the child, she quickly said, sit down first and take your time. I'll cook some food. Don't scare the child. Zhendong nodded.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Hu Qingshan went to get a stool, and Zhendong helped the girl sit down. In front of the child, he couldn't ask too many questions. He never expected that what started as him handling a matter would turn out like this. Su Suining originally planned to make some batter and fry a few pancakes. Now that Jindong brought the girl over, she decided to make scallion pancakes, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a cold spinach salad. While she was cooking, the shy girl suddenly ran over and squatted by the stove, filling the fire with wood carefully and cautiously. Su Suining felt a little uncomfortable. "You can sit next to Uncle. You don't need to help here." The girl didn't move but looked up at Su Suining with a cautious face. Jindong saw this and felt a pang of sadness. This child looked very much like Liu Beifeng, and Su Man had gone missing 6 years ago, already pregnant at the time. If the child was born, she would be about the same age as this girl. Liu Beifeng had been searching everywhere for Su Man until he sacrificed himself. He was helpless but never gave up looking for her. Jindong asked the village secretary again about the appearance of the girl's biological mother and what she heard on the radio the day she jumped into the river. The village secretary and the women's director still remembered. That day, the radio broadcast was about the heroic deeds of martyrs and heroes. Jindong was sure that the girl's mother was Su Man. He never expected she had gone crazy, given birth to a child, and after hearing about Liu Beifeng's sacrifice, her mental state was further disturbed, leading her to jump into the river and commit suicide. Therefore, he was certain that the girl was the daughter of Liu Beifeng and Su Man. He could not allow their daughter to live such a life. However, he couldn't tell He Qingshan and the others about the girl's identity because Su Man's situation was sensitive. If he revealed it, even the sacrificed Liu Beifeng would be implicated. In the end, only tears welled up in her eyes as she called out softly, "Come sit here with Uncle." The mischievous girl obediently sat beside Luo Jindong, her small hands helplessly resting on her knees. She kept turning her head to watch Su Suining busy by the stove. This auntie was very beautiful and gentle, and her cooking smelled so good. Thinking about it, her stomach growled loudly. Su Suining finished preparing dinner and called Luo Jindong to wash the mischievous girl's hands. She found the name unpleasant and decided to remove the mischievous part. "Deputy Political Commissar Luo, Yaya, wash your hands and come eat." Luo Jindong crouched down to help her wash her hands. The girl's hands were covered with chilblains. Now that the weather was warmer, they had turned into mottled black scars. Her thumbs were slightly bent, a deformity caused by untreated injuries. He held her small hand, put some soap on it, and began to wash. As he did, he couldn't help but cry silently. Liu Beifeng was such a kind person. Su Man was so talented and gentle, yet their daughter was being mistreated like this. Su Suining was startled by Luo Jindong's voice. Afraid someone might see, she quickly asked Hu Qingshan to take Luo Jindong into the house. She went over to wash the girl's hands, then took her inside and brought the dishes along to eat. Even after sitting down inside, Luo Jindong still covered his face, tears soaking through his fingers. A grown man crying so openly without shame. The mischievous girl looked at Luo Jindong with a mix of nervousness and fear, tears welling up in her eyes, but not daring to fall. Su Suining glanced at Hu Qingshan's stern face and comforted Luo Jindong. "Don't cry yet. Tell me what happened. If you keep crying like this, it will scare Yaya." Luo Jindong tried to hold back his tears, wiped his face, and took a handkerchief from his pocket to dry his eyes. "Sorry, I lost my composure." Su Suining knew Luo Jindong didn't want to talk, and asking wouldn't help. She tore off a piece of scallion pancake and handed it to Yaya, saying, "Yaya, eat your dinner first. Uncle will be fine soon." The girl took the pancake but didn't dare to eat, turning her head to look at Luo Jindong. Luo Jindong reached out and gently touched her head. "It's okay, eat now." Only then did the girl dare to lower her head and eat small bites eagerly. Su Suining took another bowl, scooped some vegetables, and placed them in front of her. "Yaya, eat slowly. There's more after this. There are still dishes here." The girl nodded, holding chopsticks in one hand and the pancake in the other, stuffing food into her mouth quickly. Seeing her eating neatly without spilling, Su Suining looked up and asked Luo Jindong, "How old is Yaya?" Luo Jindong hesitated for a moment. She's 5 years and 2 months old, born in March. Su Suining looked at the very thin and weak servant girl and said, I will boil water to give her a bath later. She can stay here tonight. Luo Zhendong excitedly nodded, Thank you, sister-in-law. Hui Qingshan had not spoken but knew that Luo Zhendong's behavior was unusual. After dinner, Su Suining boiled water and took the servant girl inside to bathe. Hui Qingshan took Luo Zhendong out of the family compound and found a quiet place to stop. What's going on? Why did you bring this child back? Request failed. Feng Shenhua thought carefully and was sure that in her previous life, Hui Qingshan did not adopt a child. When Feng Shenhua introduced him to her, she clearly said he only had a half-year-old son. Now, how could there be an adopted child? At this moment, she realized that her rebirth had changed some things. If so, would Su Suining still be alive? After breakfast, Su Suining quickly found the fabric she had planned to make a dress with and called Sister Miao Air to help. She hurriedly sewed a small dress and pants for Yaya. Yesterday, Sister Miao Air saw Luo Zhendong bring the child into the yard and overheard a few words. She knew the child was from the neighboring village and was very pitifully mistreated by the family. She was curious. While sewing clothes, she asked Su Suining, Deputy Commissioner Luo just brought the child back like that. Su Suining nodded. I really couldn't bear it. I saw him hit the child yesterday, and hit him hard. Sister Miao Air exclaimed, How can you do that? Su Suining pulled Yaya over and opened her clothes to show Sister Miao Air, Look, with this kind of injury, who wouldn't care? If it was proper discipline, it would be fine, but this kind of beating could kill the child. Sister Miao Air looked at the scarred wounds and immediately felt goosebumps. Oh my God! Is this even human? This is just animal behavior. Su Suining fixed Yaya's clothes and patted her head. Go play with Jingjing. After Yaya left, she whispered to Sister Miao Air, She's not even a biological child, and is a girl. She might have bad intentions in the future. So, Deputy Commissioner Luo is right to do this. Sister Miao Air nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's so pitiful. If I saw that, I would also intervene. Su Suining looked at the tears in Sister Miao Air's eyes, which was exactly what she wanted. So Yaya could stay openly and legitimately. Two people simply sewed a small dress for Yaya to wear and also made a tiny pair of pants for her. Su Suining looked at Yaya's ill-fitting shoes and asked, Does the service station sell shoes for children? Miao Ermiai looked at Yaya's feet and replied, No, the sandals haven't arrived yet. I have a pair of shiny shoes at home, a bit big for her, but they fit perfectly. She then went inside and brought out a pair of small red velvet cloth shoes, with even stitching which looked quite nice. Su Suining called Yaya over to change into the new shoes, and they fit perfectly. Miao Ermiai smiled, reached out, and gently patted Yaya's head. It seems Yaya and these shoes are meant to be. So I'll give them to her. Yaya was a little excited, looking down at the new shoes and her new clothes. Su Suining taught her, Say thank you to Auntie Miao. Yaya shyly looked at Miao Ermiai and said, Thank you, Auntie Miao. Miao Ermiai smiled. You're welcome. In the future, you can play with Jingjing. Now we have a little friend for her. Su Suining smiled at Yaya, playing with your sister. After Auntie finishes her work, we'll go to the vegetable garden. We'll come back at noon and have noodles. Miao Ermiai looked at the pretty Yaya and thought it was nice. Sister-in-law, later if you have a son, then your family will be complete. This child looks very sensible, just like her own. Su Suining didn't dare to think that way. From Luo Zhendong's tone, Liu Beifeng's family background is good. After a few years, with better policies and a better life, this child will definitely want to reconnect with her roots. She smiled faintly. No matter what happens in the future, for now, we're doing a good deed. Miao Ermiai nodded. That's right. I really like this child. She has a special spirit about her. But she was also reminded of how badly she had been mistreated before, with her eyes showing fear and hesitation. Su Suining took Yaya, dressed in her new clothes, to the vegetable garden, holding her hand again, which surprised Yaya once more. She couldn't quite believe it. She felt her Annie's hand was so soft and that she smelled so nice. As they passed the community office, Luo Zhendong saw them through the window. He quickly took out his wallet from the drawer and ran outside. Seeing the beautifully dressed little girl, Luo Zhendong's eyes filled with warmth. He smiled and approached. "Sister-in-law, going to the vegetable garden?" Su Suining smiled and replied, "Yes, to pick some vegetables for lunch." She also gently shook Yaya's small hand. "Say hello to Uncle." Yaya looked up at Luo Zhendong happily and called out, "Hello, Uncle." She saw Luo Zhendong and felt very close to him because he was the one who brought her out of that house. Luo Zhendong reached out and gently rubbed Yaya's head. "You're very well behaved and look good." He then opened his wallet, took out some bills and grain coupons, and handed them to Su Suining. "Sister-in-law, I know it's already a lot of trouble for you to take care of her. I'll pay for her living expenses." Su Suining hesitated and shook her head. "No need. How much can a little kid eat?"
You don't have to pay.
Luo Zhendong insisted. "Sister-in-law, you're pregnant too. You'll need to spend more money later. If you don't accept this, I'll feel bad asking you to take care of her." After thinking for a moment, Su Suining didn't refuse anymore. "Just give me 10 yuan a month and 20 pounds of grain coupons. If we need anything else, we can discuss it later." Luo Zhendong thought that was fair. He counted out 20 pounds of grain coupons and 10 yuan, then handed them to Su Suining. Watching Su Suining walk away with Yaya, Luo Zhendong hesitated again. If Yaya could return to the Lu family and go to school in Beijing, her future would be bright. But could the Lu family accept her? Should he tell the Lu family? If not, maybe he should tell old Master Lu first? Su Suining looked at the vegetable seedlings. Because she worked diligently, there were no weeds in the field. The vegetable seedlings were neat and tidy, like little gourds, thriving and lush. Seeing Su Suining pulling spinach, Yaya also wanted to help. But she was only 5 years old, with little strength. She grabbed a spinach stalk but couldn't pull hard enough. She pulled with all her might and broke the plant, then sat down on the ground with a plop.
Su Suining chuckled softly.
The little girl, who had been afraid she would get angry, brightened up and smiled happily when she saw her laughing. She was just a 5-year-old child, simple and pure-hearted. Su Suining reached out and gently helped her up. "Just watch from the side. You're too small and weak." Yaya stood on the edge of the field, watching Su Suining pull spinach. Back home, no one ever said she was weak. Her mother would hit her if she couldn't carry her brother, so she tried hard to carry him anyway. Su Suining pulled a few more spinach stalks and some green onions. When she looked up, she saw the little girl squatting, carefully brushing dirt off her shoes with her small hands. She couldn't help but smile. Kids are always easy to please. As she was about to leave with Yaya, He Qingshan came over. His gaze lingered on their linked hands for a few seconds before he asked Su Suining, "Do you want to eat in the cafeteria at noon?" She shook her head. "No need. Yaya and I will go home and make some noodles." He Qingshan nodded.
All right.
"This afternoon, we have a meeting at the headquarters, and tonight we need to go to the city. We might be gone for 4 or 5 days." Su Suining was a bit surprised but quickly nodded. "All right, you can go now. Don't worry, I can take care of the children at home." He Qingshan wanted to say more but finally opened his mouth, then stopped, unable to speak such emotional words. When He Qingshan was away, Su Suining cooked 2 meals, leaving half the noodles for later, which she turned into hot soup noodles at night. With nothing to do, she talked to Yaya about personal hygiene, how to wash hands before and after meals, and how to keep hands clean. The next day, she took Yaya to the service station, bought a pack of egg cakes, a bag of milk powder, and half a pound of meat. She also bought 5 fruit candies for 2 cents each for Yaya. Yaya's eyes lit up. She carefully put a piece of candy in her mouth, tightly pursing her lips to prevent it from falling out. Her face shone with happiness. She then handed the 4 candies back to Su Suining.
Su Suining smiled.
"These are for you. If you like, put them in your pocket and eat them slowly. If you want to share with Sister Jingjing, give her one. If not, keep them for yourself." Yaya tightly clutched the 4 candies and held Su Suining's hand as they walked home. On the way, they happened to meet Feng Chunhua, and Li Qin, who were coming from the service station together. Feng Chunhua had heard that Luo Zhendong had gone out and adopted a child, temporarily trusting Su Suining to take care of him. Now, seeing Yaya, she was surprised to find she was quite pretty. She smiled and greeted Su Suining. Is this the child brought back by Deputy Commissioner Luo? She's really beautiful. There were many people, and Yaya was a bit shy, leaning closer to Su Suining and tightly sticking to her leg. Su Suining nodded. Yes, she's a well-behaved child. Feng Chunhua smiled but said nothing more. Li Qin couldn't help but remind her, sister-in-law, you and Captain Hui still need to be careful. She's not your biological child, and she's already this old. It's not easy to raise her well. Su Suining looked at her. We just did what we could within our ability. We didn't think about the future that far. Li Qin clicked her tongue, wanting to say more, but Feng Chunhua pulled her arm, saying, Aren't we going to buy meat? Let's hurry, or it'll be too late. After saying goodbye to Su Suining, she and Li Qin left. Li Qin couldn't help but mutter as they walked away. Do they really think life is too easy? They even adopted a child from the village. Their own child is about to be born, so what's the point of adopting another? Feng Chunhua frowned and said, If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. It was Luo Zhendong who couldn't stand seeing this child suffer there and brought her back. The village head and the women's director agreed. Li Qin was surprised and asked, So, Deputy Political Commissar Luo is going to adopt her? But that little girl does look a bit like Commander Hua. Feng Chunhua nodded and said, Yes, Deputy Luo is a man. How could he raise a child? So, he first left her with Su Suining. I guess he'll take her to Beijing later. In a way, this girl is quite lucky. She pondered for a moment. Hui Qingshan had no background or support, but maybe someday he could become an official, possibly with Luo Zhendong's help. Looking at now, Luo Zhendong and Hui Qingshan are very close. Hui Qingshan didn't become very close to Luo Zhendong just because of this child. He still behaved the same as before. He was patient when it came to work, but outside of work, he never responded or paid much attention to Luo Zhendong. Luo Zhendong had figured out his temper, but couldn't stop him from talking. On the 3rd day of the city meeting, there was half a day of free time in the afternoon. Luo Zhendong and Hui Qingshan shared a room. When Hui Qingshan left, Luo Zhendong followed and asked, Where are you going? Can I go with you for a walk? Hui Qingshan ignored him and left the guest house, heading toward the only department store in the city. Luo Zhendong followed, saying the city was small, mostly single-story houses, with only a few buildings near the government, and many residential areas were also single-story. Inside the department store, Hui Qingshan looked around and headed straight to the bicycle section. Comrade, do you sell sewing machines? The clerk looked at him and replied politely, Comrade, this is a popular item. We only received 3 this month, and they've all been sold out. Hui Qingshan asked again, When will the next ones be available? Can you reserve one for me? The clerk shook his head with a smile. That's not possible. There are many people wanting one and you need a ticket for the sewing machine. Just having an industrial ticket isn't enough. You need the ticket, then you can queue. Hui Qingshan fell silent, turned to leave. Luo Zhendong was surprised. He didn't expect Hui Qingshan to come by a sewing machine. Outside the department store, there was a nearby grocery shop. Luo Zhendong thought for a moment and said, Wait a moment. I'll buy some food for Yaya. Hui Qingshan followed inside. Seeing Luo Zhendong buy milk powder, malt extract, and 2 cans of popular canned food, he also bought 2 packs of rice cakes. Pursing his lips and thinking for a moment, when he left with Luo Zhendong, he suddenly spoke. Help me get a sewing machine ticket. If you can get a sewing machine, that would be even better. Luo Zhendong looked back in shock at Hui Qingshan. What did you just say? Hui Qingshan repeated himself. Help me get a sewing machine ticket. If you can get a sewing machine, that would be even better. Luo Zhendong chuckled. You, Captain He, you're asking me to do something. Can't you be a bit more polite? You're sounding like you're giving me orders. Hui Qingshan frowned slightly, If you can't do it, forget it. He then walked forward and Luo Zhendong, surprised, hurried to catch up. Why do you want a sewing machine? He Qingshan explained. Your sister-in-law wants one. She thinks it will be easier for her to make clothes. Luo Zhendong paused, then turned to squint at He Qingshan. He wondered how he could think He Qingshan was a straightforward person. Suddenly, he smiled. All right, I'll handle the sewing machine. It will also be easier to make clothes for Yaya later. Since you mentioned it, I'll go buy some fabric. The kids haven't brought any clothes. He Qingshan thought that since there was no sewing machine at home now, buying fabric and having Su Suining sew by hand was an option. He looked toward the department store. There are ready-made kids' clothes there. Just buy them directly. Luo Zhendong was surprised again but then smiled. Captain He, you're quite thoughtful. Come on, let's go together. He Qingshan didn't really want to go. He just wanted to go back and read some books. Luo Zhendong added, since you're in town, why not buy something for your sister-in-law to bring back? He Qingshan paused briefly, but then caught up with Luo Zhendong. He didn't have any particular ideas about what to buy. The little girls' dresses were already displayed, red and yellow, both quite pretty. They didn't need fabric tickets, but they were a bit expensive. Luo Zhendong looked over, pointed to Yaya's height to the salesperson, and ordered a yellow dress and a red and white one. He also bought a set of clothes and pants, but he couldn't decide on shoes because he wasn't sure what size the kids wore, so he gave up. After buying the clothes, he turned around and saw He Qingshan at the ready-made clothing counter, apparently buying something and stuffing it into his pocket. Curious, he moved closer. What did you buy for your sister-in-law? He Qingshan glanced at him, pressed his hand to his pocket, and ignored him. Su Suining found that children are really easy to take care of. In just 4 or 5 days, Yaya's face had become rounder, and she was a very obedient and well-behaved child. Her courage was no longer as small as when she first arrived, and she was quite perceptive, helping her with chores. Every time she cooked, Yaya would tend the fire. At only 5 years old, she was already skilled at adding wood to the stove and knew when to poke the fire with a stick. Miao Ermiai from the neighboring yard smiled and said, when we were 5 or 6, we also helped with chores, but we weren't as skilled or as confident as Yaya. Su Suining smiled, watching the little girl's chin grow a bit, feeling proud. She planned to teach Yaya to read again when she had free time. In the evening, Su Suining didn't know if He Qingshan would come back, so she took Yaya to the vegetable garden first. The small cucumbers had grown quite a bit, some thin, with tender yellow flowers on top. The bok choy she scattered along the edge of the soil had also grown quite a bit. Su Suining felt happy and said, Yaya, tonight we'll make small bok choy pancakes? Yaya nodded happily, okay, Auntie. Su Suining asked Yaya to hold the basket of vegetables and stood at the edge of the field. She picked some bok choy and saw that there was also pigweed growing nearby, healthy and tender. She then took Yaya to the orchard to look around and dug up a lot of pigweed. This wild vegetable is delicious when eaten cold in buns or with other dishes. Holding the basket in one hand and holding Yaya's hand in the other, they came out of the field. When they reached the village gate, they saw a jeep returning. Su Suining saw He Qingshan in the front seat and felt a bit happy. She smiled and said to Yaya, Uncle Hor is back. Tonight, we'll make pancakes with some pork cracklings. Yaya's eyes sparkled as she watched the car stop. After He Qingshan got out, Luo Zhendong also got out. Su Suining looked at He Qingshan with a smile and said, You're back. I thought you wouldn't return until Sunday. He Qingshan nodded and looked at Su Suining. She seemed to have lost some weight after a few days, but her belly had grown a little. Luo Zhendong carried a bag of things and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law, can we come to your house for dinner tonight? Su Suining nodded happily, of course. I've prepared some small bok choy. Let's make dumplings tonight. It's better to eat dumplings than just pancakes with many people. Luo Zhendong glanced at He Qingshan and said, Well, sister-in-law, I won't hold back then. He handed the cloth bag in his hand to Su Suining and said, Sister-in-law, I bought some new clothes for Yaya in the city. When you go back, try them on her and see if they fit. Su Suining responded kindly, took the bag, and looked down at Yaya, saying, Uncle Luo bought you new clothes. What should you say? Yaya straightened her small waist and looked at Luo Jindong with big, bright eyes. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Zhang Dongxian smiled as he gently patted her little head. You're so well behaved. Then he looked at Su Suining. It's been a few days, and I can see that Yaya looks healthier. She also seems a bit chubbier.
Su Suining nodded.
She was lacking nutrition before. Now she's eating normally and resting well. Kids grow up fast when they're healthy. Yaya, who had gained some weight, looked more like Liu Beifeng, and also a little like Liu Beifeng's younger sister. Zhang Dongxian was very excited. I also bought some milk powder and canned food. When Captain Hu comes, you and Yaya can eat together. Su Suining smiled and nodded. Yes, she needs a good boost. After chatting for a while, Zhang Dongxian gently touched Yaya's head again. Sister-in-law, did you also fix her hair?
Su Suining nodded.
I'm not very good at it. My second sister helped cut it. It looks neater now. By winter, she'll be able to braid her hair. Zhang Dongxian bent down and picked up Yaya, smiling, but his eyes shimmered slightly with emotion. It would be so nice if only. He didn't say it aloud, but Su Suining and Hu Qingshan understood. He was thinking that if Liu Beifeng and Su Man saw the child, they would be very happy. Su Suining and Yaya went home first. Hu Qingshan still had to go back to the team for a meeting. At home, she first kneaded the dough, then blanched some bok choy, fried 3 eggs, chopped some pork fat, and mixed everything into the dumpling filling. Yaya sat quietly nearby, watching. Su Suining smiled as she pinched a piece of fried egg and put it in Yaya's mouth. Does it smell good? Yaya was very happy and nodded eagerly. It smells so good.
Su Suining smiled.
Tonight, we'll eat delicious dumplings. Yaya was a little surprised and hopeful. Aren't dumplings only eaten during the New Year? Auntie, is it New Year already? Su Suining shook her head. No, it's not New Year. But we can eat dumplings today, because Uncle Hua is home. When the family is together, we can enjoy dumplings too. Yaya was even happier. She loved it here. Every day she felt a little anxious, not knowing when she might be sent back. Auntie, will I really never have to go back home? Su Suining looked at Yaya with a smile. You won't go back. From now on, this will be your home. Yaya smiled with her lips pressed together, feeling relieved. Her worries eased for the day. She ran over to help Su Suining carry firewood. When they were preparing to make dumplings, Hu Qingshan and Zhang Dongxian came back together. Both of them naturally washed their hands and helped with making dumplings. Every year during the New Year, the army also makes dumplings, so Hu Qingshan and Zhang Dongxian were very skilled at it. Rolling out the dumpling skins was tiring work. Hu Qingshan asked Su Suining to make the dumplings while he rolled the skins. Yaya sat quietly beside Luo Jindong, watching the adults work. Luo Jindong was wrapping dumplings and asked Yaya, during the New Year, will they give you dumplings to eat? Yaya shook her head. No, Dad and Mom eat, I can't see. She has been aware for a while and remembers some things clearly. Luo Jindong smiled and said, in the future, Uncle will often let you eat dumplings, okay? Yaya smiled but didn't answer. After a moment, she took out 4 wrapped candies from her pocket, gave one to Luo Jindong, placed one beside Hu Qingshan, and gave another to Su Suining. Aunt bought these candies. They are very sweet. Su Suining was surprised. That day, she bought 5 candies. Yaya had eaten one then, leaving 4, and she thought they were all gone. Recently, Yaya had been playing with Jingjing, and she thought Yaya would share a candy with Jingjing. To her surprise, Yaya hadn't eaten any and kept them all. Yaya, why haven't you eaten yours? Yaya still had 1 candy in her hand. I still have 1. I can eat it with Uncle and Aunt. Su Suining looked at Luo Jindong. We bought 5 candies 2 days ago, and I didn't expect her to keep them all. Luo Jindong was surprised but also touched. He suddenly said, just like her mother, thoughtful and kind, very caring about others' feelings. Hu Qingshan sharply hit the rolling pin on the chopping board and cast a cold glance at Luo Jindong. Luo Jindong realized he had spoken out of turn. He looked at Yaya and smiled. Okay, We'll eat the candies together. While preparing to cook dumplings, Feng Shenhua came over with a plate of chive pockets. The yard had no gate, and the fence was low, easy to step over. Feng Shenhua stood outside the fence, holding a plate, shyly watching inside. She carefully managed her nervousness and spoke softly, "Big Brother Hua, Deputy Commissioner Luo, sister-in-law, my sister made chive pockets. I brought some over." Hua Qingshan frowned. "No need, we're about to eat.
You can take it back."
He refused quickly and decisively. Su Suining tried not to laugh. Feng Shenhua still didn't understand Hua Qingshan's temper. He didn't give anyone face. He was straightforward and firm in his refusals. Feng Shenhua also saw Su Suining standing by the stove with a plate of dumplings, ready to cook. She had finally convinced Feng Shenhua to send some food over, but she was reluctant to take it back. She bit her lip, looking a little pitiful. "I've brought it all here. Why don't you keep it for breakfast tomorrow?" Hua Qingshan was very upset with Feng Shenhua. Now that he had refused to see her, she still didn't leave. Her tone became a little stricter. "Take it back. I'll talk to Commissar Yan later." Feng Shenhua was rejected twice in a row and felt ashamed. She could only carry her chive-pocketed buns and go back. On the way home, tears almost fell. She couldn't understand why she was worse than Su Suining. Feng Shenhua saw her carrying the buns and frowned. "What's going on? Why did you come back with them?" Feng Shenhua composed herself and smiled. "Su Suining already packed the dumplings, so I just brought them back." Feng Shenhua sighed. "I told you it wasn't necessary. Look at this, your warm face against their cold shoulder." Feng Shenhua advised, "Sister, I was just thinking about improving our relationship with Deputy Commissar Luo, so he wouldn't make things difficult for my brother-in-law at work." Feng Shenhua wasn't as clever as her sister. Hearing this, she became worried again. Luo Zhendong had dinner here once and was very impressed with Su Suining's cooking. He didn't expect her dumplings to be so delicious. They used simple ingredients, small bok choy and eggs, with very little egg, probably because of lard bits. The bok choy was oily and tasty. When he bit into a dumpling, the soup inside amazed him. "Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are on par with the famous old shops in Beijing." Su Suining laughed. "You're exaggerating. It's just an ordinary dumpling." Luo Zhendong shook his head. "No, it's different. The same ingredients prepared by different people don't taste the same. A chef from Hongbin Tower once told me that a cook's mood can affect the flavor of the food." Su Suining chuckled. "You praise cooks so highly. Next time, come over more often for a meal." Hua Qingshan didn't speak. He lowered his head and ate his dumplings. Hearing Luo Zhendong talk endlessly like a peacock, he looked up coldly and asked, "Are you on duty tonight?" Luo Zhendong was surprised and checked the time. "Yes, I am on duty. There's still an hour left. I can make it." He then handed 2 dumplings to Yaya, who ate with her face almost buried in the bowl. She had never tasted such delicious dumplings before. Luo Zhendong couldn't help but smile and gently ruffled her hair. "Eat slowly. There's plenty." Yaya looked up at Luo Zhendong, her little mouth shiny and wet, but her eyes were happy. "Auntie's cooking smells so good." Su Suining smiled again, looking at Yaya. Suddenly, she thought it would be nice to have a daughter like her, beautiful and well-behaved. After dinner, Luo Zhendong checked the time and prepared to leave. When he stood up, he said to Su Suining, "Sister-in-law, Commander who bought you a gift this time when he went to the city." Hua Qingshan looked coldly at Luo Zhendong, always thinking he talked too much, but he didn't expect him to talk so much. Su Suining was a bit surprised, thinking that Hua Qingshan bought her a gift, probably something edible, so she didn't think much about it. After Luo Zhendong left, Hua Qingshan tidied up the dishes, washed the pots, and cleaned the kitchen. Su Suining took Yaya for a walk in the yard, then went to the bathroom. She noticed that the little girl was still timid, so she took her around more to help her get familiar with the yard. When they returned from the walk, Hua Qingshan had already gone to the team to join the evening study session. Before leaving, he cleaned the stove and boiled hot water for their baths. Su Suining helped Yaya take a bath, let her lie down to sleep first, then went to wash herself. When she finished bathing, the little girl was already asleep. Kids sleep well naturally, and without worries, they sleep even more soundly and peacefully. Su Suining went over to cover her with a quilt and gently touched her forehead. Then she felt relieved and went back to her room. Hu Qingshan still came back after lights out. After lying down, he asked, "Yaya is asleep?" Then he said nothing more. Su Suining responded with an waiting for him to give her the gift, but there was no follow-up. She turned over and faced Hu Qingshan, who was lying flat. She reached out and poked his arm, saying, "Deputy Commissioner Luo said you bought me a gift? Where is it? Why didn't you give it to me?" Hu Qingshan didn't move. He felt he had been impulsive at the time. He bought it but then regretted it. What if Su Suining thought it was tacky or didn't like it? So he hadn't taken it out yet. Su Suining touched his arm with her finger, teasing him. "Isn't it for me? Did you get someone else outside?" He was so shy, and if he gave her something edible, it made her even more curious. Hu Qingshan felt a tingle from her touch and, hearing her words, immediately sat up. "No, don't say nonsense." Su Suining also sat up, smiling. "Then show it to me. If you don't give it to me, you must want to give it to someone else." Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. He took out a flashlight, then found a match to light the kerosene lamp on the bedside table. The lamp's light was faint but not harsh. He went to the door, took down his military coat hanging behind it, and quickly pulled out a bundle from his pocket, shoving it into Su Suining's hand. She was stunned for a moment, looking at the red cloth bundle in her hand, and burst out laughing. Hu Qingshan watched her lower her head to look at the cloth bundle, smiling silently, unsure if she liked it or not. There was a slight sense of nervousness, and she silently watched Su Suining, unsure of what to say. Su Suining smiled as she spread out a large, red square scarf. The bright red color looked festive. In this era, it seemed that men and women liked to give each other such gifts to show their feelings. She shook the scarf gently, shifted a little, and sat close to Hu Qingshan. Looking up with a smile, she said to him, "I like it very much." Hu Qingshan's heart relaxed. She had come so close, and under the dim kerosene lamp, her face looked even more beautiful and charming, with her soft, pink, glossy lips that seemed like they were touched with rouge. Unconsciously, her lips moved slightly, and his gaze stayed on her face, unwilling to look away. Su Suining raised her eyebrows slightly, then suddenly covered her head with the red scarf. "Hu Qingshan, can I marry you again?" Hu Qingshan's heart was struck again by Su Suining's words, and his heartbeat quickened. Through the red scarf, he saw her, and faintly, there was a hint of flirtation. This made him have some thoughts he shouldn't have. Seeing that he still hadn't moved, despite what she said, Hu Qingshan only stared at her with his eyes, secretly sighing that she was so dull. At this moment, shouldn't he lift her red scarf and then hold her close to kiss her? Seeing that Hu Qingshan still hadn't moved, Su Suining reached out and pressed her hand on his shoulder. She leaned in, kissed his lips through the scarf, a light, teasing kiss, then whispered into his ear, "Hu Qingshan, can I marry you again?" Hu Qingshan's throat felt dry, and his voice was low and hoarse, almost mechanical, as he nodded, "Yes." Su Suining felt helpless about how dull he was. Her cheeks pressed gently against his through the scarf. Their foreheads touched, and their noses brushed against each other softly. She whispered, "Then hold me, okay?" Hu Qingshan seemed to be enchanted. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close into his embrace. She was soft, like a fairy, just like that night. He finally lifted the scarf, unable to hold back, and kissed her lips hurriedly and passionately. But Su Suining enjoyed it, feeling his impulsive, youthful kiss. His arms tightened around her, making her slightly breathless. She let out a soft sound, "Loosen up a bit. Be careful of the baby." This reminded Hu Qingshan to slow down and be more gentle as he carefully held her face and kissed her. Su Suining realized that Hu Qingshan was truly a quick learner and good at exploring. His hands gradually became bolder, moving from tentative to more confident, trying to understand her better. He did very well. Su Suining finally achieved her wish and touched her six-pack abs, which were clear, firm, and strong. She pressed against his chest, feeling the hardness but also the safety it brought. However, because of concerns about the child, they ended with a kiss and did not take the next step. After lying down, Su Suining felt happy and satisfied, resting her head on He Qingshan's arm, leaning into him, and secretly smiling with a slight smile. He Qingshan also felt very happy tonight. Su Suining was like a fairy, clinging to him just like that night in the same room. He held her shoulder, feeling a moment of contentment, but also a little nervous. He was afraid that when he woke up, Su Suining would have changed again. Su Suining moved slightly and smiled, asking, "Why did you think of buying a red scarf? Who gave you that idea?" He Qingshan was in a good mood and said cheerfully, "No one suggested it. I saw it and bought it." Su Suining gently touched his chin with her finger and said, You did well. I like it very much. I like all beautiful things. The most important thing is, as long as it's from you, I like it very much." He Qingshan's mind moved, and he turned to kiss her face and lips. He found himself a bit addicted. They kept close until late at night. Su Suining couldn't hold on anymore and pushed away He Qingshan, who was tightly holding her, saying, "I'm really very sleepy. Let's sleep first." He almost instantly fell into a deep sleep. But He Qingshan couldn't sleep. His body felt uncomfortable, and his mind was even more uneasy. Su Suining stayed up late and woke up late. When she woke, He Qingshan had already left. Just a simple kiss and hug. When Su Suining got up, she felt like she had been through a lot. Turns out staying up late is a big taboo. She sat up and took a moment to rest, then changed clothes and went to comb her hair. Although she didn't sleep well, her face looked especially good, rosy and bright, with slightly swollen lips that looked very charming. She smiled and touched her lips. That rough man. He almost bit her lips off. After braiding her hair, she heard the door to the outer room open. She thought it was Yaya coming in and didn't pay much attention. Soon, hurried footsteps approached, and suddenly the door was pushed open forcefully. He Qingshan stormed in, sweaty and covered in dust from training, looking like he had just come back from the training ground. Su Suining looked at him in surprise. What happened? He Qingshan saw her expression and let out a breath of relief. Nothing, just came back to see if you had breakfast yet? Suddenly, Su Suining realized why He Qingshan had come back. She smiled and leaned toward him, not minding his dirt-covered clothes. She placed her hand on his shoulder and tiptoed to kiss the corner of his lips. "I'm fine at home. You can focus on your training." When she tried to let go and step back, He Qingshan reached out and hugged her waist. He lowered his head and gave her a stormy kiss, then released her. "I'm leaving now." Before Su Suining could react, He Qingshan quickly ran away like the wind. During the 10-minute break, she couldn't help but run back to check on him, worried she might wake up and become different. Seeing him made her feel at ease. As she hurried back, she felt full of energy. Su Suining touched her slightly sore lips, feeling both amused and helpless. This guy. She looked at herself in the mirror, noticing her more beautiful lips, and couldn't help but smile. Outside the house, Yaya was playing with Jingjing next door, and Luo Ermiai was sitting in the yard repairing shoes. Seeing Su Suining come out, she greeted cheerfully. "Sister-in-law, you're up. I saw Captain He run back, just now. Are you feeling unwell?" Thinking about what He Qingshan did when he got home, her face turned red. "Yes, I had a stomach ache last night." She decided to let the child take the blame for that. Miao Ermiai noticed Su Suining looked good and smiled. "It's over 4 months now, and the baby moves more and more. Sometimes when it kicks, it makes the belly ache. But it's okay." Yaya saw Su Suining get up and quickly ran back. "Auntie, Uncle warmed up breakfast in the pot. I've already washed my face and brushed my teeth." She even opened her mouth to show her teeth to Su Suining. Su Suining smiled, bent down and pinched her little face. "Good girl. Have you eaten breakfast?" Yaya shook her head. "Not yet. Waiting for Annie to eat together." Su Suining went to wash up. Miao Ermiai was still praising Yaya, such a sensible child. She always plays with Jingjing patiently. When Jingjing gets moody, she stays quiet and lets her. After becoming a mother, seeing such a child always made her feel tender. After washing up, Su Suining brought out breakfast and ate with Yaya. She didn't want Hu Qingshan to bring breakfast every day, but she simply couldn't get up early enough. Luo Zhendong bought 2 cans of milk powder. When Su Suining was preparing the milk, she also made a bowl for Jingjing. The little girl sat close to Yaya, and they drank and smiled at each other. Miao Ermiai sighed. Yaya is lucky to meet you all. Su Suining smiled but said nothing. Miao Ermiai moved a stool over and sat beside her, then started chatting about another matter. Sister-in-law, I heard that this year, the military department is giving 2 job positions in the city. You can work there and your household registration can be transferred to the city, even allowing you to move there. Su Suining was momentarily stunned. What kind of job? Mao Ermiai is not very clear. It seems to be the supply and marketing cooperative and the grain station. Su Suining isn't interested in either job, and working in the city means being separated from Hu Qingshan, going to work on time every day, and working like a beast in the city. She has finally started to enjoy a semi-rural life and doesn't want to suffer in the city now. Seeing that Su Suining doesn't seem interested, Mao Ermiai is curious. Sister-in-law, everyone in the yard says you'll definitely go because you're from the city and educated, and you've always looked down on our family compound. Su Suining doesn't care. I won't go. Whoever wants to go can go. I like my current life. Do you want to go? Mao Ermiai shakes her head. I won't go either. I need to take care of the children. Also, I don't have much education, and going would be embarrassing. Li Qin wants to go. Su Suining knows that the gossip is coming from her, but it's okay. The rumors will die down naturally over time. There's no need to waste emotions on this. After breakfast, she takes Yaya to the vegetable garden. As they leave the family compound, she sees Lu Gaihua carrying a child, pacing near the gate of the group. Su Suining hasn't noticed yet. Yaya spots her first, and suddenly she is frightened, clutching Su Suining's hand tightly, trembling. Only then does Su Suining stop and look over. Lu Gaihua sees Su Suining and Yaya, hurriedly runs over carrying the child. Her eyes fall on Yaya, who is dressed in a pretty new dress, new cloth shoes, her hair neatly combed, and her face clean. She looks like a city girl, but there's a look of resentment in her eyes. That little girl really has good luck. Su Suining holds Yaya's hand, pulls her close, and presses her tightly against herself. Then she looks sternly at Lu Gaihua. What are you doing here? Lu Gaihua, with a somewhat flattering smile, says, that day, Comrade Luo came and hurriedly took Jianjia away. Her mother left something behind, so I brought it to you. She takes out an old pocket watch from her pocket. This was left by her mother. We're not greedy, and we just wanted to send it to you quickly. Su Suining reaches out to take it, but Lu Gaihua immediately pulls back her hand, smiling. We've raised Jianjia for 5 years. If it weren't for us, she would have died long ago. You know how precious grain is. Su Suining understands that she is trying to use the pocket watch to extort something, since the watch is useless to them, neither sellable nor edible.
What do you want?
Lu Gaihua's eyes flicker. 100 jin of grain coupons, 50 yuan. Su Suining chuckled. You are really greedy. Giving you is fine, but the scar on Yaya, is that you hit her? If I leave the same scar on you, I'll give it to you. Lu Gaihua's face changed. You. What are you talking about? Su Suining sneered. Are you trying to blackmail me? Then let's go to your village's neighborhood committee and see who's right. Then she thought for a moment. Oh, and we don't want that pocket watch anymore. It's not ours. I suspect you hid it on purpose. Your identity is suspicious. I want to report you. That pocket watch? Only capitalists use such things. Before she finished, Lu Gaihua quickly threw the watch over and took several steps back. What does it have to do with me? Who cares about a broken watch? Afraid of being involved, she hurriedly ran away with the child. Su Suining didn't expect Lu Gaihua to be so easily scared. Watching her run out of sight, she patted Yaya's head. It's okay. As long as Auntie is here, no one can bully you. She squatted down to pick up the pocket watch. It was of good quality, a bit old, but still solid. She opened the watch cover. The dial was cracked, and the hands no longer moved. On the other side, there was a photo embedded, a picture of a man and a woman smiling brightly. The photo was a bit blurry, but you could see their happy faces. The man was elegant, and the woman charming. Su Sui-ning wiped the lens hard, looked closely, then turned to Yaya. It really looked like her. The man in the photo also resembled Hu Qingshan, but much gentler. She put the watch away, planning to show Luo Zhendong. It was another strong piece of evidence to prove Yaya's identity. After some hesitation, Luo Zhendong finally called Old Master Lu to tell him they found Lu Beifeng and Su Man's child. Old Master Lu was excited and told him to take good care of the child. He would come over when he had time. Luo Zhendong didn't mention that Hu Qingshan looked like someone from the Lu family, as there was no proof. He came out of the group headquarters and saw Hu Qingshan returning from the training ground in a good mood. He walked over to joke. "You are regiment commander, still lead training every day. Your stamina is impressive." Hu Qingshan was in a good mood today and gave Luo Zhendong a rare, gentle look. Being in the army, training is the most important. Luo Zhendong was a bit surprised and flattered. When he teased him before, Hu Qingshan never looked at him like that. He smiled and asked, "Can I come to your house for dinner tonight?" Hu Qingshan refused straightforwardly without hesitation. "No, you just came yesterday." Luo Zhendong let out a sigh. "Can I exchange my ration tickets for that?" Hu Qingshan frowned and said, "No, your sister-in-law is pregnant. It's too tiring to cook for one more person." Luo Zhendong. He looked behind Hu Qingshan and said, "Forget it, I won't talk to you. I'll go ask my sister-in-law directly." He then lifted his leg to leave. Hu Qingshan turned around and saw Su Sui-ning carrying a vegetable basket and holding Yaya's hand as they walked over. She was wearing a white shirt with a light blue knitted vest over it, black pants, gentle and pretty. Although they had just seen each other this morning, seeing her again still made him feel a little excited. Su Sui-ning saw Luo Zhendong and smiled. "I was just about to find you. I have something for you. Can you see if it proves Yaya's identity?" She handed him a pocket watch. Luo Zhendong only glanced at the pocket watch, then became excited. His hands trembled as he took it, opened it, and looked at the photo inside. He was momentarily speechless. Hu Qingshan also came over and looked at Luo Zhendong. "What's wrong?" Su Sui-ning nodded her chin toward the pocket watch in Luo Zhendong's hand. "Maybe it's Su Man's keepsake." Luo Zhendong took a deep breath, feeling very excited. This was definitely a gift from Lu Beifeng to Su Man. "It seems my guess was right." Su Sui-ning felt relieved. "Lu Gaihua just came over, trying to use this to threaten us. I scared him away." Luo Zhendong kept thanking Su Sui-ning. "Sister-in-law, thank you so much. With this evidence, it will be much easier for Yaya to return to the Lu family." Hu Qingshan didn't know when he had come to stand beside Su Sui-ning and took her basket. "Let's go. I'll go with you to the vegetable garden." Luo Zhendong wanted to say more but was immediately interrupted by Hu Qingshan. He looked at Yaya, who was tilting her small face, full of curiosity, and was watching him. He was slightly startled. He had lost his composure again. Su Sui-ning stood at the vegetable garden, happily watching the cucumber vines climb the trellis, with several fresh little cucumbers hanging below. In half a month, they could start eating cucumbers. The eggplants had also bloomed with purple flowers, and small eggplants the size of buttons were forming. Hu Qingshan entered the garden, pruning some excess branches and fixing the trellis. Su Sui-ning watched him work and felt that today Hu Qingshan seemed a little different, more proactive. Men who taste success seemed to get a burst of energy. Hu Qingshan came over, looking at Su Sui-ning, who was smiling like a little fox. He paused. "What's wrong?" Su Sui-ning cleared her throat. "I've noticed that you're a little different today." Hu Qingshan was puzzled. "What's different?" Su Sui-ning smiled and leaned closer. "After you kiss me, do you feel full of energy all over?" Hu Qingshan's expression froze. He knew Su Suining was bold, but he didn't expect her to say such things so openly. His face warmed, and he couldn't help but blush. He looked away uncomfortably and spoke nervously. Don't talk nonsense. Yaya is right here. Su Suining glanced at Yaya, who was picking wildflowers on the other side of the dirt mound, and smiled. Don't worry, Yaya can't hear us. She deliberately reached out and grabbed Hua Qingshan's hand, holding his fingers tightly. Actually, before she finished, Hua Qingshan suddenly pulled his hand back and quickly moved a few steps to the side. Su Suining saw a group of soldiers approaching from the roadside. Seeing Hua Qingshan's serious and upright figure, she couldn't help but chuckle. Hua Qingshan looked a bit helpless. After the soldiers passed, he said, in public, you need to be careful about your image. Su Suining shot him a playful glare and snorted. I'm holding my man's hand. What are you afraid of? Then she turned around pretending to be angry and went to find Yaya. She loved teasing this serious, straightforward man so much. Hua Qingshan saw Su Suining going to pick the blooming spinach. He wanted to follow, but just as he stepped forward, the unit's clerk ran over. Captain Hua, the headquarters is calling. Hua Qingshan left a quick I'll take the call and hurried back to the unit headquarters. Su Suining watched Hua Qingshan's agile runaway, smiling. Men really are different. Running even has a wild, energetic feel. Yaya tugged at the flower moss on the spinach. Annie, can we eat this flower? Su Suining smiled and looked away. Yes, we can. Today we'll pull out all these spinach, then plant some small cabbages. Sound good? Yaya, not understanding much, nodded obediently. Okay. Su Suining leisurely pulled out all the spinach. Later in the afternoon, she planned to water the plants again, so they could sow vegetable seeds early tomorrow morning. Thinking about it made her happy. She had already learned the basic steps of planting vegetables. On the way back with Yaya, they met Zhu Hong. This time, she was alone, wearing a white dress with red polka dots, a red belt, her hair loose, with a white hairpin. She walked confidently on the road, drawing attention. Zhu Hong saw her but seemed to ignore her, lifting her chin and heading toward the unit headquarters. Su Suining was puzzled. Zhu Hong's father was very powerful, and her family background was excellent. Why was she acting so recklessly, doing things that seemed to ruin her reputation every day? After returning home, Su Suining gathered the spinach that was about to bloom. She grouped the thick stems together, the leaves together, and didn't waste the flower buds, planning to stir-fry them for lunch. Yaya sat opposite her, mimicking her actions, carefully picking through the spinach. Miao Ermei wandered around somewhere, then came back with her child. Seeing Su Suining at home, she walked over and sat on a stool beside her. Sister-in-law, there are quite a few people in the yard who want to work in the city. They think you might go, so only one spot is left, and everyone is secretly competing for it. Su Suining was a bit confused. Why are they so sure I will go? Miao Ermei looked cautiously at the neighboring house and whispered, Before, you kept arguing with Captain Hua, saying life here was bad. Now that you're on good terms with Captain Hua, they suspect you're only trying to get to the city by making friends with him.
Su Suining chuckled.
That's not true. I just like Hua Qingshan and want to live a good life with him. Recently, Miao Ermei had been around Su Suining the longest and could tell she truly enjoyed her current life. People in the yard don't understand, so they will definitely think wrongly. Su Suining didn't mind. Let them talk. Do you want to come over tonight and eat steamed buns made with spinach stems?
Miao Ermei was a bit surprised.
You can steam buns with those? These flowering stems, unless there's no food left, people usually just pull them out and throw them away because they're old and tough.
Su Suining smiled.
If I chop the stems finely, add some potatoes and lard, they make really good steamed buns. Miao Ermei hadn't tried it before, but Su Suining was very good at figuring out how to eat well. She often made things she had never seen before, and they were always delicious. After lunch, Su Suining watched Yaya wash her face and hands, then told her to lie down and take a nap. Just as she lay down in her room, Hua Qingshan returned. He was someone who never came back during lunch breaks, yet today he was back. Su Suining sat up in surprise. Why are you back? Hua Qingshan didn't speak, but moved to sit beside her on the bed. After a moment of silence, he reached out, hugged her, and kissed her. Su Suining's eyes widened in shock. Did he come back during his lunch break just to kiss her? The slight pain on her lips was a reminder for her to stay focused. She smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. She liked this kind of kiss, as it made them feel closer, and a strange desire grew in her heart. Considering her pregnancy, Qingshan was gentle in his actions, kissing her again and again. Finally, he placed his hand on her belly, wanting to feel the baby move. Su Suining smiled as she helped him lie down, then rested her head on his arm and gently stroked her belly. The little one seemed to feel the call of his parents and started moving with a soft thumping sound. Qingshan was satisfied and tightened his arms, holding Su Suining even closer. After more than 10 minutes, he finally released her. You rest for a while. I'm going to the group. There's training and a match this afternoon, so I might be back late. You and Yaya can eat first, no need to wait for me. Su Suining was used to taking naps at noon and was really sleepy now. She yawned and nodded. Okay. Qingshan leaned down and kissed her once more until he was satisfied, then got up and left. Su Suining felt happy. This version of Qingshan was actually quite cute. She didn't sleep long before hearing noise and shouting outside the yard. There were also some angry words. Sister Meow Air was nearby, trying to calm things down. Sister-in-law, calm down. They're just kids, no need to get so angry. Then came a sharp voice, no need? They're hitting your jing-jing. Of course, you're just standing there, not feeling it. I think this is just a wild kid, an uneducated girl. Hearing the words wild kid, Su Suining suddenly sat up, feeling like she was being scolded. She wondered if they were talking about her. Su Suining didn't bother fixing her hair or putting on shoes. She went outside and saw several people in the small yard. She recognized them, but didn't usually interact with them. Yaya was standing by the road, being pointed at and scolded by a woman. The little girl was so scared she didn't dare move, lowering her head and trembling. Su Suining walked over with a cold face, shielding Yaya behind her, and looked at the woman scolding her, Sang Hong, the wife of the deputy chief of staff. What's going on? Why are you here bullying people at my door? Sang Hong was from the city. After following her husband to the army, she didn't usually socialize with the people in the family compound. But she had a good relationship with her husband and had a 5-year-old son, so she was a bit proud. Seeing Su Suining, Sang Hong raised her eyelids with a look of disdain. You adopted this child and beat my son. Look at him, how embarrassed he is. Su Suining looked at the small boy standing beside Sang Hong, a chubby, fair-skinned boy with 2 red marks on his face, luckily not broken skin. She then looked down at Yaya, who was so frightened her face was pale, tears in her eyes but not falling. She reached out and patted her head. Don't be afraid, Auntie is here. Then she looked at Sang Hong. Why did Yaya hit your son? I've been taking care of her for so many days and know her personality well. She's obedient and quiet. She wouldn't hit anyone on purpose. Sang Hong saw Su Suining not asking for the reason and went ahead to protect her first, feeling a bit amused. What do you mean? Do you think I would wrong her? Look at the injury on Liang Liang's face. Did I scratch it? Su Suining looked at the emotionally upset Sang Hong. Calm down. I didn't say that Yaya scratched it. I mean, there must be a reason for this. What reason? Do you mean Liang Liang provoked that wild child on purpose? Sang Hong raised her voice a little and was not afraid, because Su Suining was Qingshan's wife. Su Suining also got angry, her face serious. Sang Hong, I need to understand the full story before I teach the children. If Yaya is at fault, I will make her apologize. And you calling her a wild child. Isn't that a bit too much? Sang Hong already looked down on Su Suining and thought she was losing face as a city girl. Even if she heard she had improved, she still thought she had an ulterior motive. Now that Su Suining was teaching her, she felt very embarrassed. She hit Liang Liang. That's the fact. You're still here arguing. Su Suining almost laughed out of anger, too lazy to bother with her. She squatted down, gently holding Yaya's small hand, and looked at her kindly. Yaya, tell Auntie what happened. Why did you hit Liang Liang? Yaya pouted her little mouth, about to cry, more worried that her hitting might get her sent back. Su Suining reached out to wipe her tears. Yaya, be honest. Auntie won't blame you. Don't cry. Yaya blinked, holding back her tears, and looked at the little boy. He wanted to play with me. I didn't want to, so he scolded me and called Annie a shameless, bad girl. She had often heard Lu Gaihua use that word. She knew it was a very bad word. It was okay to scold her, but not okay to insult her kind auntie. So she couldn't help but rush over and hit Liang Liang. Su Suining suppressed her anger, touched Yaya's little face, and said softly, Don't be afraid. What you did was right. When someone bullies you, you can't be soft. Then she stood up, ignoring Sa Hong, and looked at Liang Liang. Is this how you insult people? Liang Liang shrank his neck and nodded, admitting. Sa Hong angrily slapped her son's head. You fool. Why are you playing with her? Su Suining looked at Sa Hong. What did the child do wrong? Why did you hit him? And shouldn't you apologize to me? Sa Hong was stunned. Why should I apologize to you? Su Suining frowned. Liang Liang called me a bad girl. I think, if you didn't say anything, how would a child come up with such a vicious word? It seems you have been criticizing me at home. There was a lot of gossip about me in the big courtyard. Maybe you were the one spreading it. Sun Hong paused, then got angry and said, What? What are you talking about? Kids' words don't count. Su Suining almost laughed and said, What kind of logic is that? If your child can attack others, my child should be able to defend herself. I think Yaya did the right thing today. Then she told Yaya, if someone calls you bad names again or bullies you, you must fight back hard. When we get home, Annie will cook you an egg. Sun Hong froze, looking upset and angry. Su Suining, is this how you teach your child?
Su Suining nodded.
Yes, if I hear those words again, I will act. Seeing many family members gathering around, her voice grew colder. I haven't bothered anyone. If I hear any more rumors about me, I will not be polite. Sun Hong clenched her teeth in frustration but had no way to respond. She pulled her son and said, You too. Don't come here to play anymore. If I see you coming again, I will break your legs. She scolded and hurriedly left with her son. Others didn't dare to speak. A few had also heard about Su Suining and quietly left when she got angry. Su Suining held Yaya's hand and went back to the yard. The little girl finally couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing softly and looking very upset. Su Suining smiled and gently rubbed Yaya's head. Why are you crying? We've already been wronged. Remember, if you didn't do anything wrong, don't be afraid. We can't let anyone bully us. Yaya nodded while sniffling. Second sister Meow also came over. Sister-in-law, I just came out. The two kids have finished fighting. I don't know what happened, but I didn't expect Liang Liang to be so rude.
Su Suining snorted.
It's okay. Yaya fought back so she didn't lose. Second sister Meow sighed. Sister-son lives in the first row, and we live in the third. Usually they don't come to the back, and the kids don't play back there. Why did they come today? Su Suining didn't mind, and just told Yaya, Don't cry anymore. We didn't do anything wrong. Auntie will support you. If someone calls you bad names, you fight back. Second sister Meow smiled. She didn't expect Su Suining to be so straightforward when teaching her child. In the evening, Su Suining finally understood why Sun Hong had come to find her for no reason. It turned out Sun Hong and Zhu Hong were friends. When she was taking Yaya for a walk, she saw Sun Hong holding Zhu Hong's arm, both talking and laughing happily. Sun Hong's voice was no longer sharp like in the afternoon, but instead she kept praising Zhu Hong with a strained voice. Your dress looks really nice, and you have such a good aura. You can really carry the outfit. Su Suining thought for a moment and decided she should ask Hao Qingshan tonight about her relationship with Zhu Hong. Now that their relationship had become closer, she knew how to tease Hao Qingshan and believed he would tell her. Sun Hong watched Su Suining walking past with Yaya, holding her hand. She disdainfully curled her lips, and after they had gone far, she said to Zhu Hong, If you hadn't made a mistake, you would be the one married to Captain Hao.
I remember Captain Hao even agreed at that time.
Request failed. Su Suining was worried she might scare the child, so she reminded her, calm down first. If you have something to say, come to my house. Lu Baiting wiped her tears, sniffed, and stood up. She looked at Su Suining and said, sorry, I was too emotional. She then turned to the driver and spoke, coming over with tears in her eyes to look at Yaya. I lost control. She really looks a lot like my brother and my sister-in-law. Su Suining smiled gently. It's normal to feel that way. I understand. Let's go. On the way back, Yaya held Su Suining's hand tightly. She was a bit scared of this unfamiliar aunt who just appeared, and even more afraid that this aunt might take her away. Although she couldn't understand what they were saying, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Su Suining took Lu Baiting home, feeling it was inconvenient to talk in the yard, so she opened the door to let her in. At that moment, she saw a flash of dislike and hesitation in Lu Baiting's eyes, probably because she disliked their old, simple house. She smiled and said, our place is just like this. Please bear with it. Lu Baiting quickly explained, it's okay, it's okay. Rural areas across the country are similar. Your house is very clean. Su Suining smiled, brought over a small stool for her to sit, then took Yaya outside and whispered a few words in her ear. Watching Yaya run away, she turned back inside. She politely poured her a glass of water. You've traveled quite a long way from Beijing, right? She really didn't know. With the current train speeds, it felt like this place was very far from Beijing. Lu Baiting hesitated and said, I took a plane to the provincial city, then took a train here. It took 4 days. Su Suining was surprised. If it took 4 days by plane, traveling by train would take nearly half a month. Now, flying isn't something that just anyone can do easily. It's usually reserved for leaders and important people. As expected, Lu Jia has more power than she thought. Lu Baiting took the teacup, looked at it without drinking, and placed it on the small table beside her. Then, after Su Suining sat down and her stomach slightly protruded, she asked, are you pregnant? Su Suining nodded. Yes, almost 5 months now. Lu Baiting was silent for a moment. Thank you for taking care of my brother's child. My grandfather heard that my brother has another child and was so excited he was hospitalized. He asked me to come and see her first. I was initially skeptical, but after seeing Yaya, I am sure she is my brother's child. Sorry for the trouble these days.
Our family will compensate you. Su Suining noticed Lu Baiting's subtle movements.
She seemed a bit disdainful of her own cup and spoke in a very official tone, sounding somewhat aloof. She smiled inwardly and said politely, it's no problem. We take care of Yaya because she is a hero's child and because her situation is truly sad. We don't need any compensation. Lu Baiting's expression stiffened slightly, then she smiled gently again. Anyway, I really appreciate what you've done. After a few words, Su Suining understood what kind of person Lu Baiting was. From their first meeting until now, although she was moved to tears, she never asked where Yaya had been or how she was doing before. She hinted that Yaya's situation was unfortunate, but Lu Baiting didn't ask. It seemed she didn't genuinely care about her niece. Or perhaps, deep down, she didn't want this child to go home. Seeing that Su Suining's face always carried a gentle smile, Lu Baiting thought she was a kind and easygoing person. She smiled and said, I've never left Beijing since I was a child. I didn't realize this place could be so desolate. You must be working hard here. Su Suining smiled. Yes, it's okay. My husband and they are stationed here, so it's better than the Highlands and border troops. Lu Baiting was slightly taken aback. What rank is your husband? Considering Su Suining's young age, her husband is probably just a company commander at most. Su Suining, with her sharp mind, easily guessed Lu Baiting's thoughts. She smiled without answering, letting her think whatever she wanted. A feeling of superiority was almost overflowing from her. With a family like the Lu family, was it really suitable for Yaya to go back? Seeing that Su Suining kept a faint smile on her face, Lu Baiting thought she was a gentle and easy person to handle. She smiled and said, I have an uncle in the provincial military district. I'll introduce you to him later, so he can take care of your husband a bit. This could be seen as a kind of indirect compensation. Su Suining still smiled and replied, That would be very kind of you.
Thank you.
Inside, she felt anxious. She asked Yaya to call Luo Zhendong and Hu Qingshan to come back. Had they not found anyone? Why haven't they returned yet? Just then, hurried footsteps sounded in the courtyard. Yaya returned with Luo Zhendong. Luo Zhendong was surprised to see Lu Baiting. It's you? Lu Baiting stood up, looking a bit uncomfortable. Grandpa is sick, so he asked me to come and check on him. Luo Zhendong's face looked unhappy. He looked at Su Suining. Sister-in-law, the team leader went to the shooting range and isn't here. Su Suining nodded. Okay, then you can talk to this sister from the Lu family. I'll take Yaya out for a walk. Luo Zhendong clenched his teeth, holding back as Su Suining and Yaya left. He then looked coldly at Lu Baiting. You saw it too. Yaya is the child of Lu Bifeng and Su Man. What does your family want to do about it? Lu Baiting frowned at Luo Zhendong. We haven't seen each other in 3 years. And now you mention this when you see me? Luo Zhendong sneered. We've been divorced for 3 years. What do I say when I see you? That you're right, and you should have made me wear a green hat? Lu Baiting's face turned pale. You often don't come home from the army, and I am alone. Luo Zhendong laughed coldly. So, you can't stand being alone? Fine, I don't want to talk about this anymore. About Yaya, does Grandpa Lu have any plans? Lu Baiting pursed her lips. Grandpa means we shouldn't bring her back to Jing City now. My dad is being transferred this year, and we can't leave any traces for others to use. Luo Zhendong's expression darkened. He didn't believe Grandpa Lu said that, but on second thought, it seemed normal. Grandpa Lu, only Lu Zhenping, had been in politics for many years. This time, he might enter the top circles in Jing City. If Yaya's background came out now, it would definitely affect him. It's normal for Grandpa Lu to have his own motives. Lu Baiting looked at Luo Zhendong. But Grandpa said that even if we don't bring the child back, we can send money and ration tickets each month to ensure she has enough to eat and wear. Luo Zhendong sneered. I really overestimated your Lu family. At critical moments, you're all the same, selfish. Lu Baiting's face looked a bit unhappy. Luo Zhendong, I am sorry for you, but my grandpa has always been good to you. It's unfair to say this. Luo Zhendong didn't want to argue more. All right, I understand your family's position.
You can go now.
He turned to leave. Lu Baiting called out. Luo Zhendong, 3 years have passed. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Su Suining didn't know how Luo Zhendong and Lu Baiting were talking, so she took Yaya outside for a walk. Seeing that the little girl looked worried, she smiled and asked, Yaya, what's wrong? Yaya leaned her head against her hand and asked, Annie, do you not want me anymore? Su Suining was surprised.
Why would you think that?
Yaya was about to cry. That auntie, is she going to take me away? I don't want to go with her. Su Suining didn't expect her to guess that, and she was so sensitive. She squatted down and gently wiped her tears. Don't cry. How could I send you away? If you like, you can stay with me forever, okay? Kids are easy to comfort. Hearing that, her eyes lit up. Really? I want to stay with you forever. When you have a little brother, I can see him. Su Suining smiled and stroked her little face. Okay, then you can stay. She had a feeling that Lu Baiting wouldn't take the children away when she came. It seemed like the right time, so she took Yaya home. When they arrived, she saw Luo Zhendong standing in the yard with a serious face, and Lu Baiting at the door wiping her tears. Su Suining always thought Luo Zhendong was gentle and polite, a kind person who wouldn't get angry easily. She didn't expect to see such a cold and stern side of him. It seemed he had a strong connection with Lu Baiting. Seeing Su Suining and Yaya return, Luo Zhendong's expression softened a little. Sister-in-law, Yaya, you're back? I'll go to the team first. Su Suining looked at Lu Baiting. What should she do about this woman? She quickly responded, how about coming over for lunch? Luo Zhendong finally considered the relationship between the Luo and Lu families and nodded. Okay, I'll come with Captain Hor at noon. He then walked away, without even glancing at Lu Baiting at the door. Seeing that Lu Baiting was upset, Su Suining went to the kitchen, picked up a basket, and looked at her. I'm going to buy some meat at the service station. Do you want to come with us? Although there wasn't much valuable at home, it wouldn't be good to leave her alone. Lu Baiting wiped her tears and said, I'll go with you. I want to buy some things for Yaya too.
Su Suining nodded.
After Lu Baiting came out, she locked the door and took Yaya outside. Lu Baiting seemed eager to talk. As they left the family compound, she suddenly asked, Aren't you curious about my relationship with Luo Zhendong? Su Suining thought for a moment. Besides being lovers before, what else could it be? She smiled and said, I'm not very curious about your private life, since I don't know Luo Deputy Political Commissar well. Lu Baiting said, Zhang and I grew up in the same courtyard. We got married after our families arranged it, but we divorced 3 years ago. Su Suining was surprised. She didn't expect it was still a former husband and wife relationship. Lu Baiting felt sad. Over the years, he had many chances to move back to Beijing, but he always refused. He preferred to come to this poor mountain village just to stay away from me. Hearing this, Su Suining became curious. Why did you two divorce? Was it because of bad feelings? Lu Baiting bit her lower lip and was silent for a moment. I was too stubborn. She was embarrassed to admit that she couldn't stand loneliness, had an affair with a colleague, and was caught in the act by Luo Zhendong, who had just returned from visiting home. At that time, neither of them was wearing clothes. Luo Zhendong only gave her a cold look, turned around, and left. Then he filed for divorce. She was afraid of being discovered, so she could only grit her teeth and agree to sign the divorce papers. To get a divorce, Luo Zhendong even used connections to hide the truth from both families. Only after the divorce was approved did both sides find out. However, Luo Zhendong gave her some dignity by saying that he had been away for a long time, neglecting her, and since they had no feelings left, they chose to divorce. Seeing Lu Baiting hesitate, Su Suining knew it wasn't as simple as she said. Since she didn't want to talk, she decided to let He Qingshan find out. As long as she wanted to know, it was impossible not to find out. Thinking of the taciturn He Qingshan helping her dig up gossip, she couldn't help but laugh. Lu Baiting suddenly remembered Luo Zhendong calling Su Suining's sister-in-law and calling her husband Commander He, Captain He, and was surprised. How old is your husband? He's already a captain? Su Suining was a little proud. Probably about your age. He's very capable and impressive. Lu Baiting didn't speak. No matter how capable he was, what use was it?
They were still in this mountain village.
Su Suining bought 2.5 gene of pork belly, and 5 cents bought a large, cleanly shaved bone, along with 2 gene of tofu. Lu Baiting watched as Su Suining carefully selected her items. In the end, she only bought a little meat, frowned, and thought life wouldn't be easy. After Su Suining finished buying the meat, she boldly said, Give me 5 gene of pork belly and 4 gene of ribs. The person cutting meat was surprised. Who buys so much at an odd time? And in hot weather, meat doesn't store well. Would they eat it all at once? After a moment of hesitation, he still weighed the meat as Lu Baiting requested. Su Suining didn't stop her. Since she wanted to buy it, she could. Her aunt was right. Buying some meat was proper. On the way back, Su Suining didn't ask Lu Baiting to put the meat into her basket. Lu Baiting carried meat with a rope all the way, her fingers hurting from the tight grip. She watched Su Suining carrying a vegetable basket and holding Yaya's hand, walking slowly. She endured her curiosity and followed, biting her teeth as she carried her meat along. She then asked gossipingly, Your spouse's hometown is where? Su Suining, satisfied with her curiosity, replied, It's also in Gansheng province, but it's a rural area. Lu Baiting nodded, glanced at Su Suining, and thought, no wonder she spends money carefully. Perhaps her whole family back home is waiting for her to support them. Su Suining guessed what Lu Baiting was thinking, and at this moment, she probably felt a sense of pride. When they arrived home, Su Suining started preparing lunch, while Lu Baiting sat under the porch without helping at all. She watched Su Suining skillfully render pork fat into lard and stew ribs. She set aside some meat to chop into filling for buns. In the morning, Su Suining had prepared dough, originally planning to steam buns, but now with meat, she decided to make buns filled with minced meat, tofu, and vermicelli. Seeing Su Suining's skillful and efficient work, Lu Baiting felt a bit disdainful. She thought that a woman's value shouldn't just be giving birth and then cooking around the stove. Yaya played nearby for a while before going next door to find Jingjing. Su Suining noticed that Lu Baiting was more interested in her than in Yaya. It seemed her main purpose for coming was not to care about her brother's orphan child, but probably to find Luo Zhendong. She stewed the ribs, and the buns finished steaming just as the ribs were ready. She washed a cucumber, preparing to make a cold dish, when Luo Zhendong returned with Hu Qingshan. Su Suining looked up and saw Hu Qingshan, smiling warmly. "You're back. I was just about to wash my hands and eat." Lu Baiting turned around upon hearing the voice. When she saw Hu Qingshan clearly, her eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. How could there be someone so much like her grandfather in this world? Hu Qingshan had already heard from Luo Zhendong that Lu Beifeng's sister was here to see the child, but old Master Lu was temporarily unwilling to let the child go back. Because of this, Hu Qingshan felt no goodwill toward this family. Seeing Lu Baiting, he nodded coldly, then his expression softened instantly as he approached Su Suining, saying, "Let me help you carry the pot." Su Suining didn't stop him, replying, "Just set it aside. Hurry, and wash your hands to eat. I'll pick a few buns to send to second sister's family." She not only picked a plate of buns but also carried a bowl of ribs to give to second sister Miao. Miss Mal'armé saw Su Suining cooking meat, so she took Jingjing and stayed inside the house, worried the child might get too eager and come closer. Yaya came over, so she kept Yaya inside to play, planning to go out and cook after Su Suining and the others finish lunch. Seeing Su Suining carrying so many buns and ribs, she was surprised. "Sister-in-law, you have guests? These are for you to eat." Su Suining smiled and placed the food on the table. "It's okay, I made a lot. Since there's good food, I'll share some with Jingjing." Meanwhile, Lu Baiting was still shocked, watching Hu Qingshan go over to help Su Suining with chores. Su Suining took the dishes to the next room, and Hu Qingshan efficiently lifted the pot, replaced it with a large boiling water pot, and added a bucket of water. His jaw was tight, and his expression serious, very much like her grandfather. She had seen old photos of her grandfather when he was young. He looked exactly like Hu Qingshan, as if carved from the same mold. How could there be someone so similar in the world? Luo Zhendong didn't notice Lu Baiting's expression. He went over to help tidy up the table and picked the buns into a small basket for steamed buns. Su Suining brought Yaya back from the next room, smiling and telling her to wash her hands, then invited everyone to sit and eat. Hu Qingshan, who was usually quiet and reserved, sat beside Su Suining, eating silently with his head down. Luo Zhendong didn't want to bother with Lu Baiting at all. He regretted it. If he had known old Master Lu asked Lu Baiting to come, he wouldn't have made that call. What was old Master Lu thinking? Did he know about the divorce with Lu Baiting? Was their meeting awkward? Luo Zhendong focused on eating and occasionally helped Yaya with a rib. So, Lu Baiting felt very awkward sitting there. She initially disliked the poor environment and had some cleanliness habits, so she didn't want to eat, but she was hungry and the steamed buns Su Suining made were really delicious. She silently took a bun and ate, occasionally stealing glances at Hu Qingshan. The more she looked, the more shocked she was. His eyebrows, eyes, and side profile looked very much like her grandfather, and also like Lu Beifeng. He also resembled her younger brother, Lu Beichen. Then she remembered that she and her children didn't look like the rest of the family. When she was young, relatives and neighbors joked that Lu Baiting didn't look like she belonged to the Lu family, saying she was adopted. Because the other 3 children of the Lu family were very beautiful, her sister Lu Beiyan looked like their mother, with delicate features like a doll. Only she had narrow eyes, a flat nose, and an ordinary appearance. Suddenly, Lu Baiting couldn't swallow her bun. Could Hu Qingshan really be a child of the Lu family? Was she really adopted? Su Suining saw that Lu Biting was distracted while eating and politely asked, "Does it not suit your taste?" Lu Biting forced a smile and said it's okay. "I'm just not very hungry." Su Suining responded, "Then eat less and drink more water. It helps digestion." Hu Qingshan quietly moved the ribs closer to Su Suining and took a bun to eat. Su Suining's cooking always surprises him, combining tofu, meat, and vermicelli, and it tastes so good. Feeling happy, he finished eating and glanced at Luo Zhendong. "You wash the dishes." Luo Zhendong agreed, "Sure. Your cooking is so good. If I could come here every day, I'd wash dishes every day."
Su Suining smiled.
"Okay, as long as you have time, just come over. It's only a matter of washing some bowls and chopsticks." Luo Zhendong quickly shook his head. "No, that's not possible. Captain Hu doesn't agree. He's worried it might tire you out." Hu Qingshan shot him a look. "You talk too much." Lu Biting watched the three of them laugh and joke, feeling the relationship was close and friendly, while she felt like an outsider. She had never seen Luo Zhendong so relaxed and fun before. No, actually, he had never been like this in front of her. Before their divorce, he was always polite and courteous. After lunch, it was time to discuss serious matters. Luo Zhendong directly said to Lu Biting, "We understand your family's position. If there's nothing else, you can go back now." Lu Biting was stunned for a moment, her voice a little dry. "I want to stay and spend some time with Yaya." Luo Zhendong frowned. "There's no need. She's doing very well here now." Lu Biting was silent. When she saw Luo Zhendong again, she really didn't want to leave, and she had her own thoughts. Years ago, when the Luo family had trouble, she thought Luo Zhendong had no future. Plus, he often ate alone at home, which made her feel lonely. But in the past 2 years, the Luo family situation was cleared up. Luo's father was falsely accused, and he was reinstated and moved back to the main house. Luo Zhendong's future was bright. She couldn't find such a good match in Beijing anymore. Su Suining sensed something was off and called out to Hu Qingshan, "Come to my room for a moment. I cut a shoe sample this morning. Let's compare sizes." Hu Qingshan didn't doubt her and followed her to the bedroom. Su Suining stood by the window, secretly glancing outside at the two people sitting there, then quietly asked Hu Qingshan, "Do you know what the relationship is between Luo Zhendong and Lu Biting?" Hu Qingshan looked confused. "What relationship? They should know each other, right?" Su Suining shook her head. "It's more than just knowing each other. They used to be married, then divorced. Didn't you notice?" Lu Biting's eyes when she looks at Luo Zhendong are full of deep affection. Hu Qingshan was silent. He didn't notice what Lu Biting looked like, nor did he know what kind of look she gave Luo Zhendong. Su Suining didn't need to think. He knew this wooden man wouldn't pay attention to such things. He probably only cared that today's steamed buns my wife made were really tasty. He smiled and patted his arm. Later, asked Luo Zhendong why they got divorced. Hu Qingshan didn't quite understand what was so important to ask about. He simply nodded and agreed, "I'll ask him on the way." They couldn't stay inside the house for too long. When they went out, Luo Zhendong had already stood up, ready to leave. He and Lu Biting had nothing to say to each other. Seeing Hu Qingshan come out, he put on his military cap. "Let's go. I have a meeting at the camp later." Hu Qingshan turned around, told Su Suining they were leaving, and then followed Luo Zhendong. They didn't speak during the walk. Hu Qingshan was naturally quiet, and Luo Zhendong was preoccupied with his thoughts. As they left the family compound, Hu Qingshan suddenly spoke, "What's your relationship with that woman? Is she your ex?" His direct question shocked Luo Zhendong, who stopped in surprise and looked at Hu Qingshan in disbelief. Luo Zhendong looked at Hu Qingshan in surprise. Although he hadn't known him long, he understood his temper well. He wasn't the type to get involved in such matters. Even if he and Lu Biting argued in front of him, Hu Qingshan probably wouldn't ask questions. Why did he suddenly care about his private life today? But since Hu Qingshan asked, Luo Zhendong satisfied his curiosity. "My wife and I weren't in a romantic relationship. We were married, but we divorced 3 years ago. Hua Qingshan thought about what Su Suining wanted him to find out and asked again, "Why did you get divorced?" Luo Zhendong snorted softly. She was seeing someone else. "I found out when I came home." His words hit Hua Qingshan hard. He hadn't expected such a reason. Could it be similar to his relationship with Su Suining? Seeing Hua Qingshan silent, Luo Zhendong thought he didn't know how to comfort himself and smiled. "You don't need to worry about comforting me. I don't care. We had no real feelings. Our families insisted on marriage, thinking it was time because of our age." At that time, Lu Beiding was also a talented woman from a big courtyard, working at a newspaper, respectable and gentle. Luo Zhendong, who wanted to develop his career in the military, had no interest in love. He just wanted to marry someone suitable. They were married for 3 years, often apart, and divorce was probably for the best. Hua Qingshan looked back at him and said, "I'm not here to comfort you. What do you plan to do? If she won't leave, she'll stay here?" Luo Zhendong sighed. "What can I do? I've said everything I can, but she won't listen. I can't force her to leave. I really didn't expect old Master Lu to. In the end, it's just human nature being too selfish. I won't call her anymore." Hua Qingshan was indifferent. Having more children at home wasn't a burden. They could keep each other company. It was quite nice. After Hua Qingshan and Luo Zhendong left, Lu Beiding and Su Suining had nothing more to say. They exchanged greetings and went to a guest house at the military office to rest. They also took this time to carefully think about what had happened today. No matter what Hua Qingshan's identity was, she couldn't let old Master Lu in Beijing find out about this.
And Yaya.
Lu Beiding thought for a moment and went to the front desk to ask for a phone. She called old Master Lu in Beijing. Old Master Lu was in poor health. When he heard he had a great-granddaughter, he was so excited that he fainted. Luckily, only Lu Beiding was nearby, so he couldn't go to see him. Lu Beiding volunteered to go northwest to visit. Now, when old Master Lu received Lu Beiding's call, he was very excited. "Beiding, how is it? Is it your brother's child? Is the baby okay? When will you bring him back?" Lu Beiding was silent for a moment. "Grandpa, don't get too excited. I saw the baby. He does look a bit like him, but there are many doubts about his identity. I want to stay and investigate carefully." Old Master Lu thought about it and said, "It's not easy to find a child left by Lu Beifeng. I can't help but feel disappointed. You should stay and investigate. If he really is your brother's child, no matter what, you must bring him back." Lu Beiding agreed. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let my brother's child suffer outside."
Grandpa.
I also saw Zhendong. Old Master Lu understood her feelings. A forced apple isn't sweet. Since you two aren't meant to be, don't force it. By the way, your parents don't know about this yet. Don't tell them for now, so their hopes don't get too high and then be disappointed. Lu Beiding responded gently. "Got it, Grandpa. You also need to take care of yourself. Let Beiyan keep you company." Old Master Lu smiled. "That girl is just like a lively monkey, can't sit still for a minute. Now only you are calm at home."
Sigh.
Lu Beiding gave a few more instructions to old Master Lu before hanging up. She felt a faint sense of unease. She needed to find out Hua Qingshan's true identity. If it was wrong, she didn't want to correct it. And she couldn't let the Lu family see who Hua Qingshan really was. Zizhuaning woke up from her afternoon nap with Yaya and went to the small vegetable garden with Sister Miaoni. On the way back, they met Lu Beiding, who had just returned from the guest house, carrying 2 packs of peach cookies. Seeing Zizhuaning, her attitude was also cold. "I just went to the service station. There wasn't much to buy, so I bought 2 packs of peach cookies for Yaya. Later, I plan to go to the city to buy a few clothes for her." Zizhuaning smiled slightly. Lu family sister is thoughtful. Lu Beiding hesitated, feeling that Zizhuaning's words sounded a bit sarcastic, but her smile was sincere, and her tone was polite, so maybe she was overthinking? Zizhuaning had a gentle smile, a clever person. The peach cookies from the service station took some time, usually not easy to sell, so they were being sold cheaply. She knew this well. There were also some in-demand items like baby formula, malt extract, and canned food, but they were more expensive. Lu Biding bought 2 packs of peach cookies wrapped in oil paper that had turned color, trying to fool these rural folks. When she saw this on the way back, she didn't say anything because Sister Miaoni was present. Until they reached home, she asked Zizhuaning, "When you have the baby, will your in-laws send someone to help with the postpartum care?" Zizhuaning knew Lu Biding was very interested in her, but she didn't expect her to care so much about such matters. She smiled and said, "I don't know. My mother-in-law is a kind person, and she's good." Lu Biding was surprised and smiled. "That's good. I see Captain Hu treats you well too. How did you two meet and get married?" Zizhuaning bit a cucumber and replied, "We got married when the time was right." Her words were smooth and unambiguous, and Lu Biding couldn't find anything to ask further. Watching Yaya play with water at the faucet, she changed the subject. "Yaya will stay with you for now. When I return to Jing City, I'll try to persuade my grandfather and parents. They still care a lot about family status." Zizhuaning raised an eyebrow. "Does your family still believe in the old-fashioned idea of matching families based on social class?" Lu Biding's face paled. "No, it's not like that." Zizhuaning smiled. "Then it's fine. Yaya and us are both from humble farming families with honest roots." Lu Biding was silent. She realized she couldn't really talk with Zizhuaning. She always managed to steer the conversation away from her questions and didn't ask as she expected. Since there was plenty of food cooked at noon, she just reheated the leftovers for dinner. If they didn't eat quickly, the food would spoil overnight without a fridge. Zizhuaning checked the time and thought it was about right. She took out the steamer, reheated the buns and ribs, and boiled a pot of millet porridge. Lu Biding spent a day observing Su Suining's life. It was clear she was a woman from an old era with no personal ambitions. No wonder they couldn't get along well. Hu Qingshan returned home without even glancing at Lu Biding and went straight to Su Suining in front of the stove. He reached out and handed her something, then helped add firewood and serve the food. Su Suining was surprised, looking down at the 2 apples Hu Qingshan had just given her. The apples were small, about the size of goose eggs, wrinkled and not very attractive since last fall, but they weren't rotten. Despite their appearance, these 2 wrinkled apples were quite rare here at this time. She had been to the service station and the town many times, but had never seen fruit for sale. She didn't know where this wooden man got the apples, but he secretly gave them to her first thing at home. She couldn't help but smile, squinting her eyes, and put the apples in her pocket to share later with the 3 of them. Hu Qingshan efficiently served the hot food onto the table, then went to boil some water for Su Suining and Yaya to take a bath later. Lu Biding watched clearly from the side. Seeing Hu Qingshan return and give Su Suining 2 rotten apples, then busy with chores without saying a word, she could tell that this man loved his little wife very much. She felt inexplicably envious. During the years she was married to Luo Zhendong, they only exchanged polite greetings when they met. Su Suining called Yaya to wash her hands and eat, then called Lu Biding to join them. During dinner, Su Suining curiously asked Hu Qingshan, "Why didn't Deputy Commissioner Luo come? He has a meeting at the division headquarters later." Hu Qingshan replied simply, then continued eating in silence. Su Suining ate 2 buns and pushed the rest toward Hu Qingshan, saying, "You should eat it all. It will spoil overnight." Hu Qingshan didn't reply, but obediently finished all the leftovers. Seeing this, Su Suining couldn't help but feel happy. The more she looked at this man, the more she liked him. Commissioner Yan Jianzhong's family was also having dinner. Feng Shunhua was feeding her youngest, Huzi, while listening to Yan Jianzhong and Feng Chunhua talk about Lu Biding from Jing City. They say her background isn't simple. It seems she's here for the girl Luo Zhendong adopted. Maybe she's the child of some leader from Jing City? Feng Chunhua hesitated. That's possible. I saw that woman today too. She has a different aura. Looks like a leader, very elegant. Yan Jianzhong frowned. If that's the case, Luo Zhendong has really helped Hu Qingshan. Feng Chunhua's heart skipped a beat. Was it because of this that Hu Qingshan might become an official in the future? She turned to look at her sister. Feng Shenhua, and saw she also looked thoughtful. Yen Jianzhong finally sighed. That's just luck. Although he felt unwilling, he had no choice. He is several years older than Hu Qingshan and has a much worse future. It's false to say he doesn't envy or resent him, but he can't change it. After dinner, Yen Jianzhong went to work with the group. Feng Shenhua quickly pulled Feng Shenhua aside and asked, Shenhua, do you know who that woman was at Captain Hu's house today? Where is she from? Feng Shenhua felt a little confused. She didn't know either. In her previous life, there was no Yaya and no such stranger woman. She felt that this life was going off course, becoming more different from the previous one. Feng Shenhua was anxious. Shenhua, if we raise that girl at home, could it change your brother-in-law's fate? Feng Shenhua looked at her incredulously. Sister, what are you thinking? The child is already with Su Suining, and Deputy Political Commissar Luo doesn't get along with brother-in-law. How can we raise her? After thinking for a moment, she had an idea. Instead of raising that girl, maybe we should build a good relationship with this woman from Beijing. If she's on top, she might help brother-in-law speak up for us. Feng Shenhua nodded repeatedly. Yes, you're right. Let's try. After dinner, Lu Beiding returned to the guest house. Su Suining whispered to Hu Qingshan as she washed dishes. Lu Beiding has been here a day, and she hasn't said a word to Yaya, nor asked where Yaya used to live or how she's doing. I think she doesn't care about the child at all. The Lu family probably doesn't want this burden either. If not, we'll just raise her. It's not like we're short of food. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining, who was fussing with her hands on her round belly, and his expression softened. She divorced Luo Zhendong because she was with someone else, and Luo caught her in the act. Su Suining almost cursed. Her mind was racing. Why does this situation seem a bit like the original owner and Hu Qingshan? She still didn't know if the original owner and Qin Jingchen had been caught in the act. She felt guilty and confused, but her mind was quick, and her actions even faster. She leaned over and kissed Hu Qingshan on the cheek. Good, you figured it out so quickly. This is your reward. Hu Qingshan suddenly panicked, almost dropping the bowl in his hand. He quickly looked around and, seeing no one, relaxed. Don't make trouble. It's not good to be seen outside, he said. Su Suining smiled happily with a squint. I'm kissing my husband. What's wrong with that? Hu Qingshan bent down to wash the dishes, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He always felt that such things should only happen behind closed doors, between two people in the room. Being seen in broad daylight was never a good thing. But he couldn't scold Su Suining, because she wouldn't listen and might do it even more deliberately to tease him. Su Suining smiled, touching her belly, then went inside to call Yaya to prepare for a bath. After bathing, she took out an apple, washed it, and gave it to Yaya to eat. Yaya saw the apple, and her eyes lit up. Auntie, it's an apple. Su Suining nodded and smiled. Yes, this apple is for you. Eat it, then brush your teeth and go to sleep. Yaya happily took the apple, thought for a moment, then looked at Su Suining. Auntie, have you eaten? Let's share it equally. Su Suining gently patted her head. No need. I have another one. Later, I will eat it with Uncle Hua. Yaya was delighted. She carefully took a bite of the apple, then turned her head, smiled at Su Suining with her little face raised, and said, Auntie, it's so sweet. Su Suining felt a strange feeling inside. Such apples, which later in the supermarket nobody wanted to buy, had become so precious now. After Yaya finished the apple and brushed her teeth, she lay down. Su Suining only went to take a shower afterward. She dried her hair halfway, sat on the bed, and read a book while waiting for Hu Qingshan to come back. He returned early that night, not even turning off the lights. Seeing Su Suining sitting on the bed with her hair loose on her shoulders, she looked charming in a way she couldn't quite describe. Suppressing her excitement, she sat on the edge of the bed, carefully touched her hair, and asked, Why are you still wet? Su Suining smiled with squinted eyes. Where did your apple come from? Hu Qingshan finally saw the apple he gave her, and another one on the bedside table. Why didn't you eat it? The military meeting was today and there was fruit on the table. His first reaction to the apple was that Su Suining must like it. In the puzzled eyes of the commanding officer, he calmly put the 2 apples into his pockets. Su Suining leaned over, kissed the corner of his lips, and said, "I'm waiting for you. I want to eat it with you." In the cellar, apples stored all winter had gone through spring, losing most of their moisture and developing some moldy smell from being stored too long. However, Hu Qingsun thought they were the sweetest apples he had ever eaten. Xu Sining comforted Hu Qingsun, who was being clingy after eating an apple, then went to brush her teeth and lie down. The apples weren't as delicious as she expected, but since Hu Qingsun was in a good mood, she also felt happy. Lying down, she suddenly remembered this person might not leave and stay here. Hu Qingsun wasn't sure either. Don't worry about her. If she comes again, just ignore her. Xu Suining chuckled. Forget it. The meat and ribs we ate today were bought by her. We can't argue with the meat. Let her be. As long as she doesn't feel embarrassed. Thinking about this complicated relationship, if it were her, she probably couldn't stay. Lu Berting's mental strength was impressive. The next morning, Xu Suining thought Wu Berting might come again, but she didn't show up all day. Though curious, she felt quite relaxed.
Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong were busy today.
They left early for a meeting at the military office and didn't come back for dinner. Xu Suining spent the day teaching Yaya and Zhao Armei how to make clothes for babies, and also helped Yaya and Jingjing learn to recognize words. The day passed peacefully and happily. In the evening, Xu Suining decided that just Ta and Yaya would make some potato strips wrapped in pancakes and cook some porridge. She didn't prepare a big meal, just a simple dish. Thin, chewy pancakes rolled with blanched and cooled potato strips, which was delicious. Ah ate too and, holding her pancake roll, looked at Xu Suining with surprise. "Auntie, it's so tasty. The potatoes smell so good." Xu Suining smiled, noting that potatoes were the most abundant crop locally. When there was no grain, potatoes could serve as both vegetable and staple food, so the local cuisine had many ways to prepare potatoes. She planned to study more recipes later. Mal Armoy took Dantan to the health clinic to get some deworming medicine and gave Xu Suining a few pills. Spring is here and kids are more likely to get worms. Give them some deworming medicine. Xu Suining had forgotten this detail. Due to limited sanitation, children were indeed more prone to worms, especially in spring, which was peak season. They usually ate sugar beans shaped like pagodas to deworm. Xu Suining took a few of these sugar beans and gave one to Yaya. Mal Armei reminded her again, "1 sugar bean a day is enough. Don't eat too many." Xu Suining smiled and replied, "Okay. I just finished cooking. Come over with Yingjing and have a bite?" Mal's second sister quickly refused. No, I made noodles at noon, and there's enough for us to eat tonight." Su Suining thought it wasn't a particularly good meal, so she didn't insist further. Mal's second sister, holding her daughter, was about to go home when she suddenly remembered something and turned back. She approached Su Suining and said, "The guest who came yesterday, I just saw him with Feng Shenhua." Su Suining was surprised. Lu Biting was with Feng Shenhua? Mal's second sister nodded. Yes, they seemed quite friendly. Feng Shenhua was very warm to her, and they went toward the service station. Then she muttered softly, "Commissar Yan's sister-in-law is young, but she's quite good at making friends and getting along with the ladies in the courtyard." Su Suining thought to herself, "Isn't that a good thing? Someone with a kind soul in her 50s is very good at chatting with others." After saying this, Mal's second sister hurried home with her child to prepare dinner. Su Suining continued eating, her mind still sharp. If Lu Biting was chatting with Feng Shenhua, she must have a purpose. Judging by her aloof attitude, she probably didn't look down on Feng Shenhua. But what was her purpose? Was it to rekindle her relationship with Luo Zhendong? But Feng Shenhua and Luo Zhendong had no real connection, and she couldn't really help with that. Clearly, that wasn't the reason, and it definitely wasn't because of Yaya. Could it be because of her? Or because of Hu Qingshan? Su Suining sipped her porridge slowly, her mind already forming a clear idea. Lu Biting was worried about how to find out about Hu Qingshan's background when, unexpectedly, the young girl named Feng Shenhua approached her. Although Feng Shenhua looked young, Her speech and demeanor revealed a shrewd and slick personality. Seeing Feng Shenhua showing friendliness, Lu Biding took the initiative to ask her to accompany her to the service station at the military department. I just arrived, and yesterday, I went with Commander, his wife. I still can't remember everything clearly. Feng Shenhua looked pleased. Was this her chance? She immediately nodded in agreement. My sister asked me to go to the service station to buy a kilogram of salt. I'll go with you. On the way, Lu Biding sighed. I didn't expect the army to be in such a remote place.
You've had quite a hard time.
Feng Shenhua smiled innocently. It's not hard work. It's for dedication. My brother-in-law has been here for 10 years. He said 10 years ago, the barracks were just earth huts. Lu Biding didn't want to hear this and nodded perfunctorily. Yes, it's really tough. After some thought, she spoke. Commander Hua looks quite young, probably under 30? It's impressive that he's already a regimental commander. Feng Shenhua casually said, that's right. Brother Hua is only 28 years old and already a team leader. He was transferred from the southern border of Yunnan. He's participated in many dangerous missions, and for several years, he ranked first in military competitions. He's the only one in the northwest who can hit a target a kilometer away without being affected by wind speed. Lu Biding glanced at Feng Shenhua, noticing her detailed introduction. The admiration in her eyes was completely obvious. Suddenly, she understood why Feng Shenhua was so eager to be friendly with her. She smiled and asked, well, Captain Hua is indeed outstanding. Where is he from? Does he have a family who will come to take care of him? But his living conditions are tough. How does he manage to stay there? Feng Shenhua thought Lu Biding was just curious and didn't think much of it. That's not certain. I heard that Captain Hua isn't from his family's hometown. He once caused some trouble, and in the end, the military sent him back home. But I only heard this, so I don't know if it's true. When Lu Biding heard that he wasn't from his family, her mind went blank, and her palms started to feel numb. Not being from his family, men or guests might be right. If Hu Qingshan really was from the Lu family, why was he a year older than her? Feng Shenhua saw that Lu Biding wasn't speaking and thought she wasn't interested, so she added, I also heard that a few days ago, Su Suining ran off with someone, and she even gave Brother Hu a hard time. I don't know why Brother Hu still keeps her around. Lu Biding was stunned for a moment, then turned to Feng Shenhua. Are you telling the truth? Feng Shenhua nodded. I don't know why Brother Hu brought her back. Recently, he's been very kind to her. Also, a few days ago, his mother came by but was sent away by Su Suining. Lu Biding suddenly had a malicious idea. If something happened to Su Suining and affected Hu Qingshan's judgment, then Hu Qingshan's future would be over. If Hu Qingshan made a mistake, he wouldn't be able to stay in the army. He would have to retire and go back home. Once he returned to the poor mountains, he'd never have a chance to meet the Lu family again. Feng Shenhua added, but I don't know if it's true. I only heard about it. Lu Biding nodded. It's better not to believe or spread such rumors. It's bad for Captain Hua and his wife's reputation. Luckily, I'm not a person who spreads gossip. Whatever I hear, I won't tell others. Feng Shenhua kept smiling. Yes, sister, you seem kind and capable. Yesterday, I saw you from afar and told my sister that the guest from Brother Hua's house looked different from us. It was obvious he was a learned person. Lu Biding smiled and said, You're still young but clever. If you get a chance to go to Beijing, you can find me. Feng Shenhua pretended to be shy and said, I haven't gone to school, so I really admire people who are knowledgeable and capable. Lu Biding glanced at Feng Shenhua and smiled. You're still young, and there's time to learn. This Feng Shenhua is so simple. She can be useful to me. Hu Qingshan came home late at night. After turning off the lights, he quietly entered, first checked on the sleeping Yaya, tucked in her kicked-off blanket, then went back to his room. Not using a flashlight, afraid of waking Su Suining, he took off his military uniform and hung it behind the door. After adjusting to the darkness, he sat by the bed. Just as he was about to take off his pants, Su Suining suddenly sat up, rubbing her eyes. You're back? Hu Qingshan turned around. Did I wake you?
Susuining yond.
No, I was just waiting for you. I accidentally fell asleep earlier. She was someone who couldn't hide her thoughts, especially about Hu Qingshan. Since she had no contacts to investigate, she decided to analyze and tell him. Hu Qingshan thought something serious had happened. What's wrong? Did something happen? Su Suining felt chatting in the dark was inconvenient. Turn on the light, and I'll tell you slowly. Hu Qingshan obediently turned on the kerosene lamp, sat on the bed, and looked at Su Suining's serious face. His heart tightened. Did you remember something? Su Suining held his hand. Do you remember that Luo Zhendong said you looked a lot like Liu Beifeng? Hu Qingshan was surprised. What does that have to do with anything? Su Suining pinched his calloused fingertips and gossiped. Liu Beiding didn't come to see Yaya today, but she's been close to Feng Shenhua. Feng Shenhua has been in the courtyard for a while and must know some things about you. I suspect that after seeing you, Liu Beiding also doubted your background, so she went to ask Feng Shenhua. She even asked me indirectly about your background. Hu Qingshan frowned. What does she want to do? Su Suining exclaimed, It's simple. It's very possible that you and Liu Beiding were switched at birth. You are from the Liu family, and she is Zhang Guilan's biological daughter. Although Liu Beiding didn't look much like Zhang Guilan, Hu Qingshan was stunned. Don't think too much. None of this concerns me. Su Suining tightly held his hand. You can't say that. If my earlier analysis is correct, then your existence is a threat to Liu Beiding. She's been successful for so many years. If she suddenly finds out her real parents are from a remote mountain village, can she accept that? Of course not. She always talks about how hard work is the most honorable, but she even looks down on our family's teacups. Hu Qingshan didn't expect such complicated thoughts or what was really in Su Suining's mind. She could connect these unrelated things, analyze them together, and come up with a reasonable conclusion. He thought for a moment. It doesn't matter who she is or what my identity is. I feel fine now. Su Suining widened her eyes. That's different. I heard Luo Zhendong say that the old master of the Liu family is very important. If you are from the Liu family, your career will be better in the future. Wouldn't that mean she could just follow Hu Qingshan and have an easy life? Hu Qingshan frowned. No need. I joined the army not to become an official. He pursed his lips, his brow slightly furrowed, looking very serious. Suddenly, Su Suining realized something. With Hu Qingshan's personality and 10 years of military training, his passion and loyalty are deeply ingrained. Her earlier thoughts were too narrow-minded. It was impossible for him to do petty tricks just to get a government position. Worried he might misunderstand, she smiled and leaned on his shoulder. Then forget it. But you still need to be careful of Liu Beiding. Some people, when their interests are touched, can become very mean. Hu Qingshan was silent for a moment. No need to worry about her. I'll tell Luo Zhendong to send her back quickly. Su Suining chuckled. You're really good at causing trouble for Luo Zhendong. He doesn't even want to talk to Liu Beiding now. What do you want him to do? Hu Qingshan thought simply. It's his problem how he handles it since he caused it. Just go to sleep early. These people didn't matter to him at all. He wouldn't take them seriously. After Su Suining lay down, Hu Qingshan took off his clothes and leaned over. Skillfully, he placed his hand on her small belly. Did the baby bother you today? Su Suining couldn't help but laugh. This quiet, reserved man had been starting each night with that question, then kissing and hugging her, but he always held back from taking the final step. He had never made excessive demands or asked her to help him with anything. Su Suining knew that Hu Qingshan was still quite inexperienced in relationships. Their married life was simple, but he showed her a lot of respect. Over the next 2 days, Liu Beiding came every day, bringing food or meat for Yaya and chatting casually with Su Suining. Nothing seemed unusual, so Su Suining started to doubt herself. Was she overthinking because she watched too many mystery dramas? Were her guesses all wrong? Liu Beiding brought a porcelain cup and was drinking tea while talking to Su Suining. The other day, I went to the service center. They said some kid sandals will arrive today. Shall we pick out a pair for Yaya? Su Suining agreed. Sure, that's a good chance to go out. Lu Biding reached out and patted Yaya's head. Seeing Yaya living happily with you makes me feel better. I'll tell my family and they will send money and food coupons on time each month. Su Suining was surprised. You're going back? Lu Biding nodded. Yes, I plan to leave the day after tomorrow. After that, it's going to be hard for you and Captain Hua. I'll try to persuade my grandfather to let Yaya come back sooner. Su Suining smiled a little. It's okay.
We really like Yaya.
Lu Biding checked the time. Let's go to the service center, so we won't be late. The pretty sandals might be taken if we arrive too late. Su Suining looked at Lu Biding, locked the door, carried a shopping basket, held Yaya's hand, and left with her. Not long after they left, Feng Shunhua hurried over, looking nervous. Seeing no one around, she quietly entered Su Suining's small courtyard. The service center updates children's clothes and sandals each season, mainly for the children in the family compound. The sandals are few in style and limited in quantity. If you arrive late, you won't get any. When Su Suining and Lu Biding arrived, there were only a few pairs left, old-fashioned red plastic sandals with a strong plastic smell. They were the most fashionable shoes at the moment, but most families couldn't afford them. Su Suining looked around but couldn't find a size suitable for Yaya. The clerk smiled and explained, they are allocated in limited quantities. We only received this many this time. In a few days, we might get another batch. Lu Biding frowned. We should report this to the authorities. No matter who is at fault, children shouldn't be made to suffer. They are the future of our country. The clerk looked a bit embarrassed. That's a small matter. If we report it to the officials, aren't they too free? Anyway, if you can't find shoes here, cloth shoes are also good. And aren't you moving back to Beijing? You can send Yaya shoes then. Lu Biding paused for a moment, then turned to look at Su Suining, who was smiling like a flower. Her expression was sincere, not teasing her. She studied her emotions and said, Of course. I can't buy this here. When I go back, I'll send everything to Yaya. After saying that, she headed toward the grocery section, seemingly stubborn, and bought a can of milk powder and a bag of fruit candies. Su Suining didn't stop her. If she wanted to buy it, let her. These were things Yaya deserved. She didn't care about unnecessary pride. She didn't like Lu Biding, but she wouldn't let money come between them. After buying the items, Lu Biding thought for a moment and bought 2 pounds of meat. She looked at Su Suining with a smile and said, Sorry to bother you for so many days. I'm leaving soon. Let's make some dumplings together.
Su Suining smiled softly. Sure.
First, I'll go to the vegetable garden and pick some green onions. We'll have fresh meat and green onion dumplings. Lu Biding sneered inwardly. Su Suining was just like she thought, likes to take small advantages. Buying a few things made her happy. On the way back, Lu Biding asked more about Hua Qingshan. You and Captain Hua are really close. I heard he's very capable. He'll probably get promoted soon, and you might move to the city someday.
Su Suining smiled.
I like it here. It's not as busy as the city, but we see each other every day. As a married couple, as long as we're united, we can be happy anywhere. Lu Biding felt a twinge in her heart. She sensed Su Suining's words had some hidden meaning. She turned to look at her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her face. In the light and shadow, her small face looked even more beautiful, almost glowing. She thought maybe she was overthinking. The real reason for her and Luo Zhendong's divorce was something she wouldn't say, and Luo Zhendong probably wouldn't tell either. After all, which man would admit he was betrayed? Thinking this, she felt a bit more at ease. I heard you've studied before. If you could stay in the city, you'd probably get a good job. Here, family members accompanying soldiers don't get work opportunities. Women need their own careers in life.
Su Suining's smile deepened.
I think I'm fine this way. Hua Qingshan doesn't mind that I don't have a job. The most important thing is that our family can stay together. Sister Lu, you don't have children, so you wouldn't understand. Lu Biding's heart sank again. She found it hard to get any information from Su Suining, and instead got more annoyed. She decided to stay silent and not talk about anything. Su Suining was secretly happy. She was never someone to waste energy on internal conflicts, nor would she let others' words hurt her feelings. If she didn't like someone, she would simply ignore them and walk away. She didn't make noise or cause trouble, but she kept poking at the other person's lungs. After arriving home, Su Suining opened the door, went inside to get a basin, and asked Lu Biting to put the meat in it. Then she poured out all the water from the thermos outside the house. She also washed all the teacups on the dining table. Lu Biting was a bit surprised. "Isn't this hot water from this morning? Why did you pour it all out?" Su Suining didn't think much of it. "It's a habit. If anything dirty gets into things left outside, drinking it could make you sick." This was a good habit she had developed in her previous life. As long as water and food were out of sight, she wouldn't eat them again, and she would wash the dishes thoroughly before using them. Lu Biting paused, wondering why she hadn't noticed this habit of Su Suining before. Or had Su Suining discovered something? Su Suining washed the meat, then asked Lu Biting, "Big sister Lu, can you chop the meat? You chop the meat and I will knead the dough. That way, cooking will be faster. Later, I'll ask Yaya to call Deputy Commissar Luo over to eat together." When Lu Biting heard that Luo Zhendong was coming, she immediately nodded. "Okay, I'll chop the meat." Su Suining looked at her with a sly smile in her eyes. This Lu Biting was quite clever. To impress Luo Zhendong, Lu Biting started chopping the meat and slicing green onions, then rolled out the dumpling wrappers. Su Suining was responsible for mixing the filling and wrapping the dumplings, keeping the atmosphere relaxed. When Luo Zhendong and Hu Qingshan returned, Su Suining was boiling dumplings, while Lu Biting was busy tidying up the dough and basin used for wrapping. Luo Zhendong didn't even look at her, greeting Su Suining with a smile. "Sister-in-law, you've worked hard. Making dumplings again today."
Su Suining smiled.
"No hard work, it's just what we should do. Wash your hands quickly and sit down. The dumplings will be ready soon." Hu Qingshan washed his hands and went to help Su Suining cook the dumplings, telling her to rest aside. He was quite dissatisfied with Lu Biting. His wife was pregnant and still had to make dumplings for her to eat. Su Suining smiled and stepped aside, watching Luo Zhendong go to wash his hands near Lu Biting. Luo Zhendong saw Lu Biting approaching, frowned with some disgust, quickly washed his hands, and got up. Lu Biting eagerly handed him a towel. Luo Zhendong ignored her, shook off his hands, and walked toward Yaya. Lu Biting was disappointed, but didn't give up. Because of Hu Qingshan and Su Suining present, she couldn't bring herself to ask Luo Zhendong directly. During the meal, her eyes kept drifting toward Luo Zhendong. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked, "Zhendong, will you have time off for the new year? My grandfather is turning 80. Will you come to celebrate?" Zhang Dong frowned. "Grandpa Lu's birthday is coming, and I, as an outsider, won't go." Because of Yaya's matter, he lost all respect for old Master Lu. He used to think this person was noble and upright, but now he no longer believed that. Lu Biting forced a smile. "If you don't go, Grandpa will be disappointed. In the courtyard, besides my brother, you're his favorite child." Zhang Dong ignored her and put a dumpling in his mouth. Lu Biting opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Su Suining ate her dumpling slowly, watching the lively scene, and secretly nudged Hu Qingshan's foot to remind him not to just keep eating but to also enjoy the fun. Zhang Dong swallowed the dumpling, turned to look at Lu Biting, and suddenly asked, "Do you think Hu Qingshan and Grandpa Lu look alike?" Lu Biting was shocked. Why did Zhang Dong suddenly ask that? But she kept her composure, feeling surprised inside, but not showing it. She pretended to be surprised. "You noticed too? I also think Captain He's demeanor and expression are a bit like Grandpa's, maybe because they are both soldiers? Their aura is similar." Zhang Dong frowned and looked at Hu Qingshan again. "Really?" Hu Qingshan didn't like being discussed and didn't want to hear about whether the Lu family was noble or not. It had nothing to do with him. His eyes turned cold. "Eat your food quickly." Zhang Dong knew Hu Qingshan's temper. If the discussion continued, he might get angry, so he lowered his head and ate silently. Lu Biting felt a bit nervous after Hu Qingshan's cold rebuke and didn't dare to find another topic. Su Suining watched the lively scene and paid special attention to Lu Baiting's expression. She was quite composed, even lying without blinking her eyes. After finishing the meal, He Qingshan took the initiative to wash the dishes and told Su Suining to go rest in her room. He really found Lu Baiting annoying. Just looking at her was unpleasant. But since she was a woman, he couldn't just kick her out. He had already ordered Zhang Dong to get rid of her quickly. When Zhang Dong left, Lu Baiting also followed him out. He Qingshan stood in front of the stove, squinting as he watched Zhang Dong and Lu Baiting walk away. If Zhang Dong couldn't get rid of her this time, he might consider making Zhang Dong run 10 kilometers every morning in the future. Lu Baiting followed Zhang Dong out of the family compound and hesitantly called, "Zhang Dong, are you really planning never to talk to me again?" Zhang Dong stopped and turned around, frowning at Lu Baiting. "What exactly do you want?" Lu Baiting pursed her lips and said, "I know I was wrong, Zhendong. For the sake of our childhood friendship." She didn't finish her sentence, but Luo Zhendong sneered. "Why do you think I should forgive you? Do you think I should thank you for wearing a green hat?" Lu Baiting was stunned. Luo Zhendong had never spoken so rudely before. Tears flickered in her eyes. "It's because..." Luo Zhendong quickly waved his hand. "I've told you before, don't say you're lonely. Being alone is hard. From the moment you chose marriage, you should have known what kind of life you wanted. Besides, I've never touched a finger in the marriage or divorce process. I'm glad the army changed positions in time. If not, I really would have been disgusted by you." His words were so harsh that Lu Baiting couldn't bear it. "Luo Zhendong, do you think you're so noble? You married me just to hide your shameful thoughts." Luo Zhendong thought Lu Baiting was crazy. "You're unreasonable. Hurry up and leave. If you don't, I'll call Grandpa Lu and ask him to send you back." Lu Baiting's heart jolted. If Luo Zhendong called Grandpa Lu, her lies would be exposed. She coldly said, "You don't need to call Grandpa. I'll leave tomorrow. I've already told Captain Hua's wife. Luo Zhendong, one day, you'll come begging me." After speaking, she turned and stomped off angrily. Luo Zhendong frowned, feeling some disgust. What was Lu Baiting so crazy about? But since she was leaving, he didn't need to call Grandpa Lu anymore. He wouldn't call him again in the future. Su Suining woke up from her nap. With nothing to do, she took Yaya to the vegetable field to catch bugs. There were many black little bugs on the bok choy, not only eating the leaves but also crawling onto the chili and eggplant leaves. There were no insecticides available, so she could only catch the bugs by hand. Su Suining wasn't afraid of these soft, squirming bugs. She was happy to catch them. These vegetables were truly green and pollution-free. Yaya wasn't afraid either. She caught a bug, placed it on the ground, and pressed it with a dirt clod, moving her little hands quickly and firmly. Seeing Yaya's serious face, Su Suining couldn't help but laugh. Her belly wasn't very big now, but after squatting for a while, she felt uncomfortable and had to stand up, holding her waist to stretch. Feng Chunhua and Feng Shunhua also came to the vegetable field to catch bugs. Seeing Su Suining, she greeted her with a smile. "Little Su, you're here so early? Your vegetable patch is the best." Su Suining agreed. The bok choy she planted was all green, lush, and tender. Because Hu Qingshan knew she liked this small vegetable garden, he would often come over when he had free time in the group, adding some pig manure, pulling weeds, and trimming excess branches. As a result, her tomatoes grew close together and looked very healthy. She smiled and replied to Feng Chunhua, "Hu Qingshan taught me everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to grow vegetables." Feng Chunhua felt a pang in her heart. Su Suining was really shameless to brag about such things. What made her more upset was that what Su Suining said was true. Other men never came to the garden. Only Hu Qingshan did, and it was because Su Suining liked him. Thinking of this, Feng Chunhua's gaze fell on Su Suining's belly, filled with resentment. Feng Chunhua came over and stood beside Su Suining, looking at the healthy vegetables in the field. She couldn't help but sigh. Captain Hua is really good at everything. Even growing vegetables, they turn out so well. Su Suining squinted her eyes and said, "Yes, I think the eggplants and peppers will be ready to eat in a few days. Feng Chunhua chuckled and shook her head. It'll take about half a month. Also, you should tie the first batch of eggplants and peppers with a string to mark them, so you can save the seeds for next year's planting much easier. Su Suining nodded and said, Sister-in-law, that's a good idea. Feng Chunhua smiled and said, since you grew up in the city, it's normal if you don't know these things. I noticed you've looked a bit thinner lately. Is the baby moving a lot? Su Suining knew Feng Chunhua was asking if she was experiencing morning sickness. She shook her head and replied, no, he's very well behaved. Also, I've been eating quite a lot recently, but I don't know why I've lost weight. She was a bit puzzled too. She was eating nutritiously, and maybe because her daily routine and diet were regular, plus she was always active, she hadn't gained weight. Her belly had grown a bit, but she appeared thinner. That was actually a good sign, indicating her health was good, and giving birth wouldn't be difficult. Feng Chunhua looked again at Su Suining's rosy, fair face, which showed she was well cared for, like a peach blossom after rain, fresh and delicate. No wonder Hu Qingshan liked her. She subtly glanced at her sister, Feng Chunhua, and had to admit that even though Feng Chunhua was considered quite attractive, standing next to Su Suining, her appearance and demeanor were not a match at all. Su Suining watched the bugs being caught, then called Yaya to go home. On the way past the group headquarters, she turned to wash her hands under the water faucet in the yard. Just as she turned, she suddenly heard a rallying horn blaring from the loudspeaker. The sudden noise made Su Suining flinch, and she immediately saw the soldiers lining up for lunch scatter and run toward the training ground. Hu Qingshan also ran out from the regiment headquarters, tying his combat belt while instructing those around him. Later, tell Commissar Yen to send the 3rd Battalion back from their training exercise. He spoke while running swiftly outside, not noticing Su Suining beside him. Watching the group rush away, Su Suining felt her heart tighten and her eyes start to twitch nervously. Su Suining held Yaya's hand, standing by the roadside as several old trucks drove out of the regiment gate one after another. She felt nervous without reason. Leaving so quickly seemed like something serious had happened. Life had been too peaceful these days, making her think that Hu Qingshan and others only occasionally had missions. Most of the time, they were training or on guard. Yaya was curious. Auntie, where did Uncle and the others go? Su Suining snapped back to her senses and smiled. They went to fight the bad guys. With uncles around, no one will dare to bully us. After the trucks left, Su Suining took Yaya home, feeling distracted and worried. When they arrived, Sister Miao Er was washing clothes in the yard. Seeing Su Suining looking down, she guessed the reason and smiled. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I just went to the gate with Jingjing to look. They took more than 10 trucks this time, so it's probably not a dangerous mission. She had been here for 4 years and understood some patterns. She explained, when a whole regiment goes out, it's usually not a dangerous task. It's probably an urgent training or a quick live-fire drill. Only when the mission is dangerous, with fewer people and higher difficulty, does Commander Hu join in. But that's always kept secret. They wouldn't leave like this. Su Suining felt a bit embarrassed from the way it looked just now. I was still worried. My eyelids kept twitching. Sister Miao Er chuckled. It's normal. I didn't understand at first either. Since you're back now, I've patched some shoe soles and uppers. Come try them. I'll draw a shoe pattern for you. I'll make a softer cloth shoe for you to wear during your confinement. Su Suining was surprised and a little shy. You're making shoes for me? That's so troublesome. She could learn to sew clothes and knit sweaters, but making shoes, especially sewing the soles tightly and evenly, felt too technical. The stitches had to be dense and neat for the shoes to be durable. Miao Ermiai stood up, wiped her water-stained hands on her clothes, and called out to Su Suining again. Sister-in-law, come here. I want to show you something. During the postpartum period, you should wear shoes with soft soles. That way, your feet won't hurt easily later. Also, I've been tidying up and removing some old bed sheets, washing and drying them in this good weather to use as diapers for the baby. She was grateful and eager to repay kindness. Whenever Su Suining made something tasty, she would give some to her, and the baby. She also tried to think of ways to be good to Su Suining. Su Suining, who had no experience with childbirth, didn't understand these details. Her family didn't seem to care much about her either. Miao Ermiai decided to help Su Suining more in these matters. Su Suining was curious about the diapers. I was thinking of tearing some cotton fabric to make diapers later. Miao Ermiai shook her head firmly. No, that won't do. Old cotton fabric is best for diapers. Washing it repeatedly removes the starch, making the fabric soft and gentle on the baby's skin. Su Suining sighed. Taking care of a child really requires a lot of knowledge. I think I should learn from you. Miao Ermiai smiled. No problem. I have nothing to do with Jingjing. Just ask me if you don't understand. Su Suining went over, and Miao Ermiai asked her to stand on a piece of newspaper. She used a pencil to trace around her foot to determine her shoe size. She thought to herself, isn't this like custom-made shoes later? Such shoes would be impossible to buy in stores in the future. They might even be taken overseas and turned into designer items, eventually becoming luxury goods. After chatting with Miao Ermiai for a while, Su Suining took Yaya home to prepare dinner. There were some leftover dumplings from lunch. She didn't care whether Lu Biting would come or not. She spread a little pork fat in the pot and fried the remaining dumplings for dinner, sharing some with Yaya. She also made a cup of milk powder for herself. Recently, the house had plenty of milk powder, so she and Yaya needed to drink it quickly. Feng Chunhua noticed that ever since she met Su Suining in the vegetable garden, Feng Chunhua seemed distracted. When she got home to cook, she accidentally burned the corn porridge. She frowned in displeasure and looked at her sister. Chunhua, what's wrong? I told you to watch the pot. What are you thinking? Feng Chunhua quickly snapped out of her daze, hurriedly trying to carry the pot. She couldn't understand why Su Suining was doing so well, seemingly unaffected by anything. That day, she was chatting with Lu Biting when Lu Biting casually mentioned that Hu Qingshan should find a capable wife like her. She also said that Su Suining looked healthy and rosy and should be able to have a son. Suddenly, a frightening thought crossed her mind. What if Su Suining ate something wrong and had a miscarriage? She remembered watching ancient dramas about Wu Zetian and Yang Guifei, where there were scenes of smelling musk and drinking red flower tea to induce miscarriage. The effect seemed quick and effective. She couldn't find musk, but at home, there was red flower tea that Yan Jianzhong had brought back for making wine. Feng Chunhua made some, brewed a bowl of red flower water, and secretly took it to Su Suining's house, pouring it into her thermos. She waited, hoping that after drinking the red flower water, Su Suining would have a miscarriage. But until now, she was still fine, with no reaction at all. Feng Chunhua watched Feng Chunhua bring down the pot and sternly called out, "Come into the room with me." After Feng Chunhua entered, Feng Chunhua closed the door and looked seriously at her sister. What were you doing sneaking into Su Suining's yard? Feng Chunhua hesitated, her eyes flickering. Nothing much, I just want to see her water tank, thinking we should have one in our yard too. Feng Chunhua squinted and poked her sister's forehead. You think I don't know what you're thinking? If something happens to Su Suining, do you think Hu Qingshan won't investigate? With so many eyes in the family yard, do you think no one saw you? Feng Chunhua's heart tightened. At that moment, she looked around and saw no one. Feng Chunhua sighed. If you keep doing this, it's too dangerous for you to stay in the family yard. I'll talk to your brother-in-law and send you back quickly. Feng Chunhua was scared and held her sister's hand. Sister, I don't want to go back. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't tell brother-in-law. If he finds out, what will he think of me? Sister, I just want a good life and for our whole family to live well. I know I was wrong now. I'm willing to find a suitable person to marry. Is that okay? She started crying, knowing that Feng Chunhua, as the eldest, was soft-hearted and protective of her younger siblings. Feng Chunhua was silent for a moment. Although she knew what Feng Chunhua had done, she couldn't bear to see her upset. She felt it was just a moment of foolishness. Stop crying. Can you promise me that you won't go after Su Suining or think about Hu Qingshan anymore? Feng Chunhua nodded with tears. I can, sister. I really won't dare anymore. Feng Chunhua looked serious and thought for a moment. Then go with me now to apologize to Su Suining. Feng Chunhua was shocked after hearing this. Sister, if I go apologize, doesn't that mean I admit I want to hurt her? I won't go. Feng Chunhua stared at her sister. She was still so stubborn. How do I know that? This was told to me by Guing Chang's wife, who is Su Suining's neighbor on the right. She saw everything through the window. She usually doesn't interact with Su Suining, but that day she saw you go into her yard and saw Su Suining come back and pour out the hot water, washing everything outside. Can you guess why Su Suining did that? Feng Xuanhua's face turned pale. No, how did she know? Feng Chunhua heard this from Guing Chang's wife in the morning and was so angry she almost exploded. She went to the vegetable garden to be nice to Su Suining and asked if the children caused trouble. When she found out Su Suining was healthy and had no problems, she finally relaxed. She hadn't thought about how to tell Feng Chunhua about this, and her mind was already distracted. The more she thought, the angrier she got.
How does she know?
Think about it. Can there be secrets in the family compound? The houses are close together. When no one is in the yard, can you guarantee no one is inside? How could you be so stupid? If Su Suining didn't know, she wouldn't pour out the hot water. Just because she isn't here now doesn't mean she doesn't care. Feng Chunhua shook her head repeatedly.
No.
I can't apologize. If you want me to apologize, I might as well just run into a wall and hurt myself. Feng Chunhua was so angry she stomped her feet. You're really trying to make me angry. Not apologizing is fine, but you can't do things like this again. Feng Chunhua nodded silently, then went outside to sit by the stove. She still felt upset, but didn't dare think of anything else. After all, if something serious happened, she wouldn't live long. Lu Beijing left without saying goodbye to Su Suining. She didn't return to Beijing but went to the provincial city to find an old subordinate of Lord Lu, helped get a certificate, and then went to Huqingshan's hometown. She must find out the truth and prevent any accidents. When Su Suining saw that Lu Beijing hadn't appeared again, she knew she had left without a word. She thought it was good manners. She didn't mind. She was just hoping Huqingshan would return safely. Even though Miao Ermiai said everything was fine, she still felt uneasy. On the third day, most of the troops returned, but Huqingshan and the Special Forces team hadn't come back. Su Suining felt restless again. She and Yaya caught bugs in the vegetable garden and watched the military trucks return one after another. She couldn't help but go to the regiment headquarters to ask Luo Zhendong about Huqingshan's whereabouts. Luo Zhendong knew where Huqingshan was but couldn't say. Sister-in-law, these are confidential. You can't ask and I can't tell. Su Suining had already signed the family confidentiality agreement and knew these rules, but she couldn't help her curiosity. All right, I just worry about his safety. Zhang Dongxiong comforted Su Suining, saying, Sister-in-law, don't worry. Captain Huo is skilled and experienced. Nothing will happen. Su Suining nodded and replied, I'll go back first. If there's any news, let me know. She added, if you can tell me, just tell me. If not, forget it. Zhang Dongxiong responded, all right, sister-in-law, you can rest assured. Our Special Forces unit is mainly an emergency response team, so having missions is normal. But his words didn't really comfort Su Suining. These past few nights, she kept feeling uneasy when sleeping. By the end of May, Huqingshan had been gone for half a month, but there was still no news. Every day, Su Suining reassured herself that no news was the best news. She took Yaya either to the small vegetable garden or to learn how to make small baby blankets and clothes with Sister Miao. She also made herself 2 loose maternity dresses, perfect for the hot days. She was thin, and her belly wasn't very big. When she wore the dresses, unless looked at carefully, it was hard to tell she was pregnant. Sister Miao looked at Su Suining's dress and kept praising, Sister-in-law, you look really nice in this dress. When I was pregnant before, I never thought of making a dress like this. My belly was big and I couldn't fit my own clothes, so I wore Geng Shigui's pants. Eventually, his pants got too small, so I just tied a cloth around my waist until the baby was born. Su Sui-ning happily looked at her dress, which started from her chest and spread out, twirling so the hem flared like a big lotus leaf. The small round collar was modest, and the five-finger sleeves suited the conservative era. The silk fabric was soft, light, and cool, though prone to wrinkles. It was breathable and much better than the expensive modern fabric called dacron. Dacron was costly because it was stiff and sturdy, making the wearer look neat and official. Sister Miao Er looked at Su Sui-ning, whose lips were red, teeth white, and face rosy. Her hair was casually braided into a twist and draped over her shoulder, all looking very pretty. She smiled and suggested, "Sister-in-law, you're almost 5 months pregnant, right? Maybe you should go to town and buy some red sugar to prepare for postpartum. It'll be good to have when the time comes." Su Sui-ning felt it might be a bit early, saying, "There are still 4 months to go. Is it too soon to prepare now?" Sister Miao Er quickly shook her head. "Not early at all. We only get 2 jin of sugar coupons each month, so you should start buying now. Save up to several jin of red sugar by the time you give birth. It'll be enough for the postpartum period, and the red sugar eggs will be nutritious every day." Thinking about it, Su Sui-ning felt that going out for a walk was a good idea when she had free time. Recently, the weather has become hot, and the group arranged for a car to go to the town every day, leaving and returning on time. This makes it easier for family members to buy things in town. The next morning, Su Sui-ning wore a new dress and, together with Sister Miao Er, took 2 children to the town for a walk. The goods at the supply and marketing cooperative are similar to those at the service station of the military headquarters. However, items at the service station are hard to buy if you go late, while the supply and marketing cooperative's goods are rarely bought, mainly by family members of the troops. The local people still live very poor lives. Because of long-term drought and little rain, farming depends on the weather, and harvests are very small. Throughout the year, they can't fill their stomachs and have no extra money to buy these things. On the way to the town by car, Su Sui-ning looked at the hillside where people were manually plowing with a plow. She felt grateful again that heaven allowed her to cross over. Although she wasn't given special powers like a spiritual spring, she was given strong legs she could rely on. This meant she wouldn't have to live such a hard life. In the town, the car would wait at a fixed spot for their return, usually only 2 or 3 hours. The town was too small to have much to see. Unexpectedly, Su Sui-ning found that the Xinhua bookstore was open. She discussed with Sister Miao Er, "Let's go in and see if we can buy some books suitable for the children to study." Sister Miao Er had no objection. It's good for the children to learn. As they stepped forward to go inside, Su Sui-ning suddenly heard someone speaking inside. She quickly grabbed Sister Miao Er's hand. "Forget it. Let's not buy anything. We should hurry to buy some candy," she said. Sister Miao Er was still confused about what was happening. She was pulled around by Su Sui-ning, who turned and hurriedly left with the children. Sister Miao Er was a bit confused. After walking out, she asked Su Sui-ning, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Weren't you going to buy books?" Su Sui-ning frowned and looked at the Xinhua bookstore not far away. The door was half open, but someone inside was speaking Russian. In her previous life, she had taken Russian as an elective in college. Although her pronunciation wasn't perfect, she could understand quite a bit. She heard someone inside talking about explosives. Blueprints. Immediately, she became alert. She pulled Sister Miao Er away, worried she might be scared. She made an excuse. "I doubt it's anything serious. The store hasn't been open for a long time, and just now, I smelled a strong moldy smell at the door. The books inside are probably moldy, and breathing in too much isn't good for health." She planned to mention this to Luo Zhendong later, so they could handle the matter. Miao Ermiai thought Su Sui-ning was right. That's true. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy brown sugar. The 2 of them took the children to the cooperative. Su Sui-ning bought 2 jin of brown sugar and a dime's worth of fruit candies, sharing them with the 2 kids. Miao Ermiai also bought soy sauce and a block of fermented bean curd, planning to make a big jar of soy paste at home. Su Sui-ning looked around but didn't find anything else to buy. When she saw Yaya and Jingjing holding hands and leaving, she followed them. As she stepped over the threshold of the cooperative, she seemed to see Lu Biting briefly flash by. Turning her head to look carefully, she saw no one at the corner of the street. She was puzzled. Hadn't Lu Biting gone back to Beijing? Why was she here? She was sure she hadn't mistaken her eyes. The fleeting figure was definitely Lu Biting. On the way back, her mind was full of thoughts, some guesses about why Lu Biting suddenly appeared here. When they reached the gate of the residential compound, Su Suining asked Miao Ermiai to send Yaya home first, then went to find Luo Zhendong. Luo Zhendong was shocked when he heard what Su Suining said. "Sister-in-law, do you understand Russian?" Su Suining replied vaguely, "I learned a few words when I was a child with some experts from the Soviet Union." Luo Zhendong believed her. At that time, the relationship between the two countries was good, and many Soviet experts came to the northwest city to help with mining. The area around Tian City was rich in resources, and indeed, many Soviet experts had been there. Seeing Luo Zhendong frowning in thought, Su Suining reminded him, "The shadow I saw must be Lu Biting. I don't know how she ended up in the town, and about the Xinhua bookstore, I'm sure I didn't mistake it." Luo Zhendong looked serious. "Sister-in-law, I'll arrange for someone to contact the local police to investigate. As for Lu Biting, I'll verify it myself." Seeing that Luo Zhendong believed her and took her seriously, she added, "If Lu Biting hasn't gone back to Beijing, what is her purpose for staying? You should also look into it carefully." Luo Zhendong nodded. "I will check." "Sister-in-law, you should be careful too. Don't go to the town recently." He still trusted Su Suining. Why is there a military unit stationed here? Not only because this is a key route to the southwest and northwest borders, but also because there are secret military factories in the mountains. There will always be those who covet and try to infiltrate. Su Suining was not in a hurry to go home. She first went to the vegetable garden to pick 2 cucumbers. Since the weather was hot, she planned to make some cold noodles. On the way back, as she watched the soldiers practicing jumps on the playground, she felt emotional. She had never been close to soldiers before, only learned about the most adorable people from books, seen many similar videos online. A peaceful life is because someone bears the burden and moves forward. Although I was touched back then, I didn't feel anything real. Now, looking back, I feel a surge of excitement. I touched my belly and smiled, thinking about having a son. I want to send him to join the army in the future. Carrying 2 cucumbers home, I unexpectedly saw Feng Chunhua waiting at the door. Feng Chunhua was holding a plate of steamed buns and smiled at Su Suining. "Just in time for your return. I just steamed some buns with pickled vegetables and pork fat. Let me bring some over for you to try. Old Yen from my family said that Commander Hood isn't here lately, so I came to check on you." Su Suining was quite surprised. "Sister-in-law, you're too kind. I was about to cook myself. You can take the buns back for the kids." Feng Chunhua followed Su Suining into the small yard and placed the plate on the dining table. "I made a lot today. You and Yaya can have this for lunch, so you don't have to cook." Refusing again would seem ungrateful, so Su Suining smiled and thanked her.
"Thank you, sister-in-law.
"I'll return the plate to you later." Feng Chunhua waved her hand. "No rush. We all live in the same courtyard. Helping each other is what we should do." Watching Feng Chunhua's unusually attentive attitude today, Su Suining felt a bit suspicious. Because of Hua Qingshan's changed attitude toward her, Feng Chunhua also became more polite. But she wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Today's behavior and tone were very unusual. Even if Yan Jianzhong asked her to come over, she wouldn't be so warm. And if she was concerned, Hua Qingshan should have come to check on her right after he left, not after half a month. Feng Chunhua continued talking. "Your belly is getting bigger every day. Be careful, and if you need help, just ask Yaya to call us."
Su Suining smiled.
"Okay, I'll be sure to trouble sister-in-law then." After a few more words of advice, Feng Chunhua left. Once she was gone, Su Suining's face darkened. Her strange behavior was definitely abnormal. Could something have happened to Hua Qingshan? She didn't feel like eating lunch anymore. She called Yaya over to eat the buns, but she sat aside, feeling a bad premonition. She was worried and couldn't sleep during her nap. After thinking for a while, she decided to go to the regiment to find Luo Zhendong. If Feng Chunhua knew something, she probably also knew. But when she went, she found no one. Yan Jianzhong was at a meeting at the division headquarters and Luo Zhendong's office was empty. Su Suining asked the office staff, but they didn't know where Luo Zhendong had gone. That was strange. Why would Luo Zhendong leave, and how could the officers not know? She didn't leave the regiment after coming out. She sat on a stone bench waiting, planning to wait for Luo Zhendong to return and ask him clearly. She is a very stubborn person who must understand everything clearly. She waited until the sun was about to set and the dinner bell rang before rushing back outside, walking quickly with a serious look on her face. Su Suining hurried over and stopped Luo Zhendong. Did Hu Qingshan get into trouble? The sudden appearance of Su Suining startled Luo Zhendong, who took a step back. Sister-in-law? Why are you here? No. Captain who is on a mission and hasn't come back yet. Su Suining was persistent. I know. Hu Qingshan must have had an accident. If you don't tell me, I'll ask the headquarters myself. Luo Zhendong looked at Su Suining, who was about to leave, and was frightened. He quickly stepped in front of her. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Don't be impulsive. The leaders at the headquarters are holding an urgent meeting. You can't go there. Su Suining turned to look at Luo Zhendong, staring so intently that Luo Zhendong felt guilty and hesitated before speaking. The meeting is about Hu Qingshan. What exactly happened to him? Is he injured or missing? Her voice trembled uncontrollably at the last question, showing her emotional distress. Luo Zhendong was frightened by Su Suining's state and quickly waved his hands. No, sister-in-law. Nothing like that happened. He's not hurt, he's fine. Su Suining's eyes were slightly red, with a glimmer of tears, which made Luo Zhendong panic. He blurted out an explanation. He's already back, currently confined, but he'll be home in a few days. After saying that, he regretted it. It wasn't something he should have said, especially since Su Suining was pregnant and looked so pitiful when she was about to cry. Fortunately, it wasn't a violation of discipline. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Su Suining wiped her eyes, looked at Luo Zhendong, and said, All right, I understand. I'll go back now. She saw Luo Zhendong hesitate. If she asked again why he was confined, he probably wouldn't tell her. Since he was already back and uninjured, she felt relieved. Luo Zhendong watched her light steps leave and was surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, did Su Suining smile when she turned around? So, the tears and the trembling voice earlier were just acting? Luo Zhendong felt both amused and a bit helpless. He hadn't expected that the gentle, easygoing Su Suining had such a clever side. Knowing that Hu Qingshan was safe and sound, Su Suining happily went home. She called Yaya, who was playing next door, to come back. That evening, she treated herself to a luxurious snack, crispy, sweet fried dough pancakes sprinkled with a thin layer of white sugar. She also prepared a bowl of milk powder for herself, feeling very content. Su Suining shared 2 fried cakes with her younger sister Miao Ermei. Miao Ermei didn't want to eat much, only tearing off a small piece to taste. The cakes were fragrant, sweet, and crispy, making her reluctant to swallow them. She happily praised sister-in-law, Your cooking skills are amazing. During the new year, our team also fried cakes, but yours are even tastier than those. Su Suining smiled without saying anything. She knew so many recipes not just because she liked eating but also because during the time she was forced to stay at home, she learned a lot from online cooking competitions. Later, when she started working, she was too busy to cook much. She never thought she'd have a chance to use her skills in this era, but now she finally had a place to show her talent. She planned to cook a nice meal for Hao Qingshan when he returned. 3 days passed, and Hao Qingshan still hadn't come back. Luo Zhendong bought some cookies to visit Yaya. Su Suining asked again, When do you think Hao Qingshan will return? Luo Zhendong was cautious this time and replied vaguely, Soon, very soon. Su Suining didn't press him and smiled, asking Yaya to take some cookies to find Jing Jing. After Yaya left, Luo Zhendong took the initiative to mention Lu biting to Su Suining. Sister-in-law, what you saw that day was indeed Lu biting. She didn't go to Jing City. Instead, she went to Hao Qingshan's hometown. She came to the town because last time she left, her luggage was stored at the local guest house. Su Suining was a bit surprised. Why did she leave her luggage in the town? Did she send it to the provincial city and then go straight back to Jing City? Why didn't she take a longer route? What was she doing at Hao Qingshan's hometown? And why stay so long? She shared her thoughts with Luo Zhendong, not believing he wasn't suspicious. Luo Zhendong hesitated to explain. The information matches. She left that day and went to the city. He suspected Lu Biting saw Hao Qingshan and became suspicious of his identity, so she went to Hao Qingshan's hometown to investigate. He decided to wait until Hao Qingshan came out to talk to him about it. Since Hao Qingshan wasn't home, Luo Zhendong didn't want to stay too long and stood up to say goodbye to Su Suining. After these two incidents, he realized that Su Suining was not as simple as she appeared. She seemed gentle and kind, enjoyed tending her small vegetable garden, and liked cooking delicious food, living simply. But in fact, she was sharp and thoughtful, able to quickly grasp the key issues. This included the Russian conversations she overheard. The two people speaking were originally part of Hao Qingshan's team, involved in the recent mission to catch targets. However, a mistake occurred and two important targets escaped. Hua Qingshan and his team often go into confinement after completing missions. This is a routine process because killing can cause strong emotions and stress reactions. They need to stay in confinement for a few days to clear their minds and calm their anger. Sometimes it's 3 days, sometimes 7. This time, they stayed for 7 days. When Hua Qingshan came out of the confinement room, Luo Zhendong was already waiting at the door. He said, "Don't worry, your wife is doing well at home." Hua Qingshan glanced at him, adjusted his military cap, and prepared to go to the team for a shower before heading home. Luo Zhendong followed him, talking non-stop. "Your wife is amazing. She can understand Russian. Because of this clue, we've identified 2 key people. This time, they won't escape." Hua Qingshan frowned and suddenly stopped. "Our actions have been exposed. What did the headquarters say?" Luo Zhendong shook his head. The meeting didn't give any results. Only a few people went on the mission and they can be trusted. Hua Qingshan didn't believe his soldiers would betray him. Maybe there's a problem upstairs. "Don't follow me. I want to take a shower." Luo Zhendong didn't listen and still followed him. "You should also shave your beard. You look like a wild man." "Oh, and I found a big secret. You might really be from the Lu family in Jing City. Lu Biting went to your hometown. If she wasn't suspicious, she wouldn't go there." Hua Qingshan didn't care. "The Lu family has nothing to do with me. If she wants to investigate, let her." Luo Zhendong was anxious. The Lu family, Old Master Lu, has made many military achievements. He's still an influential person in Jing City Military District. His son, Lu Jinping, is in politics and might become a top leader in Jing City. With such a background, it helps you a lot. Hua Qingshan looked a bit surprised. "Can he help me go to the battlefield and face gunfire?" Luo Zhendong fell silent. He forgot that Hua Qingshan wasn't interested in official titles. Finally, he shook his head. "All right, go take your shower. Remember to shave." Hua Qingshan didn't bother to reply. He carried his basin and went to the bathhouse. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and looked at Luo Zhendong. "Where's the sewing machine? It's been so long, and you still haven't bought it?" Luo Zhendong looked at the confident Hua Qingshan and almost cursed it out loud. "Got it. It'll be here in a couple of days." Hua Qingshan left satisfied. His background wasn't important. What mattered was the sewing machine his wife wanted. Luo Zhendong stood on the steps, hands behind his back, pondering whether to tell the Lu family about this matter. Over the past few days, the weather had been unusually hot. It hadn't rained in a long time, and Luo Zhendong saw firsthand what drought and water shortages looked like in Gan province. The leaves are wilting and curling, thanks to the tap water from the community, which helps water the vegetables. Su Suining carried water early in the morning to water the plants and felt extremely hot. She tied her hair high into a bun and sat under the shade, fanning herself. She was talking to Sister Meow Air. It's so hot before June even starts. Won't it be unbearable in July and August? Sister Meow Air smiled and said, since we're near the mountains, it's a bit cooler. Actually, July and August aren't as hot as you think, but it's very dry and water is scarce. Su Suining touched her face, and also felt her skin was dry these days, but she didn't have any skincare products. Second sister, do you know where I can buy some cold cream? Let's go buy some. Sister Meow Air thought for a moment. We'd have to go to the city. The service cooperative doesn't have it, and the town doesn't either. Su Suining waved her fan and looked toward the roadside, just in time to see the man she thought about day and night. He was walking confidently against the light. Su Suining was momentarily stunned. She threw away her fan and happily ran toward He Qingshan. Her silk dress fluttered in the wind, highlighting her slender figure and revealing her big belly. He Qingshan was surprised. He hadn't seen her for almost a month, and her belly was so much bigger. She seemed to have lost weight again. Before he could react, Su Suining rushed over, hugging his arm and smiling with her eyes curved. You're back? He Qingshan's body stiffened. He quickly looked around and saw Sister Meow Air standing in the yard, smiling at them. He blushed, but since his skin was darker, it wasn't obvious. It hid his embarrassment. He didn't dare pull his hand back, afraid to hurt Su Suining or the baby in her belly. He cleared his throat lightly. We're outside. Be careful about the influence. Su Suining pouted but wasn't too bothered. It's nothing. We haven't seen each other in so long. Don't you miss me? He Qingshan's ears turned red, and his neck also flushed. How could Su Suining ask such bold questions outside? But he honestly responded with an Su Suining stopped bothering him and released his hand with a smile. Let's go home. It's just about time to prepare lunch. I'll cook something delicious for you. A few days ago, she bought 10 eggs at the service cooperative but hadn't dared to eat them yet. He Qingshan felt a strange sense of peace in his heart and followed Su Suining home. Because Sister Meow Air was next door, he didn't feel comfortable going straight into the house. He took off his military coat and draped it over a chair, then prepared to chop firewood. Su Suining had already stepped into the house. When she turned around and saw He Qingshan about to chop firewood, she playfully scolded him. He Qingshan, come inside. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. Su Suining didn't cause too much trouble for He Qingshan for long. It's almost noon, and she needs to cook. Since He Qingshan just returned, he must be busy. After eating, he will probably go back to the team to work. She pushed He Qingshan onto the bed and said, You rest first. I'll make lunch. We have enough chili eggplant and there are eggs at home. I'll make eggplant stew and egg stew, then we can have noodles. Recently, she has been craving rice, but there is no rice sold here. As a southern girl, she has gotten used to eating noodles every day. The longer she lives here, the more she understands the living conditions. Being able to eat plain noodles every meal is already a luxury. He Qingshan is also not idle. While Su Suining is busy making noodles, he checked all the tables, chairs, and benches in the house. Some nails were loose, so he hammered them back in. After fixing the furniture, he went outside to tidy up the yard. During the month he was away, Su Suining burned firewood with the help of Sister Meow Air, who split the wood. There were still many logs piled by the wall. He Qingshan silently squatted there, splitting the logs into manageable pieces for firewood. Su Suining, holding her waist, watched He Qingshan split firewood. His movements were quick, and his axe was steady and precise. Meow Air found it very hard to split firewood every time, but it seemed much easier and more relaxed in his hands. Watching the man work made her feel happy. Men like He Qingshan, who speak little, work diligently, and have a good figure and handsome face, are always excellent regardless of the era. Today, Su Suining made a bit more noodles and added a little more oil to the chili eggplant stew, making it glossy and fragrant when cooked. She originally wanted to make egg stew, but changed her mind at the last minute and luxuriously fried 4 eggs. Hu Qingshan ate two, and she and Yaya each had one, placing them on top of the noodles with vegetable stew. The bowl of noodles looked very appetizing, with a tempting color. Hu Qingshan looked at the 2 fried eggs in the bowl, then broke them into pieces and shared them with Su Suining and Yaya. You're pregnant and working hard. You should eat more.
Su Suining smiled.
This wooden man, although not romantic, is definitely proactive when it comes to caring for his wife. While eating, they chatted about Hu Qingshan and also mentioned Lu biting. I can tell she definitely has bad intentions. I think we shouldn't just let her do whatever she wants alone. Hu Qingshan looked confused. What do you mean? Su Suining put down her chopsticks, counted on her fingers, and explained to Hu Qingshan. Lu biting is far from Jing City, separated by millions of miles, and her information is cut off. She is stirring trouble because of this distance. If she doesn't tell the Lu family, they might never know you exist in her lifetime. But if she does tell them, she will lose the good life she has with the Lu family. Su Suining squinted at Hu Qingshan and asked, guess what Lu biting will do? She will definitely use this time gap to get rid of us and eliminate any future trouble. Hu Qingshan looked at Su Suining with some surprise. Sometimes her ideas were really very bold. Su Suining had watched many dramatic TV shows in her past life, so she knew the tricks well. She blinked and looked seriously at Hu Qingshan. People's hearts are hard to predict. You can't look at these people with too much kindness. Once someone touches their own interests, who can be truly willing? She thought for a moment. Regarding this, Hu Qingshan and she had a generation gap. People from Hu Qingshan's era, especially soldiers, valued only dedication and sincerity. They wouldn't maliciously try to figure out others. Hu Qingshan hadn't thought much about this. Seeing Su Suining's persistence, he nodded and said, I'll talk to Luo Zhendong about it. Su Suining immediately became excited. Not just talking, you should ask Luo Zhendong to call the Lu family. Say you and Lu Beifeng look very much alike. Lu biting has already noticed something and checked into it. Have them ask Lu biting. And also, mention Yaya's situation. If the Lu family really doesn't want her, we will raise her ourselves. Hu Qingshan was slightly surprised. Wasn't this about his background? Why did it involve Yaya? Didn't they say that now isn't a good time to bring Yaya back? If we ask again, it might just cause trouble, he said.
Su Suining chuckled.
I don't trust Lu biting's character anymore. I'm afraid she's just making things up in the middle. Anyway, verifying it is just a matter of asking. Hu Qingshan fell silent for a moment and then agreed again. Su Suining was satisfied and happily started eating noodles. People from this era are still very honest. Most are simple and naive, while a few bad elements are now showing off and causing trouble. Hu Qingshan is too honest, so he doesn't think badly of anyone. While eating noodles, Su Suining watched Hu Qingshan eat heartily and smiled with squinted eyes. Is it delicious? Hu Qingshan nodded. The noodles she made were much better than those from the cafeteria outside. The cafeteria cooked a big pot of noodles, soaked in water. When served in a bowl, the noodles were soft and mushy, with no chewiness at all. The noodles Su Suining made were chewy, paired with a glossy eggplant sauce, giving an excellent taste and texture. I'll cook delicious food for you, every day from now on. Su Suining smiled gently as she comforted him. She had started to understand Hu Qingshan's temper. As long as she was sincere with him, he would respond kindly and be a caring man. After lunch, Hu Qingshan asked Su Suining to rest. He washed the dishes, tidied up the stove, then went to the group to find Luo Zhendong. Luo Zhendong was also hesitating about whether to tell the Lu family about this matter. Although what the Lu family did this time was a bit disgusting, he felt he couldn't ignore it for Lu Beifeng's sake. Now that Hu Qingshan approached him about it, besides feeling surprised, Luo Zhendong also saw a chance to choose. He asked, you said you weren't interested, so why did you go back to eat lunch and suddenly become interested? Hu Qingshan frowned. Lu biting's behavior is strange. We should notify the Lu family. Also, I want to ask about Yaya. Have they really decided not to take her back? Luo Zhendong was again surprised. He thought it was worth asking. After all, she was a child, and the responsibility was big. Looking at the time, Luo Zhendong made a call in front of Huiqingshan to Jing City, connecting to the nursing home where old Master Lu was. It wasn't old Master Lu who answered, but Lu Beiyan, the youngest daughter of the Lu family. Lu Beiyan's voice was clear as she answered the phone. Luo Zhendong was a bit surprised. After a moment of hesitation, he introduced himself. I'm Luo Zhendong. Where's Grandpa Lu? Lu Beiyan also sounded surprised. Brother Zhendong? Grandpa is undergoing traditional Chinese medicine treatment. He recently hurt his waist. Do you need something? Luo Zhendong hesitated. Should he tell her? He remembered Lu Beiyan as a little girl who didn't seem to understand much. He looked up at Huiqingshan standing nearby. Huiqingshan nodded. He didn't care who answered the phone as long as it was someone from the Lu family. Lu Beiyan asked again, Brother Zhendong? What's the matter? Can you call back in a couple of hours? Luo Zhendong frowned. No need. Has your sister gone back? Did she mention seeing someone who looks a lot like your older brother? Lu Beiyan exclaimed, No. My sister hasn't come back. Luo Zhendong quickly summarized, I suspect that our Captain Hui here has some connection to your family. Your sister has noticed and has already looked into it. Also, your older brother and Su Man's child, Yaya. If you don't want to acknowledge her, I will find a proper way to take care of her. Lu Beiyan was surprised again. Child? My brother's child? And a man who looks a lot like my brother? You suspect it's related to my family? Luo Zhendong responded with a Yes. Please pass this on to Grandpa Lu. I have no other matters. I'll hang up now. Before Lu Beiyan could respond, he had already ended the call. After all, Lu Beiyan is still young and can only serve as a messenger. Meanwhile, Lu Beiyan, who had just hung up the phone, was completely stunned. Her mind reacted quickly, and although Luo Zhendong spoke vaguely, she caught the key information. About her older brother's child. Why hadn't her family mentioned it before? If it really was her brother's child, how could his family not want it? She stared at the phone in a daze for a moment, then turned and ran outside. She needed to ask her grandfather what was really going on. Huiqingshan watched Luo Zhendong finish his call and, satisfied, turned to leave, heading to the military headquarters for a meeting. Luo Zhendong quickly chased after him, holding his military cap. Wait for me. I'll go with you to the headquarters. By the way, if you really have a connection with the Lu family, what will you do? Huiqingshan looked at him with a glance. The same as now. His thoughts were simple. He now had his own family, and whether he recognized them or not didn't matter. Even if they were blood relatives, they hadn't seen each other for years and hadn't lived together, so they were no different from strangers. Luo Zhendong sighed. He realized he couldn't think like an ordinary person when it came to Huiqingshan. Right now, his heart probably only belonged to his young wife. Just as he thought this, Huiqingshan reminded him, when will the sewing machine arrive? Luo Zhendong hesitated. The day after tomorrow for sure. Don't worry. I've checked, and there's no sewing machine in the entire family compound. Everyone's coming over, after all. Huiqingshan tightened his jaw and looked at the distant mountains. He didn't know when it started, but he just wanted to give Su Suining a better life. After the meeting at the headquarters, Huiqingshan was called to the office by the division commander to give a private summary of the mission. Seeing Huiqingshan frequently check his watch, the division commander was a bit puzzled. Do you have something urgent? Huiqingshan's expression was stern, but his words surprised the commander. Yes, it's past dinner time. It's time to go back and eat. Division Commander Lei Zhenting was also quick-tempered, and Huiqingshan was a soldier he personally promoted. He knew his temper well. Every time he came to his office, he would try to get benefits for his unit, no matter how late the discussion went. He never once said it was time to go home and eat. Looking at Huiqingshan with some surprise, I think about the recent rumors outside. After Huiqingshan's young wife ran away once and came back, her personality changed greatly, and she now controls Huiqingshan tightly. It seems it's really true, Lei Zhenting, feeling a bit curious, said, Are you really planning to live a good life now? I still haven't thrown away the divorce papers you gave me last time. Huiqingshan pursed his lips. Those papers were from the last time he went to see Su Suining and handed them to his superior before leaving.
He had forgotten to take them back.
Just throw them away, I don't need them anymore. Lei Jinting laughed loudly. You little guy have finally come around. Alright, go back and live well. We, as soldiers, often have to sacrifice our small families for the larger cause, so we tend to neglect our own families. When you have free time, you should try to make your wife happy. Son, who was eager to leave, didn't move. Lei Jinting was surprised. Aren't you in a hurry to go home and eat? Hurry up and go. Huo Qingsun was silent for a moment. Do you have a watch ticket? Give me one. Lei Jinting realized Huo Qingsun's intention. You want to buy a watch for your wife?
Huo Qingshan nodded. Not having a watch makes it hard to tell the time.
Give me a watch ticket. His tone was not a request, but an outright demand. Lei Jinting looked at Huo Qingsun in disbelief. You really dare to ask? Where can I get a watch ticket? If I had one, I would buy a watch for your sister-in-law too. Huo Qingsun didn't listen and was very persistent. This is the first time I've asked you. Lei Jinting laughed angrily. I didn't realize you could be so shameless. Fine, I'll figure out a way to get one later.
You better leave now. Huo Qingshan felt satisfied.
He knew Lei Jinting would definitely fulfill his promise. After standing up, he thought for a moment. Can I have it for the National Day? Lei Jinting grabbed a teacup, ready to smash Huo Qingsun. Hurry up and leave. You're still trying to bargain with me. Huo Qingsun straightened his clothes and hat, feeling quite happy, and saluted Lei Jinting as he left. As soon as he left, Lei Jinting started making calls to get a watch ticket. Since Huo Qingsun rarely asked for anything, he would definitely try to find a way to satisfy him. Huo Qingsun was a soldier he personally recruited years ago and knew well about his family situation. At that time, Huo Qingsun was poorly dressed, tall but very thin. However, Lei Jinting saw his courage and determination in his eyes, realizing he was a good candidate and immediately recruited him. Over the years, Huo Qingsun had endured many hardships. If he could have someone caring by his side, Lei Jinting knew he wouldn't hesitate to fulfill even a small wish.
晚上，许穗宁做了包子，里面是茄子和辣椒的馅，还为丫丫做了几个不放辣椒的包子。也许是因为干旱缺水，长出来的辣椒特别辣。
The steamed buns are very tasty, and I also cooked sweet potato porridge. Now I am just waiting for Huo Qingsun to come back for dinner. While waiting, I hold a pen and teach Yaya how to read. Under the cool shelter, a dim yellow electric light gives off a warm glow, wrapping around Su Sui-ning and Yaya, making the scene very cozy and lovely. Su Sui-ning leans down to help Yaya recognize characters, with a gentle smile on her face. Huo Qingsun sees this from afar and feels like he's dreaming. The scene is so beautiful. His heart fills with tenderness, and he quickens his steps home. When Su Sui-ning hears his footsteps, she looks up and smiles brightly, her voice sweet as honey. You're back. Wash your hands quickly and come eat. She pats Yaya's little head. Okay, put away your pencil and notebook. We'll study again tomorrow. Yaya happily runs to the room to put away her pencils, and Su Sui-ning gets up to serve the food. Huo Qingsun can't help but smile at this scene. He really likes moments like these. During dinner, Su Sui-ning also likes to chat, sharing her small vegetable garden with Huo Qingsun. 2 of the tomatoes are ripe. Sister Chunhua said the early ones should be kept for seeds, so we can plant earlier next year. Many cucumbers have grown. That patch of land has the most from our family. I even dried some. We can eat them in winter. Was the steamed bun very spicy today? Our chili peppers look small, but the inside is yellow. One day I ate a raw piece with my bun, and I almost felt my soul leaving my body from the heat. Huo Qingsun enjoys listening to her chatter about these things. When he hears that the spice might make her soul fly out, he frowns slightly, looking serious. Too spicy. Eat less. It's not good for your health. Su Sui-ning happily nods. But it goes well with rice. My second sister said she can make chili sauce. She knows how, and I want to learn from her. Thinking ahead, she counts the days. September, the baby will be born soon. What will we do about the vegetable garden then? Huo Qingsun listens to her and also begins to look forward to the arrival of the baby. He responds, when the time comes, I'll be here, so don't worry. Su Suining feels happy and hands Hu Qingshan a steamed bun. It's so nice here. I could live here forever and never get tired. During the day, it's hot, but at night, the mountain breeze comes, making it much cooler. She still needs to cover herself with a quilt when sleeping, but Su Suining feels very hot. Maybe because she's pregnant, lying down makes her feel restless and uncomfortable. Especially after Hu Qingshan hugs and kisses her, the heat from her heart rises, and her body is sweaty and sticky. She pushes Hu Qingshan's arm. No, I'm too hot. Please get me some water. I need to wipe my body. Hu Qingshan did not feel hot. Instead, he found Su Suining, who was slightly sweaty, more comfortable to hold. Her skin was smooth and delicate, and where his palm touched, it felt cool and moist, an indescribably beautiful sensation. However, since Su Suining said she was hot, he obediently got up to fetch water. Because Yaya was sleeping in the outer room, he first dressed himself before going out. Su Suining sat up, holding a fan by her pillow and fanning herself. She knew her body was warm, not just because of the hot weather, but also because she was pregnant and her body had become more sensitive. With such a handsome man lying beside her, she couldn't help having some thoughts. But her belly was so big that she didn't dare take risks. Even Sister Meow said her belly was unusually large, 5 months pregnant, yet it looked like 7 months. She felt regretful, realizing some opportunities had slipped away. Hu Qingshan brought in a basin of warm water. Under the light of the kerosene lamp, he wrung out a damp cloth and handed it to Su Suining. She didn't take the cloth but moved closer to the bed, tilting her head back and stretching her arms. Help me wipe my back, I feel so hot. Hu Qingshan paused for a few seconds, then obediently sat by the bed. Carefully, he lifted her nightdress and used the cloth to gently wipe her back, afraid that applying too much force would make her complain of pain. Su Suining closed her eyes, enjoying the sensation. She mumbled later, I'll wipe your body too. It feels so good. As she spoke, she waved her hand back, pressing it on Hu Qingshan's leg, but then she heard him grunt softly. Su Suining never expected that a simple press would hit a sensitive spot. Her hand recoiled as if burned. A vein on Hu Qingshan's forehead bulged, but he patiently continued to wipe her body. You rest first. I'll go check on the team. After saying that, he carried the basin and hurried out, his steps a bit rushed. Su Suining couldn't help but laugh. It seemed she wasn't the only one unable to hold back. Recently, Su Suining noticed Feng Shenhua had become much quieter. She avoided coming over and even seemed to ignore her, sometimes keeping her at a distance. She felt no goodwill toward the original heroine of the story. Actually, she disliked her. She couldn't understand how someone like her could become a brave and confident heroine. This morning, she was lying on a lounge chair to relax. The chair was a bit old, but very comfortable. It was brought back early in the morning by Hu Qingshan. As she closed her eyes and fanned herself, she thought about Hu Qingshan. This man never spoke sweet words, but as long as he promised something, he would eventually do it. Thinking about his dull expression, I couldn't help but laugh. Miao Ermiai brought back 2 children after picking vegetables. Seeing Su Suining lying peacefully under the awning, she smiled and said, Since there are vegetables at home, I picked a few cucumbers for you. If I don't eat them now, they'll go bad. Su Suining stood up and smiled. It's fine to pick them. Later, I'll use one as a face mask. Miao Ermiai didn't quite understand how cucumbers could be used on the face, but she didn't ask. Instead, she had a more gossip-worthy topic. When I was picking vegetables just now, I met Sister Li Qin. We went together and came back together. Hearing about Li Qin, Su Suining knew there was news from the courtyard and quickly poured her a cup of tea. Drink some water first. Miao Ermiai drank a glass of water, wiped the water from her lips, leaned in closer to Su Suining, and whispered softly, Sister Li Qin told me that Sister Chenhua wants to introduce her sister to Deputy Commissar Luo, but he refused. Then, she liked Lieutenant Li Zhongming from the regiment department. He's from the city, 25 years old, and has a bright future. Su Suining was a bit surprised. Has Feng Shenhua already given up on Hu Qingshan? She started dating others, but her choice of suitors seems quite high-end. Did Lieutenant Li agree? Miao Ermiai shook her head, still speaking softly. Not yet. It seemed she invited Lieutenant Li to her house for dinner today, and also invited Captain Hua and Deputy Commissar Luo. She's just worried about failing and losing face. Su Suining didn't know about this, and she wasn't sure how to feel about Feng Chenhua. She knew her sister's feelings and still called Hu Qingshan over. Was she smart or foolish? At noon, Hu Qingshan came back and said he was going to Yan Jianzhang's house for dinner tonight and asked if Su Suining wanted to go. She shook her head. You go ahead. I won't go. Yan Jinwei's family has many children and food is tight. It's better if I stay. Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. I'll go take a look and come back early.
Su Suining smiled.
All right, I'll prepare dinner for you tonight. Hu Qingshan was pleased. He felt that now, with Su Suining, they shared a kind of understanding that people with culture often talk about. He didn't need to say what he thought. She understood. Feeling happy, she ate 2 big bowls of noodles at noon. Feng Shenhua couldn't feel happy at all. She didn't expect Luo Zhendong to refuse her marriage proposal. She also didn't expect Feng Chenhua to like Li Zhongming in the end. She even called Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong to her house for dinner to set up a match. Thinking about it, she felt embarrassed. But Feng Chenhua didn't seem to think it was awkward. She tapped Feng Shenhua's forehead and said, "Are you stupid? Call them over to prove that we are honest and open-hearted, and also to let Luo Zhendong and Hu Qingshan see that you can find someone from the city. The most important thing is to take this chance to invite them to dinner so your brother-in-law can get closer to them." Feng Shenhua didn't say anything, silently rolling the dumpling skins. Feng Chenhua was hopeful inside, thinking that Li Zhongming, with his good looks and city background, could find a good job after transferring back. Feng Shenhua also hoped to enjoy a better life with him. The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Later, cut the pork head meat thinner, so we can serve more bites. She didn't buy too much, and slicing it thinner made the plate look fuller. There are also unwritten rules for guests. Usually, guests only take a small piece to taste and don't take more, leaving the remaining food for the children of the host. Feng Shenhua felt her sister was a bit stingy in this regard, but still obediently followed the plan. Feng Chenhua thought for a moment and reminded Feng Shenhua. Later, add more oil to the dumpling filling. I heard Captain Ji's wife say Su Suining is generous with ingredients, so her cooking is fragrant. We can't lose. In the bag, Feng Chenhua asked Feng Shenhua to prepare 2 small cold dishes, garlic eggplant and cucumber salad. They were both seasoned with sesame oil, smelling very fragrant. Everything was ready. Yan Jianzhang brought Hu Qingshan, Luo Zhendong, and Li Zhongming over. Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong knew Yan Jianzhang's intentions. After politely sitting down, Yan Jianzhang praised his sister-in-law's cooking skills. Try Xuanhua's cooking. Don't look at her young age. She's quite talented. These dumplings are even better than what I've had at the city cafeteria. Li Zhongming ate a few and couldn't stop praising. Really good. This is the first time I've had such fragrant dumplings. Yan Jianzhang smiled. If you like it, eat more. There are also some cold dishes, they taste pretty good. Honestly, since Shenhua came, your sister-in-law has been much freer. She's really helped a lot, doing laundry, cooking, sewing. She's good at everything. Hu Qingshan ate 2 dumplings and felt they were just okay, far from what his wife made. As for the cold dishes, he thought they weren't as good as Su Suining's. Feng Shenhua was hiding inside, looking out the window at the men sitting in the yard eating and chatting. Her eyes kept fixed on Hu Qingshan. He hardly spoke, but just sitting there made him very noticeable, impossible to ignore. She felt a deep ache in her heart, and then looked at Li Zhongming. His features were decent but only so compared to Hu Qingshan, always missing something. She was reborn to live a better life. If she married an ordinary person, what would be the meaning of her rebirth? After dinner, Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong left wisely, leaving Li Zhongming to clear the dishes. Li Zhongming was quite satisfied with Feng Shenhua, so he moved quickly to do chores. Luo Zhendong followed Hu Qingshan out. After walking a short distance, he couldn't help but laugh softly. This Yan Jianzhang is really clueless. His little sister-in-law is not an ordinary person. She might bring him a lot of trouble in the future. Hu Qingshan didn't mind and asked Luo Zhendong, "Do you think the sewing machine will arrive tomorrow?" Luo Zhendong glared at Hu Qingshan. "No, can I even lie to you?" Hu Qingshan stayed silent, just wanting to remind Luo Zhendong not to forget about this matter. Luo Zhendong was amused. How did he ever think Hu Qingshan was a dull, silent type? Isn't he quite good at caring for his wife? When Hu Qingshan returned home, Su Suining and Yaya were reading in the yard. Seeing him come back, Su Suining stood up with a smile. "You're back? For dinner, we had thin pancakes with vegetables. Do you want some?" Hu Qingshan nodded without hesitation. "Yes." Su Suining happily told him to wash his hands and brought out the hot pancakes and vegetables from the pot. One good thing about the firewood stove was that as long as you kept a piece of wood burning inside, the pot would stay warm and the food wouldn't get cold. Today, she made thin pancakes that resembled those crispy pancakes used for Peking duck, rolled out very thin, steamed until translucent, then filled with spicy scrambled eggs and cold shredded potatoes. They smelled very good. Hu Qingshan silently ate, but in his heart, he quietly compared. Yan Jingwei's sister-in-law's cooking was just a so-so. Su Suining's was better, both in taste and appearance, making it very appetizing. Su Suining also served Hu Qingshan some vegetable porridge to go with the pancakes. Sitting nearby, watching him eat, she asked curiously, "How did Feng Xuanhua's matchmaking go? Did she like Officer Li?" Hu Qingshan didn't know. "I don't know. Li Zhongming probably liked her since he started doing chores voluntarily." Su Suining was surprised and curious. "Did you go on matchmaking dates before you got married?" Hu Qingshan honestly nodded. "Yes." Su Suining became even more curious. "How many times? Did you like anyone enough to stay and do chores for them?" Hu Qingshan, even if slow to realize, understood this was a dangerous question. If he answered poorly, she might get angry. So he remained silent and ate his porridge. Su Suining smiled and looked at Hu Qingshan, resting her chin on her hand. "It seems you've been matched quite a few times. After all, you're 28 and not married yet. The leaders must be eager to introduce you to someone. Tell me, I won't get angry." She pushed on Hu Qingshan's arm, encouraging him to speak. Hu Qingshan couldn't stand her acting spoiled and honestly replied, "I've been matched 7 or 8 times. It's either I didn't like them or they didn't like me." Su Suining was surprised. "Some people didn't like you? What do they do for a living?" Hu Qingshan thought for a moment. "One is in the cultural troupe and the other is a nurse at the city military district."
Su Suining snorted.
"Are they all very good-looking? So you liked them at first sight, but they didn't like you back?" Hu Qingshan was momentarily stunned and quickly explained, "That's not it. I just wanted to find someone educated and able to live a steady life." Hearing his honest and straightforward reason, Su Suining couldn't help but laugh. Because Hu Qingshan lacked formal education, he held high regard for cultured people. Having never experienced family warmth growing up, he just wanted someone down to earth to live a simple life. A sincere and practical idea. Su Suining raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked, "So, you didn't like those few? Not because you thought they were ugly?" Hu Qingshan shook his head. "No, I just didn't pay much attention." The reason he didn't like them was because, during their first meeting, his gaze was too critical and dismissive. To be precise, neither side really liked each other. Seeing Hu Qingshan, who was honest and eager to talk, Su Suining smiled and poked his arm. "I like you, so you have to treat me well." Hu Qingshan was so straightforwardly confessed to that he blushed and nodded seriously. Su Suining smiled as she gently touched the bulging veins on his arm, which looked a bit. She looked at the rosy glow behind his ear and couldn't help but laugh. She was determined to win over this honest man completely. The next noon, as Su Suining was preparing to cook, Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong carried in a big object. Seeing Hu Qingshan walk confidently, it was obvious he was in a very good mood. As they approached, Su Suining saw that they were actually carrying a sewing machine. Her eyes widened in surprise. It's a sewing machine. Miao Er-mei and Zhang Chunmei, the wife of the neighboring battalion commander, also came over out of curiosity and envy. Su Suining knew that no family in the entire compound had a sewing machine. It wasn't because they couldn't afford it, but because they all moved with the military and didn't know when they would be transferred or leave. Buying such a big item wasn't suitable. When they transferred back to their hometown, it would be inconvenient to bring it along. She watched as they carried the sewing machine into the yard, feeling delighted. She reached out to touch the surface. It was truly exquisite. Although she doesn't know how to use it, she can learn. How hard can it be? Luo Zhendong helped carry out the sewing machine. Its dark body was decorated with a yellow butterfly, looking delicate and beautiful. Second sister Miao reached out in curiosity to touch the machine. Sister-in-law, this will be so convenient now. We can use it to make clothes for the kids. It's much easier and the stitches look nice. It's definitely better than hand sewing. Su Suining's eyes curved into a smile, and she turned to look at the expressionless He Qingshan, her smile deepening. Seeing Su Suining happy, He Qingshan felt good too. He asked her, "Where should we put it?" Su Suining thought for a moment. In the outer room, near Yaya's bed. When not in use, it can be put down and used as a table. He Qingshan obediently helped Luo Zhendong carry the sewing machine into the outer room. Su Suining supported her waist, thinking about how to thank this man properly. News about He Qingshan buying a sewing machine spread through the family compound in less than an hour. Feng Chunhua heard about it and felt envious. I didn't expect. Captain, he really cares about his wife. Besides envy, Feng Chunhua also felt a strong sense of jealousy. Right now, Su Suining is living the best life in the entire family compound. She has good food and supplies, and now even a sewing machine. Feng Chunhua sighed. That's just how life is. I once suggested buying a sewing machine, but your brother-in-law said it was unnecessary. He said he'd bring a bunch of stuff when he transferred back home. He asked me to be patient, wait until we go back to our hometown and buy it then. I endured all these years. Now I even feel dizzy using a sewing needle. Feng Chunhua kept a calm face and said nothing. Why can't she enjoy these good days? After a moment of complaining, Feng Chunhua suddenly brightened up. But Su Suining probably won't use it every day now that she has it. Later, I can take the clothes of the 3 kids to her house to make. Feng Chunhua frowned. Sister, you don't have a good relationship with her. How can you feel comfortable going to her house to make clothes? Feng Chunhua didn't mind. It's all in the same family compound. We haven't argued, and the men are working together. If I go to her to make clothes, she won't refuse. Will she? Feng Chunhua didn't want to say anything more. She felt her sister lacked backbone. After thinking for a while, Feng Chunhua looked at Feng Chunhua again. What do you think of Li Zhongming? If he's still good, try to get to know him. Aim to get married by the end of the year. With Li Zhongming's conditions, asking for a sewing machine as a bride price isn't too much. Feng Chunhua's face instantly darkened. Just as she was about to retort, she heard Su Suining outside the yard calling. Sister Chunhua, are you at home? Feng Chunhua was quite surprised that Su Suining suddenly came to see her. She nodded and went out of the house. She saw Su Suining standing outside the small yard, heavily pregnant. Her porcelain white face shone brightly in the sun, and she was smiling happily. Feng Chunhua smiled and walked over. Come inside and sit. Don't get sunburned on such a hot day. Su Suining waved her hand, her voice bright and cheerful. Sister-in-law, do you have time? Hu Qingshan said you can use a sewing machine. He wants you to come see why it keeps jamming. Feng Chunhua was good at using a sewing machine. She had learned it during a training session with her unit before. She readily agreed. Sure, I'll go with you now. Feng Chunhua held Tiger, watching from the window as Feng Chunhua left with Su Suining. Pregnant Su Suining not only hadn't become less attractive, but looked better and better. Her face was white and smooth, and no matter how much she was in the sun, she didn't get dark. She wore a floral dress, showing her pale arms and legs, which looked quite dazzling and beautiful. Feng Chunhua, with limited education, couldn't fully describe how beautiful Su Suining was. She just felt that she looked more and more attractive, with a unique aura that didn't quite match her surroundings. Feng Chanhua quickly fixed the sewing machine jam. She patiently taught Su Suining, "Don't press the pedal too hard. And be careful here. If you turn it the wrong way, it will jam again." Under Feng Chanhua's guidance, Su Suining soon learned to coordinate her hands and feet to operate the sewing machine. She pulled the fabric forward, sewing straight, tight stitches. Second sister Miao was watching nearby, constantly praising, "Sister-in-law, you're really skillful. After just a few lessons from Sister Chanhua, you've learned so quickly." Su Suining smiled with narrowed eyes. Sewing was quite simple for her. All her interest was in the sewing machine, and she forgot about cooking. Hu Qingshan naturally went outside to cook. When he finished, the three women, still excited about sewing, kept discussing it. Feng Chanhua not only taught Su Suining but also helped second sister Miao learn. They even made a small baby's outfit. Hu Qingshan called everyone to eat. Feng Chanhua and second sister Miao hurriedly left, smiling. Su Suining was still eager to learn. She touched the sewing machine, then washed her hands and sat down to eat. When she saw Hu Qingshan bringing over a bowl of noodle soup, she was a bit surprised. "You can cook too?" Hu Qingshan didn't think it was hard. "I used to work in the kitchen unit. I know some simple dishes." She tasted the hot noodles. The soup looked good, but the flavor was quite ordinary. The scallions were overcooked, and it was a little salty. She smiled and praised him. "Not bad. Keep it up and try to improve." Yaya is not picky about food. She finds salty flavors very tasty and happily eats her noodles with enthusiasm. Hu Qingshan knows his own skill level, but seeing Su Suining and Yaya finish their meals makes him feel happy, so he eats all the leftover rice. With the sewing machine, Su Suining doesn't sleep at noon. She takes a piece of cloth and practices repeatedly, then calls Miao Ermiai over, and the two keep working together. They find it more and more fun. Miao Ermiai is also very happy. "Sister-in-law, in the future, we can make insoles with the sewing machine. It's much easier." Su Suining nods. "If you want to make clothes for Jingjing, just bring them to me." Miao Ermiai feels a bit shy. "That might not be good. I might ruin them." Su Suining doesn't mind. "The machine gets better the more you use it. If you don't use it, what's the point? A production machine is meant to free our hands and give us more time to do other things." Miao Ermiai laughs. "Sister-in-law, you're so knowledgeable. You have such a way with words." Su Suining is happy. With the sewing machine, she can design her own clothes and make more beautiful skirts. At night, after dinner, Su Suining slices cucumbers into thin pieces, washes her face, then lies in bed and carefully sticks cucumber slices on her face. Hu Qingshan goes to the village committee and returns. When he enters, he sees Su Suining lying flat on the bed with her face covered in dense cucumber slices, and he's surprised. He walks over, bends down carefully, and gently removes the cucumber slices from her eyelids, waking her up. She quickly covers her face with her hands. "Don't move, don't move. I'm doing a beauty treatment." Hu Qingshan is puzzled. "Beauty treatment? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Suining covers her face, barely daring to speak. "No, the weather is too dry. My skin is a bit dry too. Putting on cucumber slices makes my skin moist and tender, so you'll like me more." Hu Qingshan falls silent for a moment, then puts the cucumber slices back on her eyelids. She dares to say anything, no matter what. But inside, she's happy. Su Suining smiles, with her lips pressed together. She loves to see Hu Qingshan shy and uncomfortable. At night, after Su Suining falls asleep, Hu Qingshan secretly holds her in his arms, kisses her cheek, and after sticking the cucumber slices on her face, her skin becomes even more delicate. With the sewing machine, Su Suining goes to the vegetable garden in the morning. After lunch, she stays at home working with Miao Ermiai. They make many tiny clothes for babies, small shoes, and little quilts. They become more skilled the more they practice. Miao Ermiai also experiments with embroidery on children's clothes using the sewing machine. Although the flowers she stitches look a bit stiff, at least they resemble flowers. Feng Chunhua also brought over a shoe upper to borrow the sewing machine. Su Suining allowed her to use it and also took the opportunity to enjoy Feng Shunhua's melon. Feng Shunhua and Li Zhongming surprisingly became a couple. They even went shopping in the city together. Miao Ermiai congratulated Feng Chunhua, saying, "Sister-in-law, that's really great. Commander Li looks very handsome, and your Shunhua is also pretty." Feng Chunhua was quite satisfied with this marriage proposal. Shunhua has been spoiled at home and is a bit stubborn. Miao Ermiai smiled. Even the youngest at home are like that. And Shunhua is so pretty. When she first arrived, I thought she was a city girl, delicate skin and tender, not at all like someone from the countryside. Su Suining listened nearby, unsure if Feng Shunhua was truly willing to marry Li Zhongming. Feng Chunhua said this on purpose, to give Feng Shunhua a good reputation. She didn't know why Su Suining remained so calm about the previous events and hadn't shown any reaction until now. By June, the weather grew hotter, dry, and blazing. It felt like the ground was about to from the heat. Su Suining was almost wilted. She went to the fields early in the morning and then stayed inside where it was cooler. The heat also killed her appetite, but she had to eat for the children. She lay at home thinking for a long time and decided to make a refreshing fish dish for lunch. Thinking of the tangy, spicy, cold, and crispy fish, Su Suining felt energized. She called Yaya, "Come on, let's go to second sister-in-law's house to get some sour water vegetables." As she took Yaya out, she saw a girl standing outside the yard. She looked to be in her early 20s, bright and beautiful, with healthy skin and neat short hair that showed a spirited air. The girl saw Su Suining, and her eyes lit up. "Sister, is this the home of Commander Hua? My name is Liu Beiyan. I came from Beijing." Su Suining looked a bit surprised at the suddenly appearing Liu Beiyan. She was indeed more attractive than Liu Beiting, with bright, shining eyes. When she smiled, she looked sunny and cheerful, not as scheming as Liu Beiting. Most importantly, Liu Beiyan's eyes resembled Liu Qingshan's a little. Her eyes were rounder, with the outer corners slightly raised. Liu Beiyan didn't wait for Su Suining to speak. She saw Yaya standing beside her and froze for a few seconds before exclaiming and rushing over. Before Su Suining could react, she squatted down, hugged Yaya tightly, and was very excited. "She looks just like her. It's really too much." Tears came to her eyes as she spoke. Su Suining was stunned. But she had to admit, Liu Beiyan's emotions seemed more genuine. Liu Beiyan's sudden actions scared Yaya so much that she didn't dare move. Her face turned red, and she felt like crying, looking up at Su Suining for help. Su Suining leaned down and patted Liu Beiyan's shoulder. "Calm down first. You're scaring the child." After sitting down, Liu Beiyan still sniffled and cried, wiping her tears while looking at Yaya, who was leaning against Su Suining. She said sadly, "This is my brother and sister Su Man's child. I even brought a photo." She took out a small notebook from her military-style bag and flipped to a photo. Su Suining glanced at it. Her bag had a slightly chipped enamel cup hanging on it, with a white towel tied nearby, matching her outfit for going out. She looked away and took the photo handed over by Liu Beiyan. The black and white photo was about the size of a palm. The people in it were quite clear. The man looked elegant and refined, the woman charming and beautiful. Yaya combined features from both, and it was easy to see they were her parents' child. Go inside and get 2 cookies, then go play with Sister Jingjing, okay? Yaya obediently went inside to get the cookies, and then went next door to play. Liu Beiyan wiped her tears. "My grandpa said that if this is my brother and sister Su Man's child, I should bring him back." Su Suining understood immediately. It was clear Liu Beiyan's sister, Liu Beiting, was meddling. She frowned slightly. "Your sister said it's not convenient to bring him back because of sister Su Man's situation. It might cause trouble for your family." Liu Beiyan's big eyes widened even more. "How could that be?" "My grandpa told me that no matter what, My brother's child shouldn't be left outside. Besides, what's wrong with Sister Su Man? She grew up living abroad with her parents, but her parents are scientists who returned to the country.
But
She looked around cautiously, making sure no one was listening, then whispered softly, Sister Su Man is already very pitiful. Her parents were forced to die, and she was afraid it would affect my brother's future, so she left secretly. And Sister Su Man saw Uncle Su and Annie hanging in front of her, so her mental health isn't very good. Su Suining's heart clenched. She had heard about such tragedies before but dared not discuss this matter with Liu Beiyan. Liu Beiyan wiped her tears again. My grandpa has always been fighting for justice for Uncle Su and Auntie. How could he not want this child? Su Suining looked at Liu Beiyan, unsure of her relationship with Liu Beiting, so she naturally couldn't speak badly of her. She has read many novels and feels more affection for children she raised herself. She doesn't have much feeling for children who are away from home. She paused and asked, Did you see your sister before you came? Liu Beiyan shook her head. No, I got a call from Brother Zhendong that day. After I told Grandpa, he immediately gave me some money and told me to come here. Then she hesitated and asked, Brother Zhendong said that Captain Hua here looks a lot like my older brother. I want to see for myself. You're Captain Hua's wife, right? You saw the photo. Do you think they look alike?
Su Suining nodded.
They do look a bit alike, but your family didn't lose a child, did they? This question made Liu Beiyan think again. My mother only had 4 children, including my older sister and brother. How old is Captain Hua? Su Suining smiled. He's 28 this year, born in June. Liu Beiyan is very smart and looked at Su Suining in shock, already having some ideas. Her older sister, Liu Beiting, is 27, but her birthday is also in June. Her sister and family members don't look alike, and she has behaved strangely many times since coming to the Northwest. Most importantly, her sister was born in the Northwest. Connecting all the clues, it's very likely that she was switched at birth. The other side, to avoid revealing the truth, probably lied about the child's age by a year. Liu Beiyan hasn't met Hu Qingshan yet, so she remained cautious and didn't speak. After being surprised, she smiled and said, My older brother and sister both have birthdays in June. When they were kids, they celebrated together, and my mom would cook 3 eggs, 1 for each of them and 1 for me.
Su Suining smiled.
Your parents love you very much. Liu Beiyan nodded. My dad is quite gentle, and my mom is pretty good too. Thinking about how her mother once made things difficult for Su Man, Liu Beiyan hesitated before saying she was doing well. Su Suining was curious. Why didn't you go to the group to find them? Why come straight to the family compound? Liu Beiyan felt a bit shy. Grandpa wanted me to find Uncle after I got to the provincial capital and get a transfer. I thought that was too complicated, so I brought a letter of introduction. But the group's gate blocked me from entering. I could only come here first to look for them. The guard at the gate looked at her letter and let her in, also telling her where Hu Qingshan's house was. When she arrived, she hesitated outside for a moment, worried that showing up suddenly might disturb others. Su Suining was surprised again. Liu Beiyan and Liu Beiting have very different personalities and behave differently too. Liu Beiting is much more high-profile. Liu Beiyan, on the other hand, seems to be a clever girl. Maybe because she's unfamiliar, her lively personality has become more reserved. Her first impression is very good, polite and modest, not showy at all. Su Suining looked at the shadow of the setting sun on the awning. It was probably around 11 o'clock. She stood up to prepare lunch. I'll ask Yaya to call my dear husband and Deputy Commissar Luo back, then I'll start cooking. Liu Beiyan immediately stood up with her bag, casually placing it on the bench. Let me help you. She then patted her forehead and said, Look at my memory. I even brought gifts for you. As she spoke, she headed outside. Su Suining only then saw 2 large military green bags outside the fence. Liu Beiyan was quite strong. She carried 1 bag in each hand and hurried back inside. After sitting down again, she opened one of the bags and started taking things out while talking. I was in a rush when I left, so I just changed some items on the way. Su Suining watched as Liu Beiyan quickly laid out a table with various items: peanuts, soybeans, dried sweet potatoes, milk powder, bread, canned food, and even dried meat. Finally, Liu Beiyan took out a bag of dried red dates. I traded a jean of grain coupons with an old lady on the train for these. They're all gifts for you.
Su Suining was surprised. You
don't need to bring so much. Aren't you worried you'll be disappointed if the trip doesn't go well? Liu Beiyan quickly waved her hand. No. You don't understand. Brother Zhendong never lies. Since he called back, it's probably about 80 or 90% accurate. When mentioning Luo Zhendong, Liu Beiyan's face lit up with a bright, starry smile, shining brilliantly. Su Suining felt happy. She had to admit, Liu Beiyan was very thoughtful in preparing gifts. She managed to gather whatever she could along the way, not afraid of trouble. She smiled and told Liu Beiyan to sit and rest. Then she went next door to call Yaya out, asking her to find Hu Qingshan and Luo Zhendong to come back from the team. Liu Beiyan watched Yaya run off, then looked back at Su Suining with a frown. She saw Su Suining coming back and said, "Did Yaya have a hard time before? I saw a burn scar on her neck earlier, and she also has scars on her arms. Her fingers are a bit deformed." Su Suining was surprised. She didn't expect Liu Beiyan's observation skills to be so sharp. Just from holding her for a moment, she noticed so much. She nodded. It wasn't easy. "I'll have Deputy Commissar Luo tell you the details later." They had known each other for a long time, so it was easier to talk about these things. Liu Beiyan didn't ask further. When she saw Su Suining preparing dough, she rolled up her sleeves. "Let me do it. You're pregnant, and bending over isn't convenient." She also wanted to call Su Suining's sister, but upon closer look, she saw that although Su Suining was pregnant, she looked quite young, probably younger than her. It wouldn't be appropriate to call her sister. Call her sister-in-law, but she hasn't met Captain Hui yet, and it doesn't seem quite appropriate. So, I won't call her anything for now. I'll wait until I see Brother Zhendong later. Su Suining wouldn't let her do it, smiling. "It's okay. If you're bored, help me pick out the celery from the vegetable basket." Liu Beiyan happily agrees, carrying the basket over, picking celery while chatting with Su Suining. "I've never been this far from home before. I wanted to come here to work in the countryside, but my mom didn't agree. In the end, I joined the cultural troupe." Su Suining is a bit surprised. "You work in the cultural troupe?" Liu Beiyan nods. "Yes. I learned dance when I was young, so I have some basic skills. But recently something happened in the troupe, so I've been staying at home." Originally, Su Suining planned to make fish soup, but now that Liu Beiyan is here, she switches to making noodles. She plans to ask second sister Miao for some pickled vegetables later, something similar to sauerkraut, which makes the noodles taste very good. While rolling the dough, Liu Beiyan roughly tells her about her family. Her eldest brother, Liu Beifeng, sacrificed himself. Her sister, Liu Beiting, works at a newspaper. Her second brother, Liu Beichen, works at a research institute. Her father hasn't retired yet, and her mother works at the Women's Federation. When preparing to cook, Liu Beiyan volunteers to light the fire. "I can do this. Since I was little, I've been responsible for lighting the fire at home." Su Suining is happy. This girl is lively and cheerful once she gets comfortable. While boiling the noodles, Luo Zhendong brings Yaya and Hu Qingshan back together. Liu Beiyan stands up and just calls out, "Brother Zhendong," ready to speak, but when she sees Hu Qingshan beside him, she is stunned. She opens her mouth for a long time before managing to say, "Brother Zhendong." Luo Zhendong still treats Liu Beiyan very kindly. "Beiyan? Why did you come so suddenly?" Liu Beiyan nervously clings to Luo Zhendong's arm. "Brother Zhendong, he really looks like my eldest brother. No, he looks more like Grandpa when he was young. I even brought photos of Grandpa when he was young and a family portrait. I brought them all." She hurriedly rummages through her bag, knocking over a stool in her rush. Luo Zhendong goes over to help her up. He sighs helplessly. "Don't panic. People won't run away." Liu Beiyan's hands tremble. She was already shocked when she saw Yaya, and now seeing Hu Qingshan, her heart is pounding wildly. She doesn't know why, but seeing him makes her feel like crying. After flipping through several times, she finally pulls out 2 photos. One is a young military photo of old Master Lu with sharp, stern features. He Qingshan looks about 80% like him. The family photo was taken when Liu Beifeng first went to join the army. At that time, Liu Beiyan was still young, about 7 or 8 years old, with 2 ponytails, wearing a dress, and smiling brightly while leaning against his mother. Su Suining also took a quick look. The 17 or 18-year-old Liu Beifeng looked confident and spirited, and Liu Beiting, standing beside him, was also smiling happily. In the middle sat their father, Liu Jinping, wearing glasses and looking refined and elegant. Their mother, Mei Shuqin, had beautiful eyebrows but also looked serious. Liu Beiyan held the photo and showed it to Su Suining. Look, does it look like me? It also looks like my dad, but my dad wears glasses and isn't as stern. Su Suining looked at the family photo again, then glanced at Hu Qingshan, who had gone straight to the stove to cook noodles after returning. A sharp pain pierced her heart. The 4 children in the photo all had happy, joyful smiles, their clothes clean and well-fitting, with no patches. The date on the photo showed that Hu Qingshan was only 15 at the time, not yet in the army, and was being mistreated in the countryside by Zhang Guilin. Luo Zhendong noticed Su Suining's expression after she looked at Hu Qingshan and guessed what she was thinking. He quickly nudged Liu Beiyan's arm. All right, we've seen the people. Let's talk slowly. Put the photo away and eat first. Liu Beiyan had no appetite. He looked at Yaya and Hu Qingshan, wanting to say many things, but Luo Zhendong's gaze stopped him. Hu Qingshan wasn't very interested in Liu Beiyan's arrival. He found the house full of strangers annoying. After eating, he planned to tell Luo Zhendong that if someone was here to pick up the children, they should do so quickly. If not, they should leave after eating, instead of staying for several more days like Liu Beiting. Finally, Liu Beiyan couldn't hold back and put down his chopsticks, looking at Luo Zhendong. Brother Zhendong, I think Captain Hua and my family must be related. How could there be someone who looks so much like me in the world? My sister also has a birthday in June. My parents said she was born at the Longchuanping Health Center in Gansheng Province. Luo Zhendong frowned. He knew Hu Qingshan was from Longchuanping. Was she switched at birth? Liu Beiyan nodded confidently. I think so. Otherwise, why would my sister stay here for so long? She must have suspected something too. Su Suining looked at Liu Beiyan in surprise. The girl was very direct, openly sharing her guesses. Luo Zhendong understood Liu Beiyan's personality well. What does Grandpa Liu say about this? Liu Beiyan looked at Hu Qingshan and then at Yaya, recalling what her grandfather had said. She mimicked him. Grandpa said, bring back a photo as long as it looks like and bring it back. The child of the Liu family, one is gone, and the remaining one can't be missing. Her eyes reddened as she spoke about her older brother's sacrifice. Grandpa Liu was unable to get out of bed for a long time. Hearing about Yaya made him feel much better. As for Hu Qingshan, he didn't believe that the Liu family still had a child out there, but he didn't want to dismiss any possibility. Even if it only looked like her, he wanted to see her and have something to hold on to spiritually. Liu Zhendong didn't expect Liu Beiting to dare to openly lie and turn things upside down. He frowned. Your sister said Grandpa Liu said he doesn't plan to bring Grandpa back for now because it might affect your father's future. Liu Beiyan widened her eyes. How could that be? My grandpa would never say such a thing. Grandpa hates people who can't tell right from wrong and those who flatter others. Even more unbelievable was how Liu Beiting dared to spread such lies. Hu Qingshan listened silently to their conversation, showing little interest. Seeing everyone eating, he started to clear the dishes. Liu Beiyan quickly stood up to help clear the dishes, her voice bright, sweet, and sharp. Second brother, let me do it. Liu Beiyan, calling him second brother, startled Su Suining and the others. Luo Zhendong reached out and tugged at Liu Beiyan's elbow. What are you shouting for, girl? Su Suining was surprised. This girl was so uninhibited. Without any solid evidence, she just analyzed and thought it made sense, so she called him that? Hu Qingshan was just momentarily stunned, looked at Liu Beiyan, and said no need. He then lowered his head to start clearing the dishes. Luo Zhendong worried that Liu Beiyan's sudden shout might scare Hu Qingshan, so he quickly pulled her outside. Come with me. I have something to tell you. Liu Beiyan looked confused but followed Luo Zhendong out, not forgetting to turn her head and sweetly smile at Su Suining, second sister-in-law. Wait for me. Su Suining watched Liu Beiyan being pulled away by Luo Zhendong, chuckled softly, and looked at Hu Qingshan. If Liu Beiyan is your biological sister, I think that would be really good. She's a very interesting girl. Hu Qingshan frowned but said nothing. Luo Zhendong pulled Liu Beiyan to the side of the woods near the family compound before letting go, looking at her in disbelief. What are you shouting for? You scared him again. Liu Beiyan rubbed her wrist and said nonchalantly, if she swapped places with my sister, then she's my second brother, right? I didn't shout wrong. Zhendong still thought she was a child, so he reached out and poked her forehead. You see, you're only like that now, and we only suspect. We don't have any real proof. Liu Beiyan widened her eyes. I analyzed it. I'm sure I'm right. Look, my sister and my family don't seem like that, and I was born here. Zhendong was both amused and helpless. That's just an analysis. We need solid evidence, like Hu Qingshan's foster mother admitting she swapped the children. Liu Beiyan didn't mind. Oh, then let's find her foster mother and give her a good scolding. See if she admits it. Zhendong was a bit frustrated and ruffled his hair. He realized communicating with Liu Beiyan was a little difficult. She still had a child's temper. Forget it. Say whatever you want. But Hu Qingshan's temper isn't that good. Don't make him angry, or he'll kick you out. Liu Beiyan's eyes curved into a smile. She patted her chest happily. Don't worry. I'm Liu Beiyan, loved by everyone here. No one would dislike me. Zhendong sighed inwardly. Hu Qingshan was not an ordinary person. Liu Beiyan thought for a moment. Brother Zhendong, Yaya's finger is seriously deformed. What exactly did Sister Su Man go through? How did Yaya end up here? Zhendong's face grew serious. He briefly told her about Su Man's experience. As for Yaya, he only said Liu Gaihua mistreated her, without going into details. Hearing this, Liu Beiyan clenched her fists tightly, her teeth gritted. Animals. They are animals. They don't even spare someone with mental issues. Where do they live? Seeing Liu Beiyan's emotional state was off, and recalling her past achievements in the big yard, Zhendong felt a headache coming. Forget it. It's all in the past. Yaya is doing well now. You shouldn't cause trouble. Liu Beiyan responded with a muffled but she had her own ideas in her heart. Zhendong wanted to persuade her further, but saw Hu Qingshan approaching from afar. He could only remind her, this isn't Beijing. Don't cause trouble. I'll pick you up later and take you to the guest house. Liu Beiyan nodded carelessly. From her expression, Zhendong knew she hadn't listened at all. He decided to come back later and talk to her properly. Hu Qingshan walked closer. Liu Beiyan immediately smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling. Second brother, are you going to the group?
See you tonight.
She waved at Hu Qingshan as she spoke. Hu Qingshan just glanced at her without saying a word and left with Zhendong. Liu Beiyan didn't mind. She watched their backs with her hands behind her back, feeling a sour ache in her heart and a little close to tears. Hu Qingshan's back view looks a lot like my older brother. Su Suining was sitting on a lounge chair under the pavilion. Although it was hot, a gentle breeze made it bearable sometimes. She was mainly waiting for Liu Beiyan to return, so she could understand this girl better. When Liu Beiyan came back, she saw only Su Suining leaning on the lounge chair, casually fanning herself with a palm fan. She moved a stool to sit beside her. Where's Yaya?
Su Suining smiled slightly.
I told her to take a nap. Do you want to rest for a bit? Liu Beiyan shook her head. No need, I slept all the way here. I'm not tired at all. By the way, second sister-in-law, do you know where the family Yaya used to stay with lives? Su Suining looked at Liu Beiyan carefully. What do you want to do?
Liu Beiyan chuckled softly.
Of course, I want to thank them properly. Su Suining stared at Liu Beiyan's face. She was smiling, but her eyes looked fierce. She guessed what she was planning. You want to fight back? Liu Beiyan wasn't upset about being seen through. She nodded honestly. Yes. They bullied sisters Su Man and Yaya. Our Liu family can't let people bully us easily. Whatever they did to Yaya, I'll do the same back. Su Suining put down her fan and sat up. That's not impossible, but you can't be reckless. If someone catches you, it could cause trouble for the group. It might even involve Vice Commissar Luo and Hui Qingshan. After all, this isn't Beijing. If you fight in the compound, everyone will see and care about their elder's reputation. But here, it's different. Liu Gaihua is a tough person. Once involved, it's hard to shake off. Liu Beiyan fell silent, feeling frustrated. She couldn't swallow her anger. Yaya didn't deserve all this suffering. She's only 5 years old.
Why?
And Sister Su Man, they're human traffickers. Su Suining reached out and gently pressed Liu Beiyan's arm, smiling.
No, you need to stay calm.
Don't be reckless and fight back blindly. Think of a good plan.
Liu Beiyan hesitated.
Second sister-in-law, do you have a way? Su Suining shook her head. Not yet, but I believe there's a way. Just don't rush. Liu Beiyan looked a bit discouraged. I just can't accept this. It's so infuriating.
Su Suining smiled.
You mustn't act impulsively. Before. Liu Gaihua came to see me once. I have a plan now. Liu Beiyan's eyes lit up. What plan? Su Suining leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Liu Beiyan's eyes brightened more, and she smiled happily. After listening, she hugged Su Suining. Second sister-in-law, your idea is brilliant. Let's do it this way. Su Suining gently rubbed her cheek and said, no rush. Also, I want to ask you a question. Liu Beiyan instantly liked Su Suining and nodded repeatedly. Go ahead. Su Suining put away her smile and looked seriously into Liu Beiyan's eyes. If Hui Qingshan is really your second brother and he was switched at birth with Liu Beiding, what would your parents do? Would they acknowledge Hui Qingshan and let Liu Beiding return to her original home, or would they also keep her?